Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Rebirth. T/N, an important note from your beloved translator, me, before you proceed. Knowledge of the movie Kick-Ass is advantageous for the December 1st chapters of this FIC. It'll help you to get the overall vibe surrounding certain characters and events. I'll also be sharing images of some of those characters for the readers who've never seen the movie. Enjoy. New York, Queens. In a remote, abandoned factory, a group of hooligans dressed in urban wear were kicking and punching a pitiful figure lying on the ground. Trying to play hero. Take a good look at yourself. Who do you think you are, daring to stand against us? The leader of the thugs shouted aggressively, his eye swollen and bruised. It was pretty clear someone had landed a solid punch on him. You're way out of your league. We roll with Frank's crew, even the cops don't mess with us. And you had the guts to throw hands. The other thugs jeered, their laughter wild and mocking. The Frank they referred to was Frank D'Amico, a notorious West Coast drug lord with terrifying influence. Image here. These thugs were just low-level lackeys in his organization. I was trying to do you a favor, Sean. I offered you a spot, and you spat in my face. How stupid can you be? The gang leader spat on the ground. The reason for this beating? Sean had refused to sell drugs for them, earning their hatred. They had ambushed him on the street and dragged him here for a brutal lesson. What? Still got something to say? The boy called Sean glared defiantly, his black hair plastered to his forehead, face smeared with blood. His limbs were pinned down by several thugs, leaving him completely immobilized. Looks like you need a little more convincing, let's make sure you know who you're dealing with. With a sinister laugh, the gang leader raised his foot and stomped hard on Sean's head, grinding his face into the ground. With each vicious kick, the stubborn boy's breathing grew weaker, his movements stilling. Then, the light in his eyes dimmed like a flame flickering out. Boss. I think this kid has stopped moving. Before long, a teen with a nose ring muttered nervously. The gang leader froze. The boy's face was battered beyond recognition, drenched in blood, his body lifeless. Damn it. He couldn't even take a beating. Whatever, let's get out of here. The gang leader tried to mask his panic. Though he boasted about being part of a powerful drug syndicate, the truth was, he was just a small-time crook. As long as the cops didn't catch him, he'd be fine, but if this turned into a murder case, those damn cops would throw him in prison for sure. The thugs fled in a hurry, not even bothering to hide the body. The abandoned factory, long devoid of human activity, was left with only Sean's motionless form on the ground. His once vibrant young body grew colder by the minute. The sun dipped below the horizon, and night slowly enveloped the city. As darkness draped the sky, a streak of white light suddenly flashed across like a massive ball of lightning, swirling with an eerie glow. As if guided by some mysterious force, it shot toward the abandoned factory, circling the area before plunging straight into the boy's body. Ugh. The cold, lifeless body suddenly twitched, letting out a faint groan. His eyes snapped open, pupils blazing with a fierce white light. Where am I? The boy who should have been dead slowly sat up, his muddled mind clearing as an unknown force organized his chaotic thoughts. Scattered fragments of memory gradually pieced themselves together. Sean Cypher's parents died in an accident. Captain America, Stark Industries, Peter Parker. What the heck is all this? The bloodied boy frowned. In the memories of this body's previous owner, he seemed to have stumbled upon some bizarre information, and it gave him a sinking feeling. No way. Did I end up in that world where freaks roam everywhere and overpowered lunatics are a dime a dozen? Sean cursed under his breath. Thinking back, it was entirely possible. He had been playing a virtual character fighting game at home, and after clearing the final stage, his computer screen flashed white. Next thing he knew, he had been reborn into this unlucky kid named Sean. This is a nightmare. Any other world would have been better than this one. Mutants, superheroes, evil villains, alien lifeforms, interdimensional gods. This is hell-level difficulty right from the start. Sean couldn't help but complain. If his suspicions were correct, then living a peaceful life as an ordinary person in this world would be nothing short of a fantasy. Forget about the supervillains who kept trying to destroy the world on a whim. Even if he just had the bad luck of getting caught in the crossfire of a superhero brawl or a civil war, he'd end up as collateral damage, just another faceless casualty in the news, a name in the obituaries. Talk about rotten luck. Just as he was wallowing in frustration, Sean noticed something intriguing. A sphere of white light hovered in his mind. Peering through its hazy glow, he saw a familiar interface, a list of virtual characters, some grayed out, which, in the game, meant they were locked, others shimmering in dazzling colors. When his consciousness reached out, data flickered across his vision. Well. When one door closes, another opens. Life's ups and downs sure are full of surprises. A grin of delight spread across Sean's face. The virtual interface in his mind was from the fighting game he had been playing, one that featured characters from comics and movies, allowing players to accumulate victory points to unlock powerful equipment. Ironically, the final boss he had defeated before crossing over was a character from this very world. He hadn't even claimed his reward before getting dragged here. Dear player, you have unclaimed victory rewards. Would you like to collect them now? A line of text appeared clearly before him. Sean's heart leaped. This was exactly what he needed. The white light flickered rapidly as one formidable reward after another flashed by. Sean's eyes widened, his emotions a mix of excitement and dread. Mark Armor, upgradable, convertible models, a masterpiece by Tony Stark, aka Iron Man. Super Soldier Serum, enhances all physical attributes to their peak, with varying effects depending on the user. The only successful subject, Captain America. Vibranium Armor, forged from near-indestructible metal, capable of absorbing massive damage. Sean watched as rewards from this world cycled before him, his mood swinging like a roller coaster. Due to his transmigration, some of the powerful gear from other worlds remained locked and unusable for now. Might as well wish for the Infinity Stones while I'm at it, the reborn traveler mused sarcastically. Ding! A crisp chime sounded as the white light finally stopped spinning, settling on a vial of glowing liquid. The golden substance inside shimmered with astonishing brilliance, swirling with immense energy. Stellar Elixir, incomplete. Sean froze. After all that, he ended up with some mysterious golden potion that didn't even have a description. Barely suppressing the urge to curse, he retrieved the vial from the game interface. Warmth spread through his palm as the radiant liquid materialized. Staring at his prize, Sean hesitated for only a moment before downing it in one gulp. In a world teeming with danger at every turn, he couldn't afford to pass up any chance to grow stronger. He refused to remain an ordinary person, not when there were superhumans soaring through the skies, saving the world, bathed in the adoration of millions. Sean didn't want to be just another face in the crowd, looking up at them in awe. When danger loomed over him, when enemies stood in his way, he couldn't just sit back and wait for a superhero to save him. The moment the golden liquid touched his throat, excruciating pain obliterated his consciousness. His entire body felt as if it were being torn apart, veins, nerves, every single cell crushed under an overwhelming force. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Golden flames seemed to erupt from Sean's eyes as an unimaginable energy surged through him, saturating his frail human form, reshaping it from within. Night had fully fallen. Inside the abandoned factory, a human boy was undergoing a transformation unlike anything this world had ever seen. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 2, Campus Storm. New York, Queens Midtown High School. The warm morning sunlight bathed the campus as energetic students streamed through the school gates, laughing and greeting each other. A sleek silver-gray sedan pulled up to the entrance, and a handsome young man stepped out, drawing envious or jealous glances from passing students. Midtown High was just a public school relying on government funding, and most of its students came from ordinary families. A rich kid who could ride in a car like this should have been attending some expensive private high school, the kind of place where the wealthy sent their children. Harry. A bespectacled boy called out. The handsome young man turned and saw his only friend in school. Thanks to his privileged background, Harry Osborn wasn't exactly popular at Midtown High. If not for the teachers giving him special treatment, he might have ended up like his friend Peter, a punching bag for school bullies. Tomorrow, the school is organizing a trip to Columbia University's research center. I can't wait. Peter, looking every bit the nerdy type, was practically buzzing with excitement. He always had a keen interest in anything strange and novel. Oh, sounds like it'll be a fun trip. Harry replied absent-mindedly, his gaze trailing a red-haired girl walking ahead. Mary Jane, a stunning beauty who could set any teenage boy's hormones racing. Excuse me. A voice came from behind Peter and Harry. A casually dressed young man looked at the two blocking the way, his eyes glinting with something unreadable. Morning, Sean. Peter quickly pulled his friend aside as soon as he recognized who it was, as if avoiding the plague. Did that guy bully you too? Harry asked curiously. No, but it's best to stay away from him. Peter shook his head. I heard Sean pissed off some gang members. Yesterday, some thugs were seen dragging him to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Harry glanced back at the guy. He looked clean-cut and bookish, hardly the type to be mixed up with street gangs. Walking ahead, Sean allowed a faint smile to tug at his lips. He had overheard Peter and Harry's conversation. The old Sean had been a loner with no real friends at school, which made him an easy target for those drug-pushing thugs. Public schools weren't exactly strict, and rebellious teens made for reliable customers. So, I really am in that world, the one crawling with superheroes and mutants. Sean looked up at the sun, feeling its warmth seep into his skin. He clenched his fist, sensing the incredible power surging within him. No one would ever guess that mysterious golden elixir had completely transformed his human body. He could feel it, the sunlight slowly being absorbed into his cells, as if he were drawing energy from a star itself. The process was subtle but the steady, intoxicating growth of his strength was undeniable. Spider-Man, the Green Goblin. Who's next? A bright grin spread across Sean's face. He had quickly accepted the reality of his transmigration and his new identity. The virtual character combat system in his mind gave him both confidence and purpose. Since he was now in a world of infinite possibilities, he might as well enjoy it. Whether he crossed paths with superheroes or terrifying villains, it would all be part of his new life. Sitting in the classroom, Sean felt both familiarity and strangeness. 10th grade coursework wasn't particularly challenging, especially for someone whose mental faculties had been enhanced. Flipping through the textbooks, the knowledge came to him effortlessly, like simple shapes being pieced together. Bored, Sean let his gaze wander across the room. There were quite a few familiar faces in his class. Harry Osborn, the rich kid currently making eyes at Mary Jane, Peter Parker, the shy nerd who would one day become Spider-Man, and a curly-haired boy slumped in the corner who looked vaguely familiar. Who's that? Sean quietly asked the student next to him. Ignoring the odd look he got, he finally placed the name, that's Dave. Dave Lazuski. Dave Lazuski, raised by a single parent, bullied just like Peter, and amusingly enough, someone who would eventually become a superhero, too. Image here. If this guy were in the combat system, he wouldn't even rank as a weakling. Sean smirked at the daydreaming boy. If sheer stubbornness counted as a superpower, then Dave Lazuski, the future Kick-Ass, could indeed be called a superhero. After a day of experiencing life as a high school sophomore, Sean leisurely left the classroom. News of his run-in with street thugs seemed to have spread, and people were subtly keeping their distance. Nobody wanted to get tangled up with gangsters, it could get them expelled. Just as he stepped out of the school gates, Sean spotted a group of figures loitering at a street corner. A red motorcycle roared to life, and the gang leader from yesterday sat atop it, glaring at him with malicious intent. Wow, you've got some luck, kid. Playing dead yesterday, huh? Let's see you run today. The baggy-outfitted thug sneered at the young man with his hands in his pockets. Yesterday, he had thought he'd killed someone and nearly fled town in panic. But today, he got word that Sean was alive and well, strolling into school like nothing happened. Boss, this punk doesn't even have a scratch on him. Must have gone to some fancy hospital, the nose-ring guy chimed in. You're damn right. Guess we gotta give him some fresh wounds today. The gang leader laughed wildly, his menacing gaze sweeping the area. Students near the entrance hurried away, not wanting any part of this mess. Peter, what are you doing? Harry grabbed his friend's arm, worried the bookworm was about to do something reckless. I'm getting a teacher. Otherwise, Sean is gonna get beaten to a pulp. These guys are bad news. Despite his timid nature, Peter had a strong sense of justice. He couldn't just stand by while his classmate got jumped. Teachers can't handle these guys. Even the cops won't do much, Harry said helplessly. Even if the police intervened, these thugs would just spend a couple of days in lockup before being released, and then Sean would face even worse retaliation. While Peter and Harry debated, Sean had already walked right up to the gang leader. He dropped his backpack casually, looking completely unfazed by the impending violence. I was actually looking for you guys, the black-haired young man said with a smile. Boss, you hear that? The nose-ring thug burst out laughing. You were looking for us? What, yesterday's beating wasn't enough? You want another round? Ha ha ha. The gang leader roared with laughter, wondering if he had knocked the kid stupid. Sean stood there calmly, letting them mock him. Only when their laughter died down did he speak again. Now you've got two choices. 1. I beat you up and you crawl away. 2. You beat yourselves up, and then crawl away. Which one is it gonna be? Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 3, Mutants. Only when their laughter died down did he speak again. Now, you've got two choices. 1. I beat you up, and you crawl away. 2. You beat yourselves up, and then crawl away. Which one is it gonna be? The school entrance fell into dead silence. Sean's words were clear and firm. Not only did the gangsters hear them, but the surrounding high school students did too. Looks like you really got knocked stupid. The gang leader pulled an iron chain from his red motorcycle, slowly wrapping it around his fist. The thought of being fooled by this kid yesterday, nearly scaring him into fleeing town, made his blood boil. This time, he was going to teach this punk a lesson. A high school student daring to talk to me like this. Though he was just a low-level thug in the gang, running errands and peddling drugs, even small-time crooks had their pride. Normally, any high schooler who saw him would turn pale with fear, obediently handing over whatever cash they had. But this Sean. Not only did he refuse to work for them, but he also had the nerve to talk back like this. No amount of playing dead will save you today. The gang leader snarled, swinging his chain-wrapped fist at Sean. The other thugs closed in, ready to teach this arrogant high schooler a brutal lesson. Sean remained calm. In the past, he would have cowered in fear and begged for mercy. But the surging power in his body gave him unshakable confidence. That golden elixir hadn't just transformed his normal physique, it had completely reshaped his mentality. The fist flying toward his face moved in slow motion in Sean's vision. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he grabbed the gang leader's arm, swiftly pivoted, and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming the thug onto the ground. Bam. Dust kicked up. Everyone stared in shock. All they saw was the gang leader charging at Sean, then suddenly, he was on the ground. No one had even seen how it happened. Ack, beat his before the gang leader could finish, Sean stomped on his face. A metallic taste flooded the thug's mouth as thick blood mixed with a few hard teeth spilled out. This is the gift you gave me yesterday. Now I'm returning it. Sean smiled, then stomped down again. The gang leader's face instantly turned into a bloody mess, like a painter's palette splattered with red. The other thugs roared and rushed forward. The guy with the nose ring led the charge. Without even looking, Sean punched him square in the nose, then kicked him flying. He showed no mercy to the rest, beating them until they were bruised and begging for mercy. If I ever see you near Midtown High again, I'll beat you every single time. Hands in his pockets, Sean delivered his cool one-liner, then turned and walked away. Honestly, the feeling of dropping a sick burn and just leaving. Pure satisfaction. As for whether teaching these thugs a lesson would bring trouble, Sean didn't care. He had checked before acting, no surveillance cameras nearby, and these gangsters wouldn't dare report to the police. The only concern was whether the school would expel him for fighting. But given his previous academic record, that wasn't too likely. Though he had mostly been a loner, his grades were solid. In any world, good students always got a little extra leeway from teachers. The golden hues of sunset bathed New York as Sean walked down the street, his single-strap bag slung over his shoulder. In this world, he was alone, his parents had died in an accident, leaving behind a sizable compensation payout. He was then raised by his uncle, however, he'd lost his last remaining family, uncle, years ago. The tragedies had shaped the old Sean into a withdrawn and cold person, unwilling to connect with others. What a sad guy. Sean muttered as he strolled through the evening streets. The city sprawled before him, skyscrapers, bustling traffic, the fading sunlight painting the steel jungle in warm tones. Everything felt so real. No matter why I crossed over, a brand new life is waiting for me. Memories of his past life were locked deep in his mind. Sean exhaled, his eyes bright with determination. Since he was here, he would keep moving forward, straight to the end. Back at his uncle's old apartment, Sean flopped onto the couch. He had been living alone for a long time. Born in Queens, the largest of New York's 5 boroughs and the second most populous, the area was a melting pot of races. Besides Caucasians, there were significant populations of African American, Asian, and Latino residents. Compared to the wealthy districts, the neighborhood wasn't the safest, with plenty of unemployed loiterers around. At least I'm in a community. Otherwise, I'd have to watch out for thieves and robbers every day. Sean sighed. He planned to ease into high school life first, at least until he got familiar with this world. Jumping straight into world domination after transmigrating. That was protagonist-level behavior. And in a world crawling with genius inventors and superhumans, even the most arrogant, Gary Stu type would get humbled fast. Stay low-key in person, aim high in actions, that's the way. Grabbing a soda from the fridge, Sean chanted his 8-word motto. Showing off too much was risky. If he accidentally pissed off some cosmic-level entity, it'd be game over. Turning on the TV, he caught a live debate on mutant rights. Sipping his drink, Sean's interest spiked. Mutants, a race with all kinds of superhuman abilities. They were a major force in this world. If not for the ideological split between their 2 foremost leaders, human society wouldn't be enjoying this fragile peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing another stage of human evolution. These mutations often manifest during adolescence, triggered by emotional fluctuations. The speaker was a red-haired woman in glasses, radiating the poised elegance of a scholar. Thank you, Ms. Gray. Your input is educational but strays from today's topic, are mutants dangerous? The camera shifted to a middle-aged man, likely a congressman. That's an inappropriate question, Senator. Some people get into car accidents, others don't. Hence, we require driver's licenses. But existence doesn't need a license. The redhead fired back without backing down. The reality is, if mutants reveal themselves, it incites panic, hostility, even violence. To spare them this persecution, I urge Congress to repeal the Mutant Registration Act, which forces them to disclose their identities. Why should mutants hide? The senator interrupted again. They aren't hiding. I know where they are. The senator stood smugly and continued. I have a list of mutants in the U.S. There's a girl who can walk through walls, she could waltz into bank vaults, the White House, even your homes. I've also heard of someone who can read and control human minds, stripping us of free will. How terrifying is that? We have the right to decide if our children should have mutant teachers or classmates, or to keep them away. He paused to let his words sink in, then he continued. Ladies and gentlemen, mutants do exist, and they walk among us. We must know who they are, study them thoroughly, understand their abilities. The TV erupted in applause. The senator had clearly won over the crowd. In recent years, the mutant issue had grown increasingly tense. The reason for this debate? Congress had proposed the Mutant Registration Act, sparking massive public controversy. Soon enough, they'll realize mutants are the least of their worries. Sean turned off the TV, lying back on the couch to stare at the ceiling. He couldn't wait for the era of superheroes to truly arrive. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 4, Threat. New York, Columbia University. There are over 32,000 known species of spiders, classified into 3 suborders. Under the guidance of a female professor, the 10th grade students of Midtown High filed into Columbia University's research center. For a public high school, securing this visit was no small feat. This is amazing. The most advanced electron microscope on the East Coast. I can't believe we get to see this. Unlike his enthusiastic best friend, Harry seemed utterly disinterested. The young Osborne heir wasn't much of a scholar, and compared to dull scientific instruments, he was far more captivated by the red-haired girl walking ahead. So these spiders possess unique abilities that aid in hunting. For example, this Australian species has incredible jumping power. This one, from the genus Cucculcania, family Philostatidae, spins funnel-shaped webs nearly as strong as steel cables used in construction. And this one relies on reflex-based hunting. Its neural reflexes are so fast that many researchers believe it has a form of precognition, able to sense danger before it happens. The professor explained in meticulous detail. These were all genetically modified super spiders, the result of 5 years of DNA synthesis and RNA manipulation at Columbia University. The ultimate goal? To refine these spider traits so that humans could one day harness their extraordinary abilities. Peter listened intently, fascinated by the specimens in the petri dishes. The idea of spiders with such incredible traits, powerful leaps, ultra-strong silk, lightning-fast reflexes, even a sixth sense, left him awestruck. Can I take a photo for the school paper? Peter asked the professor. As the school paper's photographer, he often snapped pictures at school events. With permission granted, he raised his camera. Just as he pressed the shutter, someone shoved him from behind, ruining the shot. Back off. Harry stepped forward, well aware of how often his friend got bullied. Or what? The boy who pushed Peter sneered. Or the mighty Osborne will have daddy fire your dad, a hulking teen mocked. He was Peter's most frequent tormentor. What's your rich dad gonna do? Sue me. The bully grabbed Harry by the collar, his tone menacing. He'd long despised this privileged kid, handsome, wealthy, and constantly hovering around Mary Jane. If not for fear of expulsion, he'd have already taught this rich boy what his fists could do. Thompson. Let him go. A calm voice cut through the tension, its tone brooking no argument. Sean. The bully, Thompson, hesitated before releasing Harry and slinking away. As the star of Midtown High's football team, Thompson usually ruled the school with his size and muscle. But things had changed recently. Sean Cyphers, once a nobody, had somehow become a force to reckon with, even taking down street thugs single-handedly. The showdown at the school gates had already become a campus legend. Overnight, Sean had become Midtown High's most talked-about figure. Anyone else daring to order Thompson around would have earned a knuckle sandwich. But facing the guy who'd beaten multiple gangsters, that was a different story. Thanks, Sean, Peter said gratefully, while Harry gave a reluctant nod. We're classmates. No need for thanks. Sean waved it off. He just stepped in casually. After all, seeing a young, pre-Spider-Man Peter Parker getting bullied was something he couldn't ignore. Who could have guessed that today, of all days, this insignificant Peter Parker would begin his journey to becoming a superhero? Peter, imagine if humans had these spiders' abilities. What would that look like? Sean asked as Peter snapped more photos. It'd be incredible. They'd have reflexes fast enough to dodge bullets, jumping power to clear buildings, maybe even climb walls like spiders. Peter's imagination ran wild. The bookish teen's mind brimmed with scientific curiosity. Nearby, Harry rolled his eyes and sidled toward Mary Jane. Chasing pretty girls was the Osborn heir's true calling. Maybe you'll become someone that amazing one day. Sean patted Peter's shoulder before walking off. He already had his own power source, no need for a spider bite. His body continuously absorbed stellar energy, an endless well of vitality. Back at the school gates, had Sean unleashed his full strength, it would have been a bloodbath. He could have torn through those thugs like paper. Human flesh felt fragile to him now. Delving into the white light in his mind, he saw a progress bar on the system interface. Though growing daily, it hadn't yet breached the 5% threshold. Each 25% milestone seemed to unlock a new ability. Peter frowned at Sean's words. How could humans gain spider traits? Raising his camera, he focused the lens until it settled on Mary Jane. One of Midtown High's most popular girls, the vivacious redhead had no shortage of admirers, Thompson, Harry, even Peter himself, though his shyness kept him from speaking more than a word to his crush. Lost in thought, Peter didn't notice the tiny spider descending on a silken thread, creeping onto his hand. Drawn as if by magnetism, it sank its fangs into his skin. Peter jerked his hand back. The spider had vanished, leaving only a small bump like that of a mosquito bite. Strange. Where'd that mosquito come from, he muttered, puzzled. Thus began the journey of the future Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Sean found himself in trouble again. Leaving Columbia University, he was intercepted on the way back to school. Not by street thugs this time, but by men in black suits, arms sleeved in tattoos, their jackets bulging slightly at the waist. Guns, most likely. A middle-aged man stepped forward, eyes dripping with condescension. Listen, kid. You put one of my guys in the hospital. Small fry, sure, but he moved a lot of product for me. Now I'm out money. So here's the deal. Either I break your legs, or you start working for me. The man studied Sean's impassive face, as if his words hadn't registered. Kid, I know you can fight. But I'm not some two-bit street punk. If you don't play along. Well, New York's a big place. People disappear all the time. He casually flipped open his jacket, revealing a handgun at his waist. What would I have to do? Sean asked. If I worked for you, I mean. Be at the abandoned factory in the suburbs tonight at 10. I'll supply the goods. Remember, new guys hand over 80%. That's the rule. The man clapped Sean's shoulder, satisfied, and don't think about snitching. My boss, Frank D'Amico. Big shot on the West Coast. Even the police commissioner gives him face. As the group swaggered off, Sean slid his hands into his pockets. His seemingly mild expression hardened and cold as ice. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 5, Ruthless Means. The night was pitch black, with only faint starlight piercing through the clouds. At the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Queens, a group of men stepped into the long-deserted workshop. This place had once served as industrial chemical production grounds, shutting down during the economic crisis at the beginning of the last century. Due to its remote location, it was usually deserted, making it a perfect spot for gangs to handle problems or conduct shady, illegal activities. Boss, you think the kid got too scared to show? Standing on the factory's rooftop, the middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's question. They were mid-level members of the gang, men who should have been partying at nightclubs or closing deals with their boss tonight, not waiting around in this godforsaken place for some high schooler. The frustration was evident. He'll come. The kid is smart, he knows there's nowhere to run. A high schooler with no family or friends is perfect for recruitment. The boss was patient. His employer, Frank D'Amico, was a major drug lord on the West Coast, operating under the guise of a legitimate trading company while secretly running a narcotics smuggling ring. Recently, the gang had been locked in a brutal turf war with the Irish mob from Hell's Kitchen and the Japanese Yakuza, with casualties mounting on all sides. They desperately needed fresh blood. That was where Sean came in. A high schooler who could single-handedly put several street thugs in the hospital. That caught the boss's attention. He planned to recruit the kid. Every boss needed capable enforcers. As for Sean's own wishes, irrelevant. If the kid refused, he'd get a first-hand lesson in how dark and cruel the world could be. What time is it? The boss asked with a frown. Almost time. When that little shit shows up, we gotta teach him a lesson. Who the hell does he think he is, making us wait around like this? A muscular enforcer cracked his knuckles while the others murmured agreement, all eager to welcome their new recruit with their fists. Don't go overboard. That kid's gonna make me a fortune. The boss smirked. To him, the low-level dealers peddling his drugs were nothing more than profit machines. While bulk transactions went to higher-ups, the street-level distribution fell to men like him. His underlings handed over 30 to 50% of their earnings, risking prison while the gang's upper echelons pocketed most of the cash. "Boss, he's here." A lookout called out. Under the pale moonlight, a figure appeared. Sean, dressed casually, strolling into the abandoned factory as casually as if he were out for an evening walk. "Looks like the kid needs to learn some respect." Sean's nonchalant attitude irritated the boss. He'd make sure this arrogant brat got put in his place. "You've got good timing," the boss sneered. "I once had a guy show up 2 minutes late. Know what happened? I cut off 2 of his fingers. That's how you teach a lesson, make sure they never screw up again." Sean smiled faintly. The boss's gruesome story might have terrified other high schoolers, but to him, it meant nothing. Their power levels weren't even comparable. The boss's tough guy act was downright laughable, like a child trying to intimidate an adult. "If latecomers lose fingers, what do punctual guys like me get?" Sean asked with feigned curiosity. "Broom. Go welcome our new recruit. Show him how things work here." The boss grinned, nodding to the hulking enforcer beside him. Broom cracked his knuckles, his meaty face twisting into a scowl. Built like a grizzly bear standing upright, he radiated pure intimidation. "I'll go easy on ya, kid," Broom rumbled. "If you don't fight back, I'll only break a few bones." The others on the rooftop hooped and hollered, already anticipating the high schooler's brutal beating. Broom stomped toward Sean. When the kid remained silent, he assumed fear had rendered him speechless. Raising a massive fist, he swung. Crack! A sickening snap echoed through the factory. Everyone on the rooftop froze, even the boss. Broom's forearm bent at a 45-degree angle with white bone protruding through torn flesh. Blood gushed out, quickly staining the dusty concrete as the enforcer collapsed howling in agony. "I don't do gentle with men." Sean smiled. Who would have guessed this clean-cut teenager could snap a 6-foot thug's arm like a dry twig? "Kill him." The boss barked the order. Sean had just cost him a man. Any thoughts of recruitment vanished. This high schooler was a straight-up demon. The way he'd broken Broom's arm without hesitation, then stood there smiling. Absolutely chilling. The boss drew his pistol. No matter how tough Sean was, bullets would shred him like any other man. Gunfire erupted in the night, muzzle flashes stitching a deadly web through the darkness. But Sean moved like a phantom. His enhanced reflexes made the speeding bullets appear sluggish, their trajectories clearly visible as they tore through the air. Dodging and weaving with preternatural agility, he scaled the factory wall in seconds. One by one, gunmen fell, their throats crushed before they could react. The cacophony of gunfire gave way to an eerie silence as Sean, his hands stained red, faced the last man standing. "Stay back." The boss trembled, desperately pulling the trigger of his empty pistol. Click click. Nothing. You know what they say. "Oh right. I hate people pointing guns at my head." Sean snatched the weapon, crushing it in his grip like aluminium foil. His hands possessed inhuman strength. I work for Frank D'Amico. Kill me, and you're a dead man." The boss's bravado shattered completely. He collapsed to his knees and begged pathetically. "Frank D'Amico. Don't worry. I'll pay him a visit soon enough." Sean's tone was glacial. The best way to handle threats. Eliminate them completely, along with anyone who might even think of becoming one. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 6, The Mysterious Organization. The next morning, the piercing wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the suburbs. A police car pulled up outside the long-abandoned chemical plant, yellow crime scene tape cordoning off the area. The previous night's intense gunfight had been heard by residents living nearby, prompting calls to the police station. 2 uniformed officers stepped out of the car and entered the derelict factory, the air thick with the musty stench of decay. What greeted them was a horrifying scene. A hulking, muscular man lay sprawled on the ground, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, a pool of blood staining the concrete. His bulging eyes suggested he had suffered immense agony before death. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, clear evidence of a fierce shootout. Ascending the stairs, they found more bodies strewn across the floor, each clutching firearms. Most had their throats crushed or necks snapped. Based on the officer's experience, the perpetrator had been ruthlessly efficient, possessing inhuman strength to break a grown man's neck in an instant. Their gaze finally settled on the middle-aged man in the suit. His lifeless eyes were frozen in an expression of shock and terror, as if he couldn't believe what had happened even in death. "Looks like we've got our work cut out for us," the younger officer said excitedly. As a rookie, he relished the chance to tackle a major case like this. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This won't be easy to solve, there's barely any evidence." The older officer dampened his enthusiasm. Judging by the crime scene, the killer was likely a professionally trained assassin or mercenary. To take down so many armed men with such brutal efficiency was terrifying to think about. This guy seems to be one of Frank D'Amico's men. Maybe a gang feud. The younger cop recognized the dead middle-aged men. The older officer shook his head. Whatever it is, it's not our problem. We just need to file the report. He knew there was a specialized agency that handled cases like this. The police department's confidential files were always handed over to those black-suited agents. Even the usually irritable police chief treated them with deference, a testament to the terrifying authority their shadowy organization wielded. Secure the scene. Maybe we'll find something useful. Either way, we'll leave it to them. The older cop patted his partner on the shoulder. Some truths were better left unexplored because the reality behind them was often too much to bear. 10:00 a.m. Bright sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, illuminating the noisy chatter of students. Leaning back in his seat, Sean idly observed Peter Parker, who seemed unusually energetic today. The once timid bookworm now radiated confidence, his voice louder, and his movements brimming with vitality. The transformation was so drastic that even his best friend, Harry Osborn, was taken aback. Seated at his desk, Sean allowed a faint smirk. He might be the only one who knew the reason. In his perception, the formerly weak Peter had undergone a metamorphosis, his muscles now packed with strength, his reflexes sharpened to superhuman levels. The genetically enhanced spider had granted him extraordinary physical prowess and some truly bizarre powers. Still, compared to me, he's not quite there yet. Sean mentally compared himself to Peter, concluding that in a real fight, he could still hand the fledgling Spider-Man a crushing defeat. Basking in the midday sun, Sean felt a surge of satisfaction. Lately, he had been pushing his body to its limits through grueling training, which accelerated his energy absorption. Even after extreme workouts, his physical stats continued to rise, a fact that delighted him. As long as there was room for growth, he could keep getting stronger. In a world teeming with cosmic-level entities, Sean would never be content with his current strength. He aimed to grow powerful enough to carve out his own place in this world. Another mind-numbingly dull afternoon passed. Sean quickly packed his bag, eager to return home for his daily training regimen, and to finalize plans for his friendly visit to Frank D'Amico. The West Coast drug lord would never expect a high schooler meticulously plotting the annihilation of him and his entire gang. Whoa, you won't believe it. Peter just beat the crap out of Thompson from the football team. You mean that nerd, Peter Parker? Yeah, puny Parker. He pissed Thompson off in the cafeteria, and when Thompson tried to jump him in the hallway, Peter wrecked him. Did he take steroids or something? Thompson's built like a tank. Listening to the hushed gossip, Sean stifled a laugh. Peter Parker was no longer the pushover he once was. Soon enough, New York would gain a red and blue suited vigilante, swinging from skyscrapers and taking down criminals with effortless grace. At dismissal, Sean watched Peter stride out of the school gates head held high, a far cry from his former timid self. Such was the transformative power of strength. Walking home, Sean suddenly sensed something amiss, an unnerving feeling of being watched. Suppressing the urge to turn around, he casually stopped at a convenience store for a soda. Through the reflection of a parked car's window, he spotted a man in sunglasses and a black suit pretending to browse a newspaper stand while keeping his gaze fixed on him. Sean frowned. Did Frank D'Amico's men track me down? It seemed unlikely that a drug lord would resort to surveillance. As he continued walking, he noticed more figures tailing him, professionals, judging by their techniques. Without his heightened senses and basic counter-surveillance knowledge, he might never have detected them. If not gangsters, then who? Sean's expression darkened as a possibility struck him. There was a certain clandestine organization in this world, one that investigated supernatural phenomena and handled extraordinary threats, often recruiting superhumans to their cause. They couldn't have found me this fast, could they? The thought unsettled him. He had no desire to attract the attention of that agency, especially not its one-eyed director. If movies had taught him anything, working for the government never ended well. He'd gladly chat with mutants or debate women with a certain playboy billionaire, but getting tangled up with Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. A hard pass. There's no way S.H.I.E.L.D. should know about me. Something's gone wrong. Sean's brow furrowed. He needed to figure out what was happening before he found himself backed into a corner. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 7, Surveillance and Plans. A young man stood by the newsstand, pretending to read a newspaper while keeping his eyes locked on his target in the distance. I'm telling you, why are we surveilling a high school student? Just routine procedure, came the reply through his earpiece. Across the street, a middle-aged man leaned against a car, occasionally checking his watch as if waiting for someone. According to the intel we have, this Sean Cypher's kid was threatened by gang members a week ago. Those thugs are now in the hospital. Then a gang leader came after him. Yesterday, 14 bodies were found in an abandoned factory in Queens, including said leader. And what does that prove? That a high schooler took out 14 armed men. The young man smirked, unconvinced. Of course not. But the timing is suspicious, so we can't really rule him out. The older agent kept his voice low. He too found it hard to believe that an orphan teenager could single-handedly kill 14 hardened criminals. But protocol demanded they surveil all persons of interest until cleared. It could just be regular gang violence, the younger agent mused. That leader worked for Frank D'Amico, the West Coast kingpin. He's been fighting the Japanese hand and the Irish mob for Hell's Kitchen turf. Who's to say they weren't behind it? Good point. Make sure to include that in the report. The older agent nodded. Beneath New York's glamorous exterior festered a dark underworld where gangs constantly warred over territory and illicit profits. Speaking of Hell's Kitchen, we've got other targets there too. The younger agent skimmed the list. Daredevil, the so-called Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen. A freak who beats up criminals at night with insane combat skills and heightened senses. Then there's the Punisher, ruthless, no mercy for criminals. Judging by his methods, probably ex-military or mercenary. These were all subjects requiring monitoring, though not yet deemed high-risk threats to national security. For now, tracking their movements sufficed. None of them are pushovers. And it feels like these freaks are popping up everywhere lately. The older agent sighed. Their work used to focus on transnational crime syndicates and terrorist cells. Now they had to deal with costumed vigilantes too. All right, wrapping up surveillance on Subject 76, Sean ciphers. No anomalies detected. The younger agent set down his newspaper, glancing one last time at the teenager still engrossed in comics at the store. How anyone could link a comic book nerd to a cold-blooded killer is beyond me, he muttered under his breath. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the city in golden twilight, the streets buzzed with commuters rushing home. Only after the agents departed did Sean finally lower his comic book, relief flashing in his eyes. Thorough bunch, aren't they? Not even the smallest coincidence gets overlooked. Thanks to his enhanced hearing, he had caught every word of their conversation. They'd never suspect their surveillance target possessed abilities far beyond any normal human. Daredevil, Punisher. So S.H.I.E.L.D. has been monitoring street-level vigilantes all along. The agent's chatter had yielded valuable intel. Hell's Kitchen, once a notorious Manhattan slum, had long been a hotbed of organized crime. Recent redevelopments hadn't erased its dark reputation. And if I recall, there's a certain real estate magnate making waves there. Wilson Fisk. Sean sifted through his memories, piecing together the world's state of affairs. As a small fish, he had no desire to attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention prematurely. With many superheroes yet to emerge, now was the time to lay groundwork for future gains. But first, who to target? After consideration, Sean decided Frank D'Amico remained the priority. Eliminating the drug lord would divert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention while solving his own financial woes. Back home, Sean changed into a compression shirt and launched into his brutal workout routine. The once sparse room now housed an array of fitness equipment. His adolescent frame had developed defined musculature, each punishing rep driving his body beyond normal limits. Huff, huff. His breathing resembled a bellows, each gasp fueling his relentless training. The gradual strength gains, though incremental, were intoxicating. He sensed that breaching some unseen barrier would unlock even greater rewards. Time to play superhero and clean up the streets. A smirk crossed his face. He had planned to deal with D'Amico later, but S.H.I.E.L.D.'s appearance accelerated the timeline. Creating a new figure for them to focus on would kill two birds with one stone, divert their scrutiny while replenishing his dwindling funds. Those compensation payouts had nearly evaporated after purchasing equipment and high-calorie supplements. Robbing a drug lord to fund his crusade. Poetic justice. If I had transmigrated as Tony Stark, money wouldn't be an issue. Sean chuckled darkly. The first steps were always the hardest. But once he gained momentum, wealth and power would follow. All in due time. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 8, A Small Goal. Inside a West Coast construction materials warehouse, a man in a red shirt desperately pleaded his case. Frank, I swear I'm not lying. That bastard came out of nowhere, took out all my men in minutes, and walked off with the payment. Surrounded by a group of enforcers, one of his fingers was clamped in a pair of metal pliers, a prelude to far bloodier consequences if his explanation failed to satisfy. You're telling me one guy took down over 20 armed men in minutes? What was he, Captain America stepping out of a comic book? Frank D'Amico, the impeccably suited drug lord, let out a cold laugh. Terry, between that fairy tale and you pocketing the cash before tipping off the cops about the shipment, well, I know which one I believe. Frank, you have to believe me. The guy even said he'd be paying you a visit soon. The man named Terry screamed, raw terror in his voice. Having worked under Frank for years, he knew exactly how the West Coast kingpin dealt with traitors. All right, my son is waiting for me to take him to the movies. I don't want to disappoint him. Frank shook his head and turned away. Joe, handle this, he ordered. Ignoring the agonized shrieks behind him, Frank leisurely strolled into his car. Truth be told, business hadn't been going well lately. 2 weeks ago, over a dozen of his men were slaughtered in a Queens factory, which cost him hefty bribes to contain. Now, someone seemed to be systematically sabotaging his New York operations, hijacking payments and tipping off cops to drug stashes. The financial blow hit the West Coast kingpin hard. Who the hell did I piss off? Frank racked his brain to no avail. He had built his empire through smuggling, laundering profits through posing as a legitimate import-export business owner. As his influence grew, even law enforcement turned a blind eye to his operations. Yet now, his empire was under attack. While the drug lord fretted over his crumbling operations, a certain part-time vigilante in Queens was having a far better evening, happily counting cash on his bed, tossing Benjamins onto the floor. Crime fighting really is the fastest get-rich-quick scheme. Sean sat up from his bed, grinning at the stacks of cash strewn across his room. Several suitcases nearby overflowed with neatly banded bills, generous donations from Frank's operations, soon to be converted into top-tier training equipment. Stashing the money under his bed, Sean pulled on a compression shirt. His once lanky frame now carried defined muscle, each brutal training session inching him closer to transcending human limits. Soon, he'd pay the West Coast kingpin a personal visit. Eliminating threats required cutting them at the root. If Frank connected the dots between Sean and his dead men, the retaliation would never end. It's much better to just remove the problem permanently, not that the world would miss a drug lord. The past month had been intensely productive. By day, Sean maintained his high schooler facade. By night, he pushed his body through hellish regimens. Thankfully, his lack of social ties made reinventing himself effortless. Ring ring. The phone interrupted his workout. A familiar voice greeted him. Hey Sean. Harry here. So, New York's carnival is in 2 weeks. I booked a hotel suite with an insane skyline view. Are you in? Peter and Mary Jane will be there. Harry Osborn's tone carried his usual mix of enthusiasm and privilege. After Sean helped Harry at the Columbia University's Research Center, he had become the rich kid's second friend at Midtown High. Compared to Sean's disciplined routine, the young Osborn was living it up. As graduation neared, Harry had finally made his move on Mary Jane and won the redhead's heart. The outcome left Peter Parker, now Spider-Man, heartbroken. Torn between his best friend and longtime crush, the hapless hero could only bury his feelings and wish them well. Sure, I'll stop by if I'm free. Thanks for the invite. Sean kept it brief before hanging up. His interactions with Harry were limited to school chatter, but the Osborn air was surprisingly decent. He was privileged yet unspoiled, also genuine when it came to his friends. Without the dual tragedies of his father becoming the Green Goblin and his best friend being Spider-Man, Harry might have had a brighter future. Maybe I can change that. Sean pondered. Could Oscorp become his first stepping stone? Frank D'Amico's drug money was pocket change compared to the scientific and military-industrial might of Oscorp. It wouldn't sustain his ambitions. To truly establish himself in this world, Sean needed more than power, he needed wealth and influence. In a nation ruled by capital, authority flowed from economic and institutional leverage. Start small. Superheroes and Infinity Stones can wait. His path crystallized. Every grand ambition required foundations. Frank's empire, Oscorp, they'd be rungs on his ascent. Rome wasn't built in a day, but Sean had the vision to lay its first stones. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 9, The Strange Father-Daughter Pair. A deserted factory in the remote suburbs. 2 figures, one large, one small, stood facing each other across the empty grounds. A middle-aged man in a brown jacket and glasses held a pistol while speaking to a golden-haired little girl some distance away. Daddy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Mindy. You're a big girl now, there's nothing to fear. The breeze ruffled the man's thinning hair as he comforted the little girl in a gentle tone, as if what was about to happen was completely insignificant and not worth being afraid of at all. Will it hurt? The adorable little girl named Mindy asked. Sweetheart, it'll only last a second. A bullet travels over 800 meters per second. So at this distance, of course you'll be knocked down, but it won't hurt more than taking a punch to the chest. The middle-aged man spoke matter-of-factly as he loaded the magazine, raised the pistol, and aimed it at the golden-haired little girl standing 30 meters away. I hate getting punched in the chest. Mindy muttered, scrunching up her little face. You'll be fine, sweetie. Bang. The gunshot echoed as wisps of smoke dissipated. The little girl in the pink down jacket fell backward, a cloud of plumose down bursting from the impact like scattered snowflakes. Cough, cough. After a few seconds, the little girl recovered from the violent impact to her chest. She opened her pink jacket and pried a metal bullet from the bulletproof vest underneath. So. Not bad, right? Wasn't that fun? Now you know what it feels like. If some junkie ever pulls a gun on you, you won't be scared anymore. The middle-aged man walked over to his daughter and instructed her like a teacher. Though completely oblivious to how dangerous and twisted his parenting methods were. This ordinary-looking man was Damon McCready. Images here. Once the police department's rising star with a bright future ahead, he had set his sights on West Coast drug lord, Frank D'Amico, only to be framed as a dirty cop colluding with drug dealers. This landed him in prison, but that was just the beginning of the tragedy. His pregnant wife, unable to cope with the pressure, committed suicide by overdosing while he was incarcerated. The only silver lining was that their child survived. This was the tragic story behind the middle-aged man. Once a respected police officer, he became a disgraced ex-con. After 5 years in prison, he emerged determined to take revenge on his enemies. He trained his daughter with near-insane methods, transforming the once innocent golden-haired girl into a lethal weapon skilled in firearms and combat, all to destroy Frank D'Amico's drug empire and avenge his dead wife. "Those junkies don't scare me at all," Mindy said indignantly. "That's my girl. Get up, 2 more rounds, then we'll go home." The man pulled his daughter up from the ground. Again. Mindy widened her eyes before making demands. "Fine, but afterward I want to go to the bowling alley on our way back. And a chocolate sundae." The man smiled and agreed to all his daughter's requests. Recently, someone else seemed to be targeting Frank D'Amico, always acting just ahead of him. This former cop decided to accelerate his plans to send the West Coast drug lord who destroyed his family straight to hell as soon as possible, bowling alley. "Harry, why did you want to come to the West Coast for vacation?" Peter held a bowling ball, looking puzzled. He didn't understand why his friend had suddenly decided to road trip from New York on the East Coast and brought Mary Jane and Sean along to form a small travel group. "I just felt like traveling, Peter. We finally graduated high school and are about to start college, that deserves celebration. As for why the West Coast?" That was Sean's suggestion. Harry enthusiastically threw a bowling ball, knocking over a cluster of pins. Sean, who was sitting nearby, smiled without comment. Of course he knew the Osborne heir's real motive was a romantic getaway with his new girlfriend Mary Jane. He and Peter were just along for the ride. As for coming to the West Coast, that had indeed been his subtle suggestion. Cakes should be eaten one bite at a time, and enemies dealt with one by one. Since he'd promised to personally visit Mr. Frank D'Amico, he wasn't about to go back on his word. Thinking about his high school years coming to an end and stepping into a new college life made Sean feel a faint thrill. This meant greater freedom going forward. It also meant more plausible cover for his future achievements. After all, this country wasn't lacking in so-called geniuses. Take the playboy billionaire Tony Stark, constantly featured in the media, reportedly a prodigious scientist who made breakthroughs during his college years. "Sean, aren't you going to play a few rounds?" Harry waved over his seated friend. He'd initially thought Sean was some socially awkward weirdo, but after getting to know him, he discovered the guy was actually quite interesting. Compared to the bookish and quiet Peter, Sean was far wittier and more perceptive, somehow always knowing exactly what Harry was thinking, which the lonely heir found refreshing. "You guys go ahead." Sean declined, his attention caught by a father-daughter pair nearby. A little girl eating a chocolate sundae and a middle-aged man munching fries and a burger seemed ordinary enough, but their conversation, which Sean accidentally overheard, intrigued him. "Have you thought about what you want for your birthday?" the father figure asked. "Can I get a puppy? A cute fluffy one. And a Paula doll like the movie stars have." The little girl stirred her sundae, then laughed at her father's horrified expression. "Just kidding, Dad. What I really want is a handmade Model 42 butterfly knife." "You always joke around, sweetheart. I'll get you 2 Philippine butterfly knives as your birthday present." Image here. What a bizarre father-daughter pair. What kind of father gives his daughter dangerous butterfly knives as a birthday gift? And that golden-haired girl who looked no older than 7 or 8 actually seemed delighted by the idea, utterly unbelievable. Exiting the bowling alley, Sean watched Harry and Mary Jane walking ahead laughing and chatting, with the nearly invisible Peter trailing behind. He exhaled deeply. This is going to be a busy night. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 10, Paying a Visit. Night fell over the city, its dazzling lights like torches illuminating the bustling steel jungle. Even at 2 a.m., the downtown area, which is packed with skyscrapers and crowds, remained vibrant with revelry and neon-lit extravagance. However, the slums, home to the homeless and the underclass, painted a starkly different picture. Dilapidated old apartment buildings, wandering hippies, and vagrants loitering on the streets, and if you ventured deeper, you'd find scantily clad streetwalkers striking suggestive poses, as well as gangs clustered in groups. This was a place drowning in drugs and crime, a dark corner untouched by the light of the law. Which one of you is Rasul? Sean, clad in a leather jacket, stepped into the slums and entered an aged apartment building with a distinct sense of decay. The moment he pushed open the door, his nose wrinkled at the assault of foul odors, cigarettes, beer, and the pungent stench of marijuana and narcotics mingling into a nauseating cocktail. The room buzzed with noise, everyone absorbed in their own activities, getting high, sleeping, playing video games. It was as if no one had noticed his entrance. Sean had to raise his voice and repeat his question, which one of you is Rasul? I'm Rasul. Can't you see my voluptuous curves? A heavily made-up woman in revealing clothing stood up, bending slightly to tease the young boy who had just walked in. Sean glanced at her, then at her garishly painted face. He was utterly unimpressed. I'm looking for Mr. Rasul. I have some questions. Sean clarified. Questions? You want to know which street your mama works on? Or did you get lost on your way home? Ha ha ha. Amid the jeers, a black man with dreadlocks stood up and eyed Sean with undisguised malice. Image here. Ah. So you're Rasul. Sean's eyes narrowed. I just wanted to ask about Frank D'Amico. But now, you'll have to pay a small price for your rudeness. The boy's words triggered another round of laughter. The burly men in the room rose to their feet and stared at him like wolves eyeing a lost lamb. This ain't school, kid. No teachers or mommies here to save you. Rasul grabbed a knife from the table, brandishing it threateningly, already relishing the thought of this brat pissing himself in fear. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 people, excluding the lady dressed like a streetwalker. Honestly, I don't like resorting to violence. Image here. The moment the words left his mouth, one impatient thug lunged forward, eager to teach Sean a lesson. The boy sidestepped, twisted the man's arm with lightning speed, and crack! White bone pierced through skin as blood sprayed across the floor and sofa. Ignoring the agonized screams, Sean moved with casual ease, effortlessly flooring every attacker who rushed him. In under 30 seconds, only the terrified, scantily clad woman and Rasul remained standing. The once boastful man now trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably, knife clutched in a sweaty grip. I just wanted to ask a few questions. Why does it always have to be so complicated? Sean advanced slowly. Rasul retreated until his back hit the wall. Then, driven by sheer terror, he roared and slashed wildly with the knife. Snap. A crisp sound echoed as Rasul's arm broke like a twig. The demonic boy now held the knife with a smile. I told you. A small price for your rudeness. Without hesitation, Sean plunged the blade into Rasul's thigh. Now for a little Q&A, answer well, and I might call an ambulance before I leave. Minutes later, Sean got what he came for and exited via the fire escape. But atop a building hundreds of meters away, someone had witnessed everything through a sniper scope. Dad, someone beat us to those guys. A little girl in a purple wig exclaimed excitedly. Image here. Damon, the heavily armed ex-cop, frowned. Has someone else really set their sights on Frank D'Amico? Let's follow him. We'll see what he's up to. The middle-aged man, shouldering a Barrett sniper rifle, trailed Sean with his daughter in tow. F%CK. Do you know what time it is? Frank D'Amico bellowed into the phone, furious at being woken in the dead of night. Frank, it's bad. Rasul got arrested. His right-hand man delivered the night's disastrous report, multiple hideouts were raided, and the police station was now packed with Frank's key dealers. So all my men are locked up. And we lost a huge shipment. Am I suddenly the West Coast's biggest pushover? Frank roared. No one had ever dared challenge him like this. As the region's top drug lord, even the police chief showed him respect. Find out who the hell did this. I want his head on my desk by morning. He smashed the bedside phone. The crime boss was seething. If this kept up, who would do business with him? Losing his supply chain would be catastrophic. Without the drug trade's massive profits, how could he pay his army of enforcers? A crime boss might sound invincible, but loyalty was bought with money. You better pray I don't catch you, you little shit. I'll make you regret being born. Frank poured himself a whiskey, staring out at the glittering skyline. Rage gave way to cold calculation. This was just some rat hiding in the shadows. A hefty bounty would soon bring its head to his doorstep. He downed the drink with a smirk. Many had tried to kill him over the years. All ended as cement-filled corpses at the bottom of the river. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire snapped Frank from his thoughts. He grabbed the office phone. Can't I get one goddamn quiet night? I'm afraid not, Mr. D'Amico. A young voice laced with amusement replied. I did say I'd pay you a visit. Don't worry, we'll meet soon. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 11, Night of Slaughter. Among the West Coast's criminal underworld, rumors about Frank D'Amico abound, how he enjoys encasing enemies in concrete before dumping them in the river, or using industrial microwaves to reduce men to puddles of gore. Most are just grisly tales emphasizing his cruelty. However, what piqued the interest of even more people was the sturdy fortress that stood in the heart of the city. After achieving success in his illicit business, the big drug lord had purchased an entire building and transformed it into his personal fortress. Every floor was filled with heavily armed gunmen and bodyguards. Without his explicit permission, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to reach the penthouse, Frank D'Amico's sanctum. Yet half an hour ago, someone had chosen the most direct, or perhaps the most foolish, method to pay the kingpin a visit. Knock knock knock. The door guard frowned at the sight of an odd-looking leather-jacketed youth in a motorcycle helmet standing outside. Is this idiot high? Doesn't he know where he is? The guard tightened his grip on the pistol at his waist, swaggered to the door, and said in a menacing tone, "Kid, you got 3 seconds to vanish, or you're going to have a very bad night." 2 guards had noticed that their companion had been at the door for an unusually long time, and they felt something was off. What's going on with Johnny? Why is he just standing there for so long? They drew their guns and approached, just in time to see their brawny colleague gasping as the helmeted stranger lifted him off the ground one-handed. Bang, bang. The helmeted intruder used Johnny's body as a shield against the shots, then he blurred forward, delivering an elbow strike into one guard's throat while seizing his weapon. A single headshot dropped the other guard. The entire sequence of actions unfolded with lethal precision, more befitting a Spec Ops soldier than some street punk. "I'll be borrowing your keycard." The intruder twisted the guard's neck with polite detachment. Ring ring. As Sean moved toward the elevator, the front desk phone shrilled. After a brief, friendly chat with Frank upstairs, he began his ascent. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Gunfire erupted, jolting the entire building awake. Within minutes, dozens of armed men flooded the halls. Frank's orders were clear: kill any intruder on sight. The elevator doors slid open to reveal nothing. Where'd he go? Gunmen exchanged confused glances. The elevator was the only way up from the ground floor. Had the guy just... Drat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A shadow dropped from the elevator shaft, gun blazing midair. Bullets punched through skulls before bodies even hit the ground. Caught off guard, the guards barely managed wild suppressive fire as their front ranks collapsed. The relentless assault pinned them down, giving them no chance to regroup, only to cower behind cover while comrades died. When the shooting finally stopped, survivors peeked out to find over a dozen corpses, each with fatal headshots, with no chance to even struggle. Where is he? How should I know? He's gotta be out of ammo. Rush him together. Despite the bravado, no one moved. That surgical slaughter had shattered their nerve. One man had locked down 30 professionals. It defied reason. The silence stretched, thick with panicked breathing. After an eternity, the men finally crept from cover. BRRRT. Gunfire erupted instantly. Send everyone down. No, keep them all here. When that bastard arrives, fill him with lead. Frank's usual composure had shattered into naked panic. In all his years, no one had ever dared to storm his fortress so brazenly, and with such unstoppable force to boot. "Boss, he's reached the 20th floor, a subordinate clutching a Remington shotgun reported. You're all F% king useless. Dozens of men, dozens of guns, and you can't even stop one goddamn kid." Frank still couldn't fathom who he'd crossed to warrant this nightmare. The slaughter continued. The elevator never stopped. With superhuman reflexes and augmented physique, Sean waged a one-sided massacre. Trained professionals moved in slow motion against him, their formations crumbling like sandcastles. Yet as he ascended, 2 figures shadowed his path, a former cop and his preteen daughter. Damon never imagined he'd breach his lifelong enemy's lair this easily. That helmeted kid was a precision-killing machine, carving a path even he couldn't follow. "Mindy, to the elevator shaft, now." Damon growled. Frank D'Amico's death belonged to him. While all attention fixated on the intruder, Damon and his miniature killing machine scaled the shaft. Years of studying Frank's empire had revealed his police bribes which allowed the crime lord to continue his illegal drug smuggling business with impunity. Even if Frank were arrested, he'd likely be released quickly. So, Damon had concluded that only one solution remained: permanent retirement. Stay behind me, Mindy. As an ex-cop, Damon's combat skills were formidable. And his daughter, whom he forged through brutal training, also possessed strength far beyond her years. This father-daughter duo had already crippled multiple of Frank's operations, which partly explained Sean's smooth progress tonight. Frank D'Amico. I'm coming for you. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 12, The End. Frank D'Amico, the master of this building, sat at his desk with a pistol gripped tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the door. Every sound from outside made the drug lord tense up. He had stationed at least 20 gunmen outside, all armed with Remington shotguns. If that bastard dared show up, the overwhelming firepower would tear him to pieces. The West Coast drug lord kept reassuring himself. Even if the intruder was a battle-hardened mercenary, against such numbers and firepower, he could only meet a tragic end. "Rom, what's the situation outside?" Frank asked, his voice slightly hoarse. If the intruder really broke through the defenses outside, he had prepared a special gift waiting. "It's chaos. There seems to be more than one intruder. Someone just cut the power to the whole building, but the top floor has a separate power supply, so we're fine." The burly man guarding the door answered. He was Frank's carefully trained enforcer, a former underground boxing champion with 10 consecutive wins, one of Frank's trump cards. An accomplice. "Just wait until I find out who this bastard really is. I'll make sure he learns what it means to lose everything." Frank's eyes gleamed with malice, his face twisted into a terrifying scowl. As a crime lord who had dominated the West Coast for years, this was the first time he had ever been pushed to such a desperate situation. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Gunfire suddenly erupted outside. Frank instinctively raised his pistol, aiming nervously at the door. He hadn't expected the intruder to break through so quickly. There were nearly 50 armed men downstairs, and none of them could stop the assault. Screams and gunfire blended together in the confined space, bullets flying in a deadly web. Damon, the former cop hiding behind a pillar, hadn't expected Frank D'Amico to have such heavy firepower. The devastating shotgun blasts roared like thunder, deafening and relentless. Damon ducked behind the pillar as shotgun pellets tore chunks out of the wood. The gunmen closed in, forming a tightening circle. If he so much as peeked out, he'd be turned into mincemeat. Meanwhile, the small figure of Mindy hid atop the elevator. Damon signaled to his daughter with tactical hand gestures before suddenly bursting out, dual pistols blazing, instantly dropping 2 men. At the same time, a small purple figure leaped down from the elevator, throwing daggers that struck the gunman's wrists with pinpoint accuracy. The innocent-looking little girl transformed into a lethal killing machine in an instant. Daggers flew from her belt, butterfly knives flashing in cold arcs. The top floor became a blood-soaked battlefield as the pint-sized assassin and her gun-wielding father tore through their enemies. The fierce battle had lasted nearly 10 minutes. As the gunfire outside grew sporadic, Frank grew uneasy. "Rom, go check the situation," he said. The hulking enforcer opened the door, only for a purple-haired little girl to pounce at him. Rom, a veteran of underground fighting rings, didn't panic. With a single brutal punch, he sent the small figure flying. Frank D'Amico. Damon's fury burned at the sight of his nemesis. If not for the massive Rom blocking the way, he would have charged forward to make the criminal taste pain and suffering firsthand. "I thought the intruder was a young man." Frank was baffled by the sight of the 2 figures, one adult, one child. "Rom, kill them." "On it, boss." Rom cracked his neck and advanced toward Damon, only for the little girl to intercept him again, butterfly knives flashing. Though lacking raw strength, Mindy's agility and reflexes were superhuman after years of brutal training. Seeing his daughter temporarily holding off the giant, Damon stormed into the room, using his tactical knife to knock the pistol from Frank's hand. After years of waiting, the former cop finally had his chance at revenge. "Frank D'Amico, I'm sending you to hell." "So you're the one who's been sabotaging my operations, sending my men to the cops." Frank feigned calm, his injured hand subtly moving beneath the desk. "Of course. Shooting you would be too easy. I wanted to destroy everything you built just like you destroyed my life and family." Damon's eyes burned with hatred. Once a cop, Frank had turned him into a criminal. His wife had taken her own life, his family, ruined. "Oh, I remember now. You're that cop I sent to prison." Frank finally recognized him. Years ago, a detective had been getting too close to his operations, so he had bribed internal affairs to frame the men. "Look, we can talk this out." That was all in the past. "There's nothing to discuss, Frank D'Amico. This ends now." Damon lunged forward, ready to kill. "Yeah. It ends now." Frank kicked the heavy desk forward. Damon dodged the flying mass only to find himself staring down the barrel of a hidden gun. Ding. The elevator finally reached the top floor. Sean's eyes widened at the scene, corpses littering the ground, spent bullet casings, and a giant brawling with a little girl. What the hell was going on? Were there others gunning for Frank D'Amico too? The West Coast drug lord sure has a lot of enemies. Sean hesitated, unsure how to follow up, when a deafening boom explosion shook the entire floor. The explosion shattered windows, toppled bookshelves, and sent debris flying. Sean stared in shock as Frank D'Amico stood there, clutching a smoking rocket launcher, the former cop lying half dead on the ground. Did I just derail some timeline? After a brief pause, Sean raised his pistol and fired, hitting Frank's arms and legs. A rocket launcher. That was just excessive. Then, out of humanitarian spirit, and because the little girl was adorable, he put a bullet in the giant's head too. Casually walking up to Frank, Sean removed his motorcycle helmet, revealing his youthful face. "Mr. Frank D'Amico. I did say I'd pay you a visit," he said. The drug lord's eyes bulged. The actual intruder really was just some kid. "Who are you?" Frank gritted through the pain. "Given how complicated our grudge is, let's skip the explanations. Just blame that idiot who thought shaking down high schoolers was a good recruitment strategy. Even gangs should have standards." Sean pressed the gun to Frank's forehead, his tone almost friendly. "Goodbye." He pulled the trigger. Ignoring the fading light in Frank's eyes, Sean turned to the sobbing little girl clutching the wounded man. He suddenly had a headache. "Do I leave them?" With police sirens wailing below, the young man sighed and approached the purple-haired girl. Wanna escape together? Read ahead on my patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 13, Skill Cards. I was gone for one whole day. Why are the dishes still unwashed, and why is the leftover pizza still lying around? Returning to his apartment, Sean glared at the golden-haired little girl lounging on the couch eating ice cream, surveying the mess with indignation. 2 days had passed since dealing with Frank D'Amico. Out of a momentary surge of sympathy, he had brought this little girl named Mindy McCready home. At the time, the police had already cordoned off the area, and they had barely managed to slip away through the building's maintenance passages. Who would have thought this little girl, who had just lost her father, was only using her innocent appearance as a disguise? After just 2 days of living together, Sean already had a headache. Shouldn't washing dishes be your job? Books say a gentleman should do more for ladies, especially a little lady like me. Mindy blinked her big watery eyes, her expression so full of aggrieved innocence, that Sean almost felt guilty for saying something so unreasonable. Better not argue. Better not argue. Setting down his backpack, Sean silently walked to the kitchen and started cleaning the dishes. Never try to reason with a woman, especially a freaky little girl. "Any news from the police?" Sean asked as he scrubbed the plates, glancing at Mindy, who was sprawled on the couch watching TV. After such a serious incident, the West Coast police seem to have suppressed the news. But they haven't found any useful leads. I wiped all the surveillance footage before leaving, and all the gunmen who saw us are dead. That guy Lars and the others were all taken care of too. The little girl with golden twin tails replied calmly while licking her ice cream with relish. Having been subjected to her father's brutal training since childhood, Mindy had never experienced such a relaxed and peaceful life before. "But you're weird. Your physical capabilities are even better than my dad's, yet you don't know anything about disguise, investigation, or hacking," Mindy pointed out as she took a big bite of her ice cream. After living with Sean for 2 days, she was intensely curious about this boy who had single-handedly stormed Frank D'Amico's stronghold. He had astonishing physical prowess but seemed completely untrained in combat, firearms, or any formal fighting techniques, relying purely on inhuman strength and body control to bulldoze through Frank's men. That's hard to explain. Normal people improve through training, but I'm different. Sean dodged the question. There was no way he would ever reveal the source of his power to anyone. "If you call me teacher, I can teach you all that." Mindy suddenly sat up excitedly, nearly smearing ice cream on her face. "Right now, your training is all about physical conditioning, which is slow. What you lack isn't strength, it's the techniques to use it. I can teach you that, plus disguise, explosives, assassination, everything." Listening to the little girl's enthusiastic spiel, Sean wiped his forehead, inwardly stunned. What kind of twisted father had turned his daughter into such a lethal weapon? Ding. Card system activated. A line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Squinting, Sean focused on the system that had lain dormant since his body's transformation. As Mindy chattered about training plans, the interface shimmered with a soft white glow. Delving into his consciousness, Sean discovered a new cards option in the previously simplistic system framework. A card labeled Hit Girl gleamed brightly. Skill card, Firearms Mastery, A rank. What's going on? Sean's eyes snapped open, locking onto Mindy, who was now assembling a Colt pistol on the living room couch. The golden-haired little girl deftly disassembled the handgun into parts before swiftly reassembling it, almost as if showing off, all while rattling off an analysis of the weapon's strengths and weaknesses. Can I obtain skill cards from people? After some thought, Sean vaguely recalled that the original game had a similar mechanism where players could draw and acquire superhero-exclusive skills. It seems this system is more useful than I realized. I just never explored it properly. Sean shook his head ruefully. This was his oversight. Ever since arriving in this world, he had assumed his enhanced physical abilities would be enough to carve out a place for himself through gradual growth. But this was the arrogance that came with sudden power. When he really thought about it, this world was teeming with formidable figures, a genius scientist who flew around in high-tech armor, a terrifying giant who transformed when enraged, an extraterrestrial prince, and even a notorious cosmic warlord eyeing this blue planet from the depths of space. Surviving in such a dangerous and extraordinary world was no simple feat. At the very least, the pursuit of power should be endless. Sean fell into deep reflection. Perhaps because he had encountered no real setbacks since gaining his abilities, easily crushing street thugs and gang enforcers, he had grown complacent. Touching the soft white light in his mind, Sean smiled slightly. The newly acquired card dissolved into a shower of light, merging into his consciousness. "Mindy, are you trying to turn me into a mercenary?" The young boy patted the little girl's head, then, in one fluid motion, dismantled the reassembled Colt into scattered parts before putting it back together again. His movements were smooth and precise, as if he had practiced countless times. Mindy's jaw dropped in shock. She knew Sean had been completely ignorant of firearms, barely able to flick the safety and pull the trigger. Heh. Call it natural talent, learning just by watching. As the little girl bombarded him with questions, Sean smirked mysteriously before dragging her into cleaning up the messy apartment. "What do you want for dinner?" he asked. "Mexican wraps. There's an amazing pizza place a block over. And a strawberry sundae," the little rascal replied excitedly. "Won't you get fat eating all that?" "Shut up. I'm your teacher now, so show some respect." "Hey, stop patting my head." Their figures walked down the evening street, elongated by the setting sun's glow. Beyond them stretched the sprawling city, a cold, towering jungle of steel, slowly swallowing their small silhouettes. Read ahead on my patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 14, Father and Son. Harry Osborn returned to the luxurious mansion in Manhattan, New York. Since graduating from high school, he had moved out to live in a university dorm with his best friend Peter. However, with his strained relationship with his father gradually improving, he found himself coming home more frequently. Dropping his backpack, Harry walked through the front door. Ever since his trip to the West Coast, his relationship with his new girlfriend, Mary Jane, had progressed rapidly. The two had fallen head over heels in love, living in sweet bliss every day, much to the chagrin of Peter, who had to endure their constant displays of affection. "You have time to come home today." Harry's father sat in the living room. The head of Oscorp Industries was a tall man with sharp hawk-like eyes and an imposing presence that commanded respect. This was Norman Osborn, a renowned business magnate in New York. Over a decade ago, he had built Oscorp Industries from the ground up, rising from obscurity to become a figure of immense wealth and status. His story was nothing short of legendary. "School's on break. I came back to grab some things," Harry replied tersely. Having been sent to boarding school at a young age, his relationship with his father had always been distant. Heart-to-heart conversations were rare. "I heard you have a girlfriend now." Norman leaned back on the sofa, observing his visibly uncomfortable son with disappointment. He had always hoped to mold Harry into a decisive and capable man who could one day take over Oscorp Industries, the culmination of his life's work, which needed a worthy successor. But reality had proven disappointing. Harry, while morally upright, was painfully average in ability, showing no aptitude for business and preferring a life of leisure. Over time, Norman had abandoned the idea of grooming him as a successor. After all, he still had many years left to steer Oscorp to greater heights, transforming it into a corporate giant like Stark Industries. "Yeah, I was thinking of bringing her over soon. She's a great girl." Harry spoke enthusiastically about his girlfriend, clearly smitten. "I've heard about her. That Mary Jane girl isn't right for you, Harry." Norman cut in bluntly. "She comes from a mediocre background, never attended college, dreams of being a star, and has no understanding of high society etiquette. How could such a girl ever fit into the Osborn family?" Ignoring his son's darkening expression, Norman asserted his authority as a father. The Osborns had worked hard to shed their new money image and climb into New York's elite circles. If Harry married beneath his station, it would only invite ridicule. "I've seen plenty of gold diggers like her, Harry. They only care about your name and wealth." Norman spoke earnestly. When Harry was young, he had poured all his energy into building his empire, which led to him being often too busy to come home. Eventually, he had sent Harry to boarding school, widening the rift between them. Now that Oscorp was stable, Norman tried to mend their relationship, but his corporate no-nonsense approach only exacerbated their conflicts. "I've got things to do. I won't be staying for dinner." Harry grabbed his backpack, ready to leave. He didn't want to argue since he'd heard this authoritarian spiel too many times. "Oh, the carnival is the day after tomorrow. I invited Peter and some friends. I hope you can make it." After a moment's hesitation, Harry extended the invitation before walking out. The grand mansion fell silent again. Norman slumped into the sofa, exhaustion and frustration etched on his face. Harry had mentioned Peter, now that was a fine young man. Compared to his mediocre son, Norman far more admired Harry's best friend, Peter Parker. The shy boy had an exceptional passion for science and outstanding academic achievements. Norman had even considered recruiting Peter into Oscorp after graduation, giving Harry a trustworthy ally in the company. The board of directors was full of wolves. If not for Norman's iron grip, they would have long sold Oscorp to Wall Street's vultures. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Norman closed his eyes. Oscorp was on the verge of a major transformation. He planned to break into the military-industrial sector, forging ties with the Department of Defense to elevate the company into a behemoth like Stark Industries, commanding respect and power. To this end, Norman had invested nearly his entire fortune into the Human Enhancement Project, derived from the Super Soldier program that created Captain America during World War II. The military had developed a serum capable of turning men into superhuman soldiers, but the inventor was assassinated, and the formula lost. For decades, the military had never abandoned research into super soldiers. Norman saw immense opportunity here and took over the project. This would be Oscorp's springboard into becoming a military contractor, propelling the company to unprecedented heights. Success could even earn him political capital, perhaps even a seat in Congress. Norman's mind raced with ambition. He couldn't wait to see his vision realized. During World War II, Howard Stark had leveraged his genius and connections to become a key supplier of military technology, laying the foundation for Stark Industries' dominance. If Howard Stark could seize destiny, why couldn't he? Norman was brimming with confidence. Once the serum was perfected, Oscorp would become the Department of Defense's favorite partner. Lucrative contracts and soaring stock prices would usher the Osborn family into a glorious new era. Just one more successful demonstration for the military tomorrow, and everything will fall into place. A triumphant smile spread across Norman's face. He had waited too long for this moment. With excitement coursing through him, he closed his eyes and drifted into a blissful sleep. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 15, Shattered Dreams. T/N, a reminder. There will be an extra chapter for every 150 Power Stones. Sound reviews are also a good motivator. Alternatively, you can read ahead from anywhere between 20 to 45 chapters on my Patreon. Enjoy. The next morning, the inspection team from the Department of Defense arrived at Oscorp Industries. The lead official, General Thorne, barely acknowledged Norman Osborn's enthusiastic greeting, coldly demanding to proceed directly to the lab to assess the progress of the human enhancement formula. Under General Thorne's leadership, the Department of Defense team swarmed into the research facility. Norman followed closely, a vague unease creeping over him. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Inside the lab, the chief scientist in a white coat presented a new prototype aircraft, another Oscorp project that had previously piqued the Department of Defense's interest. This is the first-generation prototype, constructed from a new alloy with gravity-sensing systems that perfectly resolve key issues of aerial stability. It has a payload capacity of 1 ton, a flight speed nearing 500 miles per hour, and remote control capabilities. It can carry 12 micro-air-to-ground missiles, 1 minigun with 5,000 rounds, and costs approximately $6 million per unit. The scientist gestured to a hovering aircraft shaped like a bat with outstretched wings, its dark green metallic surface gleaming. The user could stand atop it to operate it, while the rear engine emitted a green energy glow, generating intense wind pressure and deafening noise that nearly drowned out the explanation. I have zero interest in such toys. They're already obsolete. General Thorne's voice was icy. He glanced at the hovering aircraft with undisguised disdain. The exorbitant cost and limited applications made it useless to the military. They needed mass-producible, devastating weapons, not overpriced vanity projects. Tony Stark earned the military's favor because he consistently delivered cutting-edge, high-value tech that never went out of style. General, this aircraft was specifically requested during the last DoD procurement. T/N, Department of Defense, is a mouthful, so I'll be occasionally using DoD as a substitute. Norman stepped in smoothly, rescuing the flustered scientist with a practiced smile. Despite Thorne's glaring hostility, he couldn't afford to alienate the DoD's new procurement officer. Enough. Like my predecessor, this project belongs in the trash. You may not be aware, but he was dismissed for taking bribes. I won't repeat his mistakes. Norman's stomach dropped. If that's true, it meant all prior agreements between Oscorp and the Department of Defense were null and void. That is, they'd have to start from scratch. Scanning the room, Norman's unease spiked when he spotted 2 board members who never attended lab inspections, the bespectacled Mr. Barrett and the wheelchair-bound Mr. Fay. Both major shareholders backed by Wall Street, they were parasitic financiers who cared only for squeezing profit from Oscorp. Why are they here? No time to dwell. With Thorne uninterested in the aircraft, Norman hastily presented reports on the Human Enhancement Program. The new procurement officer was far more difficult to please than his predecessor. Through vaporized inhalation testing, we've increased lab mice's physical capabilities 8-fold. This confirms our research direction is sound. With continued development, we can replicate the super soldier serum from World War II. Norman shadowed Thorne, meticulously detailing the formula's progress while glossing over its flaws. Promising, Thorne remarked blandly, any side effects? Norman's face tightened. He shot a glance at the chief scientist, who, under Thorne's piercing stare, confessed. The mice exhibited severe aggression and violent tendencies post-inhalation. We'd need to restart from the foundational equations to resolve this. Norman hastily interjected, General, this is a minor issue. We'll have it solved shortly. Enough, Mr. Osborn. Thorne cut him off coldly, you just attempted to deceive the DoD, an unforgivable offense. Moreover, these results are wholly inadequate. We need super soldiers. If you can show me a Captain America, in 2 weeks, we'll talk. You have 14 days. Fail, and I'll revoke your funding and DoD contractor status. With that ultimatum, Thorne led his team out, leaving Norman frozen in place. The titan of industry felt his world crumbling. Without Department of Defense contracts, Oscorp's massive investments would evaporate overnight. The financial hemorrhage could collapse the company. The higher the climb, the harder the fall. Norman had gambled everything, even taking massive loans, for this opportunity. Now, with Thorne unwilling to fund further development, decades of work teetered on the brink of ruin. As his dream shattered, Norman's eyes darkened with fury. Noticing the 2 board members leaving with the DoD team, a terrible realization struck. This was planned. Thorne never intended to approve Oscorp. No one takes what's mine. Norman snarled. Losing Oscorp wasn't an option. After clearing the lab, he kept only the chief scientist. Hours of agonizing deliberation led to a desperate decision. Mr. Osborn, this is too risky. The formula isn't ready for human trials, it could kill you. The scientist grabbed Norman's arm, understanding his desperation but horrified at the recklessness. Any formula required exhaustive testing before human application. Norman shook him off, stripping off his shirt, I'm out of time. No DoD contract means Oscorp is finished. Facing the gravest crisis in Oscorp's history, he had one path forward, succeed or watch his empire burn. Wall Street's vultures would feast on the carcass. Administer the serum. It will work. Strapping onto the testing apparatus, Norman was sealed inside a chamber. As the scientist activated the system, green vapor flooded the enclosure, swallowing Norman whole. Echoing through the empty lab, Norman's agonized screams grew weaker. On the monitors, his vitals plummeted, as if something monstrous was being born within that toxic fog. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 16, The Green Goblin Arrives. I want to go to the carnival parade too. In the apartment, Mindy pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Today was New York's Carnival Day, when crowds would gather in Central Park for a grand celebration. The little girl had been looking forward to this for ages. Though Sean had received Harry's invitation, he initially had no interest in such crowded events. That was until he realized this would be Spider-Man and the Green Goblin's first showdown. That changed his mind. I really wish I could take you, but you've got your interview with Mr. John today. This decides whether you can go to school. It's important. Sean shrugged helplessly. After discussions with Mindy, he had decided to enroll her in school, giving her a normal life. He introduced her as his cousin, orphaned in a car crash in Australia. The tragic backstory, plus generous donations, convinced the private school's dean to admit the golden-haired girl, pending an interview to confirm she was academically fit. I'll bring you Burger King to make up for it. Or we can go for some Chinese, that new authentic place in Chinatown just opened. Best news in weeks. Sean tried to console the sulking brat. He felt like he had prematurely entered middle-aged fatherhood, raising a little girl who required endless attention. Oh, and remember to act like a normal kid. Don't scare the teachers. He couldn't stress this enough. Mindy's upbringing had left her unique. He dreaded her responding to, "What are your hobbies?" by whipping out butterfly knives or demonstrating chokeholds. Ugh. So annoying. The tsundere little girl grabbed her backpack and stomped out, clearly still bitter about being left behind. With his tiny charge handled, Sean changed into a crisp suit and hailed a cab to Central Park. Maybe I should buy a car. Central Park, New York's backyard, was the city's premier recreational space. It was a sprawling urban oasis with lush woodlands, open plazas, and outdoor theaters. Today, the main plaza teemed with crowds. Colorful ribbons and balloons filled the sky as Disney characters mingled with laughing children. The festive atmosphere was infectious, with joyous shouts blending into a roaring sea of celebration. Harry and Mary Jane arrived early at their reserved hotel suite. The historic luxury hotel overlooked Fifth Avenue, its observation deck offering perfect carnival views. I don't know if Dad's coming. And where are Peter and Sean? Harry frowned, having noticed that he and Mary Jane were the first to arrive. Peter had hit rock bottom after his uncle's murder, and Harry hoped this outing might help. As for Sean, since starting college, he'd become a ghost outside class, always seemingly busy. Surprisingly, Sean had joined Dr. Connor's genetics lab as a research assistant at SUNY. This stunned Harry since he had never known Sean had any interest in biology. Peter, on the other hand, was striving to become the Daily Bugle's lead photographer. His exclusive Spider-Man shots provided much-needed income. Both friends were building their futures, while Harry, aside from dating Mary Jane, felt adrift. Taking over Oscorp held no appeal because he loathed corporate schmoozing and industrial labor. Clutching Mary Jane's hand, he felt strangely directionless. Harry, your father isn't coming. The voice snapped Harry from his thoughts. Turning, he saw his father's associates, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Fay. He promised, but there's no sign of him yet. Harry sighed. His father was probably working, as usual. We have good news for him. Barrett and Fay exchanged sinister smiles. With Oscorp's DoD contract dead, they'd sell the company to Wall Street bankers, pocketing massive profits, something they considered worth celebrating. As for Norman Osborn, who cared about losers? They'd long wanted to carve up Oscorp, but Norman stubbornly aimed to transform it into a defense contractor like Stark Industries. Pathetic. The two men drifted away to enjoy the carnival. On stage, a plus-sized African-American woman belted out a rock anthem, her powerful vocals igniting the crowd. Waves of applause surged as the music swelled. A taxi pulled up at the periphery. With roads jammed by crowds, Sean stepped out, gazing up at the ribbons and balloons blotting out the sky. Is Harry here yet? He wondered. Soon, he spotted Peter happily snapping photos with his camera in the throng. Just as Sean moved to greet him. Ha 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 ha. Happy holidays. A piercing cackle split the air. The singer faltered as all eyes turned skyward. A figure in green armor rode a bat-winged glider through the balloons, his demonic mask glowing with malevolent energy. Presents for everyone. Pumpkin-shaped bombs rained down. Boom. Fireballs erupted across the plaza. Screaming crowds stampeded as the stage collapsed in a tangle of sparking wires. Sean watched as the green-garbed madman circled above. Right on schedule. He mused. The Green Goblin had arrived. Chapter 17, Heroic Rescue, boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion sent waves of panic through the carnival crowd. Shock waves rippled outward, shattering nearby building exteriors as glass shards and chunks of concrete rained down like lethal hail. The Green Goblin soared overhead, cackling maniacally as he hurled pumpkin bombs with reckless abandon, each detonation sending terrified citizens scrambling for cover. Sean watched with mild amusement as Peter Parker disappeared into the chaos, no doubt to transform into New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. The real show was happening atop the luxury hotel where the Goblin had cornered Harry Osborn and Mary Jane. With brutal efficiency, the deranged villain executed two of Oscorp's board members using his signature explosives, though notably spared Harry. It seemed a shred of Norman Osborn's paternal instinct still lingered beneath the serum-induced madness. Look out. Sean had intended to remain an observer, but his sharp eyes caught movement near the collapsing main stage. Gwen Stacy, his fellow research assistant at Dr. Connor's lab, stood frozen as a massive steel scaffolding teetered precariously above her. With a resigned sigh, Sean's enhanced muscles coiled and released, propelling him forward at blinding speed. He snatched Gwen clear just as the structure crashed down in an explosion of dust and twisted metal. Easy there, you're safe now, Sean murmured, feeling the petite blonde trembling violently in his arms. Gwen's panicked breathing gradually steadied as she recognized her rescuer, Sean. What are you doing here? Her blue eyes, still wide with shock, darted between his face and the destruction surrounding them. Friend's invitation, Sean replied tersely, helping her stand on unsteady legs. I didn't exactly plan for this circus. Let's get you out of here. Above them, the battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin reached new heights of spectacle. The web-slinger's acrobatic dodging contrasted sharply with the Goblin's brute force aerial assaults. Pumpkin bombs detonated midair as Spider-Man swung between buildings, his quippy remarks barely audible over the explosions. Enjoying my little presents, Bug, the Goblin screeched, banking his glider sharply to avoid a web line. There's plenty more where those came from. A particularly well-aimed bomb sent Spider-Man careening into a brick wall, the impact cracking the wall. Before Peter could recover, the Goblin activated his glider's mounted minigun, stitching a line of bullets that chased the scrambling hero across the building's exterior. Sean guided Gwen toward relative safety near a police barricade, his enhanced hearing picking up fresh screams from the hotel's upper floors. Harry and Mary Jane clung desperately to a crumbling balcony, their precarious perch swaying dangerously with each new explosion rocking the building. Spider-Man noticed his childhood crush in peril and immediately changed trajectory, but the distraction cost him dearly. The goblin seized the opportunity to land a devastating punch that sent the hero spinning through the air. Going somewhere, the goblin taunted as he intercepted Spider-Man's attempted rescue swing. The party's just getting started. With another resigned sigh, Sean assessed the situation. The hotel's elevators were undoubtedly inoperative, and emergency responders were still minutes away. He turned to Gwen. Stay with the police. There are more people who need help. Before she could protest, Sean was already moving, his enhanced physique allowing him to scale the building's exterior with ease. Within minutes, he'd reached the damaged balcony where Harry and Mary Jane clung desperately. Hold on. Sean called out as he vaulted over the railing. The concrete beneath their feet groaned ominously as another explosion rocked the building's foundation. Harry's face lit up with desperate hope. Sean. Thank God. Help Mary Jane first, please. Sean didn't waste time with reassurances. He grabbed Mary Jane around the waist just as another section of balcony gave way and he hauled her to safety with one powerful motion. The redhead collapsed against him, her entire body shaking with terror as she buried her face in his chest. Easy now, Sean said gently, prying her loose. Now's Harry's turn. With both safely extracted from immediate danger, Sean guided them through smoke-filled corridors toward ground level. Harry kept casting nervous glances backward, his mind clearly on his father's whereabouts. We need to find my dad, Harry said once they reached the lobby. His hands trembled as he pulled out his phone, dialing Norman's number repeatedly with no response. He was supposed to meet us. If anything's happened to him. Sean placed a steadying hand on Harry's shoulder. Check the penthouse first. I'll make sure Mary Jane gets home safe. As Harry sprinted toward the private elevators, Sean found himself with two shell-shocked young women, with Gwen having been escorted to the lobby by police during his rescue mission. Mary Jane's tear-streaked face and Gwen's pale complexion made for a stark contrast against the ongoing chaos outside, where Spider-Man and the Goblin's battle continued to rage. Let's get you both home, Sean said, flagging down one of the few cabs still operating near the disaster zone. The ride was silent save for Mary Jane's occasional sniffles. Gwen kept stealing glances at Sean, her expression a mix of gratitude and something more complicated. When they dropped Mary Jane at her apartment, the redhead surprised Sean with a sudden fierce hug. Thank you, she whispered before disappearing inside. Gwen's voice was soft when she spoke next. You were amazing back there. Most people would have run the other way. Sean shrugged, uncomfortable with the admiration in her gaze. I just did what anyone would do. The cab pulled up to Gwen's building, but she hesitated before exiting. There's a lecture at Columbia University tomorrow on recombinant DNA. Maybe I'll see you there. Sean nodded noncommittally, watching as she walked away with one final backward glance. As the cab pulled away, he allowed himself a rare moment of introspection. Today's events had confirmed two things. First, the timeline was progressing much as he remembered, and second, much to his chagrin, he wasn't quite as detached from these people's fates as he'd pretended to be. The cabbie's voice broke his reverie. Where to now, hero? Sean gave the address of his apartment, already dreading the inevitable interrogation from a certain pint-sized assassin about why he'd missed her school interview. Some battles were even more daunting than facing a deranged supervillain, he reflected as the city's skyline blurred past. Read ahead on my Patreon. patreon.com/mymatangel. Chapter 18, Aftermath. The terrorist attack during the carnival shocked the entire United States. Videos of the battle between the Green Goblin and Spider-Man went viral online, garnering millions of views. Many people were astonished to discover that besides mutants, there were other superpowered individuals living among them. The White House found itself in an extremely difficult position. The Green Goblin's attack had caused widespread damage with numerous casualties. While public discourse praised Spider-Man's heroic actions, there was also fierce criticism of the government's failure to prevent such an incident, with many calling it another 9/11 proportion attack that trampled on American values of freedom. Perhaps the most unfairly treated were the mutants who had been quietly living in human society. Initially, many assumed both Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were mutants, reigniting debates about the Mutant Registration Act. It wasn't until a congressman publicly confirmed neither was a mutant that the controversy died down. Though the mutants in Westchester must have been fuming at being scapegoated yet again. The spectacular appearance of these superpowered beings during the carnival thrust the topic of enhanced individuals into mainstream discussion. Spider-Man, having bravely fought off the vicious Green Goblin, quickly became beloved by New Yorkers. Nearly every media outlet except the Daily Bugle praised this mysterious hero as New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. The other party facing severe backlash was Oscorp Industries. Well-orchestrated leaks revealed that their chief scientist had been murdered and proprietary technology stolen, with helpful hints that the Green Goblin's equipment originated from Oscorp's labs. The resulting media storm sent Oscorp's stock prices plummeting. The once promising industrial giant now teetered on the brink of collapse. Making matters worse, CEO Norman Osborn was conspicuously absent during the crisis, further damaging investor confidence. While these events unfolded across New York, Sean found himself dealing with a more immediate problem closer to home. "You're telling me that on your first day of school, you got into a fight and beat up two bullies so badly, their own parents wouldn't recognize them?" Sean nearly lost his composure when the principal called him about a serious physical altercation involving his cousin. They were bullying Rachel, the little girl protested as Sean lectured her on their way to school. "They were pulling her skirt. And I barely used any strength." "Who's Rachel?" Sean asked before continuing his reprimand. "And Mindy, if you must fight, you could have just bloodied their noses. But, kicking them there? That's too cruel, especially for boys. Rachel's my first friend at school. She's always being bullied because she's from Hell's Kitchen, and no one wants to play with her." Mindy pouted, genuinely confused as to why she was being punished for helping a friend. Sean sighed and gently patted her head. "Mindy, you can't keep solving problems the way you were taught before. Standing up for your friend was good, but you need to be smarter about it. You can teach them a lesson with your fists, but don't get caught by teachers. Otherwise you might get expelled, and your friend will keep getting bullied, maybe even worse than before." "So you mean, next time I should ambush them where no one can see?" The little girl looked up at Sean with sudden understanding. "Basically, yes." Sean massaged his temples. Clearly, he wasn't cut out for child psychology. Transforming a child raised on violence solves everything into a normal girl would be a long, difficult process. "Wait, how did those kids get away with bullying at your school?" Sean suddenly wondered. The prestigious private school catered to wealthy families, and most parents wouldn't tolerate their children being harassed. "They said their dads work for someone called Kingpin," Mindy answered before asking, "Who's Kingpin?" Sean's eyes narrowed. Had he just dealt with Frank D'Amico only to stumble into Kingpin's territory? While most New Yorkers knew Wilson Fisk as a respected real estate magnate and philanthropist from Hell's Kitchen, Sean recognized the name as belonging to the ruthless crime lord who ruled New York's underworld. Starting as a small-time enforcer, Fisk had clawed his way to the top through brutality and cunning, eventually consolidating control over all major criminal organizations in the city. After establishing his empire, the brilliant tactician had reinvented himself as a legitimate businessman, rubbing shoulders with politicians and police commissioners while maintaining his criminal network. The underworld knew him as the Kingpin, a title that struck fear throughout organized crime. "He's just a very powerful bad guy who controls lots of other bad guys," Sean said lightly, though his mind was already calculating possibilities. Perhaps New York's shadow ruler could unknowingly contribute to Sean's own rise. After all, Hell's Kitchen was prime real estate in many ways. By the time they returned home, the school incident had been quietly resolved through generous donations. The principled headmaster had magnanimously declared that Mindy was just a child, after all, overruling other teachers' calls for expulsion. Thus the matter was settled, and Mindy returned to school as an unlikely celebrity, her reputation as a fierce protector earning her a following among the student body. For Sean, this was just a minor episode in his otherwise peaceful life. In this era before superheroes became commonplace, he cherished the relative calm, free from concerns about alien invasions or world-ending schemes. It also allowed him to build his strength methodically, without rushing. After all, even Tony Stark was still just a playboy billionaire, years away from becoming Iron Man. The age of superheroes had yet to dawn. The cosmic titan who coveted the Infinity Stones hadn't turned his gaze toward Earth. All the great stories were still in their prologue. "The bread will come, and so will the milk," Sean murmured as he watched the sunset, his eyes reflecting boundless ambition for the future. Chapter 19, Dr. Connors. Dr. Kurt Connors was a visiting professor at Empire State University who occasionally lectured on topics related to biological genetics for students. While serving as an instructor, he also maintained his own independent laboratory established with funding from Oscorp Industries. The company's owner, Norman Osborn, had shown particular interest in Connors' ongoing research. This research focused on limb regeneration technology, which held tremendous promise and market potential in medical applications. It was precisely because of this that Norman Osborn had allocated substantial annual research funding to Connors, hoping to complete this groundbreaking scientific project. Emerging from his office with a deeply troubled expression, Connors had once served as an army medic drafted into service during wartime and sent to the front lines to treat wounded soldiers. During a massive explosion, he sustained severe injuries that ultimately required the amputation of one arm to save his life. After returning to academia, he devoted himself to studying reptilian regenerative systems and delving into the field of biological genetics, all in pursuit of restoring his own physical disability. After years of painstaking research, Connors had finally begun to see glimmers of hope. Many scientific hurdles had been successfully overcome, and he firmly believed that with just a little more time, he could complete his limb regeneration research. Yet at this most critical juncture, Oscorp Industries abruptly terminated funding for his laboratory. Upon inquiry, Connors learned that this rising industrial giant was facing significant troubles, its stock prices were in freefall, and rumors swirled about potential dismantling and acquisition. With Norman Osborn preoccupied with saving his own company, continuing to provide substantial research funding became impossible. This left Connors in an awkward predicament. Despite being on the verge of success, insufficient funding threatened to halt his research, which was a devastating blow to his life's work. The thought that decades of effort and dedication might dissolve into nothing brought a flush of anger to Connors' pale, gaunt cheeks. Clenching his fists, he looked around at the busy student researchers in his lab, his initially stormy expression gradually giving way to helpless dejection. "Good morning, Dr. Connors." A young man stood before Connors, his face bright with a warm smile. The taciturn middle-aged professor snapped out of his thoughts and recognized one of his research assistants. A strained smile appeared on Connors' face. "Hello, Sean. I read your paper on cross-species genetics and biological DNA. Quite the innovative thinking." Connors held considerable regard for this seemingly bright young man. No matter the task assigned to Sean, he always completed it exceptionally well, demonstrating remarkable patience even for tedious work like cleaning lab equipment. As such, Connors had long intended to formally recruit Sean into his research team once his project succeeded, entrusting him with some of the core research work once the anticipated honors and recognition came through. Now all those plans seemed like empty talk. Without Oscorp's financial backing, there was no possibility of continuing the unfinished research. The future he had envisioned had become as fleeting and fragile as the moon's reflection in water or flowers in a mirror, illusory and unattainable. Watching Dr. Connors' despondent retreating figure, Sean couldn't help but wonder if he had just triggered the lizard storyline. In the original timeline, this reserved one-armed middle-aged man would eventually test his experimental serum on himself like the desperate Norman Osborn, resulting in a horrific transformation into a giant humanoid lizard. Sean had joined Connors' lab primarily to establish a plausible justification for his future achievements. Without a systematic education or formal scientific background, suddenly producing groundbreaking research would inevitably raise suspicions. After all, Tony Stark's reputation as a genius was built on the foundation of Stark Industries and his MIT credentials. So Sean couldn't afford to lag behind in this regard. He had been waiting for the right opportunity to secure his first stepping stone, and the recently plummeting stock prices of Oscorp Industries had become one of his primary targets. The anonymous tip to the Daily Bugle about the Green Goblin's high-tech equipment originating from Oscorp had come from Sean himself. Norman Osborn's risky human trials with the enhancement serum had unleashed the violent and murderous persona of the Green Goblin, a persona that, barring unforeseen circumstances, would eventually lead to his death at Spider-Man's hands. This would leave Harry to inherit the bankrupt company, perfectly setting the stage for Sean's plans. Everything that followed had already been carefully plotted. To transform from an ordinary New York youth into a figure like Tony Stark would require more than just the power granted by his system. This world contained far too many terrifyingly powerful individuals. Believing he could rely solely on his system to overpower every superhero would only lead to being surrounded and overwhelmed. Sean had no intention of following in the footsteps of superheroes and taking orders from that one-eyed director at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nor did he wish to lurk in the shadows like Hydra, scheming against the Avengers in pursuit of world domination. He sought to carve out his own path between superheroes and supervillains free from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s constraints and Hydra's threats. To achieve this, Sean needed not only formidable power, but also a stable position of influence, a foundation built on wealth and authority. Thus, from the shadows, he had orchestrated Norman Osborn's downfall, confident that the Green Goblin was currently drowning in corporate crises. If Spider-Man fails to eliminate the Green Goblin, should I intervene? Sean mused while tapping his chin. Should the butterfly effect alter the timeline, allowing the Green Goblin to survive, it would significantly complicate Sean's plans. Compared to the easily influenced Harry, the shrewd and calculating Norman Osborn would prove far more troublesome to manipulate. "Don't disappoint me, Peter," Sean muttered as he changed into his lab coat, preparing for another day of work. Noticing the approaching blonde girl from the corner of his eye, he immediately masked the cold calculation in his gaze and replaced it with a cheerful smile that made him appear like nothing more than a harmless, sunny young man. "Hey Gwen. I thought you'd be resting at home for a while longer," Sean greeted the wide-eyed blonde with apparent concern. Peter Parker's first love now stood before him holding a bag, her pretty face tinged with a faint blush. An inexplicably subtle atmosphere seemed to settle between them, carrying a hint of ambiguous intimacy. "I washed your clothes, thank you," the girl murmured so softly that only Sean's enhanced hearing could catch the words. Taking the bag, Sean realized it contained the suit jacket he'd draped over her during the rescue, an act he'd completely forgotten about afterward. "Ah, I just did what anyone would have done in that situation," Sean replied modestly, unaware that this very humility only deepened the girl's favorable impression of him. Gwen found herself increasingly drawn to the seemingly dependable and unpretentious young man, an unfamiliar warmth blossoming in her chest. As the two exchanged light banter and entered the bustling laboratory, behind the closed door of Dr. Connor's private office, the one-armed scientist wrestled with an agonizing decision, his face contorted in tortured hesitation as he contemplated a dangerous gamble that could alter his fate forever. Chapter 20, the Decay Rate Algorithm. This is a last resort. Maybe I'll succeed. Connor sat alone in his office, a surge of anger rising in his chest at the thought of a lifetime's work about to go to waste. Those bastards in the mainstream scientific community mocked him as a mad scientist pursuing research that's destined to fail. Even Norman Osborn, who had funded and supported him all these years, had abandoned him in his darkest hour. The ugly, twisted faces of those who ridiculed his disability flashed through his mind. The beautiful dream once filled with flowers and honors had been shattered by cruel reality. Without this research, what could he possibly achieve in the future? It was as if a voice echoed deep in his heart like the devil in Faust, tempting Connors to take the risk, to make that bold and reckless decision. Perhaps Lady Luck would smile upon him. The chances of human trials succeeding were minuscule, but when he imagined a future of poverty, of academic ridicule and doubt. I refuse to accept this. Connors shouted, sweeping the documents off his desk like a gambler who had lost everything, determined to stake his last chance on a desperate comeback. He stared at his empty sleeve, an impulse surging within him like erupting volcanic lava, completely overwhelming the last barriers of reason. Retrieving a reagent from the lab's refrigeration unit, Connors returned to his office, locked the door, and prepared to begin human trials. Clutching the flawed serum, he knew this reckless gamble was practically suicidal, but he had no other choice. Oscorp would soon withdraw funding and reclaim the lab, leaving him with nothing. God help me, Connors muttered a prayer in preparation for injecting himself. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Connors, are you in there? The sudden knocking interrupted his experiment. The one-armed man tensed slightly, recognizing the voice of Sean, the intern. He wondered what the bright young man could want. I'm in the middle of some research. What is it, Sean? Connors asked nervously. Oh, well, I was just talking to Gwen about your cross-species genetics study. She mentioned the project was stuck on the decay rate algorithm. I've read all your books and papers. Could I come in? Sean stood outside the door. He knew Dr. Connors had dedicated his life to cross-species genetics in an attempt to integrate reptilian traits into humans to restore physical disabilities. Yet this groundbreaking research, which could have stunned the world, had been stalled by the biological equation. Without the decay rate algorithm, progress was impossible. The office door opened and Connors gestured for Sean to enter. The young man's eyes flickered to the reagent on the desk. So my moves against Oscorp have pushed him this far, to the point of human experimentation on himself. Do you have any suggestions for my research? Connors asked dismissively. Though Sean was talented, he doubted the young man could offer anything useful. A lifetime of work had been stuck at this stage. Countless attempts had failed to yield the correct decay rate algorithm. Sean was only 20, with mere months of exposure to cross-species genetics. Connors didn't expect any groundbreaking insights. Dr. Connors, I've read your books and papers on cross-species genetics. It's a brilliant vision. If realized, the possibilities would be endless. Sean's face was full of admiration, as if he had complete faith in Connors' work. His sincerity moved the older man. Connors had always lacked validation since mainstream academia dismissed him as delusional. Apart from Norman Osborn, who only cared about commercial returns, no one believed in his research. Thank you, Sean. Most people think cross-species genetics is insane. A flicker of gratitude appeared in Connor's eyes. No one had ever spoken to him like this. Seeing he was gaining control of the conversation, Sean allowed a faint smile. The one-armed doctor who had been lost in academia for years was no master of social skills. Otherwise, he might have noticed the hollow flattery beneath Sean's seemingly earnest words. Doctor, I've reviewed your comparative reports and data. This is the decay rate algorithm I came up with. Could you check if it needs corrections? Connors almost laughed inwardly. There was no way Sean could solve this problem. But seeing the young man's eagerness, he didn't want to crush his enthusiasm. He took the notebook filled with complex equations ready to dismiss it. Only to freeze in shock and stared at Sean in disbelief. This is incredible. Sean, you're a genius. A true genius, stammered the overwhelmed Connors. The problem that had plagued him for years had just been solved just like that. Doctor, the formula isn't perfect yet. I was hoping you could refine it. Sean smiled humbly. He didn't want Connors to use the algorithm immediately only to end up like the original timeline, transformed into a monstrous lizard due to genetic instability. But fine. Sean, I'll be honest. This lab is funded by Oscorp, but they've hit financial trouble. They're pulling out and reclaiming the lab. In other words, I don't have much time left. Pain flickered across Connor's face. Time was now his greatest enemy. Even with success within reach, he needed more of it. Doctor, have you forgotten the original purpose of this research? If cross-species genetics succeeds, it could save millions of disabled people, freeing them from physical limitations and societal prejudice. And its potential goes even further. Human-animal genetic fusion could be a monumental leap in evolution. Sean's voice was passionate, painting a grand vision that felt undeniably real. He continued, "This algorithm isn't perfect, it was just a flash of inspiration. It needs someone deeply familiar with cross-species genetics to refine it. Dr. Connors, we can do better. We just need a little patience." Like a Wall Street broker, Sean skillfully guided Connors' thoughts and swayed his resolve. But Oscorp. The memory of Norman Osborn's abandonment made Connors hesitate again. "Funding won't be an issue. Trust me, give me 2 days." Sean's promise carried an air of certainty, his youthful face radiating conviction. Connors studied the miracle-bringing young man through his glasses. Though doubt lingered, he chose to believe Sean. Perhaps deep down he too wanted the perfect outcome Sean described. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 21, Hell's Kitchen. After leaving Connor's lab, the sky had darkened completely. Sean bid Gwen farewell and began his journey home. The girl's reluctant gaze as she left stirred a strange feeling in him. Is this considered stealing Spider-Man's girl? Shaking off the random thoughts, Sean pondered how to secure a massive investment for Dr. Connors. Norman Osborn was out of the question, the Green Goblin was too busy dealing with Oscorp's plummeting stock prices, and the company's finances couldn't stretch any further. Should I approach Tony Stark, that playboy? The idea flashed through his mind before he dismissed it with a shake of his head. Stark Industries was a military-industrial giant backed by the Department of Defense. Connor's research was in biomedicine, hardly something the future Iron Man would care about. Besides, Tony Stark was an arrogant, narcissistic jerk with a sharp tongue. Someone like Sean had no chance of getting funding from him, more likely, he'd just get humiliated. What about Hammer Industries, another major defense contractor? No, Justin Hammer is a greedy and short-sighted businessman. With our vast difference in status, he'd devour me without a second thought. After mentally filtering through all possible candidates, Sean finally settled on New York's infamous real estate tycoon. Wilson Fisk, the man the underworld dubbed Kingpin. This crime lord controlled 80% of New York's illegal operations, ruling a vast criminal empire. Even the justice system and FBI couldn't touch him. Compared to other corporate giants, the seemingly untouchable Kingpin was ironically the easiest target. S.H.I.E.L.D. only cared about superhumans and heroes, they wouldn't bat an eye at a crime boss, no matter how powerful. Taking down an evil Kingpin would count as doing justice for New York, right? Returning to his apartment, Sean ran into Mindy just as she got home from school. The little girl wore a light jacket, blue jeans, and a backpack, looking no different from any ordinary kid. "You were definitely thinking about something evil just now," Mindy declared confidently. "Why do you say that?" Sean was slightly startled. "Can this kid read minds? Every time you think of something bad, you get this sneaky smile." She tossed her backpack onto the couch and immediately raided the fridge for ice cream. Sean touched his face. Is my villainous nature really that obvious? Even a little girl could see it. "I was actually thinking about doing a good deed, you know, like Spider-Man, being a superhero for once," he argued. After all, he was planning to bring peace to Hell's Kitchen, and secure funding for Connors along the way. A superhero? Yes. Yes. Mindy suddenly cheered. "I already picked my name, Hit Girl. Doesn't it sound cool?" Her inner violent tendencies flared up as she dragged out a black case from under her bed, filled with an arsenal of weapons, pistols, submachine guns, tactical knives, fragmentation grenades, enough firepower for her to storm the NYPD and walk out unscathed. "Ah, you look more like a terrorist," Sean said dryly, watching as she quickly changed into a purple wig and matching jumpsuit. He'd almost forgotten, this seemingly innocent little girl had once wiped out Frank D'Amico's entire gang. When it came to killing experience and skills, Sean was utterly outclassed. Lately, he'd even been undergoing Mindy's training program, learning combat, disguise techniques, and hacking. His skills were nearing S.H.I.E.L.D. agent levels. "What terrorist is this cute?" Mindy pouted as she batted her eyelashes. Sean had no rebuttal. Ever since starting school and living a normal life, Mindy had become harder to fool. What used to take just a pizza to settle now required a strawberry sundae and a full Chinese feast. Girls shouldn't play with weapons. Why not learn dancing, painting, or piano instead? Realizing he couldn't win the argument, Sean resorted to force, yanking off her wig and confiscating the weapons case. Perfect timing. "I needed these anyway." Mindy sulked, vowing to ignore Sean for a week. But by dinner time, faced with a table full of mouth-watering Chinese dishes, she caved instantly. Ever since discovering the wonders of Eastern cuisine, pizza and Mexican barbecue had been completely erased from her memory. Sean watched with satisfaction as Mindy devoured her meal. Truly, cooking skills were a protagonist's essential trait. As night deepened, after making sure Mindy brushed her teeth and went to bed, Sean geared up, bulletproof vest, pistol, tactical knife, before slipping out the window in a dark hoodie. From above, nighttime New York glittered like an endless party, neon lights, towering billboards, rivers of car headlights, a truly mesmerizing sea of light. But this was only one side of the city. While the Upper East Side's elite reveled in luxury, the poor struggled in crumbling apartments, harassed by gangs, drug dealers, and prostitutes, always wondering if today would be the day they got robbed. If the Upper East Side was heaven for the rich, then Hell's Kitchen, the West Side slum of Manhattan, was pure hell. Being a notorious Irish immigrant ghetto, it was infamous for its squalor, racial tensions, and sky-high crime rates. Most of New York's gangs operated here. Arms smuggling, drugs, human trafficking, all the evils civilized society forbade were just another Tuesday in Hell's Kitchen. Cops barely made a dent in the chaos. Hood pulled low, Sean walked through the district's streets. As night grew darker, the crime-ridden area only grew livelier, streetwalkers in skimpy outfits, pickpockets eyeing passers-by, gangsters swaggering with menace. It was like stepping into a surreal underworld, brushing against New York's darkest corners. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 22, An Interesting Conversation. James Wesley returned home, loosening his tie and taking off his suit jacket as he prepared to unwind for the evening. "Good evening, Mr. Wesley." A hoarse voice echoed through the living room. Wesley, who had just taken a bottle of milk from the fridge, stiffened momentarily, before regaining his composure. "I wouldn't recommend going for a gun or trying anything foolish, Mr. Wesley. That's not your strong suit." The voice seemed to anticipate his thoughts. "Sit at the table. Let's talk face to face. That's why I'm here." After a brief moment of consideration, Wesley decided to comply. He was a smart man, he knew how to survive. "Who are you?" The bespectacled, refined young man hesitated before asking the cliched question. "That's not important." The shadowed figure in the darkness spoke, a glinting pistol emerging from the gloom and pointing directly at Wesley. "The real question is, who are you?" The figure didn't let Wesley reply, and instead continued. "Mr. Wesley, at just 28, you own a duplex in Manhattan's wealthy district, wear a limited-edition Piaget watch, and dress in custom Italian suits. Not to mention, you own 3 properties in Long Island and Brooklyn. Frankly, given your salary and background, this seems improbable. You grew up in Hell's Kitchen, the son of working-class parents, barely scraping by on scholarships and charity to finish school. Now you're a manager at a trading firm, but even with your salary, affording this place would be a stretch." As his personal details were laid bare, Wesley felt a chill. Whoever this was, they had done their homework down to the smallest details. The gun in the darkness and the unseen speaker unnerved him. What did this stranger want? "What's truly fascinating," the voice continued, "is that you graduated from Stanford Law, a promising young legal mind. And the generous donor who funded your education. None other than Hell's Kitchen's infamous real estate mogul, Wilson Fisk. Or as he's more commonly feared, the Kingpin. Image here." Wesley's pulse quickened. "You're here because of Wilson. Who sent you?" "The Russian mob. The Hand. The Mexican cartels." His mind raced, listing off rival factions in Hell's Kitchen's underworld. "Wow, Kingpin sure has a lot of enemies." The figure chuckled. "Like I said, my identity doesn't matter. I'm here to make a deal." The shadow shifted slightly, revealing a hooded silhouette. Wesley adjusted his glasses and leaned forward. "You want me to betray Wilson?" The sharp-witted lawyer knew he wasn't the real target, only the crime lord he served could draw this kind of attention. "Bingo." The figure snapped his fingers, his tone almost playful. "Not betrayal, nobody is foolish enough to ignore Kingpin's reputation. Most who cross him end up at the bottom of the Hudson. You, as his personal assistant, know that better than anyone. Then what do you want?" "I'm nobody special." Wesley was thoroughly confused now. The hooded man gave a low laugh and slid the gun to the center of the table as if daring Wesley to make a move. "I'm interested in Kingpin's empire, well, the legal parts anyway. Hell's Kitchen is a mess. Fisk built his rule on blood and fear, but the Russians, the Hand, the cartels, they all want their territory back. A war is coming." The figure paused, watching Wesley's furrowed brow. "I plan to kick all of them out. Including Kingpin." Wesley stared dumbfounded. This guy's insane. Taking down Fisk and every major gang in Hell's Kitchen. Not even the NYPD could pull that off. Kingpin commanded thousands of ruthless men. If he wanted someone dead, their body would be fish food by dawn. "You're thinking I'm either joking or just plain crazy," the man smirked as if reading Wesley's mind. "I don't need you to believe me. I don't even need your word. I came here tonight for one reason, Mr. Wesley." A deliberate pause. "Then, tomorrow night, Kingpin dies. So does his enforcer, Bullseye." The words hit like a thunderbolt. Wesley's mind blanked. This lunatic's actually going to kill Fisk and Bullseye. "And when they're gone," the figure continued calmly, "you James Wesley, Kingpin's right hand, the man who manages his empire, will become one of the most powerful men in Hell's Kitchen. Wesley's shock deepened as the plan unfolded. The only other person with your level of access is Leland Owlsley, Fisk's moneyman. That's if he cooperates. You'll take over Fisk's legitimate assets. As for the illegal operations, well, I'm sure the Russians, the Hand, and the cartels will fight over those. Your job? Clean up fast. Rebrand yourself as a legitimate businessman, Hell's Kitchen's newest rising star. Then, you'll invest in a geneticist named Dr. Kurt Connors. Fund his research. Wesley's mouth hung open. This was a madman, one who laid out his coup like a business proposal. Did he really think Wesley wouldn't warn Fisk? You're smart. I appreciate that you didn't try to grab the gun. Otherwise you'd be meeting your maker right now. The icy edge in the voice sent a shiver down Wesley's spine. Of course, you could run to Kingpin. Tell him some lunatic's coming to kill him and steal everything. Again, the figure anticipated his thoughts. Wesley felt exposed, as if his mind were an open book. But, a man of your talent shouldn't settle for being a gangster's assistant. You could go much further, Mr. Wesley. That's if you're as smart as I think you are. With that, the shadow melted back into the darkness. Silence returned to the room, leaving Wesley alone with the gun on the table and a storm of thoughts. The Kingpin's right-hand man stared at the weapon, his expression unreadable. Chapter 23, A Sudden Attack. Under the cover of night, Sean quietly slipped back into his apartment through the window. He removed the hooded sweatshirt that had concealed his identity, along with the bulletproof vest and tactical knife, then he lay on his bed deep in thought. Tonight, he had visited James Wesley, Kingpin's personal assistant and one of the crime lord's most trusted confidants. He had deliberately crafted an air of mystery, presenting himself as an unpredictable enigma to keep Wesley off balance. Smart people tended to overanalyze, and that was exactly what Sean wanted. He needed to erode the fear and awe that Kingpin inspired in his subordinates. Sean had no interest in becoming the new crime lord of New York. He only wanted to use Kingpin's wealth to take the first step toward his grand ambitions. And taking over Hell's Kitchen? That could come later. To make a smart man betray his boss, you had to first awaken the desire buried deep within him. Ambition was an instinct everyone was born with, most people just disguised it as noble ideals or unwavering conviction. Wesley was a capable and intelligent man. Such men were rarely content with what they had because they believed they deserved more, higher status, greater wealth, more power. Human greed was a bottomless abyss. It was impossible to fill. Would a random stranger spouting insane boasts really make Wesley suddenly turn on his boss, the infamous Kingpin? Even with the strongest, main character halo, that was simply impossible. Sean's goal was simply to plant a seed of ambition in Wesley's mind. If Kingpin really falls, who should inherit his empire? Sean had never believed in absolute loyalty. Everyone had a price, it just depended on whether you could afford it. Kingpin presented himself as a philanthropist and socialite, often funding young people from Hell's Kitchen to help them complete their education. Those who benefited usually ended up working for his companies, effectively becoming part of New York's largest criminal organization. Wesley was one such success story. A bright young law graduate who had transformed from a promising legal mind into Kingpin's personal assistant and managing the crime lord's various businesses. His life was practically a legend. Perhaps Kingpin believed he had given Wesley enough. But Wesley might not see it that way. After all, who wouldn't want to climb higher? That lawyer who likes to go out at night should thank me. I'm about to solve a big problem for him, Sean murmured, hands behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he barely recognized himself. Since arriving in this world, he had gained power beyond ordinary comprehension, and he was still growing stronger bit by bit. He could kill threatening gangsters without flinching. To achieve his goals, he was willing to use underhanded methods, like leaking information about Oscorp and the Green Goblin, or manipulating Dr. Connors into perfecting the decay rate algorithm. He wasn't sure if this change was good or bad. But he had chosen this path, and he would walk it unflinchingly. Any obstacle in his way would either be crushed underfoot or kicked aside. Gradually, the young man's eyes hardened with resolve. This wasn't a world where normal or good people survived. When villains tried to destroy the world, or when aliens invaded, no one would spare you just because you had high moral standards. The world isn't kind. It's dangerous and cruel, Sean whispered before drifting into sleep the next night. A massive figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, his bald head gleaming under the dim light. Dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, he wore a genial smile that belied his true nature. It was hard to imagine the seemingly amiable giant was the feared crime lord known as Kingpin. Bullseye, did you know my father was a despicable drunk? Kingpin mused, fingers brushing his cufflinks. He'd come home wasted and take his anger out on my mother and me. Once, I was bullied at school. When my father found out, he dragged me to confront the boy. He grabbed him and told me, only when your fists are strong enough will people fear you. So I beat that bully until he bled. When his blood splattered on my face, I realized something: violence is intoxicating, just like liquor. That's the only thing that drunk ever taught me. Kingpin's smile faded, replaced by the ruthless aura of a crime emperor. Money and power can make men kneel, but only fear keeps them there. I vowed to become the man with the hardest fists. So I joined the underworld. Boss, you rule all of New York's underworld. Who doesn't fear you? A lean man in a black trench coat and tight leather pants flattered. His forehead bore a bullseye tattoo, and his eyes gleamed with cruelty. This was Bullseye, one of Kingpin's most trusted enforcers, a deadly assassin with an unnatural talent for precision throws. Images here. Cards, toothpicks, darts, and the like. In his hands, anything could become a lethal weapon. Why didn't you finish off Daredevil last time? Kingpin asked. He rarely tolerated failure. Some skull-printed bastard saved him, Bullseye growled. The Punisher. Hell's Kitchen is getting more interesting. Daredevil was a recent nuisance, a red-suited vigilante who had disrupted several of Kingpin's operations last month. The financial losses meant nothing, but the crime lord could not tolerate defiance. As for the Punisher, he was even worse. Criminals who crossed his path didn't survive. Skilled with firearms and likely ex-military, he was now the NYPD's most wanted. Find out who Daredevil is, Kingpin ordered as a cruel smirk formed on his lips. I want to play with him slowly. He had broken many self-righteous men before. They all knelt in the end and begging for mercy, abandoning their so-called principles. Money bends backs. Power bows heads. But only violence makes the powerful tremble. Kingpin gazed triumphantly at Hell's Kitchen, the once notorious slum now under his rule. Casinos, nightclubs, hotels, all his. Gangsters, enforcers, drug dealers, all his to command. He was the shadow ruler of this city, equal to the elite who walked in daylight. Just as the crime lord basked in his dominance, a tiny flicker of light appeared outside the window. It grew. Fast. Boss, look out. Bullseye's warning came a split second too late. Kingpin's eyes widened as his massive 450-pound frame moved with surprising speed, diving aside just as the rocket struck. Boom. The explosion shattered the bulletproof glass, sending deadly shrapnel flying. The blast wave tore through the room, incinerating priceless carpets, oil paintings, and an exquisite liquor cabinet. Flames licked at leather sofas and hardwood floors, devouring everything in their path. The attack had begun. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 24, 1 against 2. Sean, be careful. Those two might still be alive. On the rooftop of the opposite building, an adorable little girl in a purple wig and tight-fitting suit spoke into her communicator. The recoil from the rocket launcher had nearly knocked her over, and her shoulder still ached. I knew I shouldn't have brought you along. A frustrated voice replied through the comms. Originally, Sean had planned to infiltrate Kingpin's high-rise apartment alone and take down the crime lord who secretly ruled New York's underworld. But Mindy had discovered his plan. The violence-obsessed little girl had thrown a tantrum, insisting on joining the operation. After some consideration, Sean had reluctantly agreed, not just because her puppy dog eyes and endless chatter wore him down, but also because Mindy herself was a formidable fighter. Beneath her cute and innocent facade was Hit Girl, a ruthless killing machine forged by brutal training. Plan A failed. Execute Plan B. Sean's voice was calm as he moved through Kingpin's penthouse. He continued. Mindy, how long until Kingpin's reinforcements arrive? I cut power to the elevators. You've got about 10 minutes. The little girl was surprisingly reliable in critical moments. That's plenty of time. Jam the building's surveillance. Let's give Mr. Kingpin an unexpected surprise. Inside the luxurious apartment, chaos reigned. Glass shards littered the floor, thick smoke filled the air, and flames licked at bookshelves and carpets. Covered in dust, the crime lord crawled out from under a desk. The rocket's blast had been devastating, yet, it seemed to have done little more than inconvenience him. It's been a while since I've had this kind of excitement. Kingpin licked his lips, his deceptively gentle face twisting into a bloodthirsty grin. The massive crime lord shrugged off his ruined white suit, his bald head coated in ash. Since becoming the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, no one had dared to assassinate him. It wasn't just out of fear of his brutal reprisals, but because every faction that had tried had lost countless men in the process. Kingpin wasn't just a crime boss. He was a monster in human skin. Bullseye. You alive? Kingpin gripped his cane knowing his top enforcer wouldn't die so easily. A faint rustling came from the fireplace. The black-clad assassin crawled out, his face smeared with soot and looking far worse than his boss. Someone sent us a present, boss, Bullseye spat, his voice dripping with murderous intent. A rocket isn't enough. There'll be gunmen next, maybe a squad of mercenaries fresh from the Middle East. Kingpin's tone was eerily calm. As the ruler of New York's underworld, he'd weathered countless storms. A single attack didn't faze him. If anything, he was excited. By morning, the Hudson River would be littered with corpses, and all of New York would remember the terror of the name Kingpin. Just a little game to pass the time. He mused. Knock knock knock. Against all odds, the apartment door, untouched by the explosion, was suddenly rapped upon. A young voice called from outside, "Delivery from Mr. Wilson Fisk. Please sign for it." Kingpin and Bullseye exchanged glances as their muscles tensed. A second later, the heavy door slammed open. A shadowy figure burst in, moving with lethal precision. Bullseye reacted instantly and hurled two razor-sharp throwing stars, one aimed at the intruder's throat, the other at his eye. At the same time, Kingpin lunged forward. His massive frame moved with terrifying speed as his weighted cane swung like a sledgehammer. The black-clad intruder, Sean, dodged the projectiles with inhuman reflexes, but Kingpin's cane came down like a thunderbolt. Had it connected, the young man's skull would have exploded like a watermelon. In less than 10 seconds, Sean found himself under relentless assault from two of Hell's Kitchen's deadliest killers. He had to admit, Kingpin was stronger than he'd anticipated. No wonder even heroes like Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man struggled against him. The crime lord's raw power rivaled that of superhumans. Sean's pupils contracted. The energy stored in his body surged like a raging river, microscopic particles ignited every cell and sharpened his reflexes to inhuman levels. He moved. His body blurred, dodging Kingpin's crushing strike. The cane smashed into a bookshelf, sending paper fragments flying like snow. A throwing knife streaked toward Sean's chest, Bullseye's attack perfectly timed to cut off his escape. At the same moment, Kingpin swung again, his cane crackling with electricity this time. This wasn't just a walking stick, it was a high-tech weapon capable of lasers, poison darts, smoke screens, and stunning shocks. Bullseye and Kingpin smirked. Their teamwork was flawless. Together, they had slaughtered mercenaries, ninjas, and assassins. No enemy had ever survived their combined assault. That was why Kingpin hadn't fled. They were the most dangerous monsters in Hell's Kitchen. Why would they fear some pathetic assassin? Die. Kingpin roared, his voice shaking the walls. His massive body charged like a freight train, while Bullseye's cold gaze locked onto Sean like a snake eyeing its prey. Caught between them, Sean showed no panic. To him, the knife aimed at his heart and the electrified cane swinging toward his skull might as well not exist at all. Chapter 25, The New King. Facing the combined assault of Kingpin and Bullseye, Sean's muscles tensed. His enhanced body, which was modified through mysterious means, surged with inhuman power. Time seemed to slow as he took a decisive step forward, unflinching as the electrified cane swung toward him with lethal force. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he crashed into Kingpin's massive frame. Crack! A clear snapping sound echoed through the ruined apartment. Kingpin's eyes widened in shock as his enormous body, 450 pounds of pure muscle, was sent flying through the air like a felled elephant, slamming into the floor with a thunderous crash. The cane's high-voltage current crackled across Sean's body with a zapping sound, yet instead of convulsing in pain, he stood completely unaffected. The energy was absorbed into his cells like water into a sponge. His modified physiology, capable of harnessing even stellar radiation, rendered the attack meaningless. "Is that all you've got?" Sean turned to Bullseye whilst casually plucking the assassin's thrown knife from midair between his fingers. Bullseye froze, staring in disbelief at his fallen boss. A chill crept up his spine as he felt the icy grip of death looming over him for the first time in his murderous career. "Your boss isn't dead yet. But he will be soon." Sean smiled coldly. "Care to join him, Mr. Bullseye?" Before the assassin, Bullseye, could react, whoosh. The very knife he'd thrown earlier flew back through the air with unnatural precision. Bullseye's hands, which he'd used to end countless lives, clutched at his throat as he collapsed, his signature Bullseye tattoo now split by the blade's edge. With Bullseye dealt with, Sean strode toward the wheezing Kingpin. The ruler of New York's underworld lay broken, his sternum shattered, ribs piercing his organs. Blood foamed at his lips in pink bubbles, his breath shallow and ragged. The feared crime lord had minutes left at most. "Mr. Wilson Fisk," Sean adjusted his gloves, "your one-way ticket to hell has arrived. Sign here, please." Kingpin's meaty hand weakly grasped Sean's pant leg, his eyes burning with animal defiance. This couldn't be happening, not to him. The men who had crushed the Irish mob, outmaneuvered the Russian mafia's bratva, and made the hand retreat from American soil. From running drugs in Hell's Kitchen alleyways to owning those very blocks through shell companies. From being beaten by his drunk father to beating mayors at charity golf tournaments. He had laundered his empire through real estate developments, his Wilson Fisk philanthropist plaques hanging in hospitals and schools. And now, this child had ended it all. As his vision tunneled, Kingpin's life flashed before him, his first murder at 12, that hammer still hung in his office, the night he'd personally disemboweled Don Rigoletto to take Harlem, Vanessa's laugh at that gallery opening. So this is how it ends. Not in some grand battle, but as prey to a hunter I never saw coming. The cold night wind whistled through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. Sean gazed at the city skyline, the glowing grid of Manhattan stretching infinitely below. Somewhere out there, Matt Murdock was patrolling as Daredevil, unaware the Kingpin he'd fought for years was already gone. You've got 3 minutes before NYPD storms the building. Mindy's voice crackled through his earpiece. I'm counting at least 12 unmarked cars converging. Sean knelt beside Kingpin's twitching form. With clinical precision, he adjusted the crime lord's tie, then snapped his neck with a single twist. The king is dead. He stood, dialing a number. Long live the king. Hell's Kitchen, Wesley's penthouse. James Wesley paced his $8 million duplex, the ice in his scotch long melted. His Rolex read 2:17 a.m. The phone in his hand felt heavier than Kingpin's gold-plated Desert Eagle. Should I call Fisk and warn him? He laughed bitterly. And explain what exactly? That some stranger had invaded my home, spouted insanity about killing the most feared men in New York, and that I'd considered it. His finger hovered over speed dial 1. The rational part of his brain screamed that Kingpin was untouchable. The men had survived 3 sniper attempts, 2 car bombings, that poisoned sushi in Kyoto. And the Daredevil's best efforts. Yet. Wesley's polished Oxford stopped pacing. The stranger had known things, private details about the money laundering through Fisk Tower's construction, about Leland's embezzlement, even about Vanessa, Buzz. An unknown number. His thumb swiped answer before his brain processed the motion. Congratulations, Mr. Wesley. That voice. Your office at Fisk Tower will be ready by 9 a.m. The IT department is already transferring executive access. Wesley's knees buckled. He caught himself on the baccarat crystal bar. How, he stuttered. A chuckle echoed through the phone. You'll find the deed to your new Tribeca penthouse in your safe. Oh, and Wesley. A pause. Burn the blue ledger in Fisk's vault before sunrise. The line died. James Wesley, Stanford Law's youngest graduate, Kingpin's clean consigliere, stared at the Picasso on his wall, a gift from Wilson after the Midland Circle deal. For the first time in years, he smiled. Not the polite smile he used for galas, the hungry grin of a wolf tasting blood. Here's a little poll from your beloved translator. The option with the most likes wins, and will be implemented starting Monday. A. 2 fixed daily chapters. B. 1 daily chapter plus 1 extra chapter for every 150 power stones, with no upper limit. Vote here. I put the options here as a paragraph comment. Poll valid until Sunday. Chapter 26, Funding. The morning sunlight bathed New York in golden rays, the towering steel jungle awakening with vibrant energy as the bustling metropolis stirred from its slumber. Dr. Connors, his hair disheveled as usual, arrived at his laboratory only to find Davis, a high-ranking executive from Oscorp, already inside. The middle-aged man in a tailored suit, who often accompanied Norman Osborn to handle business affairs, now stood arrogantly in the lab while directing security guards to haul away documents from the archives. The usual busy atmosphere shattered instantly as all the researchers turned to Connors in confusion. Apologies, Dr. Connors, Davis said with a fake smile. Mr. Osborn has given you ample time and funding, but your research has yet to yield any breakthroughs. It's time for Oscorp to terminate this failed investment. Connors remained silent, his eyes dull, as if all life had drained from him. As an Oscorp executive, Davis felt no pity. Dr. Connors had consumed vast resources without producing results. From a business standpoint, Norman should have cut this project long ago to minimize losses. You have 2 hours to pack your personal belongings, Davis announced coldly as he smirked at the stunned researchers, and let me be clear, none of the research materials leave this lab. If security finds anything, prison awaits. Gwen stood dejected by the entrance. She had worked hard to earn her internship here, only to be forced out in humiliation. My students are honest, they wouldn't do such things, Connors argued, his anger rising as he spotted the hulking guards at the door. Know your place, Dr. Connors. Davis scoffed, I've seen your records. In the scientific community, you're a laughingstock, a fraud who somehow tricked Mr. Osborn. Now take your things and get out. Connors' face flushed red, but he had no retort. He could only endure the humiliation. As he watched his life's work being dismantled, despair crushed him. His career was over. Are you okay, Doctor? Gwen asked softly, holding a cardboard box. The golden-haired girl glanced around, puzzled. She hadn't seen Sean in days. Not at the lab or even at school. Where has he gone? She wondered. Connors waved her off, suddenly looking a decade older. He scanned the room and saw no sign of Sean. The young man's promise now seemed like empty bravado. Keeping a lab running required astronomical funding after all. Sean was just a college student. Who would invest in a washed-up scientist with no apparent results? I should never have gotten my hopes up. Limping out of the lab, Connors wondered. What if my human trial hadn't been interrupted? Even death would be better than this, being stripped of all my work and cast aside. Dr. Connors. A familiar voice stopped him. Turning, he saw a black Chevrolet parked outside. Sean stepped out of the vehicle accompanied by a sharp-eyed man in glasses. Sean, you. Connors stared in stupor. The lab was already being seized. All his research would belong to Oscorp. Don't worry, Doctor. Everything's been taken care of. Sean grinned as he gestured to the men beside him. This is Mr. James Wesley. He has an exceptional passion for science and believes in your work. He's willing to fund your research. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Connors. Wesley shook the doctor's hand warmly. The impeccably dressed man showed no trace of his criminal past. Your breakthrough could change millions of lives. I'd be honored to support it. Connors stood frozen. This sudden reversal was too much to process. Seeing his shock, Sean smiled and took a document from Wesley. He then strode into the chaos of the lab and stopped before Davis. Stop what you're doing. Now, said Sean. Davis barely glanced at the kid and simply waved for security to remove him. The lab mate stared at Sean in disbelief. After all, even Connors couldn't do a thing in this situation. So what could an intern hope to do? Sean. Gwen called out worriedly. As guards approached, Sean smirked and slapped the document against Davis's chest. Are you sure you want to do this? This is a transfer contract signed by Norman Osborn himself. This lab now belongs to Dr. Connors. Everything you're doing here is illegal. His words struck like lightning. Davis frantically scanned the document only for his face to grow pale when he saw signature and seal. I wasn't informed, he stammered. You have 1 hour to restore everything as it was, Sean said coldly. Remember not to take anything, or I'll have you in federal prison. Sean then gestured at Wesley and, kindly, added, oh, and Mr. Wesley here. He's from Hell's Kitchen. He used to work for the infamous Kingpin. Davis's face drained of color. After all, was there anyone in New York who didn't fear that name? Watching the Oscorp executive flee, Connors frowned and asked, what did you say to him? He looked terrified. I told him you turn into a lizard monster at night and bite people's heads off. Sean shrugged as he laughed. Connors chuckled weakly at that. No fairy tale could scare Davis. But that didn't matter now. What really mattered was that his research was saved. Thank you, Sean. The one-armed scientist spoke sincerely. Without Sean, he would have lost everything. Sean smiled. We're building a better future, Doctor. Step 1 was complete. Many more would follow. Chapter 27, Clash of Ideals. T/N, so option A, won the poll. As promised, from now on, I will start uploading 2 fixed daily chapters. Enjoy. After a long day's work, Matt Murdock returned to his rundown apartment. He didn't bother turning on the lights, simply setting aside his guiding cane before making his way to the living room and sinking into the couch. In the silent darkness, Matt's heightened senses painted the world in vivid detail. Unlike other blind individuals who had to cautiously feel their way forward due to being afraid of tripping over obstacles, this blind lawyer could see a different world, one shaped by sound, scent, and vibration. Abandoned by his mother as a child, Matt was raised by his father, a struggling boxer. When his father was murdered for refusing to throw a fight for the mob, young Matt was left an orphan. A radioactive chemical spill had blinded him as a boy, but the accident also sharpened his remaining senses to superhuman levels. Trained by a blind martial arts master, he honed these abilities into weapons, becoming a formidable fighter. Growing up in an orphanage, Matt learned early that society needed rules to function. Determined to uphold justice, he studied law at Columbia University and earned his Juris Doctor. However, after graduating, he soon realized that the law was merely a tool manipulated by the wealthy and powerful. In frustration, Matt donned the Red Devil's mask and became Hell's Kitchen's Daredevil. One who delivered justice through violence when the system failed. Kingpin is really dead. Matt murmured, still struggling to believe it. Using his legal connections, he had investigated Hell's Kitchen's shadow ruler and managed to uncover the truth. Wilson Fisk, the renowned real estate tycoon, was the criminal mastermind behind it all. This man who had masqueraded as a philanthropist while trafficking drugs, smuggling weapons, and forcibly evicting families, was a festering tumor on Hell's Kitchen. As Daredevil, Matt had tried to drag the blood-stained crime lord to justice. But reality crushed his hopes. Half the police department was on Fisk's payroll. Even the mayor and district attorney laughed with him at galas. Kingpin's shadow stretched over all of New York. Just as Matt had begun to despair, the unthinkable happened. The king of New York's underworld had suddenly fallen. Reading the Braille newspaper that morning, Matt had been stunned. According to official reports, the real estate magnate Wilson Fisk had been killed in a terrorist attack on the 16th. It made no sense. Matt knew Kingpin's power firsthand. He'd fought both the massive crime lord and his enforcer, Bullseye, and barely survived. Without the Punisher's intervention, he'd be swimming with the fishes. Yet this invincible duo had fallen to a single attack. It defied all logic. Matt's head snapped up as his senses caught an anomaly. "Frank, why are you in my apartment?" "You're still sharp as ever, Matt." A towering figure climbed through the fire escape window. The figure was clad in a skull-printed black shirt, his body laden with enough weapons to outfit a small army. "I thought you'd left Hell's Kitchen," Matt said. Though he was blind, his other senses painted a clear picture. The man called the Punisher chuckled darkly before saying, "And miss all the fun. Nowhere else has this many scumbags packed together." Matt frowned. He despised Frank's methods. Executing every criminal without mercy was too extreme. "Did you hear the news? Kingpin is dead." Frank's voice carried a hint of frustration. "Someone stole my kill. That fat bastard was my target," he growled. "Get to the point, Frank. You didn't come here to chat," Matt urged. The Punisher wasn't one for social calls after all. Frank's grin was audible. "You really haven't noticed, have you?" "Noticed what?" "Hell's Kitchen is changing. With Kingpin gone, everything is shifting." The Punisher methodically unloaded and reloaded his pistol, his expression grim even in darkness. "I've been tracking his crews. They've been working with the Hand to smuggle drugs inside kids' bodies. Tonight, I went to wipe out one of their processing sites." He paused for a moment, then the place was empty. "I caught one of Fisk's lieutenants. You know what he told me after I broke his arm?" Matt remained silent. "All of Kingpin's drug and human trafficking operations have stopped. Someone handed them off to the Hand and the Russian mob." Frank barked a laugh at that. "Fisk's men going legit. What a joke. Someone is orchestrating this." Matt's mind raced. Kingpin's death was no random act. There were larger forces at play. "I'd love to meet the bastard who took down Fisk," Frank mused as he gripped his pistol. "Wonder what his game is. Maybe rebuilding Hell's Kitchen." "Frank, tread carefully. Anyone who killed Kingpin isn't to be trifled with," Matt warned. He knew Frank's rage well. After his family's massacre, the Punisher saw all criminals as vermin to be exterminated. Where Daredevil left criminals battered but alive, Frank left body bags. "Spare me the lecture, lawyer." Frank sneered. "If you really believed in the system, why put on the devil suit? Rich assholes and mobsters hire fancy lawyers to twist the law. Justice? A load of bullshit." He stood abruptly, his massive frame blocking the dim light. "If the law won't punish them, I will. Permanently." Matt had no rebuttal. Part of him agreed. How many times had he watched criminals walk free on technicalities? The law was indeed broken. "You're too extreme, Frank," was all Matt could say. "Something big is coming, Matt. When Hell's Kitchen's new order arrives, we'll all have to choose sides." With that, the Punisher vanished into the night. As he left, he cast one last disdainful look at the brooding Daredevil. "If you lack conviction, why wear the mask at all?" he thought. Chapter 28, The Hellfire Club. The news of Kingpin's death initially sent massive shockwaves through Hell's Kitchen. The crime lord who had controlled countless gangs and ruled New York's underworld had inexplicably died just like that. Whether it was the Japanese Hand, the Russian mafia, or the Mexican drug cartels, none could believe it at first. However, the chaos they had anticipated did not materialize. James Wesley, Kingpin's personal assistant, was the first to step forward and quickly gain support from many, though there were naturally dissenters. However, those who voiced opposition mysteriously vanished without a trace soon after. Just like that, the seemingly refined personal assistant became the inheritor of Kingpin's vast empire. What followed was a series of asset reorganizations and business redistributions. Wesley, who had already been managing these affairs for Kingpin, handled everything with remarkable efficiency. In record time, he severed all ties between the illegal operations and the legitimate front companies. In other words, Mr. Wesley had successfully laundered himself, emerging as a wealthy new tycoon with a clean slate. As for the other gangs that had hoped to seize control of Hell's Kitchen in the aftermath, Wesley negotiated deals that handed over the highly profitable drug and smuggling businesses to the Hand and other factions. Peace was restored without the expected bloodshed or gang wars. Hell's Kitchen continued along its usual trajectory. The Hellfire Club. A fitting name. Hooded, Sean stood at the entrance of a nightclub, its neon sign depicting a vividly burning flame. "Hey, kid." The burly bouncer at the door moved to stop the young boy who looked like a college student, but he froze under Sean's icy gaze. "Show some respect. I'm your boss's boss." Sean stepped past the stunned bouncer and into the pulsating nightclub. A wall of deafening sound crashed over him, the bass vibrating through the floor. Under the dizzying strobe lights, lonely, hollow men and women swayed to the music and lost themselves in the rhythm. On stage, a trendy DJ kept the crowd's energy at a fever pitch. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and pheromones, a breeding ground for sin and desire. Scanning the room, Sean noted that aside from the revelers, the club was also filled with drug dealers peddling their wares and scantily clad escorts. These were the people who truly made up Hell's Kitchen's underbelly. Now this is the real world. With a small sigh, Sean followed a waiter's directions to a luxurious private booth on the second floor. Soundproofed, it was completely insulated from the noise outside. "You're a hard man to get a hold of, Mr. Wesley." Sean lowered his hood, revealing his youthful face. "Boss, you're joking. If you hadn't insisted on staying hidden, it would be you sitting here right now." The refined man hurriedly poured a glass of premium red wine and offered a cigar, the best of the best. "Care for some?" Sean waved him off. "You've done well. We don't need to rely on illegal businesses for profit. Let the other gangs fight over them. Daredevil and the Punisher will deal with them eventually. 80% of Hell's Kitchen's real estate is already under our name, along with Manhattan's commercial districts. That's more than enough to keep the company running." Wesley nodded, his gaze lingering on his new boss's young face. It was surreal. This harmless-looking college kid had single-handedly killed Kingpin and Bullseye, elevating him to power in Hell's Kitchen. What about Mr. Leland? Any issues there? Leland, another of Kingpin's inner circle, was a financial expert who managed the books and business dealings. Smart men know how to adapt. And I'm very good at solving problems. Sean's faint smile made Wesley instinctively straighten his posture. He was smart enough to understand exactly how his boss solved problems. "I don't need you to be Hell's Kitchen's new Kingpin, not yet. Let the gangs fight and scramble. When the time comes to stop playing nice, we'll sweep them all aside in one move. Then, you'll become the second Kingpin. The new ruler of Hell's Kitchen. The new emperor of New York's underworld." The young boy spoke casually, but the future he painted was enough to make Wesley's blood race. Most could only dream of such power. Suppressing his excitement, Wesley replied calmly, "All of this belongs to you, boss." Sean neither confirmed nor denied it. Ambitious men were predictable, he wasn't worried about betrayal. Wesley had seen firsthand how even a titan like Kingpin had fallen. As long as he remembered that, he wouldn't make any stupid decisions. "I'll be busy for a while. If anything urgent comes up, you know how to reach me." After watching the debauchery below for a while, Sean prepared to leave. A certain little girl was waiting for him at home. Kingpin's wealth and empire were merely the first stepping stone. Sean had no interest in ruling the underworld. Shadow power would always pale in comparison to giants like Stark Industries or organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. With Connor's funding secured, Oscorp was next. By now, the Green Goblin and Spider-Man were likely headed for their final confrontation. After all, Norman Osborn hadn't been seen in public for weeks. The super soldier serum had clearly taken full control, and the Green Goblin's dark persona was now dominant. Should be quite a show. Exiting the club, Sean glanced once more at the flaming sign. The Hellfire Club reminded him of the mutants, though now wasn't the time to engage with them. Until he could defend against Professor X's telepathy, it was better to keep his distance. Kingpin, Norman Osborn. Who's next? Running through the cards in his hand, Sean felt a surge of satisfaction. He was growing stronger at an astonishing rate. By the time the age of superheroes truly arrived, he would already be standing at the forefront. In a world this dangerous and exhilarating, why would he settle for watching from the sidelines? He would control his own destiny, and everyone else's. The Hellfire Club. Interesting. The transmigrator's eyes gleamed with dark ambition as he vanished into the night. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 29, the show begins. The evening in New York carried a charming allure, with the lingering glow of sunset draping over the bustling city like a reluctant, graceful beauty. Harry returned home in low spirits, his head hanging as if he had suffered some tremendous blow. His usually handsome young face was now covered in a look of utter dejection. Recently, Oscorp stock had been plummeting. With the Green Goblin incident exposed to the public, the media backlash had been overwhelming. People directed their anger toward Oscorp, and while a well-handled PR crisis could have mitigated the damage, Harry's father had shut himself away, seemingly indifferent to the company's struggles. He remained locked in his room, refusing to see anyone. Leaderless, Oscorp now teetered on the brink of collapse. Rumor had it that many shareholders on the board were secretly negotiating with Wall Street bankers, planning to dismantle and restructure the massive corporation that spanned biogenetics, energy technology, and more, for massive profits. Aware of all this, Harry was frantic with worry. Yet, he had no way to solve Oscorp's crisis. To make matters worse, he had just discovered that his girlfriend and his best friend, Peter, shared some ambiguous, unresolved feelings between them. The double blow left Harry emotionally drained. On one hand, his father's life's work, his business empire, was on the verge of crumbling. On the other, his longtime best friend and the girl he loved were entangled in an unclear relationship. These complicated, tangled problems left his mind in chaos. If only Sean were here. Exhausted, Harry dragged himself home. Lately, Sean had been elusive, nowhere to be found. Even Gwen, who usually spent time with him, had no idea what he was up to. Without a trusted friend to confide in, Harry could only return home in despair. Meanwhile, upstairs in his bedroom, Norman Osborn clutched his head in agony. It was as if a terrible demon whispered in his mind, murmuring incessantly. The grotesque goblin mask rested on a chair, like a manifestation of Norman's other self. A sinister voice echoed in his ears. Maybe Spider-Man can't be beaten, but we can destroy Peter Parker. Not long ago, Norman had discovered Spider-Man's true identity. Peter Parker, his son's best friend. I can't do it. The CEO of Oscorp trembled, his voice strained with torment. I won't tolerate betrayal. He must be taught a lesson. The voice in his head grew harsher. After a long silence, Norman turned to the grotesque mask. What should I do? Make him understand pain and loss. Make him suffer. Make him wish he were dead. Norman knelt before the mask as if submitting to his darker self. The voice in his mind grew clearer. Start with the people he cares about. That red-headed girl, Peter Parker's beloved. The Green Goblin's malevolent persona had taken full control, dominating Norman Osborn's consciousness. He donned the monstrous mask, unleashing the cruelty and darkness within. Tonight, New York belongs to me. A cool night breeze drifted through the streets as Sean walked alongside Gwen, carrying bags of groceries. Neon lights flickered brilliantly, their colorful glow reflecting the vibrancy of the city. Having finished a long day, Sean had planned to head straight home, but he ran into Gwen on her way to shop. At her invitation, he tagged along and picked up snacks, drinks, and comic books for the little girl at home. Lately, she had been well-behaved, she deserved a reward. My cousin from Canada is staying with me. Her parents died in a car accident, and with no other family, she had no choice but to come to me. Sending such a young child to an orphanage would have been too cruel. Sean delivered the lie flawlessly, even allowing a hint of sorrow to flicker in his eyes as if genuinely mourning his cousin's tragic past. His acting was Oscar-worthy. You know, I lost my parents when I was young too. Every time I see Mindy, it's like looking at my younger self. He sighed, his expression darkening as if recalling painful memories. Gwen watched him with sympathy and admiration. Despite life's hardships, this young man hadn't strayed down a dark path. Instead, he faced everything with resilience. He's truly admirable. Seeing that Gwen had swallowed the story whole, Sean quietly exhaled in relief. Hopefully, this warm-hearted blonde wouldn't pry further into his background. Ever since the carnival incident, where Sean had played the hero, Gwen had taken a keen interest in him. Meanwhile, her feelings for Peter, who should have been her love interest, remained strictly platonic. Every time Sean ran into the awkward young Spider-Man, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for stealing his girl. But given his personality, that guilt never lasted long. Oh, by the way, what have you been working on with Dr. Connors? I barely see you anymore. Gwen adjusted the bags of groceries and CDs in her arms, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Dr. Connors cracked the decay rate algorithm, but we still haven't resolved the genetic compatibility issues. That's what we've been focusing on. Sean kept his tone casual. He had given Connors the formula precisely to leverage the scientist's expertise in completing this groundbreaking project. Gwen gasped, covering her mouth. She hadn't expected Sean, who's still just an intern, to be so deeply involved in the research. For an undergrad, this was practically unheard of. The two strolled through the lively streets, chatting about school gossip, occasionally touching on the messy love triangle between Harry, Peter, and Mary Jane. Gradually, the cheerful atmosphere shifted into something more delicate, an unspoken tension lingering between them. Hey! Sean! Gwen suddenly called out to him, her usual vivacious demeanor replaced by a shy, almost innocent hesitation. Even Sean, who is usually unflappable, paused in surprise. Just as Gwen gathered her courage to confess her feelings, a piercing siren shattered the night. Multiple police cars tore through traffic as they sped toward the Brooklyn Bridge in the distance. Something's happened. Sean narrowed his eyes. Even from here, he could make out a massive crane in operation on the bridge, and a school bus dangling precariously over the edge. In the dim night sky, a figure swooped erratically, tiny flashes of light flickering. The Green Goblin. A faint smirk curled at Sean's lips. As he took in the scene of the school bus suspended perilously over the bridge, he could guess what was coming. The show's about to start, isn't it? Chapter 30, The Green Goblin's Demise. Dark clouds obscured the stars and moon, shrouding New York in an oppressive darkness. Mary Jane awoke from unconsciousness, a sudden chill running through her body. As she stood and looked around, she realized she was on top of the Brooklyn Bridge. Below her, an endless stream of cars flowed like a river, while cargo ships and passenger boats dotted the water's surface. The cold wind whipped at Mary Jane's thin frame, forcing her to grip the metal scaffolding tightly, terrified of slipping and plummeting to her death. Ha 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 ha. A shrill, maniacal laugh pierced the night. Mary Jane turned toward the sound and saw the Green Goblin, the infamous supercriminal who had terrorized the city, standing atop his glider, cackling with unrestrained glee. A micromissile launched from the glider and streaked toward a construction site beneath the bridge. Boom. The explosion lit up the night sky, flames roaring as the shockwave rippled outward. Cars on the bridge swerved in panic and crashed into guardrails and each other in a chain reaction of collisions. Within moments, traffic had ground to a halt, a tangled mess of metal that even the arriving police cars couldn't navigate. From a distance, Sean and Gwen watched the chaos unfold. The Green Goblin had issued a challenge to New York's friendly neighborhood hero, Spider-Man. And sure enough, a red and blue figure soon swung into view, soaring through the air like Tarzan on a web. Spider-Man landed nimbly on the bridge, only to be met with the Green Goblin's cruel game. Spider-Man. This is why only fools become heroes, because you never know when a madman will force you to make an impossible choice. Let's see, will you save the woman you love, or a bus full of innocent children? In one hand, the villain held Mary Jane, suspended over the river. In the other, he gripped the steel cable suspending a school bus over the edge. Spider-Man. Help us. Please, someone do something. The children inside the bus screamed for help, while Mary Jane dangled helplessly in the open air. One slip, and she would plunge into the icy depths below. Choose quickly, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin reveled in the torment, savoring the hero's anguish. Being a hero comes at a price. His voice was laced with mockery. Don't do this, Goblin. Peter begged, unwilling to abandon either option. Fate is in your hands. Now. Decide. With a final, gleeful cackle, the Green Goblin released both Mary Jane and the bus at the same time. Screams filled the air, children crying out in terror, Mary Jane shrieking as she fell. Spider-Man lunged without hesitation and dived after Mary Jane first. He caught her midair, then fired a webline to snag the plummeting bus just in time. Now, Peter held Mary Jane in one arm while straining to keep the heavy bus from falling with the other. And the Green Goblin wasn't done. He swooped in on his glider, taking full advantage of Spider-Man's vulnerable position. Peter could do nothing but endure the brutal kicks and punches, refusing to let go of either Mary Jane or the bus. Time to die. Blades extended from the glider as the Green Goblin prepared to impale the defenseless hero. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out. Bullets sparked against the Goblin's armor, the impact knocking him off course. On the bridge, the police had finally arrived. Among them was George Stacy, recently promoted police captain and Gwen's father. That's my dad. Gwen gasped, recognizing him immediately. Sean held her back, it's too dangerous. You can't help right now. But don't worry, he'll be fine. He couldn't risk Gwen getting caught in the crossfire. Not with so many witnesses around. Back on the bridge, the battle raged on. A passing cargo ship had caught the school bus, and Mary Jane was now safe. Freed from his dilemma, Spider-Man turned his full attention to the Green Goblin. The two clashed fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. The Goblin relied on his advanced weaponry, while Spider-Man dodged with inhuman agility and countered with well-placed webs. Let's take this somewhere private, hero. With a sudden lunge, the Green Goblin looped a steel cable around Spider-Man and yanked him into the sky, dragging him away from the bridge. It's over. You can go to your father now. Sean played the role of the dutiful escort and guided Gwen toward the police cars. But by the time she turned to introduce him, he had already vanished into the night. Abandoned building, Queens. Spider-Man crashed through the rotting roof of an old house and landed hard on the floor below. Before he could rise, a pumpkin bomb rolled to his feet. Boom. The explosion sent him flying, burying him under a pile of rubble. You chose a tragic fate, poor Spider-Man. The Green Goblin dismounted his glider and strode forward to deliver a savage beating to the already wounded hero. Peter could barely defend himself, taking hit after hit without retaliation. I expected more of a fight. How disappointing. Ripping off Spider-Man's mask, the Goblin planted his boot on Peter's head and snarled, "My son called you his friend, and you betrayed him, sneaking around with that red-headed whore. You'll pay for this, Peter Parker. Blood trickled down Peter's face as he looked up in horror. Uncle Norman. It's you. The young hero couldn't believe it. Norman Osborn, Harry's father, the man he had known as kind and respectable. He was the monstrous Green Goblin. Thud. A kick to the face finally knocked Peter unconscious. Too bad you'll take that secret to your grave. The Goblin's bloodlust surged. He raised his foot, ready to crush Peter's skull. Honestly, Norman, must you always resort to such theatrics? A new voice cut through the tension. The Green Goblin whirled around. A young man stepped from the shadows, his expression calm, as if he had been watching an entertaining show. Who the hell are you? A boring question. Whoosh. In a blur of motion, Sean closed the distance. His fist connected with the Goblin's chest like a freight train, sending the villain flying. Crack. A scream tore from Norman's throat as Sean crushed his arm underfoot. Sean ripped off the Goblin's mask, revealing the pale, twisted face of a desperate man. Time to say goodbye, Norman Osborn. Please. Spare me. I'll give you anything. Money, power, just let me live. The once mighty CEO of Oscorp begged like a coward. TSK. Still scheming, Norman. Crack. Another sickening snap as Sean broke his other arm, trying to control the glider. Not very smart. What I want, I'll take myself. As for Oscorp, don't worry. I'll take good care of it. One by one, Sean arranged the Goblin's pumpkin bombs in a circle around him, like some macabre ritual. No. Wait. Norman tried to scramble away, but Sean kicked him back into place. Boom. The explosion consumed the Green Goblin in a fireball, his screams cut short as the flames reduced him to ashes. A productive night. Sean turned away, his silhouette fading into the darkness, leaving only silence behind. Read ahead on my patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 31, The Exchange System. You've been coming home later and later these days. I'm starving. The moment Sean stepped through the door, he was met with the deep resentment of a certain blonde-haired little girl. Mindy, sprawled on the couch while eating ice cream, rolled back and forth as if protesting the late return of her part-time nanny and chef. Hey, let's be reasonable here, Mindy McCready. I give you enough allowance every day to feast at either the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown or the nearby Burger King. Sean closed the door in exasperation as he watched the relentless pouting of the little girl. The once ruthless hit girl had now completely devolved into a lazy, spoiled brat who did nothing but laze around and act cute. Living a life where food and clothes were handed to her on a silver platter made Sean wonder if picking her up in the first place had been a colossal mistake. I'm practically your live-in maid now, Miss Mindy, Sean muttered under his breath, yet his body moved on autopilot as he tied on an apron and started preparing dinner. Sean, you're not just the world's most considerate nanny, you're also the best chef and the most generous ATM. Mindy, lounging on the couch while watching How I Met Your Mother, didn't hold back on the compliments. By the way, did you get into a fight today? The little girl suddenly turned her head and asked. Sean, who was busy in the kitchen, gave a noncommittal hum. Mindy had an uncanny sensitivity to the scent of battle on him. Any hint of blood or violence, and she'd sniff it out immediately. I helped a superhero take down a major villain. I think the NYPD should give me a commendation for my selfless act of bravery. Mindy snorted at Sean's shameless self-praise, her expression dripping with disdain. The assassination of Wilson Fisk, which still sent shockwaves through New York, had prompted the mayor and police commissioner to jointly vow justice, swearing to bring the ruthless terrorist to account. As a result, every gang in Hell's Kitchen had been swept up in the ensuing crackdown. Under intense pressure from above, the police were turning the underworld upside down, chasing every lead. The Irish mob in the hand, who thought they'd scored big, were probably regretting their luck by now. Turning his head slightly, Sean asked, are the police still investigating Fisk's assassination? He had underestimated the fallout of killing a high-profile real estate tycoon, let alone one taken out with military-grade weaponry. No wonder the NYPD was losing its mind. Don't worry. They're still stuck with their outdated methods, tracing weapons, tracking black-market arms dealers, surveilling ex-soldiers or hitmen entering the city. At this rate, they'll never find us even if the world ends. Mindy, a seasoned veteran at this point, remained utterly unfazed. Her father had been an elite cop, so she knew police tactics inside out. Hacking into the NYPD database was child's play for her. I'm not worried about the police. We cleaned up all the evidence. It's that organization getting involved that would be a problem. Sean finished cooking and unceremoniously hauled the lazy girl from the couch to the dinner table. The last thing he wanted was to draw the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. and its one-eyed director. Nothing good ever came from being on his radar. Wash the dishes after eating. No puppy eyes. We agreed to take turns, and today's your turn. Sean remained unmoved by Mindy's pleading gaze. He wasn't a Saint Seiya, but even the most effective tactics lost their power with overuse. The night deepened. After dinner, Sean watched with quiet satisfaction as Mindy obediently cleared the table and washed the dishes. Taming a wild child was a long process, but progress was progress. Back in his room, just as he was about to start his usual training regimen, Sean's brow furrowed. A strange sensation had been lingering in his mind ever since he killed Kingpin and Bullseye. Tonight, after eliminating the Green Goblin, it had grown even more pronounced. What's going on? Closing his eyes, Sean focused inward to probe the soft white glow in his consciousness. The long-dormant system interface flickered to life once more. Beyond the previously activated card function, a new option had appeared along with a string of clear data. Exchange system. Delving deeper, Sean frowned in confusion. What was this? Ever since accidentally activating the card function, he had studied the system, a remnant of the virtual fighting game, extensively. Apart from the initial mysterious potion, it had remained frustratingly passive. No missions, no instructions, not even a dialogue function. For a while, Sean had wondered if he'd gotten a defective system. The card function, as he'd discovered through experimentation, required voluntary guidance or teaching from notable figures in this world, superheroes or major characters, to generate cards of varying grades. These fell into two broad categories. Skill cards, item cards. In simple terms, if Tony Stark willingly explained how to build an arc reactor, Sean could obtain its blueprint as a card. If the Ancient One in Nepal accepted him as a disciple and taught him mystic arts, he'd gain a stack of magic skill cards. Essentially, it was a cheat code for rapid learning. However, after repeated tests, Sean realized card generation wasn't guaranteed. The success rate was inconsistent, so he'd eventually set it aside. After all, at this stage, he wasn't about to march up to the Ancient One for apprenticeship or boldly demand Iron Man's armor schematics. Defeated D+ rank character, Bullseye. Reward, 80 points. Defeated C+ rank character, Kingpin. Reward, 100 points. Defeated B rank character, Green Goblin. Reward, 200 points. System shop initialization complete. Exchange system. Does this mean I can trade points for items, like in a game? A spark of excitement ignited in Sean's chest. He remembered the original game's shop, stocked with items from countless virtual worlds. If he could access those here, they'd become his ultimate trump cards. Suppressing his exhilaration, Sean tentatively opened the shimmering system shop. A dazzling array of data flooded his mind, core items from countless virtual worlds. Terminator Universe, Skynet, a human-created AI defense system from the late 20th century. Star Wars Universe, The Force, a supernatural, omnipresent energy with limitless potential. Limitless Universe, NZT-48, a drug that unlocks the brain's latent potential, granting perfect recall and superhuman intellect. Sean's breathing grew heavier. He could practically hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. This was an inexhaustible treasure trove. Technologies and civilizations from countless worlds, laid out like goods on a shelf, waiting for him to claim them. It was as if he now had the collective might of infinite realities backing him. Maybe my ambitions don't have to stop at this world. The rush of euphoria lasted only seconds before Sean forced himself to calm down. He needed to maximize the use of his limited points. Scanning the luminous lists, his gaze finally settled on one particular item. With this, the Oscorp problem becomes trivial. Exhaling slowly, Sean's youthful face brimmed with anticipation for the future. The Avengers, the Infinity Stones, cosmic warlords, none of these would be the limit of his journey. Infinite possibilities awaited. Chapter 32, Funeral and New Medicine. The drizzle fell like countless silver threads from the overcast sky. Luxury cars lined the road outside the cemetery, their occupants solemn-faced, expressions heavy with grief. This was the renowned Trinity Church, located at the intersection of Broadway and Wall Street in Manhattan. Here, the funeral of Norman Osborn, once a towering figure in life, was being held. The man who had built a vast business empire now lay quietly in a cold coffin. A stern-faced priest stood before the gravestone, recounting Norman Osborn's glorious past and achievements to the gathered mourners. Harry Osborn, the new heir to Oscorp, stood with a pained expression. Despite his distant relationship with his father, the loss of his only family left him heartbroken. Harry. You need to stay strong. Uncle Norman wouldn't want to see you like this. Mary Jane, her red hair damp from the rain, comforted her boyfriend softly. Nearby, Peter watched the scene unfold before lowering his head with a sigh. The young Spider-Man still didn't know what had truly happened that night. After being knocked unconscious by the Green Goblin, he had awakened to find only a charred corpse. Never had he imagined that beneath the Goblin's mask was Harry's father, the man he had once respected. In the end, Peter chose to keep the cruel truth hidden. Harry was already suffering enough from the loss of his father. Learning that Norman had been the murderous Green Goblin would only devastate him further. As for him and Mary Jane, Peter glanced one last time at the red-haired girl standing beside Harry before turning and walking away into the rain. His battles with the Green Goblin had forced him to grow up. He understood now that as long as he wore the Spider-Man suit, he could never truly be with Mary Jane. And right now, Harry needed her more than he did. "Peter, where are you going?" Sean's voice called out from behind. He held a black umbrella as he stood beside Gwen, who was dressed in a somber black dress, her usual lively demeanor replaced by quiet elegance. Peter forced a smile. "I have something to take care of. I need to go." Watching his lonely figure disappear into the rain, Gwen looked up at Sean. "What's really going on with Peter, Mary Jane, and Harry?" Sean shrugged under the umbrella, feigning ignorance. Watching Spider-Man tangled in this messy love triangle was surreal. It was like witnessing a real-life soap opera. Gwen didn't press further, staying close to Sean as they entered the cemetery. By the time the funeral rites and post-service gathering concluded, evening had fallen. Exhausted, Harry finally retreated to the living room of the Osborn mansion, his handsome face lined with fatigue. "Sorry, Sean. I didn't expect things to drag on this long. You've been waiting all afternoon." Harry apologized immediately. The day had been a whirlwind. He had to deal with shareholders, manage his father's connections, and handle endless formalities. He hadn't even had a moment to breathe. "I'm sorry about your father." Sean leaned back on the sofa, sipping strong black coffee. "Also, no need to apologize, Harry. You have a lot to deal with, the company, and your own life. I know how it feels. Losing the person you rely on and suddenly facing the world alone. It's not easy." Harry's eyes reddened slightly. He knew Sean's tragic past, how he had lost both parents, then his uncle, leaving him to navigate life alone. "Thanks for saying that. It helps. Makes it a little less painful." Harry, shedding his former carefree persona, patted his friend's shoulder. He was trying hard to become the leader Oscorp needed. He was no longer a reckless playboy. Sean set down his cup, his piercing gaze locking onto Harry. "The first step is always the hardest. I've heard about Oscorp's situation. The shareholders don't believe in you. They're just vultures looking to profit before jumping ship." This was his first major move, using Oscorp as the stage for his ambitions. "I didn't know you followed Oscorp's business." Harry seemed taken aback by his friend's sudden intensity. For a moment, Sean's demeanor reminded him of his father, that same commanding presence. It was unsettling. "The news is full of it. Everyone's betting Oscorp will collapse without your father." Sean carefully stoked Harry's emotions. Unlike his cunning and ruthless father, Harry was softer, a privileged heir with a kind heart, fond of parties and pretty girls, lacking his father's drive. But that made him the perfect partner. "I'll convince the shareholders. Oscorp won't fall. I'll get us through this," Harry declared passionately, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He knew how dire things were. Losing the Department of Defense contract had sunk their investments. The Green Goblin scandal had shattered their reputation. The company was on the brink. Faced with Sean's knowing gaze, Harry's confidence wavered. He was just a young heir, one who was unprepared to steer a multinational empire. He had no one to trust inside Oscorp. Sean played his hand. "To survive this, you need to offset the losses in military contracts. The shareholders need to see hope. A groundbreaking product that guarantees massive profits." Harry might doubt his motives, but if he wanted to save Oscorp, he had no choice but to cooperate. Besides, Sean wasn't lying. He needed a platform, and Harry needed a lifeline. A win-win scenario. "What are you suggesting?" Harry asked warily. Could his friend really help Oscorp? "Harry, Dr. Connors and I have made a breakthrough, a treatment for Alzheimer's. Preliminary trials show remarkable results." Sean revealed his bait. "If you're interested, visit the lab. We injected ALZ-112 into a chimp named Caesar. It solved the Lucas Tower puzzle in 20 moves. The perfect solution takes 15. Harry, it's time for Oscorp to leave weapons behind. You're not Tony Stark. You won't charm the DoD into endless contracts. But medicine. The profits are limitless. Once the FDA approves this drug, and Oscorp can fast-track that, money will pour in." Harry was tempted. With Oscorp crumbling, he had no other options. His father's legacy couldn't die on his watch. "I need the research data. Proof it works." Harry exhaled heavily, slumping into the sofa. "You'll have it tomorrow." Sean stood, smiling down at his conflicted friend. "You won't regret this, Harry. The future belongs to us. T/N, ALZ-112. And it makes apes smart. I think we all know what Sean bought with his points. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 33, Caesar the Chimpanzee. A silver Chrysler pulled into the campus of Stony Brook University, where both Sean and Harry were enrolled. Nestled in the suburban Long Island, this prestigious public research university was renowned worldwide for its academic excellence, often referred to as a public ivy. The car wound its way through the tree-lined paths before stopping in front of an older white building. Originally a university laboratory, this facility had produced numerous distinguished scientists, including several Nobel laureates. Later, it was purchased by Norman Osborn and handed over to Dr. Connors for research. Now, after changing hands once more, it belonged to Dr. Kurt Connors, and was funded by a businessman from Hell's Kitchen. Stepping out of the car, Harry was unaware of these behind-the-scenes dealings. He took a deep breath as his nerves tingled with anticipation. After his conversation with Sean, he had reviewed the research data and sent it to Oscorp's scientific team for evaluation. The results were clear: this new drug had staggering profit potential. Still harboring some doubts, Harry decided to see for himself. If the results matched the claims, saving Oscorp might no longer be an impossible task. "Harry, you're earlier than I expected." Sean and Dr. Connors stood at the entrance as they welcomed their guest with warm smiles. "Would you like a tour first, or should we go straight to Caesar?" "Let's walk. I've never been here before." Harry forced a casual smile, not wanting to appear too eager. Sean nodded. "Dr. Connors, would you mind preparing Caesar? Just be careful, he's been a bit temperamental lately." The reserved one-armed scientist agreed silently. He had never been one for small talk, and Oscorp's past abandonment still left a bitter taste. Still, he trusted Sean completely. After all, it was this young man who had pulled him from the depths of despair. As Dr. Connors left, Sean led Harry through the aging laboratory. "Our core project remains Dr. Connors' cross-species genetics research. Limb regeneration has enormous medical potential. I foresee many opportunities for collaboration with Oscorp." Harry listened quietly and observed the dated facilities. Oscorp had its own well-funded R&D division, which pursued projects like the glider and the super-soldier serum, both being attempts to secure military contracts. But scientific breakthroughs were unpredictable. As Oscorp's new CEO, Harry knew all too well how many promising projects turned into money pits with no return. Harry studied his friend. If Sean really is a genius. Though they were same age, Sean carried himself with a confidence that commanded trust. Maybe he is like Tony Stark or Reed Richards, the kind of mind that could revolutionize industries. "Hey, Harry. What are you doing here?" Gwen's surprised voice interrupted his thoughts. She balanced a stack of files, her eyes wide. Given Oscorp's turmoil and Harry's leave of absence, his presence here was unexpected. "Sean's got something amazing that might just save the company." Harry shot Sean a knowing look, easily picking up on Gwen's obvious interest in his friend. Sean chuckled, exchanging brief pleasantries before guiding Harry to the lab's central chamber. Dr. Connors stood ready, waiting beside a glass enclosure. "Meet Caesar. A chimpanzee from the South African rainforest." Sean gestured to the small primate sitting inside. "Chimpanzee DNA is nearly identical to humans with less than 1% difference. That's why we chose him for trials." "And what's he doing?" Harry pressed closer to the glass. The young chimp sat attentively at a table, facing a tower of stacked discs. A researcher entered with a tray of fruit. "The Towers of Hanoi puzzle. Move the discs from one peg to another without placing a larger disc atop a smaller one. The optimal solution takes 15 moves. Caesar here averages 16 now, a huge improvement from last week's 20. Harry's jaw dropped as the chimp deftly rearranged the discs and completed the puzzle with startling efficiency before happily accepting his fruit reward. "This is incredible." Sean smirked at Harry's reaction. Dr. Connors had been just as stunned. "Initially, Caesar couldn't solve it no matter how much we trained him. Then we administered ALZ-112, a gene therapy drug that stimulates neurogenesis, essentially repairing and regenerating brain cells. Or, to put it simply, a miracle cure for Alzheimer's." The mesmerized Harry watched as Caesar moved on to identifying simple words and pictures. The implications were staggering. This drug could redefine medicine and Oscorp's future. Any side effects? Harry's excitement dimmed slightly. He hadn't forgotten how the super-soldier serum's flaws had doomed Oscorp. A minor one. Sean shrugged. "In chimps, ALZ-112 sometimes causes green pigmentation in the irises. But we don't expect this to manifest in humans." "So?" Sean met Harry's gaze squarely, ready to partner up. "This drug isn't just for Alzheimer's, it could treat countless neurological disorders. The profit potential is limitless." Harry stared at Caesar. The chimp's human-like intelligence was undeniable. Oscorp's resources could fast-track this drug to market. "We'll need human trials first," Harry finally said, "If the results hold up, Oscorp is in." Sean grinned and clapped Harry's shoulder. "You remember what I said? The future belongs to us." The two young men stood side by side, one filled with hope, the other with quiet certainty. The game had just begun. Chapter 34, Press Conference. Harry Osborn acted swiftly. Once Oscorp's R&D department confirmed the validity of the experimental data, he immediately notified Sean, and the two reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. The new CEO of Oscorp quickly realized that the true driving force behind the project was not Dr. Connors, the owner of the lab, but his friend who served as the lead researcher. Thus, whether it was negotiations or signing contracts, Sean took full charge. Dr. Connors was more than happy to stay out of it. His research had reached its final critical stage, and he had no patience for tedious formalities. Inside Oscorp's conference room, a beaming Harry extended his hand. Having just signed the official contract, Sean stood up as well. The two exchanged a knowing smile. 3 days prior, the first human trial of ALZ-112 had been conducted, and the results proved that the drug worked not only on chimpanzees, but also on humans. This partnership breathed new life into Oscorp, which had been battered by media scrutiny and internal turmoil. "Oscorp will rise to new heights under your leadership," Sean said with a smile. His meticulous planning was finally bearing fruit, so he was in excellent spirits. Harry's youthful face brightened with relief. "Let's hope so, Sean. Don't forget, Oscorp now has a piece of you too. You and Dr. Connors hold shares in the company." The immense pressure of the past few weeks had left the young CEO anxious and exhausted. Had Sean not stepped in with ALZ-112 at this critical moment, Harry couldn't imagine where he, or Oscorp, would be now. Sean smiled faintly. Due to Oscorp's strained cash flow, Harry had opted to compensate him with company shares rather than an outright payment. However, the agreement stipulated that these shares could not be held long-term. Once ALZ-112 hit the market, they would be bought back in cash. Thus, a mutually beneficial deal was sealed. As Sean stepped out of Oscorp's headquarters, he glanced back at the towering skyscraper, his eyes glinting thoughtfully. Perhaps he had moved too quickly, which triggered Harry's subconscious wariness. That special clause was likely added to prevent Sean and Dr. Connors from gaining too much control. "Learning fast, aren't you?" Sean murmured in amusement. To him, Oscorp was merely a stepping stone. He had no intention of devouring this particular slice of the pie. Now, all that remained was to wait for the rewards to roll in. Hands in his pockets, the young man disappeared into the bustling crowd, his eyes alight with anticipation. Dr. Kurt Connors and Mr. Sean Cyphers have jointly developed ALZ-112, a groundbreaking gene therapy that promises to revolutionize treatment for neurological disorders. Oscorp is proud to contribute to this humanitarian cause, bringing this miracle drug to market and alleviating the suffering of countless patients. On television, the young and handsome Harry spoke with fervor, effortlessly fielding reporters' questions while sprinkling in his trademark charm. "Human potential is truly remarkable," Sean mused as he sipped his Blue Mountain coffee. "Just a while ago, Harry Osborn was just another spoiled rich kid. Now, he's transformed into a capable CEO." Today, Sean had taken a rare day off at Gwen's invitation, accompanying the golden-haired girl whose feelings for him were becoming increasingly obvious. "The real prodigy here is you." Gwen stirred her coffee, her bright eyes shining with admiration. "You're so young, yet you've already co-developed a revolutionary drug with Dr. Connors, one that's about to hit the market and generate massive profits. Isn't that something to be proud of?" "Well, as they say, I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants." Sean smirked. "Or more accurately, on the shoulders of a cheat system." He chuckled inwardly. "But you're famous now. The papers are calling you the next Tony Stark or Reed Richards." They were both prodigies who made their mark at a young age. Gwen was far more excited than Sean himself, recounting the media's exaggerated reports with playful enthusiasm. Sean listened quietly, occasionally nodding along. No wonder he had become an overnight sensation. Compared to Dr. Connors' relatively unremarkable past, Sean's backstory was far more compelling: a young genius who lost his parents, raised by an uncle, then left to fend for himself after his guardian's death. Despite the hardships, he excelled academically, earned a place at State University of New York, and dedicated himself to scientific pursuits. This kind of inspirational narrative was exactly what the public craved. People were tired of billionaire playboys and their scandals. They wanted something fresh, a real American dream. The truth? Irrelevant. Sean saw through it all. Harry was using this opportunity to rehabilitate Oscorp's tarnished image, while the media seized on a sensational story to boost sales. Even Tony Stark had been dragged into the fray for comparison. Everyone had their own agenda, and Sean was perfectly content to play along. After all, every step he'd taken was meticulously calculated. With Dr. Connors as a shield, any minor doubts would hardly matter. Gazing out the cafe window at the bustling streets, Sean felt a brief sense of detachment. He had truly taken his first step in this world. Gwen sipped her coffee, her soft eyes lingering on Sean. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting an almost ethereal glow on his face, enhancing his quiet mystique. As soothing music filled the air, the surrounding noise seemed to fade, leaving only a tranquil and intimate atmosphere. When Sean finally snapped out of his thoughts, he found Gwen staring at him with undisguised affection, her eyes shimmering like spring water. "What's going on?" Sean wondered. He hadn't been trying to flirt, if anything, he'd kept a deliberate distance. Yet Gwen's attraction only seemed to grow. Did the system secretly boost my charm stat or something? How troublesome. Suppressing a smirk, Sean leaned back and stared at the ceiling, thoroughly pleased with himself. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 35, Point Farming Plan. Returning to school, Sean found himself thoroughly enjoying the treatment of a celebrity. Not only was he invited by the university administration to give speeches, but he also effortlessly won the annual scholarship, although this amount of money meant nothing to him now. Still, the feeling of pretending to be a super academic overachiever was simply too satisfying. Similarly, Dr. Connors, who was deeply devoted to scientific research, also experienced a change in his life. This once washed-up scientist had been ridiculed and mocked by industry peers for his widely dismissed cross-species genetics research, forcing him to humbly teach at New York State University. However, with the success of Oscorp's press conference, the name, Curt Connors, was suddenly remembered by the academic community. This time, no one dared to continue laughing at the one-armed middle-aged man. After all, the current mainstream media was filled with nothing but praise. Anyone who spoke out now would inevitably become a target of collective criticism. "Thank you, Sean. ALZ-112 was entirely your personal invention, it had nothing to do with me." In private, Dr. Connors sought out Sean to express his sincere gratitude. This reserved one-armed man was genuinely thankful to Sean. Despite his young age, Sean had helped him repeatedly. Whether it was completing the decay rate algorithm formula or reclaiming the laboratory from Oscorp, this extraordinarily talented young man had essentially changed his life. "This is what you deserve, Dr. Connors. ALZ-112, like the decay rate algorithm, wasn't perfect. My mind is full of unconventional ideas, but they require a sufficiently brilliant scientist to refine them, and you did exactly that. So the credit should rightfully include you." Sean was well aware that ALZ-112, derived from Rise of the Planet of the Apes, was not flawless and had its own side effects. Over time, the human immune system would develop antibodies, causing the condition to regress. However, with his years of experience in biological genetics research, Dr. Connors had resolved this issue through repeated experimentation. This world possessed an extremely advanced scientific foundation, which was why someone like Tony Stark could rely on continuously evolving and modified Iron Man armor to stand against powerful beings like the Hulk and Thor. Here, the power of technology was in no way inferior to magic or superhuman abilities. Therefore, to Sean, the scientists who played pivotal roles in the future timeline were an immensely valuable and exploitable resource. Recruiting Dr. Connors was only the first step, many more key figures would gradually join this team. Before leaving, Sean suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, Doctor, you should prepare a more formal outfit." Dr. Connors looked puzzled. He rarely participated in any social activities, sometimes even living directly in the laboratory, so he didn't understand why Sean was asking him to dress up. "According to Harry, you've been nominated for the National Medal of Science. There's a chance you might receive the award personally from the president. For such an important occasion, shouldn't you dress appropriately?" Sean smiled brightly. In truth, he had also been nominated, but he declined the opportunity. It wasn't the right time for him to draw too much attention. Having Dr. Connors serve as a shield suited his purposes just fine. Oscorp headquarters, CEO's office. Sean Cyphers, the scientific genius of the new era. The next Tony Stark. In the CEO's office at Oscorp, Harry grinned as he handed Sean the latest issue of Vanity Fair. As the media's current darling, countless newspapers and magazines were clamoring to interview this newly minted young tycoon. After finalizing the cooperation agreement with Harry, Sean had received hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation and a stake in Oscorp, officially entering the ranks of billionaires, though he was still far from reaching Tony Stark's level. The next Stark, huh? That's quite the compliment. Sean chuckled as he looked at the magazine cover, which featured his own well-dressed and confident youthful face. He didn't have many thoughts about the media constantly comparing him to Tony Stark. He believed it wouldn't be long before he met that genius playboy in person. That said, based on Sean's ongoing observations of Stark Industries, Tony should soon be heading to the Afghan front lines to promote his weapons. That would mark the beginning of the timeline, the birth of Iron Man, followed by the gradual emergence and assembly of the Avengers, ultimately forming the world's most powerful superhero team. How amusing. The feeling of witnessing the growth of these superheroes firsthand was truly entertaining. Sean turned his attention back to Harry. Thanks to the overwhelming success of the press conference, the young CEO's situation had improved significantly. At the very least, the board members were no longer clamoring to dismantle Oscorp or sell it off to Wall Street bankers. Sean leaned back in his chair and spoke, "All right, back to business. The FDA application has been approved. The next step is clinical trials. I believe ALZ-112 will officially hit the market soon." ALZ-112 was only the first step in his plans. Dr. Connor's research was nearing completion, which would allow him to launch another breakthrough product and firmly establish himself in the biopharmaceutical industry. From there, he could build his own laboratory, aggressively recruit top scientific talent, and transform these high-potential resources into his own strength. He hadn't forgotten about mutants, a massive treasure trove waiting to be tapped. However, he hadn't yet figured out how to approach the world's most powerful telepath. Oscorp is already working to expedite the process. Do you know, Sean? After the press conference, the company's stock immediately stopped falling and began soaring. Based on internal assessments and comparisons to similar drugs, projected sales are estimated at $4 billion. Harry spoke excitedly, the immense pressure that had weighed on his shoulders finally easing slightly. Oscorp had gained a brief respite. The business empire his father had painstakingly built over a lifetime wouldn't collapse under his watch after all. Sean blinked. He wasn't as thrilled as Harry. Such substantial returns had been expected from the start. This was only the beginning. Remember to file for a patent with the PTO. After spending some time in Harry's office discussing ALZ-112's approval process and post-launch projections, Sean prepared to leave. With one phase of his work complete, Sean found himself walking down the street when a thought struck him. Perhaps it was time to pay Hell's Kitchen another visit. After all, there were still system points to be farmed. Daredevil. The Punisher. Iron Fist. Luke Cage. Jessica Jones. All of them are walking point bags. Thinking of the dazzling array of items in the system shop, Sean couldn't help but feel tempted. Since that was the case, why not start with these street-level heroes? A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. The game was on. Chapter 36, The Punisher's Investigation. Night enveloped New York, the city's dazzling lights pulsating with vitality. The wealthy indulged in their extravagant, decadent lifestyles, while those in the poorer neighborhoods found solace in the warmth of their families. Hell's Kitchen. New York's den of debauchery. Even after Kingpin's death, this special district, rife with chaos and crime, had not achieved the expected peace. Gangs, drug dealers, and street thugs were like weeds after a wildfire, quickly regrowing and silently encroaching upon every block. Matt Murdock sat alone in his law office. His heightened senses allowed him to hear everything nearby, and if he concentrated, he could even expand his perception to cover an entire block. "What are you doing? What's it to you, pal? Mind your own business or I'll blow your head off. You want to try me? You asking for a beating?" Matt clenched the documents in his hand. He had long abandoned his identity as Daredevil. Since Kingpin's death, the blind lawyer had resolved never to don the Red Devil's suit again. Perhaps it was the departure of his friend, Foggy, and his assistant, Karen, that finally made him realize that violently punishing criminals was only a temporary solution. While Daredevil fought crime, he himself was breaking the law. Though he had made his decision, whenever he heard crimes unfolding, Matt still struggled to suppress the impulse in his heart. His inherently righteous nature made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to criminals and acts of violence. NYPD. Break it up. Stop right there. The arrival of the police defused what could have become a violent confrontation. Matt nodded, exhaling deeply. Perhaps this was the best resolution. Daredevil's appearance would only have made things worse. Forcing down his inner turmoil, Matt reminded himself that, at least on the surface, Hell's Kitchen had regained some semblance of peace after Kingpin's fall. The blind lawyer refocused and prepared the legal documents for an upcoming case. Having given up his vigilante life as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, Matt now dedicated himself to pro bono legal aid, serving those who couldn't afford high-priced attorneys. In a way, this was another method of fighting crime. As he organized the files, Matt frowned slightly. He seemed to recognize a familiar set of footsteps. "Frank, is that you?" he called out. "Your ears are as sharp as ever, counselor." A towering, broad-shouldered man climbed in through the fire escape window and casually made himself at home on the couch. "You got any booze here?" "Whiskey on the rocks." Matt stood up, retrieved a bottle of beer from the fridge and tossed it to the man on the couch. Frank Castle, known as the Punisher, caught it effortlessly, twisting off the cap and taking a hearty swig. "Next time, could you use the door? Must you always climb through the window?" Matt had strong opinions about Frank's entry methods. "I'm not you, Matt. The whole damn NYPD's got a bounty on my head. Those bastards think I killed Kingpin. They got me pegged as public enemy number one. Frank downed the beer in one go, clearly furious about being framed for a crime he didn't commit. Matt chuckled dryly. To be fair, I also thought it was you at first too. Frank had once been a Marine, but after returning home to find his family brutally murdered, the trauma drove him to wage a one-man war against Hell's Kitchen's criminal underworld. Matt had met him during this crusade. Initially, the two had clashed violently, but after learning the truth, Daredevil saved a gravely wounded Frank and even volunteered to be his defense attorney. Frank toyed with his firearm. Whoever did it had a style rough enough to match mine, but I didn't even get the chance to take Kingpin out myself before someone beat me to it. These days, his reputation in Hell's Kitchen was more fearsome than ever. Unlike the vanished Daredevil, the ruthless and extremist Punisher remained relentless in his campaign against the gangs. Checking the time, Matt cut to the chase. You wouldn't come here without a reason, Frank. What did you find? Look at you now. Matt Murdock, the righteous lawyer. Frank's tone dripped with sarcasm. He hadn't expected Matt to abandon his Daredevil persona entirely. Remember what I told you before. Someone's plotting something big. Kingpin is dead, but the Hand's influence is growing. They've secretly taken control of a company called Midland Circle Financial. I've spotted dozens of their red-clad ninjas stationed there. That's not normal. Matt fell silent. His girlfriend, Elektra, had been killed by the Hand. Those Japanese ninjas had tried to turn her into a weapon called the Black Sky. In the midst of a fierce chase and battle, Elektra had died saving him. It was the deepest pain in Matt's heart, the very reason he had hung up Daredevil's mask and cowl, choosing to return to an ordinary life. The Hand. I thought they had left Hell's Kitchen. Matt's smile was bitter as he buried those painful memories. No. They just went underground. Seems like they've been quietly working on something. Frank laid out the clues he had uncovered recently. He needed Matt's help. The Hand's elite ninjas, trained to perfection, were too much for him to handle alone. What's your plan? Matt asked. There's a place in Hell's Kitchen, the Hellfire Club. It's a cesspool of scum, perfect for gathering intel. Frank's grin was anything but friendly. The Punisher's methods of gathering intel were unlikely to involve polite questioning. I've got court at 3. I'll be defending a kid who lost both his legs. Well, good luck with your investigation. Matt stuffed the files into his briefcase and picked up his white cane. You can stay here a while if you want. Just lock the window when you leave. This neighborhood's not the safest. So you're really washing your hands of all this, huh? Matt Murdock. You're content to forget your old life and play the noble lawyer fighting for justice and defending the poor. Frank stood up, his voice laced with anger. He wanted Matt to snap out of it, to return as the crime-fighting Daredevil. Hell's Kitchen needed him. You really think the law can judge those monsters? I thought you'd figured it out by now, Matt. The law can't touch those bastards. In Hell's Kitchen, gang bosses walk in and out of precincts like they own the place. They sip fine wine and bed pretty women in prison, with guards bowing to them. These people face no consequences. They'll never repent before God. That's why I don't hold back, because every last one of them deserves hell. Frank's words were ice-cold, striking Matt's heart like bullets. Torn by hesitation and conflict, the blind lawyer felt the familiar surge of emotion rise once more. Frank. I'm sorry. I can't. After a long silence, Matt gave his answer and walked out of the shabby apartment. Left alone, Frank sighed. It seemed he'd have to find help elsewhere. Hell's Kitchen had seen a new crop of players lately. Luke Cage, the hero of Harlem, and Jessica Jones, the private investigator. These were people with extraordinary abilities. No matter what, tonight's first stop was the Hellfire Club. He could only hope the owner would be cooperative, for his own sake. With the skull emblem stark on his chest, the Punisher climbed back out the window. His imposing figure melted into the dim night. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 37, delivered to the doorstep. I think this must be a misunderstanding. And Mr. Frank, I'm really not the owner of this club. Wesley raised both hands, doing his best to appear harmless and compliant as he leaned against the leather sofa in the private booth. A 9mm Browning automatic pistol was pressed against his forehead. If the hand gripping the gun so much as twitched to pull the trigger, this personal assistant, who had only recently climbed his way up, would have his head blown apart like a watermelon. Just half an hour earlier, this burly, powerfully built man had stormed straight into the Hellfire Club. The gangsters and bodyguards stood no chance against this terrifying killer known as the Punisher. By the time Wesley stepped out to assess the situation, the floor was already littered with groaning bodies, most likely with broken limbs or a dozen or so shattered ribs. Fortunately, the Punisher had shown some restraint and hadn't outright slaughtered everyone. Otherwise, the club would have been strewn with dismembered body parts. Judging by the Punisher's usual methods, most gangsters who dared resist ended up with a bullet through the skull or a tactical knife slit across the throat. When it came to killing, the man was ruthlessly efficient. Clad in his signature outfit, the Punisher spoke coldly, "So, you're telling me you can't provide any useful intel on the Hand?" In Hell's Kitchen, nothing terrified criminals more than spotting that black t-shirt with the skull emblem at night, because it meant they already had one foot in the grave. The Hand had a few under-the-table dealings with Kingpin before, mostly involving the acquisition of properties or old buildings. As for their purpose, I have no idea. Oh, and they've been trying to create some kind of weapon called Black Sky, constantly scouting children from all over to serve as vessels. That's all I know. Wesley, being a smart man, cooperated fully and shared everything he knew. The Punisher's fearsome reputation in Hell's Kitchen was even more terrifying than the legend of the Red Devil. At least the latter would only beat you half to death before handing you over to the police, while the former would send you straight to meet your maker. "Who's your boss?" The Punisher lowered his gun. He had done his homework on this James Wesley, formerly Kingpin's personal assistant, who had inherited the crime lord's empire after his death. To Frank, the whole thing smelled like a carefully orchestrated plan. Frank was very interested in the mysterious boss behind Wesley. For all he knew, this man could be the one who had really killed Kingpin. "Honestly, I don't know who he is, or even his name. I know nothing about my boss. He only left me a phone number." Wesley carefully pulled out his phone and, under the Punisher's watchful gaze, dialed his boss's number. Sean was in the lab personally instructing the chimpanzee named Caesar. After being injected with ALZ-112, Caesar had demonstrated intelligence and learning abilities far beyond those of his species. Whether it was words or images, he could grasp them quickly. With continuous training, he had even begun using simple hand gestures to communicate, behavior that went far beyond ordinary animals. As Dr. Connors put it, Caesar was becoming more and more like a human. The day he started speaking wouldn't even be surprising. "I can't shake the feeling that you're doing something very dangerous," Connors said, a trace of concern in his eyes as Sean stepped out of the room. The scientist's instincts were sharp. "What's wrong, doctor? Are you afraid of Caesar?" Sean smiled faintly. Through a series of methods, he had firmly bound Connors to his cause. "Yes." Connors nodded, staring through the thick glass at the chimpanzee whose movements were indistinguishable from a human's. "You're creating a new species, Sean. Caesar's learning ability is astonishing. He's evolving, Sean. The time it takes for him to absorb new knowledge keeps shrinking. Do you know what that means?" "It means Caesar hasn't reached his limit yet. He still has room to grow. What if one day, he becomes just like us?" As a scientist, Connors was deeply unsettled by Caesar's terrifying potential. ALZ-112 was originally developed to treat brain degeneration, but if its effects went beyond that. If it could be used on primates, it would be equivalent to creating an entirely new species. Sean couldn't help but chuckle at Connors' worries. The exact scenario the doctor feared was the plot of Rise of the Planet of the Apes, where ALZ-112 failed in humans, leading to the development of ALZ-113, a drug that not only enhanced ape intelligence, but also acted as a deadly virus for humans. In that world, humanity was nearly wiped out, and apes rose to form their own civilization. "Doctor, none of what you're imagining will happen. The development of a new species isn't that simple. How long did it take humans to go from primitive stone tools to modern industrial civilization? There will only ever be one Caesar." Sean dismissed Connors' concerns. He was training Caesar merely as an interesting pet, nothing more. In the future, Sean planned to conduct far more dangerous experiments, mutant gene research, super soldier serums, even a Hulk replication project. These were all rough blueprints in his mind. No matter how much Caesar evolved, could he really be more terrifying than extraterrestrial life or aliens? "Don't let caution limit your imagination, Dr. Connors." Sean patted the scientist's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Buzz. Feeling the vibration in his pocket, Sean pulled out his phone. When he saw the caller ID, he frowned. Wesley wouldn't contact him without good reason. Did something major happen in Hell's Kitchen? Thinking of his yet-to-be-executed point farming plan, Sean felt a flicker of confusion as he answered. Wesley's voice came through. "Boss, there's something you might need to handle personally." Sean's frown deepened. "Is there a gun to your head, Wesley? You sound tense." Something felt off. Wesley was usually composed and would never speak in such vague terms. He must be under duress. "If you want this guy to live, get to the Hellfire Club in 30 minutes. A low, gravelly voice replaced Wesley's before the call abruptly ended. Sean rubbed his chin. When had he pissed off someone like this? He always kept a low profile, yet here was someone coming straight for him. How interesting. Sean ran through the list of Hell's Kitchen figures capable of threatening Wesley. Daredevil had reportedly vanished for a while, Jessica Jones was still playing private investigator, Luke Cage was holed up in Harlem, and Iron Fist hadn't made his debut yet. The Hand's ninjas wouldn't move against Wesley, given their cooperative relationship. That left only one man, the Punisher, who crushed criminals with brutal efficiency. And judging by the abrupt phone call, it fit his style perfectly. A surge of excitement stirred within Sean, as if his dormant combat instincts were awakening, points delivered right to my doorstep. No reason to refuse. Chapter 38, Fierce Battle. The Hellfire Club was silent, save for the Punisher lounging calmly on the sofa. A bottle of whiskey sat empty on the table, and a cigar box lay open beside it. The Browning pistol rested near his right hand as its owner exhaled a cloud of smoke, savoring the taste of authentic Cuban tobacco. "You damn rich people," Frank muttered, even as he drank their liquor and smoked their expensive cigars without a hint of guilt. Wesley pretended not to hear, and was careful not to show any anger. If he provoked the men, he might not live long enough for his boss to arrive. "Your boss sounded pretty young on the phone," the Punisher remarked, his posture relaxed but his instincts razor-sharp. If Wesley made even the slightest wrong move, Frank could blow his brains out in under 2 seconds. How did he kill Kingpin? A trap. Heavy firepower. "Mr. Castle, I truly know very little about my employer," Wesley said with a strained smile. "He prefers to remain hidden, which is why he installed me as his proxy to handle his affairs." The Punisher snorted. "Seems like a cautious bastard." He didn't press further. His curiosity about Kingpin's killer was just that, curiosity. Hell's Kitchen had birthed another shadowy figure, one who had not only eliminated Kingpin and Bullseye, but also seamlessly absorbed their empire without a ripple. That alone was enough to intrigue Frank. Wesley kept his head slightly lowered. In truth, he knew exactly who his young boss was, he simply chose not to reveal it. Divulging minor details under duress was forgivable, but outright betrayal. That was a death sentence. The Punisher was terrifying, but his employer was no saint either. Kingpin had ruled Hell's Kitchen with an iron fist, yet he had fallen with shocking ease. Wesley didn't dare entertain thoughts of treachery. Time ticked by. The Punisher's gaze grew colder. He was a man of his word. If Wesley's boss didn't show up within 30 minutes, he'd simply have to find himself a new right-hand man. Just as the clock's hand neared 12, the private booth's lights abruptly died and plunged the room into darkness. The Punisher immediately snatched up his pistol, his muscular frame rolling over the sofa as he took cover. Years of combat training had honed his instincts. The fact that this shadowy figure had not only killed Kingpin, but also swallowed his empire whole spoke volumes about his cunning. Frank hadn't expected the men to come alone. He'd already braced himself for an army of gunmen and thugs, with an escape route planned in case things turned south. As a former Marine, he saw no shame in retreating when outmatched. After all, charging blindly into overwhelming odds wasn't bravery, it was stupidity. He wasn't some muscle-headed brute. Behind that hulking frame was a mind that remained ice-cold under pressure. The Hellfire Club was pitch black, its power seemingly cut. In the suffocating silence, the rhythmic tap-tap of footsteps echoed unnervingly loud. The private booth's door creaked open. In the near-total darkness, the Punisher raised his Browning and fired. Muzzle flashes lit up the room as bullets tore through the air. But the figure at the door moved like a ghost, sidestepping the barrage with preternatural speed. The bullet struck only the doorframe, riddling it with holes. Frank ejected the empty magazine and drew his tactical knife, crouching low like a predator waiting to strike. A whip-like kick came from above. The Punisher ducked and countered with a vicious upward slash of his blade. But his opponent was no amateur. He twisted, locking onto Frank's wrist with a grip like steel cable, wrenching the knife from his grasp. Strong. Frank's arm tingled from the sheer force. His opponent wasn't built like a tank, yet he had overpowered him effortlessly. Disarmed, the Punisher closed the distance instantly, his fist rocketing toward the man's face in a brutal hook. He switched to close-quarters combat, his strikes a relentless storm meant to overwhelm. However, the intruder matched him blow for blow. Blocking a punch aimed at his ribs, he shifted like flowing water, his defenses unbreakable against Frank's onslaught. The two combatants became a blur of motion, no flashy techniques, no wasted movements. Just raw, brutal efficiency. Still frozen on the sofa, Wesley could only watch in stunned terror. Are these two even human? Go down. The Punisher's roar split the air as he seized an opening. Like a tiger pouncing, his entire body surged forward, his right arm swinging down like an executioner's axe. The force behind it could shatter stone. Your weakness blinds you. A soft chuckle. Then. Danger. Frank's instinct screamed. The men before him suddenly changed, his presence swelled like a monstrous tide threatening to drown him whole. Frank's strike landed, but it felt like slamming into steel. The recoil traveled up his arm, and with a sickening crack, his bones fractured. Before he could react, his opponent moved. A shoulder check sent Frank's 200-pound frame hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Thud. He crashed into the wall with a dull thud, the impact driving the breath from his lungs. Pa. A snap of fingers. The lights flickered back on in response. Sean stood amidst the wreckage, shattered tables, splintered wood, and broken glass littering the floor around him. "Just a few broken bones," he said lightly as he watched the Punisher struggle to rise. "For you, that's practically routine." The outcome of this fight had never been in doubt. Frank Castle was a former Marine, a master of combat, survival, and warfare in every form. But he was still human. Against Sean, whose strength could punch through steel, whose speed could match a car, whose reflexes defied biology, the Punisher stood no chance. The only threats left to Sean now were mutants who wielded unnatural powers, Asgardian gods, and the cosmic horrors lurking beyond Earth. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 39, Waiting for the Right Moment. When Frank opened his eyes, he found himself handcuffed to a chair, unable to move. The room was pitch black and silent, with only a metal table and a single lit desk lamp in front of him. Interrogation. As a former Marine, Frank was no stranger to this scenario. He'd been captured, and what came next was inevitable: torture. Did he really expect mercy from the men who had killed Kingpin and Bullseye, then seized control of New York's underworld? A cold laugh echoed in his mind. He had endured the worst pain imaginable, no amount of suffering would break him. If his captor thought he could pry any information out of him, he was in for a disappointment. Asterisk tap. Tap, asterisk. Footsteps approached. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside and pulled out the chair opposite him. The man's face remained shrouded in darkness. "Hello, Mr. Frank Castle," the voice greeted casually. "Now we can finally have a proper conversation. Honestly, you're not the most cooperative talker. I had to resort to this just to get you to sit still." "Who are you?" the Punisher growled. "TCH. Such a cliché question." The man chuckled. "I'm the one who killed Kingpin. The reason you got framed. The real owner of the Hellfire Club. And, of course, a law-abiding citizen of New York. Murder. Running a crime syndicate. Some law-abiding citizen, you are," Frank sneered, unafraid to provoke his captor. To his surprise, the man didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he let out an amused hum. "And what moral high ground are you standing on, Mr. Castle? Kingpin's nature needs no explanation. So why is it that when you slaughter criminals in the most brutal ways, you get to call yourself a hero, but when I remove a crime lord from the equation, I'm the villain? Frank, Hell's Kitchen calls you the Punisher, yet the blood on your hands far outweighs mine." The mocking tone hung in the air. Frank had no retort. Truthfully, beyond killing Kingpin, this man had no known criminal record. "What do you want from me?" Frank finally gritted out, shifting the subject. Fingers drummed against the table in thought. "Honestly. Nothing." The man leaned back. "You were the one who barged into my club like a thug, beat up my men, then threatened Wesley. I only fought you to keep my assistant alive. And now you have the nerve to ask what I want from you." He paused to let his words sink in. Then, he dryly said, "Frank Castle, does insanity run in your family?" The Punisher's face burned crimson. Veins bulged along his corded arms as fury roared through him. "All right, I'll take that last bit back." The man's tone shifted, turning serious. "Let's talk properly, Punisher. I know your story. Frank Castle, a former elite Marine. You came home to find your family slaughtered by mobsters. You then declared war on Hell's Kitchen's underworld. You later clashed with Daredevil, got arrested, and Matt Murdock, the Daredevil himself, defended you in court. Though you still got locked up. You broke out soon after. There's no way a man like you would rot in a cell while your family's killers walked free. You killed 24 inmates, all of whom were hired goons that were sent to finish you. They underestimated you and paid with their lives. Then, you dug deeper and finally found the real mastermind behind your family's murder. It turned out, the drug lord, the blacksmith, was your old CO. Colonel Ray Schoonover. His dirtiest secret. He'd been running narcotics all along. You blew his brains out and took up the mantle of the Punisher. Then you started your holy war against crime. Did I miss anything?" Frank sat in silence as the man recounted his past. The pain, and the rage, it all flooded back. The Punisher wasn't just a name. It was the mark of a man who'd lost everything, one who could only find solace in making criminals pay. "Who the hell are you?" Frank's voice cut through the dark like a blade. "You can call me King." The man's tone was eerily calm, because soon enough, I'll be Hell's Kitchen's new ruler. Frank's brow furrowed. "You want to be the next Kingpin?" If that was the plan, the streets would drown in blood again. The man scoffed. Kingpin was a failure. Rule built on fear and violence never lasts. The shadowed figure leaned forward. Hell's Kitchen is a cesspool: drugs, whores, killers, and gangs. No law. No justice. You really think street-level vigilantes like you can fix that? Violence can't rebuild a system. It's a dead-end road. A man named Bruce Wayne learned that the hard way. Then, he smoothly shifted gears. Let's talk about the hand. Wesley mentioned you've been digging into them. Frank had planned to stay silent. But something in the man's demeanor, the sheer contempt he held for the underworld, made him reconsider. Slowly, he shared what he knew. Sounds like the hand is planning something big. The man's chuckle was cryptic. The hand could be useful, a perfect way to lure Hell's Kitchen's heroes into one place. It'll be easier to hunt them that way. Good talk, Frank. The chair scraped back as the man stood, a pleasure doing business. The door shut. The room plunged back into silence, leaving only Frank's heavy breathing. Outside, Wesley waited. What's the plan, boss? He eyed the steel door. Keep him locked up. Or perhaps cement shoes into the Hudson. Sean sighed. He clapped Wesley's shoulder like a disappointed teacher. Wesley. Must you always default to Kingpin's playbook? So uncivilized. Eat sked. We are upstanding citizens. Killing the Punisher gains us nothing. Let him rot in there. He'll escape eventually anyway. Killing the Punisher would ruin the hunt. Sean's eyes glinted coldly. He knew the hand's plans. He also knew they'd clash with Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes soon. All he had to do was wait. A good hunter knew that timing was everything. Chapter 40, The Storm Approaches. After finalizing the partnership with Oscorp, everything gradually fell into place. Sean had taken his first solid step toward success. At Dr. Connor's insistence, he shed his status as an intern and lab assistant, officially becoming a co-founder of the research lab. Once the new drug hit the market, Sean planned to abandon the New York State University lab. Its facilities and environment could no longer keep up with his ambitions. For a rapidly expanding research team, it was far too rudimentary. Sean and Connors had already scouted a new location for the lab in the northern suburbs of Long Island. Construction had already begun. The land, originally intended for a high-end residential development, boasted lush greenery and well-established infrastructure. Through Wesley's behind-the-scenes maneuvering and some well-placed government connections, Sean had acquired it at a bargain price. Soon, the new lab would be complete and ready for operation. For Sean, it meant more than just a facility. It was his first true asset, a sign that he was no longer a nobody. Returning home, Sean found Mindy packing her belongings in her room. 2 large boxes were stuffed with her beloved Rilakkuma plushies, stacks of clothes, and personal treasures, dozens of exquisitely crafted butterfly knives, likely birthday gifts from her late father, and a polished blued steel pistol with a walnut grip, more a work of art than a weapon. Somehow, you've accumulated more stuff than me, Sean remarked, eyeing the mountain of boxes. I swear you only had a backpack when you moved in. These are my most precious collections, Mindy huffed, shooting him a disdainful glance. Miss Jeannie says a refined, elegant woman must cultivate taste and sophistication. A comic book collecting otaku like you wouldn't understand. Asterisk thwack. Thwack. Thwack, asterisk. Veins popping on his forehead, Sean grabbed the little blonde menace and subjected her to a swift, no-nonsense spanking. Mindy McCready, you've been corrupted by capitalist decadence. To save your fragile little soul, you're on dish duty for the next week. The indignant girl glared at him, but considering his usual generosity with allowance and his willingness to cook and clean, she decided to temporarily forgive his transgression. After mentally torturing Sean 10,000 times in her head, Mindy cheerfully resumed packing. They were preparing for a major move. Now that Sean had joined the ranks of the wealthy, staying in this old apartment no longer suited him. Harry Osborn had recommended a reliable real estate agent, and through their connections, Sean had purchased a luxury penthouse in Manhattan. Once everything was packed, Mindy tugged at Sean's hand, pouting as she surveyed the empty room. Do we have to move? I liked it here. There's a comic shop nearby, and the Burger King is cheap and good. Does Manhattan have those? Sean ruffled her hair. They'll have bigger comic shops, ice cream parlors with way more flavors, and even an amusement park. We'll live in a place much nicer than this. Mindy's eyes sparkled, her earlier reluctance forgotten. Beaming, she slipped her small hand into Sean's palm. After losing her father, the void in her heart had been quietly filled by Sean. 2 lonely souls living together had given her something she'd never truly known before, a sense of family. Will we stay together forever? She asked, looking up. Sean smiled, yeah. Maybe picking up this little gremlin had been the right choice after all. Walking this cold world alone would have been far too lonely. After loading the boxes into their new car, Sean and Mindy took one last look at the apartment that had been their starting point. It was here that Sean had taken his first steps, where drug lord Frank D'Amico, Kingpin, and even the Green Goblin had fallen before him, each serving as stepping stones toward greater heights. Say goodbye to the past, Mindy. Hand in hand, the 2 figures, one tall, one small, shared a smile before turning away. As the last rays of sunset faded beyond the horizon, darkness draped itself over the city. While Sean settled into his new home, atop the private helipad of Rand Enterprises, a helicopter's blades whipped the air as it descended. A young man with tousled brown hair stepped out, followed by a dark-haired woman carrying a travel pack. They gazed at the glittering skyline of New York with relief in their eyes. Being back in the city feels strange, the young man mused. The last time he'd been here, it was to reclaim his family's company from those who had stolen it. His name was Danny Rand. Years ago, he had survived a plane crash that killed his parents, only to be taken in by monks of the mystical city of Kunlun. After decades of brutal training, he had earned the title of its protector, the Iron Fist. "The Hand told me there's a war coming to New York," Danny said, his voice low. "That's why I'm back." His grip tightened around the pendant at his chest, a symbol of the power he wielded. "They destroyed the only place that ever gave me peace. Colleen, I'm going to find every last one of them." The woman beside him squeezed his hand. "I know you will." As they turned to leave, the ground beneath them trembled violently. A deafening roar filled the air as skyscrapers in the distance flickered and went dark. A jagged fissure split the helipad, forcing Danny to steady himself and Colleen. Staring at the blacked-out city blocks, Danny muttered, "An earthquake." The tremors radiated outward from Hell's Kitchen, sending cars screeching and people flooding into the streets in panic. Chaos spread like wildfire, overwhelming the police's attempts to maintain order. Matt Murdock, who had abandoned his daredevil persona, paused mid-step in his apartment. Jessica Jones, who investigating a missing persons case, froze as her coffee cup rattled off the table. Fresh out of prison, Luke Cage steadied himself against a wall. All of Hell's Kitchen's street-level heroes felt it, the earth itself trembling beneath them. Meanwhile, Frank Castle, having barely escaped Wesley's custody, was now bleeding and battered, pursued through back alleys by a squad of hand ninjas. He hadn't expected the shadowy organization to be plotting something of this scale. This intel has to reach Matt. A war was coming to Hell's Kitchen. And the Punisher knew he couldn't fight it alone. Read ahead on my Patreon. Chapter 41, The History of the Hand. Hellfire Club. In the top-floor private lounge, Sean leaned back on the sofa, surrounded by the soothing strains of music. A bottle of high-end red wine and a cigar box sat on the table. Even though he had no interest in them, Wesley had prepared everything meticulously. One had to admit, Kingpin's former personal assistant was a shrewd and cautious man. Was he worried I'd still hold a grudge over the Punisher's intrusion? Eager to prove his loyalty. Sean smirked. He didn't care about loyalty, that was as flimsy as a gangster's morals, easily bought and sold. As long as those in power remained strong, their subordinates wouldn't dare act out. Wesley's loyalty was built entirely on Sean's overwhelming strength. "Boss." Wesley entered but didn't sit immediately. Instead, he stood and began his report. "We've confirmed it. Yesterday's earthquake in Hell's Kitchen was a shallow focus quake. The cause is still unknown, but one thing is certain, it's connected to the Hand. The epicenter was Midland Circle Financial, radiating outward. That's one of the Hand's shell companies. They've worked with Kingpin before." Impressed, Sean nodded. "You found all this out in 2 hours. Good work." Wesley remained humble. The Hellfire Club is the biggest intelligence hub in Hell's Kitchen. Brokers and middlemen from every gang and crime syndicate come here to do business. Gathering intel isn't hard. Sean leaned back deep in thought. The Hand was clearly planning something big. Yesterday's earthquake was just the prelude. With such a blatant move, weren't they worried about attracting S.H.I.E.L.'s attention? But that shadowy organization, still unknown to most, probably wouldn't care about gang wars in New York. The calculating Director Fury was likely busy compiling dossiers on superhumans. Mutants alone were enough of a headache. Why would he spare attention for Hell's Kitchen? What about the people I told you to monitor? Any movement? Sean was curious about what Hell's Kitchen street-level heroes were up to. Wesley chose his words carefully. Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer, has been doing pro bono work. Nothing unusual. Jessica Jones is investigating the disappearance of an architect. Luke Cage just got out of prison and is already tangled up in a series of mysterious deaths in Harlem. As for Danny Rand, he only arrived in New York yesterday. Good. Keep watching them, but don't get caught. They're not ordinary people. Sean studied Wesley's respectful demeanor, a glint of approval in his eyes. No wonder Kingpin had valued him so highly. Having a subordinate who handled every detail flawlessly was a luxury. There was no need to micromanage. His is to just steer the ship and let others handle the rest. "Boss, I noticed something else. The Hand is also keeping close tabs on Danny Rand." Wesley added. "Of course they are." Sean chuckled. Danny Rand is the key to their entire plan. At Wesley's questioning look, Sean explained plainly, as a child, Danny survived a plane crash that killed his parents. He was taken in by monks from Kunlun, a hidden city in the Himalayas. There, he trained and eventually earned the title of the Immortal Iron Fist, becoming its sworn protector. Kunlun. Wesley had never heard of it. Even his thorough background check on Danny hadn't uncovered this. A mystical city existing in another dimension. The monks there believe in harnessing Qi, the life force within all humans. But 5 of them grew corrupt. They sought immortality, desperate to escape death. The elders deemed them heretics and cast them out like Lucifer falling from heaven. Those 5 became the fingers of the hand. Using an artifact stolen from Kunlun, they've lived for centuries. You might recognize one of them, Madame Gao, who controls Hell's Kitchen's drug trade. She's one of their leaders. Wesley's face paled. If anyone else had told him this, he'd have dismissed it as cheap fiction. But coming from Sean, it had to be true. The Hand, a group Kingpin had once partnered with, had such a dark, ancient origin. The other 4 have their own identities, an African warlord, an arms smuggler, even a corporate tycoon. Each finger rules their own territory. And now, they've all gathered in New York. Wesley exhaled, "Boss, if you ever wanted to be an intelligence broker, you'd be the best." Sean smiled. Foresight was the greatest advantage of a transmigrator. Before the timeline becomes completely derailed by his presence, he needs to seize every opportunity just as he had with Frank D'Amico and Kingpin. The Hand would be his next stepping stone. This global shadow organization had just become his prey. Are you planning to move against the Hand? Wesley's mind worked quickly. Sean wouldn't have dug so deep into the Hand's secrets or monitored Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes without reason. There was a saying, know thy enemy. If his enigmatic young boss understood the Hand's plans this well, he was undoubtedly preparing to strike. I told you a long time ago, one day, I'd kick the Hand, the Russians, and the Mexican cartels out of Hell's Kitchen. Sean's lips curled into a faint smile as he met Wesley's gaze. King of Hell's Kitchen, that's my promise to you. Even with his usual composure, Wesley couldn't suppress a surge of excitement. Looking at his calm, unreadable boss, he said sincerely, "Thank you, boss. You've earned it. Don't limit yourself to Hell's Kitchen, Wesley. The world is far bigger than you imagine." Sean stood and clapped his subordinate's shoulder on the way out. "Keep watching the Hand. Report anything new." With that, his tall figure disappeared into the crowd, drowned out by blaring metal music and gyrating bodies. Chapter 42, donning the mask again. When the blood-soaked Punisher crashed through the window, Matt Murdock, sitting on the couch, couldn't help but sigh. He had told him to use the front door, so why did he always have to climb through the window? Could you please not? The moment he smelled the pungent metallic scent of blood, Matt's expression changed abruptly. The teasing remark he had been about to make died in his throat. He quickly helped the heavily breathing Punisher onto the sofa and then rummaged through the house for the portable medical kit containing hemostatic bandages and antiseptic iodine. In the past, Matt would don the Red Devil's costume every night and patrol Hell's Kitchen, searching for traces of illegal gangs and street thugs. Back then, getting injured was as commonplace to him as eating a meal. Though blind, Matt possessed superhuman senses far more acute than those of ordinary people. The Punisher's body was covered in knife wounds, long, narrow cuts crisscrossing his flesh, the blood soaking through his black skullprint t-shirt. When had Hell's Kitchen gained another master of cold weapons? Suppressing his questions, Matt tended to the nearly unconscious Punisher's wounds, performing some basic first aid. He had already decided to abandon his identity as Daredevil and leave his old life behind. But he and the Punisher had once been comrades fighting on the same side. They both despised crime and wanted to change Hell's Kitchen through their own strength, the Punisher driven by rage over his lost family, and Matt by his sense of justice. Matt. After what felt like an eternity, the Punisher opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually clearing from the fog of unconsciousness. His body bore at least a dozen wounds, and he had lost a significant amount of blood. If not for his robust physique, he would have long been sent to the hospital morgue. "I don't want to hear about any criminal organizations, Frank," Matt said, sitting in the darkness. "I've finally managed to live a peaceful life, to forget the identity of Daredevil. The only reason I took you in, treated your wounds, and didn't immediately send you to the police or the hospital is that we were once friends. So don't drag me back into that vortex of crime." Matt sat in the dark, as if already knowing what the Punisher was about to say. He didn't want to be pulled back into that filthy, evil whirlpool. Hell's Kitchen had always been like this. He had once believed Wilson Fisk was the root of all its problems, but even after the Kingpin's fall, crime hadn't diminished, instead, it had grown fiercer. The gangs fought like rabid dogs over territory. "Matt, has the anger in your heart truly disappeared?" The Punisher struggled to sit up on the sofa, his perpetually furious eyes fixed on the shadowed figure in the darkness. "Your father was called Batlin Jack Murdock. To make a living, he had no choice but to fight in matches rigged by mob bosses. Sometimes, they ordered him to throw fights to help the gangs profit. That night, when you wanted to watch your father's match, he defied the mob's orders and won. And what happened then? Shut up, Frank. Matt roared, his voice thick with suppressed rage. He was killed by the mob. Died in a back alley. The law you believe in didn't bring the murderer to justice because that bastard bribed the cops and threatened the jury. Even with ironclad evidence, he walked free after committing murder. When the law fails to deliver justice, we take matters into our own hands. Isn't that why you became Daredevil in the first place? So why are you retreating like a coward now? The Punisher fired back without backing down, his low, gravelly voice filled with endless pain and fury. He hated criminals, wanted to send every last one of them to hell. I'm not like you. Matt murmured, as if suddenly drained of strength. He had tried using his abilities to uphold justice, only to lose the woman he loved. Elektra, killed by the Hand. His friend Foggy had left the law firm, growing distant. Karen, who had stayed by his side, had eventually left too. Wearing the mask of Daredevil meant shouldering a crushing weight of responsibility and sacrifice. Matt was tired. He couldn't keep going. Elektra is alive. Seeing Matt's defeated demeanor, the Punisher dropped this bombshell. She's working with the Hand, taking orders from some woman. And she's stronger than before, strong enough that I couldn't beat her. Elektra was stabbed through the heart by a Hand assassin. She died in my arms. Stick and I buried her together. And now you're telling me she's alive, and with the very people who killed her. Matt's voice trembled with anger. Watching the woman he loved die in his arms had left an eternal wound in his heart. Frank, we may be friends, but don't joke about Elektra. You think I'm lying to you? Every wound on my body was made by your beloved Elektra's katana. She's not the woman you remember anymore, Matt. The Hand calls her Black Sky. Her body has been taken over by something else. She's become a cold-blooded killing machine now. The Punisher swayed as he stood, walking to the fridge and pulling out a beer. The icy liquid poured down his throat, cooling the rage of the heavily bandaged man just slightly. Matt, the Hand is planning something big. Beneath their new stronghold, Midland Circle Financial, there's a massive pit. That earthquake in Hell's Kitchen. It was caused by them. If we don't stop this, who knows what kind of catastrophe they'll unleash. A war is coming. We need to fight for Hell's Kitchen. The Punisher told Matt everything he knew. He wanted his old friend to put on the Red Devil suit once more, to become Daredevil again and stand with him against the Hand's schemes. Put on that mask. Fight with me to save Hell's Kitchen, to save your Elektra. Matt remained silent. He closed his sightless eyes as long-buried memories flooded back, growing up in the orphanage, training under Stick, getting into Columbia University, vowing to become a great lawyer. The images flashed through his mind like fleeting shadows. After graduating, Matt had learned that while the law itself might be impartial, its enforcers were not. The world was full of injustice and darkness. A blind lawyer couldn't stand against capitalists who could hire entire legal teams, nor could he bring down mob bosses who colluded with the police. So he had put on a mask. Using his superhuman senses and the combat skills Stick had taught him, he became Hell's Kitchen's Red Devil, making life hell for gangsters and thugs. Frank, maybe you're right. If you want peace, you have to be ready for war. Matt rose from the darkness. He opened a hidden compartment in the living room, revealing the red suit and the horned mask within. As he donned the Daredevil suit once more, Matt turned to the Punisher. Do we have any other allies? The two of us alone won't be enough against the Hand. The heavily bandaged Punisher let out a hoarse chuckle, his voice like grinding metal. Of course. Hell's Kitchen has more heroes than just you. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 43, Hidden Agendas. Midland Circle Financial, top floor conference room. Does your boss not intend to meet me in person? A middle-aged woman draped in a white shawl spoke, her brows slightly furrowed. Her face, lined with fine wrinkles, carried the imposing aura of someone long accustomed to power. This isn't the proper attitude for conducting business. How can the Hand cooperate with someone who refuses to even show their face? Wesley, who was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, sat calmly in the conference room. I have full authority to represent my employer's interests. And I assure you, our sincerity is beyond question. Please believe this, Madame Alexandra. His expression was composed and his tone measured. The woman seated across from Wesley was none other than the head of Midland Circle Financial, a figure shrouded in legend. Alexandra was a prominent name in New York's elite circles, a self-made magnate who had built a vast real estate empire spanning multiple industries. Yet, despite her immense wealth, she maintained an unusually low profile, rarely appearing in public or attending social gatherings. Of course, Wesley knew far more than the surface-level details. This woman who had amassed her fortune in mere decades was in truth one of the 5 leaders of the Hand, an exile from the mystical Eastern Order of Kunlun, who had spent her immortal lifespan chasing the illusory dream of eternal life. Your employer has quite the arrogance. Even Wilson Fisk didn't dare to hide in the shadows when he worked with us. Alexandra's voice was icy. She had little interest in this so-called partnership. At present, the Hand's full focus was on Danny Rand. If they could capture the last defender of Kunlun and harness the power of the Iron Fist, the door beneath the city would open and immortality would finally be within reach. Compared to extending her own life, no business deal, no matter how lucrative, held any meaning. After all, what could possibly be more precious than life itself? Hadn't their exile from Kunlun been born from that very hunger? Business isn't the priority, Wesley continued, sitting rigidly upright. The Hand has countless business partners. What my employer seeks is a deeper alliance, access to your resources, even your intelligence network. Frankly, making such a brazen demand before establishing trust was risky. Wesley half expected Alexandra to have him killed on the spot. But orders were orders. And if there was one reason he had risen as Kingpin's right hand, it was his ability to execute even the most unreasonable commands without hesitation. Your employer is an amusing man. Alexandra let out a hollow laugh and made to stand. She had no time to waste on trivialities. She had assumed the one who toppled Kingpin would be a valuable ally, but now, it seemed he was just another fool with delusions of grandeur. What if we offered Danny Rand as a gesture of goodwill? Wesley's words froze Alexandra mid-step. When she turned, her gaze was razor-sharp. Bingo. Wesley's employer's intel had been correct. The Iron Fist was indeed the Hand's top priority. How much do you know? Alexandra's voice was deceptively soft, but the threat beneath was unmistakable. Wesley met her cold stare unflinchingly. The 5 fingers of the Hand, you, Madame Alexandra, are the leader. Gao, Sowand, Murakami, and Bakutu, all are converging on New York. And as for the Hand's ties to Kunlun, I know a little. Knowing these secrets left only 2 outcomes: either he walked out as the Hand's newest ally, or he vanished without a trace. Working for powerful men is a high-risk profession, he mused wryly. Who is your employer? For the first time, Alexandra regarded the shadowy figure behind Wesley with genuine interest. Those who knew the Hand's history could be counted on one hand, and those aware of Kunlun and Danny Rand's identity were even fewer. You may call him King. Or Mr. K. Wesley suppressed a sigh. His employer's eccentricities were nothing new. And what does he want? Everyone has their price. What does he seek from the Hand? The black sky. Alexandra's eyebrows rose. That is not some mass-produced trinket. My employer values personal power above all else. The black sky intrigues him. Wesley smiled faintly. In return, he will deliver Danny Rand and remove certain obstacles for you. Alexandra fell silent. Time was running out. Her latest medical report had been dire, her organs were failing. Death, long held at bay, now loomed over her like a specter. The last remnants of the stolen dragon's bone had been used to resurrect Elektra, forging her into the black sky. The terror of mortality which was long forgotten had returned with a vengeance. Desperation had eroded her caution. She would raise all of New York to unearth more of the substance. If your employer delivers Danny Rand, I will allow him to become the 6th finger of the Hand. The concession was significant, but Danny was the key to unlocking the door beneath the city. Some prices were worth paying. Wesley stood, extending his hand, then, to a fruitful partnership. I look forward to meeting this king of yours. Alexandra's grip was firm, her eyes calculating. From this moment, the Hand would investigate Wesley's employer with all its resources. A man who knew the Hand's origins and secrets was a threat. Were time not so critical, she would have sent Elektra to eliminate him outright. As Wesley departed, Alexandra's expression darkened. This alliance was temporary. Once Danny Rand was in her grasp, the door would open, and the city's foundations would crumble. Thousands would perish, and this Mr. K would make the perfect scapegoat. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Alexandra studied her own reflection, the once youthful face now weathered, the vibrant body now frail. But soon, the dragon's bone would reverse it all. Her lips curled into a fervent smile. New York's skyline glittered obliviously before her. Soon, it would burn. Chapter 44, The Hunt. Manhattan, Baxter Building. Sean led Mindy, who was carrying a small backpack, into the elevator. The numbers climbed steadily until stopping at the 48th floor. Guided by the property manager who had been waiting for them, the two stepped into their new home. Wow, this is amazing, Sean. Mindy's mouth hung open as she shouted excitedly. The first thing that caught the little girl's eye was the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed in, spilling across the still spacious living room. Outside, a dense forest of skyscrapers stood like towering trees rooted in the earth. When night fell, standing here would offer a sweeping view of Park Avenue, Central Park, and the dazzling city lights. Something that would create the illusion of looking down over all of New York. The sleek, European-style decor and brand-new furnishings left Mindy utterly satisfied with their new home. She immediately dashed off to claim the bedroom she liked best. Kids can be a bit rowdy, Sean said with a chuckle, his eyes soft. Mindy had lost her mother at a very young age and was later raised by her father, a man who had failed spectacularly at parenthood, treating his daughter more like a killing machine than a child. As a result, Mindy had grown up without a proper moral compass, defaulting to violence at the slightest provocation, even taking lives without hesitation. Fortunately, under Sean's deliberate guidance, the blonde little menace had gradually moved on from her past. Those bloody, painful memories had faded like old photographs, sealed away in the depths of her heart. Now, their relationship was something like family, two lonely souls living together, each offering and receiving warmth in equal measure. It seems you're quite satisfied with the Baxter building, the impeccably dressed property manager said fawningly. The building has 50 floors, and its residents are all among New York's elite. By the way, Mr. Reed Richards lives directly above you. Given that you're both celebrated geniuses, I'm sure you'll find plenty to discuss. The Baxter building is honored to have you as residents. Anyone who had read the papers recently would recognize Sean's face. Whether in tabloids or academic journals, the young man was everywhere, a rising star with the dual halo of wealth and scientific brilliance. Reed Richards. Sean's eyes flickered with interest. The man ranked among the top 3 geniuses in the world lives right above me. What an interesting coincidence. I'll pay him a visit when I have time. I've been looking forward to meeting Dr. Richards. After ushering out the fawning manager, Sean stepped onto the balcony. Mindy was busy decorating her room, her excitement over the move clearly far from fading. Sean left her to it. His pocket vibrated. Pulling out his phone, he answered Wesley's call. How did it go? Sean asked. Exactly as you predicted, came the respectful reply. The moment I mentioned Danny Rand and the hand's origins, Alexandra's attitude shifted immediately. She agreed to your terms without hesitation. Alexandra doesn't have much time left. The shadow of death is looming over her. No one stays calm under that kind of pressure. Sean gazed down at the city below. Cars streamed like a metallic river along the highways, and in the distance, the winding Hudson River glinted faintly. As he took in the view, he gave Wesley his next order: keep tabs on Danny Rand. I'll go meet him myself tonight. Wesley hesitated before asking. Boss, are you really planning to help the Hand complete their scheme? Sean had laid out the Hand's plans plainly. If Alexandra unearthed the massive dragon bone buried beneath the city, it could destabilize New York's very foundations. The resulting collapse would claim countless lives. Wesley was no saint, but the thought of standing by while millions perished gave even him pause. Do you really think I'd let those immortality-obsessed lunatics destroy New York? Sean chuckled softly into the breeze. I'll hand Danny Rand over to Alexandra, but the dragon bone and the Hand, those belong to me. The bone that could resurrect the dead, the global network of the Hand, both were prizes Sean intended to claim. As for Alexandra and the other leaders, well, someone else could handle them. Have Hell's Kitchen street-level heroes started gathering yet? The Punisher and Daredevil have reached out to a few, but they don't seem to be working well together. Wesley reported, having been tracking the targets through his resources. The Hand already found Danny Rand once, but the Iron Fist escaped. Their ninjas were no match for him. And Jessica Jones and Luke Cage are also investigating Midland Circle. Everyone is converging at once. Good. A whole wave of points is about to roll in. Sean nodded in satisfaction. The thought of the system's extensive exchange list sent a thrill through him. Did you say something, boss? Wesley had the distinct impression his occasionally eccentric employer was treating this like a game. I said you're doing great. Promotion and raise are coming soon. Keep it up, Wesley. The perfunctory made Wesley sigh internally. He could never quite pin down his boss's personality. Sometimes he's approachable, yet at other times he's cold, decisive, and utterly ruthless. Most days, Sean wore a sunny boy next door smile, but the moment he locked onto a target, an almost dark aura seemed to emanate from him. It was this unpredictability that kept Wesley meticulously cautious and his loyalty unwavering. In his eyes, his young employer was even more terrifying than the late Kingpin. Hanging up, Sean rolled his shoulders, a spark of excitement igniting in his calm eyes. He could feel the power surging within him, the sunlight soaking into his skin like liquid energy and stimulating every cell. It feels like I'm about to score a pentacle tonight, Sean muttered, grinning as he clenched his fist. Sean. How are we celebrating tonight? Let's go to Chinatown. Roast duck is way better than pizza. I even picked out a new dress. Mindy burst back into the room, now clad in a frilly princess-style outfit that made her look even more adorable. What if I told you I have other plans tonight? You wouldn't be mad, right? Sean ventured cautiously. The living room went silent for a full second. Then. Liar. The enraged blonde hurricane launched herself at him. What followed was a chaotic chase through their new home, ending only when Mindy collapsed onto the couch due to exhaustion. "I'll make it up to you next time, okay?" Sean sat beside her and ruffled her hair. "Fine. This time only. And stop petting me." Mindy curled up like a disgruntled kitten. "Just come back safe." Read 40 to 100 plus chapters ahead on my Patreon. Chapter 45, Gathering. As the neon lights flickered to life, Chinatown pulsed with a sea of tourists and locals, their bustling energy creating waves of movement through the crowded streets. A peculiar group of individuals navigated through the throng like a small boat cutting through turbulent waters, their hurried pace drawing irritated glances. "Move it, please." Their near-brusque shoving immediately drew complaints. A few burly tourists attempted to block their path, only to be effortlessly pushed aside by a tall dark-haired woman as if they were nothing more than toy blocks. "Damn, that woman's strong," one of the shoved men muttered, staring after the vanishing figures. Mr. Ho, a third-generation immigrant, ran a modest Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, serving authentic dishes that had earned him a loyal following among both the local Chinese community and foreigners with a taste for traditional cuisine. "Closing time," Mr. Ho announced, ushering out the last of his customers before hanging up the "closed" sign. Business had been good lately, good enough that he was considering hiring more help. Bang. The door burst open, and then slammed shut behind a group of uninvited guests. Mr. Ho froze, his pleasant thoughts evaporating. These people didn't look like customers. A tall dark-haired woman, a curly-haired young man in a suit, a powerfully built man, a heavily armed brute, and a figure clad in a red devil costume. This bizarre assembly made Mr. Ho, who was half expecting a robbery, instinctively raise his hands. "We're closed," he stammered. Ignoring him, the intruders exchanged tense glances before the woman effortlessly lifted a heavy red-lacquered cabinet and barricaded the door. "She's really strong," the red devil remarked. "Sir, for your own safety, we need this place to look closed." Meanwhile, the curly-haired young man addressed Mr. Ho in fluent Mandarin. "We won't harm you. We just need this space temporarily." The masked man in red, Daredevil, pulled the curtains shut, his enhanced hearing straining for any sign of pursuit. The hands ninjas didn't seem to have followed them. "All right, this restaurant is ours for now," the young man, Danny Rand, said after a brief exchange with Mr. Ho, who promptly left clutching a credit card. "How'd you convince him?" the dark-haired woman, Jessica Jones, asked. "I just gave him my card and promised 6 months' rent," Danny replied casually. "I'm Danny. Danny Rand." "Jessica," she said flatly, "and I know you too. The Punisher and Daredevil." "I thought people had forgotten about me by now," Daredevil muttered wryly. Originally, he and Punisher had set out to recruit allies, only to cross paths with Jessica, who was tailing a lead on the hand. Their paths converged at Midland Circle Financial, where Danny had also infiltrated alone. Meanwhile, Luke Cage had been investigating the disappearances of young black men in Harlem, all roads leading to the same shadowy corporation. After a chaotic skirmish with the Hand's enforcers, the five had barely escaped, taking refuge in Chinatown's crowded streets. "Time for answers," Jessica said coldly. "First, who the heck were those people?" The Hand, Danny, and Punisher answered simultaneously. Exchanging a glance, Danny elaborated, "The Hand is an ancient criminal organization. They've always existed, operating under a fanatical ideology. Every member is willing to die for their cause." "Sounds like terrorists," Luke Cage said with a frown. "Worse," Daredevil cut in, "terrorists want the world to know their actions. The Hand is more secretive, more insidious, and their reach is global." "Then what do they want? Why are they recruiting in Harlem?" Luke pressed. Danny hesitated before revealing, "I'm the immortal Iron Fist. Protector of Kunlun." Silence. Punisher's grip tightened on his Browning. Jessica stared. Even Luke's usually composed expression flickered. "What are you on?" "Lithium." Jessica scoffed. Before Danny could defend himself, the Punisher interjected, "Enough. The real question is, what's our next move?" His cold gaze swept over them. "The Hand is digging beneath Midland Circle. Whatever's down there caused that earthquake a week ago. Harlem's missing persons, Jessica's architect, it's all connected. We have two choices, walk away now, or use what we've got to take them down." The weight of his words settled over them. This wasn't some street gang or mob boss, this was an organization with centuries of influence. "I need to protect Harlem," Luke said firmly. "Guess I'll be the first to admit this is out of my depth," Jessica shrugged. "I'm out." After her own traumatic past, she'd sworn off heroics, opting for a quiet life as a private investigator instead. "What? This is our best shot. I tried going solo and failed. Now we've got a team, and you're quitting," Danny exclaimed. "Not everyone wants this life," Daredevil said quietly. "Choosing to fight darkness means sacrificing the people you care about." "I get it." Jessica offered him a rare smile. "Thanks. I'm leaving." As she stood, Daredevil suddenly stiffened. His heightened senses picked up a presence outside, footsteps, a heartbeat like a war drum, the presence radiating terrifying vitality. Creak. The barricaded door swung open effortlessly. A young man in a black mask stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the tense group. "Everyone's here," he said with a smile, "then, let's begin." Chapter 46, First Collision. The moment the young man appeared, bang. The Punisher immediately pulled the trigger. The Browning pistol erupted with flame, producing a deafening report as the bullet shattered the rear window, sending glass fragments scattering across the floor. Contrary to everyone's expectations, no bloody scene ensued. The black-masked youth seemed to have anticipated the Punisher's move, and executed precise footwork to evade into the shadows beforehand. "Is this how you greet an old friend, Mr. Frank?" The young man's mocking voice echoed through the restaurant, rather impolite, don't you think? The Punisher's expression remained stern, the skull emblem on his black t-shirt standing out starkly under the dim lighting. "If you're siding with the hand, the next bullet will blow your brains out." The young man moved fluidly through the shadows, his upright form blending seamlessly with the darkened environment. His cold and calm gaze swept over the tense vigilantes like a hunter awaiting the perfect moment to strike. "Who is he?" Danny Rand turned to ask. "You shouldn't have fired, what if it draws the hand's attention?" "A dangerous individual." The Punisher tightened his grip on the Browning, ignoring Danny's complaint as he looked toward Daredevil. "Can you pinpoint his location?" Daredevil drew two specially crafted batons and nodded toward a direction. Understanding the signal, the Punisher immediately raised his weapon and fired. The powerful rounds reduced an ornamental screen to splinters, sending debris flying in all directions. The instant the gunfire ceased, Daredevil lunged forward like a coiled spring finally released. No one. Finding the space behind the screen empty, Daredevil was stunned. He'd clearly heard a heartbeat, yet following the sound led only to a strange, intricately designed device. Sometimes, human ears are just as easily deceived as eyes. A deep voice suddenly spoke from behind. Daredevil whirled around, swinging his baton in a vicious arc. His superhuman senses painted a sudden, yet vivid image, a figure materializing like a ghost, its thunderous heartbeat and furnace-like vitality forming a terrifying silhouette no normal person could perceive. The figure blocked the heavy baton strike effortlessly, then countered with a brutal punch aimed at Daredevil's temple. Sensing the whistling air current, Matt Murdock tilted his head beneath the Devil's mask while simultaneously driving his other baton upward in a strike that could shatter a jawbone. "Attorney Murdock, you're out." The amused voice carried a hint of laughter. Daredevil suddenly felt a warning flare through his instincts. The shadowy figure's hand shot out like lightning and seized the rising baton. An overwhelming force traveled up the weapon into Daredevil's arm. The vigilante, who had never been overpowered before, grunted as his weapon was wrenched away. Then a crushing impact smashed into his chest like a battering ram. The sickening crack of breaking ribs was clearly audible as Daredevil was sent flying backward and crashed through a table before collapsing to the floor. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. A rapid series of gunshots chased the darting black shadow. After emptying his magazine, the Punisher discarded the Browning and drew a Gerber combat knife from his waist. He knew firearms would be ineffective against this opponent's inhuman speed and strength unless he could limit his mobility. Jessica Jones rushed to Daredevil's side and assessed his serious injuries. "He's unconscious with broken ribs. He needs a hospital immediately. Deal with this bastard first." Luke Cage shrugged off his jacket as his muscles rippled like a humanoid beast. The Punisher gripped his combat knife and held his breath as he attuned himself to every subtle disturbance in the dark. A faint whisper of movement, he spun instantly, the blade flashing out in a deadly arc. "Huh." Concealed in the shadows, Sean was genuinely surprised this time. He barely managed to twist aside as the knife grazed past him. The Punisher's follow-up punch connected solidly with Sean's shoulder, only for Frank to grimace in pain, feeling like he'd struck solid steel. Both men staggered back several steps. Luke Cage charged forward like an enraged bull. "Let me teach this punk some manners." While his fighting skills were crude compared to Daredevil or the Punisher, his sheer physical prowess allowed him to hold his own against Sean. The Harlem-born powerhouse possessed superhuman strength and bulletproof skin. Even without refined combat techniques, he traded blows evenly with Sean, each thunderous impact sending shockwaves through the restaurant. Sean's fists pummeled Luke's torso in a relentless barrage, the dull thuds echoing like rapid punches against a heavy bag. Luke kept retreating as he struggled to land a clean hit since Sean effortlessly weaved around his attacks. For the first time in countless Harlem street fights, Luke felt utterly outmatched. He was reduced to a punching bag despite his legendary durability. Even his impenetrable skin couldn't completely nullify the mounting pain from the relentless assault. "You're the first person I've met who can take hits like this. You interested in being my sparring partner? I'll pay by the hour." Sean drove another vicious punch beneath Luke's ribs. Energy coursed through his body like electricity, every cell vibrating with power. As he exhaled sharply, that surging force seemed to find an outlet as he channeled it into his whirling fists. Suddenly, Luke recoiled like a startled animal. Crack! A solid wooden support pillar shattered where Sean's fist passed through the space Luke had occupied moments earlier. Sean didn't hesitate, he closed the distance in a flash and seized Luke's massive frame with both hands. Muscles coiled and released as he hoisted the 400-pound behemoth overhead before hurling him through the window. Crash! The sound of shattering glass mixed with the blaring car alarm as Luke's body cratered the roof of a black Chevrolet, collapsing the vehicle's frame completely. 3 left. Sean stepped calmly from the shadows, attacking me together would have saved time. Having observed the entire battle, Jessica Jones flexed her fingers. This opponent's strength, speed, muscle density, and reflexes all far exceeded human norms. Combined with apparent combat training, he was clearly a formidable threat. Meanwhile, Danny Rand, who had been largely inactive, struggled to enter a meditative state and channel his chi. Despite bearing the title of Kunlun's Immortal Iron Fist, he remained unskilled in properly utilizing this energy. Danny Rand, I must admit personal curiosity about Kunlun, Sean remarked as he rolled his shoulders until the joints popped audibly. Scum like you will never deserve to set foot in Kunlun. Danny spat, still focusing on his breathing exercises. How righteous. The mocking words barely faded when Sean became a blur, streaking toward Jessica Jones with terrifying speed. His right leg whipped through the air like a battle axe, forcing Jessica to cross her arms defensively. The impact sent her dark hair whipping back as her boots scraped across the floor. What followed was a breathtaking display of close-quarters combat, 2 superhuman beings trading blows faster than the eye could follow. Fists and elbows collided with brutal efficiency, each impact producing dull thuds that shook the remaining furniture. The restaurant's interior was reduced to kindling within moments, wooden shrapnel flew through the air as tables and chairs disintegrated under their devastating exchange. How much longer can you last? Jessica taunted between rapid blocks, after so much fighting, you must be wearing down. A beautiful lady shouldn't question a man's stamina, Sean countered with a suggestive chuckle, never breaking his relentless assault. Similar to Luke Cage, Jessica Jones existed beyond human norms. Her incredible strength, flight capability, and enhanced durability made her the most physically formidable member of their makeshift team. Men who brag about stamina usually underdeliver, she shot back, driving a knee toward his ribs. Shall we test that theory? You might find yourself addicted afterward. Sean's playful retort was cut short as his expression suddenly changed. A glowing golden fist came streaking toward his face, trailing blazing energy. Danny Rand had finally unleashed the Iron Fist. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 47, Black Sky. Boom. With a thunderous impact, the Iron Fist strike landed like a battering ram against Sean's shoulder. The overwhelming force sent the previously unstoppable young man flying through the air, his body crashing through an intricately carved wooden door before tumbling into the shadows. Even Danny Rand seemed surprised by the ferocity of his own punch. Though he bore the title of Kunlun's Immortal Iron Fist, he had never truly mastered controlling his chi. That was why he had been largely ineffective in the earlier fight. Jessica's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected this reckless kid to deliver such a devastating blow. Without his intervention, defeating Sean would have been nearly impossible. Now's our chance to finish him. The Punisher, ever the tactician, seized the moment. A militaryman through and through, Frank Castle knew how to exploit an enemy's weakness. Moving like a panther, he lunged into the darkness. He understood Sean's terrifying capabilities. If they didn't eliminate him now, the tables could turn in an instant. I think he's overreacting, Danny said with a shrug, flexing his fist. He didn't believe anyone could withstand a direct hit from his iron fist and still stand. Shaking out his clenched hand, Danny radiated confidence. No matter how durable Sean had seemed earlier, the power of Kunlun's chi was absolute. Even steel would have shattered under that blow. This was the true might of the Iron Fist, a trump card that never failed. He's a real warrior, Jessica muttered as she pushed her disheveled black hair back. Who would have thought Hell's Kitchen's mightiest vigilantes would nearly be wiped out by one man tonight? Danny glanced at Daredevil, who was still unconscious on the floor, then toward the window where Luke Cage had been thrown. We should call an ambulance. Maybe 2. That guy I punched won't be using cutlery ever again. Oh, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The amused voice sent chills down their spines. Sean emerged from the shadows, his imposing frame radiating menace. The sight of the Punisher dangling limply in his grip, choked into unconsciousness, struck them like a physical blow. The 6-foot-tall brute hung like a rag doll, his face purple from lack of air. Silence fell. Danny's triumphant expression twisted into dismay. That punch should have ended the fight. Yet here Sean stood, utterly unfazed, as if the Iron Fist had been nothing more than a light tap. That punch was solid. This is the first time I've been injured. Sean's voice was eerily calm. His left arm hung limp, the shoulder clearly shattered, having my first time taken by a man. I'm not exactly thrilled. Still clamped around the Punisher's throat, his right hand flexed slightly. Without the regenerative energy coursing through him, he might have been the one lying defeated. I made a mistake. Maybe it's because everything's gone so smoothly until now, every enemy knelt before me with no real challenges. I grew arrogant. That's dangerous. Even Achilles fell to an arrow in his heel. Far stronger opponents await. If I keep this mindset, one day I'll suffer an irreversible defeat. Sean's tone was introspective, and his eyes devoid of emotion. His grip tightened. The Punisher's face darkened, his veins bulging as he teetered on the edge of death. Then, thud. Frank's massive frame collapsed to the floor. Sean rolled his injured shoulder. Golden light flickered beneath his skin as the shattered bones knitted back together. Let's wrap this up. If we hurry, I might still catch the pizza place before it's closed. Ignoring the unconscious Punisher, Sean's gaze locked onto Jessica and Danny. A dangerous smile played on his lips as his eyes flashed with golden light. A black Passat idled outside the restaurant. Inside, one of the Hand's leaders, Alexandra, observed the scene with detached interest. Had Sean not intervened, her original plan involved deploying her ultimate weapon to retrieve the Iron Fist. Elektra, if Wesley's employer fails, you'll step in, Alexandra murmured as she stroked the woman beside her as if petting a prized hound. Elektra turned mechanically. Her eyes were devoid of life. She was just like a beautiful marionette awaiting its strings. This emotionless killer was the Hand's most fearsome asset, the legendary living weapon known as Black Sky. And if he succeeds, kill him anyway. No upstart makes demands of the Hand. Alexandra's voice was ice. Greed demanded punishment. Elektra nodded as her fingers traced the katana's edge. To Black Sky, blades were mere extensions of her will. Guns lacked intimacy, only cold steel could sate her bloodlust. Minutes ticked by. Just as Alexandra's patience waned, the restaurant door creaked open. Sean strolled out humming as he dragged a limp body behind him. Danny Rand. The Iron Fist of Kunlun. As promised. He tossed Danny onto the Passat's hood like garbage. The once proud warrior's face was reduced to a swollen bloody mess. At least a dozen of his bones had been methodically broken as well. Don't worry, I was gentle. These are just flesh wounds. A doctor will patch him right up with no permanent damage. Hearing that, Danny's barely conscious mind screamed curses, but his shattered body refused to obey. Elektra. Kill him. With the Iron Fist secured, this loose end needed trimming. Elektra stepped out, her blade whispering from its sheath. Sean didn't even flinch as her predator's gaze locked onto him. So much for honoring agreements. Sean cracked his neck. Energy crackled beneath his skin as the battles had honed his instincts, bringing him closer to understanding his power's true nature. Chapter 48, Surprises and Unexpected Turns. T/N. I decided to leave the repetitive nature of this chapter untouched, otherwise this chapter would be 23 words long, LOL. Midland Circle Financial, Conference Room. The 5 leaders of the Hand had gathered together, a rare occurrence. Alexandra sat at the head of the table, her perpetually cold face betraying a trace of barely contained excitement and joy. Her life hung by a thread. Every day, she could feel her organs failing as the shadow of death crept closer. The chill of mortality clung to her like the icy breath of the Reaper, jolting her awake from midnight dreams. Death remained humanity's greatest fear, especially for someone like Alexandra who had lived for centuries. The longer one experienced life, the more terrifying death became. I've captured Danny Rand, the last inheritor of Kunlun. He's now in our hands. The usually composed Alexandra was nearly giddy at the prospect of renewed vitality. Centuries ago, to master the legendary art of immortality, we fled Kunlun, and took with us the dragon bones from the sacred cavern. The immense life energy within granted us centuries of extended life. But as time passed, the dragon bones dwindled, and death loomed over us once more. Yet fate has not abandoned us. After hundreds of years of searching, we found another dragon's burial site sealed beneath the earth by Kunlun's power. Only the Iron Fist can open that door. Alexandra's voice echoed through the conference room. The other 4 leaders listened in silence. They had once been monks of Kunlun, but their greed for immortality drove them to steal the dragon bones and flee the rigidly disciplined sanctuary. Using the bones' power to resurrect the dead, they founded the Hand and became its 5 fingers. Over centuries, the Hand grew into the vast global criminal empire it was today. With Danny Rand in our grasp, do you really think Daredevil and his allies will just stand by? Murakami, the Japanese leader, voiced his concerns. He knew all too well the trouble Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes could cause. Daredevil, the Punisher, and those other peculiar individuals had cost the Hand countless operations over the years. Alexandra waved a dismissive hand. The black sky will deal with them. At this, Murakami fell silent. The black sky was an ancient, esoteric ritual inherited from Kunlun, a dark worship of the primal demon known as the Beast. It granted tremendous power at the cost of the host's emotions and rationality. If not for the extreme conditions required to host the black sky, the Hand could have forged an entire army of such warriors. Elektra is the most suitable host I've ever seen. With the black sky fully unleashed within her, Daredevil and his friends stand no chance. Alexandra brimmed with confidence. Elektra, who should have been dead, had been resurrected using the last remnants of the dragon bones. Stripped of her memories, she was the perfect vessel. We need Danny Rand to break the seal underground. The sooner we excavate the dragon bones, the better. We can't linger in New York any longer, there's already a mysterious organization watching us. Sowand, the African warlord, spoke gravely. Madame Gao, the Hand's New York insider, nodded in agreement. The elderly woman commanded an extensive intelligence network. She knew this country harbored a shadowy agency dedicated to handling supernatural threats and extraordinary crimes. But this organization remained deeply hidden, like an iceberg, with only its tip visible. Even the Hand's intelligence couldn't penetrate further. 1 week. We excavate the bones then. Alexandra set the deadline. I'll arrange the extraction route. Removing the dragon bones will destabilize New York's foundations, triggering catastrophic chain reactions. We'll escape in the chaos. Bakuto, who had been silently listening, laid out the plan. The 5 leaders of the Hand seldom gathered like this. In the mundane world, they each maintained separate identities. Alexandra as a New York tycoon, Sowand as an African warlord, Murakami as the head of a Japanese conglomerate. These were mere facades, respectable veneers masking unfathomable darkness. What about Wesley's employer? Madame Gao suddenly asked. Alexandra placed both hands on the table. Elektra will kill him. Hell's Kitchen has no room for another ambitious player. That man's mysterious origins and apparent knowledge of the Hand's past, and Kunlun, unnerved her deeply. Dangerous elements should be strangled in their cradle. For centuries, the Hand had only 5 fingers. Alexandra would never allow a 6th to share the elixir of immortality. Everything proceeds as planned. Alexandra surveyed her 4 companions. Over centuries, they had relied on and supported each other, building the Hand's empire after fleeing Kunlun's rigid discipline. One day, we will return to that place and claim infinite life. Madame Gao, Murakami, Sowand, and Bakuto rose together. Centuries ago, they had fled Kunlun, that mystical realm existing in another dimension. Though wary of it, they secretly yearned to return so they could plunder its buried dragon bones and the secrets of eternal life. We can pry the Iron Fist's secrets from Danny Rand. He's not just the key to the door below, he's also the only compass leading back to Kunlun. Sowand's dark face twisted into a cold smile. The others nodded. The dragon bones would eventually run out. But if they could return to Kunlun and loot the cavern's depths, immortality would be within reach. Just as the 5 leaders basked in their grand vision, crisp footsteps sounded outside. The door opened, and Elektra strode in, a gleaming katana in hand. The faint metallic tang of blood clung to her, like a warrior fresh from slaughter. Her bestial eyes shimmered with dark satisfaction. Alexandra observed Elektra with approval. Is it done? She asked. Once possessed by the black sky, the host's emotions and memories faded, leaving only primal bloodlust. Elektra stared at her master, her expressionless face suddenly breaking into a faint smile. Alexandra's heart lurched. Standing silently in the conference room, black-haired and red-clad, with a katana in hand, Elektra resembled a blooming crimson rose, exquisitely deadly. His name is Sean. The slightly hoarse voice rang out as Elektra stepped aside. A black-masked young man strolled in leisurely. Taking in the Hand leader's varying expressions, Sean couldn't help but chuckle. Surprise. Long time no see, everyone. Chapter 49, The New Leader. Rewind 40 minutes earlier, outside the Chinatown restaurant. Sean stood facing off against Elektra, her katana gleaming under the streetlights. Watching the black Passat drive away, the young man couldn't help but ask, "You're the Hand's black sky?" His scrutinizing gaze swept over the red-clad woman before him. Her expression was blank, like that of a beautifully crafted doll. Yet her dark eyes burned with a feral cruelty, as if a vicious beast had taken residence within that exquisite frame. A razor-sharp blade sliced through the air. Elektra remained silent. As the vessel for the black sky, she retained only the most basic human behaviors, everything else was just pure untamed savagery. The longer the black sky dwelled within her, the more Elektra's original personality faded, until nothing remained but the beast's primal instincts. Sean dodged with precise footwork as he silently observed the legendary living weapon in action. Her black hair whipped like a storm as she attacked relentlessly. Sean frowned, weaving through her frenzied strikes. Each flash of steel traced lethal arcs, one misstep, and that blade would carve through flesh and bone with terrifying ease. Just as expected, the black sky had transformed Elektra into a perfect killing machine. Worse, her strength and speed escalated visibly as the fight progressed. Her red-clad form darted like a ghost as she closed the distance in an instant. The katana flashed upward in a silver streak, aiming to split Sean in two. A chill shot down his spine. His fist, imbued with crushing force, slammed against the blade's flat, deflecting the deadly strike. Seizing the opening, he pressed forward, his imposing frame radiating dominance. A brutal punch sank into Elektra's abdomen, folding her like a crushed shrimp. A devastating roundhouse kick sent her flying. Bam. Her body smashed into a parked car, the door caving inward on impact. Glass shattered, scattering glittering shards across the pavement. Sean stood tall as watched Elektra struggle to her feet, incredible resilience. A beast wearing human skin, he mused. Even Luke Cage with his bulletproof hide would have stayed down after that combo. Yet the disheveled Elektra braced herself on the katana, barely pausing before readying another attack. Devoid of pain, those animalistic eyes locked onto Sean, driven solely by bloodlust and instinct. The katana became a blur, slicing through the air with a bone-chilling whistle. A street lamp toppled, its severed base smooth as polished glass. A testament to the terrifying power behind each swing. "We should talk, Elektra." Sean's voice wove between strikes, fading in and out like a specter. "You can control it. Any power can be mastered with enough will. Don't become its slave." Elektra gave no reply. A flicker of something human passed through her dark eyes before vanishing. The katana's silver light danced wildly in a deadly storm of slashes. Sean's chest rose and fell as energy surged within him. Time seemed to slow. His form blurred as he evaded the blade's edge by millimeters. One hand shot out, and steel-hard fingers clamped around Elektra's slender throat. Elektra Nachios. He casually knocked the katana from her grip, leaning close to that striking Eurasian face, raised by Stick, Daredevil's mentor. Later placed with a Greek diplomat's family. At university, you met Matt Murdock, a charming blind man. You fell in love. His low voice poured into her ears. A struggle flickered in her hollow eyes. The beast within roared, sending waves of agony through her mind. Sean tightened his grip until her breath hitched. Staring into the eyes of this possessed woman, he said coolly, "You remember how you died? How they resurrected you? How that monster stole your body? Elektra, you have a name, a family, and a lover. That beast doesn't own you." Elektra's legs kicked weakly, teetering on the edge of consciousness. The man's voice echoed distantly, stirring long-buried emotions and memories. Sean studied her contorted expression. Then he softly asked, "Tell me, who are you?" 30 seconds passed. As Elektra gasped soundlessly, Sean's gaze hardened. With a regretful sigh, he prepared to snuff out this crimson rose. "Elektra Nachios." The strangled whisper escaped her lips. "Good girl." Sean released her. The red-clad woman collapsed to her knees and gulped air like a drowning swimmer. Sean tilted Elektra's chin up, then he smiled approvingly. "Now, it's time for revenge." Present, Midland Circle Conference Room. "You all look disappointed to see me." Sean spread his hands as stepped beside Elektra. "You overestimated the black sky. You underestimated human willpower." Alexandra's composure shattered, and she shrieked, "Elektra, kill him." Centuries of hand history held no record of a black sky breaking free. How could frail human will resist the beast's power? "My name is Elektra Nachios." The katana flashed. Alexandra's head toppled from her shoulders, followed by blood fontaining upward. Crimson droplets speckled Elektra's porcelain face as she licked her lips slowly. A hauntingly beautiful smile curved her mouth as ecstasy gleamed in her eyes. Killing thrilled her. Blood brought her joy. "Let us welcome the Hand's new leader." Sean clapped, steering Elektra toward the head seat. His amused gaze swept over the remaining 4 fingers, all in favor. Chapter 50, The Door. The deafening clang of metal reverberated through the vast underground space as Sean descended in the elevator. Beside him, Elektra occasionally cast appraising glances at the masked men. "They won't truly obey me," Elektra said, gripping her short blade. The black trench coat she now wore fluttered slightly as she moved. Whether it's Murakami or Sound, each hand leader has their own agenda. Her beautiful eyes, which were once filled with savage bestial light, now shone with clear human intellect. "You can't force centuries-old creatures into submission through violence alone," Sean replied with a chuckle, his masked face reflecting the dim elevator lights. "Killing Alexandra was merely to establish dominance. You're the Hand's only black sky, a living embodiment of their centuries-old beliefs. The ninjas worship you fanatically. That's your real foundation of power. Then what about Murakami and the others? Should we kill them all?" A flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes. Perhaps because he was the first person she'd seen upon regaining consciousness, Elektra felt an inexplicable trust toward this stranger. Sean studied her exquisite Eurasian features, though now housing a human soul, they still maintained an icy detachment. Even freed from the beast's control, emotions didn't return immediately to one who had been the Black Sky's vessel. Massacre solves nothing. The Hand is a vast, intricately structured global organization. They control multinational corporations and wield political influence. Sowand has orchestrated coups across Africa, while Murakami maintains deep connections with Japan's Yashida Pharmaceuticals. These networks represent the Hand's true strength. Sean spoke with authority. Through Wesley's intelligence network and his own knowledge, he had pieced together the organization's sprawling framework. Then why? Elektra's confusion was evident. If that were true, why had Sean installed her as leader? The balance of power will shift, the masked man said calmly. Right now, the remaining leaders need the Black Sky to deal with Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes. That's why they tolerated Alexandra's death, because excavating the dragon bones takes absolute precedence. This is our opportunity. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the elevator wall. When Gao, Murakami, Sowand, and Bakuto exhaust themselves battling those street-level heroes, you'll quietly consolidate your power. Elektra found herself mesmerized by the casual cruelty in his words. Perhaps some residual darkness from the Black Sky made her crave this chilling presence, like a moth drawn to a midnight flame. Of course, the choice is ultimately yours. Sean's tone shifted. You're free now, Elektra. You could leave the Hand, return to Matt Murdock, or join Stick in destroying this organization. Life offers countless paths, pursue whichever brings you fulfillment. Noting her startled expression, he continued calmly, what the Hand values means nothing to me. Extending life through dragon bones. That's no different from withered old men clinging to life support. True meaning isn't measured in longevity, at least not to me. His words resonated through the underground space with hammer-like intensity. Even without you, I would still claim control of the Hand. It would simply require more effort. Elektra, we're not temporary allies bound by mutual exploitation. I want nothing from you, and you owe me nothing. Silence followed his declaration. Elektra's childhood had been shaped by Stick's brutal training, and was later masked by aristocratic refinement in a diplomat's household. Rarely had anyone told her, you have the right to choose. Her dark hair veiled her expression as she hesitated. With a final metallic clunk, the elevator reached its destination. Sean stepped out first into the cavernous underground space that reeked of mildew and ancient stone. Under the cover of construction operations, the Hand had purchased this entire building to conduct their relentless excavation for the Dragon Bone's resting place. After tremendous expenditure of resources and manpower, their efforts had finally located the burial site. But their triumph proved short-lived as a massive sealed door barred their path. The door was impervious to all attempts to breach it. Did they try alternative methods? Sean asked as he approached the ancient barrier covered in intricate runes. Alexandra exhausted every option, explosives, diamond-tipped drills, Elektra explained, her voice echoing slightly in the chamber. Physical force is useless. This is Kunlun's sacred seal. Any forced entry triggers hidden mechanisms that would collapse the entire chamber. Sean ran his fingers along the strange carvings. They appeared to be some primordial language that seemed to demand a specific energy signature to activate. A lock created by the Iron Fist, he realized. That's why you needed Danny Rand. Only the unique chi, energy cultivated by Kunlun's warriors could open this subterranean vault. Which makes him absolutely vital to the Hand, Elektra confirmed as she stared at the imposing stone barrier. Beyond it lay an entire dragon skeleton, its marrow infused with life energy capable of resurrection and near immortality. The Hand's extensive political alliances across multiple nations were built precisely upon this promise. Even the world's wealthiest magnates and most powerful statesmen would trade anything for extended life. All mortals feared death's inevitable approach. As their years accumulated, this desperation only grew, and the Hand alone held the ultimate bargaining chip. Greed blinds even the wisest of men, Sean murmured, his eyes dark with unspoken implications. For the Hand's leaders, this door represented the continuation of their centuries-long existence. And yet, perhaps also their final resting place. Chapter 51, Alliance. In an old apartment building in Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock lay on the couch, his red daredevil suit replaced by layers of white bandages wrapping his chest and arms. His pale face showed clear signs of exhaustion and pain. The blind lawyer's home was unusually lively tonight. The Punisher leaned against the kitchen cabinet, chugging a beer straight from the bottle. Jessica Jones and Luke Cage sat on chairs, their brows furrowed as if contemplating some impossible dilemma. You should be in a hospital, Jessica said, eyeing Daredevil's severe injuries, broken ribs, contusions on your arms and shoulders. Without proper treatment, you won't heal anytime soon. Matt shook his head weakly. Now is not the time for that. Danny Rand has been taken by the Hand. Whatever their reasons, we can't let them keep him. The Punisher nodded in agreement. The Hand was clearly plotting something massive, with Danny Rand as a key piece. They couldn't afford to leave him in their clutches. "We're no match for that guy," Jessica countered, voicing the uncomfortable truth. The masked man had single-handedly taken down all 5 of them. Being completely outclassed left Jessica with little appetite for another confrontation. He wasn't with the Hand originally, maybe they're just temporary allies. "Regardless, we need to act," the Punisher's deep voice resonated through the apartment. His gaze swept over Jessica and Luke, waiting for their responses. The massively built Luke shrugged. "You know I'm with you." Luke Cage's agreement visibly relieved Matt. With his bulletproof skin and superhuman strength, Luke was invaluable. His presence significantly improved their odds against the Hand. When all eyes turned to her, Jessica stood up agitatedly. She paced several laps before finally exploding. "I just want a normal life. Why does trouble keep finding me?" The raven-haired beauty sighed in resignation, fighting one group of lunatics against another. What a terrible idea. Despite her internal resistance, Jessica ultimately agreed to join. She couldn't explain why. Maybe the blind man's determination, Luke's steadfastness, or Frank's relentless drive had gotten to her. 4 people, a blind man, a fugitive, a man with unbreakable skin, and herself, against a vast criminal empire. This wasn't some comic book where good always triumphed. The real world was cruel and indifferent. Jessica knew the heavy cost of playing hero all too well. That's why she had refused repeatedly. So why say yes now? As she watched the bandaged daredevil, resolute Luke, and weapon-checking Punisher, something stirred inside her. Maybe her blood hadn't cooled completely yet. Or perhaps she'd caught their madness. Jessica shook off her chaotic thoughts and looked out the window. Lead gray clouds gathered ominously, promising a coming storm. Hell's Kitchen, Port Warehouse. Inside a spacious warehouse stacked with cargo containers, the 4 remaining leaders of the Hand convened. The elderly Madame Gao, Japanese Murakami, African warlord Sowand, and cold-faced Bakuto sat around a table, their gazes filled with complex emotions. "Alexandra is dead. The Black Sky is out of control. Our position is precarious," Murakami began. His eyes lingered on Bakuto, who commanded the Hand's armed forces. After Murakami's own ninjas, Bakuto held the most military power. Eliminating the Black Sky would cost us dearly. And without her, who will handle Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes? Not to mention Danny Rand is still in their hands, Bakuto countered. Only a fool would volunteer as the vanguard now. They all knew the Black Sky's capabilities, a natural killing machine. Unless prepared for massive losses, none dared act recklessly. The Black Sky isn't alone. That mysterious man beside her worries me more, Madame Gao warned. Decades of instinct told her that man was even more dangerous than the Black Sky herself. The 5 fingers of the Hand had always been separate factions with their own agendas. While minor conflicts usually stayed beneath the surface, the current crisis forced them to set aside differences. The Black Sky's threat and Alexandra's death had shaken these centuries-old leaders to their core. Hence this secret meeting to reclaim control from the Black Sky. "Bide our time until we secure the dragon bones." Sowand's dark face was grim. "However powerful, the Black Sky is still flesh and blood. There are countless ways to kill her." "Exactly. The dragon bones take priority. Nothing matters more than extending our lives. Let the Black Sky deal with the vigilantes first, we'll clean up afterward." Madame Gao's wrinkled face curled into a faint smile. This seemingly frail old woman controlled 80% of New York's drug trade. Even the late Kingpin had treated her with respect. Those who underestimated her paid dearly. This crisis demands we set aside personal interests. "No more petty squabbles," Murakami said in his accented English. The others nodded. When threatened, humans instinctively band together. It's a primal survival trait. As the 4 leaders departed the warehouse one by one, a black car quietly started its engine at the docks. Inside, Wesley removed his glasses to clean the lenses. After a moment, he made a call. "Boss," he said softly, "both sides are in position." Chapter 52, New Abilities. Lead gray clouds gathered across the sky as brilliant silver lightning tore through the thick rain clouds. A sudden downpour unleashed torrents of raindrops that pelted against the windows with soft pitter-patters. Outside, the world was shrouded in a hazy curtain of rain. Mist rose between heaven and earth, while the snaking lines of congested traffic on the highways and the glowing neon billboards flickered intermittently like some bizarre, surreal world. Sean stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the dense forest of skyscrapers in the city. "The street heroes of Hell's Kitchen and the remaining 4 fingers of the Hand have all begun to move," he said softly. Elektra stood before a weapon rack, drawing out 2 peculiar weapons called iron rulers, which she examined with keen interest. "Wasn't this all within your expectations?" Sowand, Murakami, Madame Gao, Bakuto, none of them are pushovers. Even when Alexandra was alive, they each had their own agendas, refusing to submit to anyone. Now that I've taken the leadership position, it's even more so. Sean chuckled, removing the black mask from his face to reveal his strikingly youthful features. He exhaled deeply. He had already instructed Wesley to secretly monitor the movements of the remaining hand leaders. Those 4 fingers were making their moves, while the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen were forming their team. Sooner or later, the 2 sides would collide violently. If planned well, he and Elektra could very well play the role of the fisherman reaping the benefits. The Hand's goal was the buried dragon bones underground, while the street heroes aimed to rescue Danny Rand and dismantle the Hand's schemes. The conflict between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. You've made up your mind. Sean's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. Are you sure you can face Matt Murdock, your former lover, in your current state? At his question, Elektra's dark eyes wavered slightly, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, sending ripples across its surface. If there was anyone in this world who could still tether Elektra, Matt Murdock, the righteous blind lawyer and Hell's Kitchen's Red Devil, would undoubtedly rank high on that list. She and Matt had met during their university days and quickly fallen in love. Behind this seemingly pure and beautiful love story, however, lay a cruel truth: it had all been part of Styx's orders. The goal was to get close to Matt Murdock and pull him to their side, molding him into a formidable warrior to fight against the powerful Hand. When Elektra realized she had developed genuine feelings, she chose to leave without hesitation. Years later, she reunited with her former lover in Hell's Kitchen, only to find their positions had drastically changed. Matt had donned the Red Devil suit, becoming Daredevil to fight crime and uphold justice, while Elektra's hands were already stained with blood. The tender affection of the past had long been obliterated by harsh reality. Pushing aside the complicated emotions in her heart, Elektra took a deep breath and said softly, "You told me I've gained freedom, the right to choose my own life. This is the choice I've made. There's no going back to the past. It's better to forget it, to let it remain as the beautiful memory it once was." She met Sean's gaze as she spoke. Sean stepped closer to Elektra, his 6-foot frame allowing him to look down at the beautiful raven-haired woman in red. Are you really that determined?" His gaze was intensely invasive, like a beast suddenly baring its fangs. His imposing figure radiated a dangerous aura. Elektra retreated half a step before defiantly meeting his eyes. The 2 stood so close that they had breached the usual safe distance between strangers. The stubborn woman could almost feel Sean's warm breath, causing a faint blush to rise beneath her usually icy expression. The atmosphere seemed to grow warmer, teetering on the edge of something ambiguous. "Are you truly resolute in your heart?" Sean stared deeply into Elektra's eyes, his tone carrying a pointed challenge, choosing to become the leader of the Hand, merging with the power of the black sky, completely severing ties with your past, breaking free from Styx's control and Matt Murdock's emotional hold. Have you really thought this through? His voice was like thunder, jolting Elektra out of her daze. Instinctively, she looked up and found herself staring into a pair of profound eyes that inexplicably carried a mesmerizing power. Memories long buried in her heart flashed through her mind like a rapidly scrolling film. Styx, her adoptive parents, Matt Murdock. Those who had played significant roles in her life appeared vividly before her eyes. Beautiful memories and emotions broke through their restraints, transforming into a surging tidal wave that crashed against the mental barriers she had erected. The bestial light in her eyes flickered violently. The power of the black sky roared furiously in her mind like a caged beast. It had submitted to Elektra's will, integrating its bloodlust and craving for carnage into her very being like instinct. Thus, it absolutely would not tolerate Elektra reclaiming those weak, useless emotions. 2 diametrically opposed consciousnesses collided in her mind like 2 armies at war, neither willing to yield as they fought fiercely for every inch of territory. Pain flashed across Elektra's eyes. She instinctively reached out to Sean for help, her beautiful pupils pleading as she gripped his shoulders tightly, seeking strength from this formidable man to withstand the violent clash of emotions within her. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sean's lips. "You're not ready yet. But I can help you." The black sky within Elektra had always been a latent problem. It granted immense power, but the slightest misstep could reduce one to a slave of its bestial nature. It was a double-edged sword, capable of killing enemies, but equally likely to harm its wielder. Sean wanted to eliminate this threat once and for all, ensuring Elektra wouldn't suddenly lose control and revert to a mindless killing machine. Human willpower was sometimes unbreakable, yet at other times fragile as glass. Thus, the black sky, a potential future danger, had to be eradicated completely. His palm gently cupped Elektra's cheek, the warmth bringing a semblance of calm to the tormented woman. Her chin was tilted upward, forcing her to meet his penetrating gaze. Light shimmered in Sean's eyes. "Take a deep breath, stay calm, don't be afraid. Let go of your fear, that beast can't hurt you. Control it." The solar radiation energy he had absorbed coalesced like glowing motes of light, guided by his will as it flowed through his limbs and into Elektra's body like a gentle stream. After continuous battles, Sean had begun to grasp the essence of his power. The formidable energy derived from solar radiation wasn't limited to enhancing his physique, increasing his strength, speed, and regenerative abilities. It likely had other applications as well. Later, inspired by Danny Rand's manipulation of his chi, Sean attempted to mentally direct the energy within his body. Like the iron fist of Kunlun, he sought to externalize this energy, combining it with the power of his will to form a unique ability. The energy born of starlight flowed like a trickling stream through Elektra's body. Her agitated emotions abruptly settled. The negative persona formed by the black sky trembled violently under the impact of the golden radiance before dissipating entirely. A golden figure filled Elektra's consciousness. Within the blurred silhouette, an indomitable will shone as brilliantly as the sun. Now, Sean murmured, you are truly qualified to make your choice. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 53, The Curtain Rises. Hell's Kitchen, located in Manhattan, New York's most prosperous district, was like a shadow beneath the sunlight, a chaotic breeding ground for crime where the rules of civilized society didn't hold as much sway as one might imagine. The thugs and gangsters roaming the streets preferred to settle disputes with fists and violence. As night fell, this gang-infested area took on a unique vitality. Streetwalkers in revealing clothing, low-level gang members peddling drugs, and menacing tattooed brutes emerged like nocturnal creatures in the dilapidated slums. Of course, this was only the life of those at the bottom, inconspicuous and insignificant like worker ants toiling for the gang bosses who controlled the streets, earning meager wages to scrape by in this lawless land, Hellfire Club. Wesley sat in a private booth on the second floor, his refined face wearing a faint smile. Since Kingpin's death, he had inherited the crime lord's entire empire. Under Sean's direction, he had relinquished most of the illegal businesses and territories to the Hand and the Irish mob, using the proceeds to launder and transition his assets. James Wesley, once the behind-the-scenes assistant who diligently managed Kingpin's corporate affairs, had now become a prominent real estate tycoon in New York. No longer needing to grovel or plaster on fake smiles, Wesley, with his vast wealth and empire, only had to remain loyal to one person, his young boss. Mr. James, the Mexican cartel isn't happy with the distribution shares you proposed. Since Kingpin's death, the Coen brothers have grown increasingly arrogant. They've even boasted that Hell's Kitchen will soon be theirs. A nervous informant delivered the news. Rumors about this unassuming man swirled throughout Hell's Kitchen, with bars buzzing about how he had supposedly taken down Kingpin and Bullseye in a thrilling power struggle. The stories were so dramatic and convoluted that they almost seemed believable. Whenever Wesley overheard these tall tales, he could only laugh wryly. The truth was, he had done nothing, his current position had been handed to him by his young employer. The Coen brothers are unhappy with my terms. Fine. Tell Vladimir and Anatoly that if they take care of the Coens, I'll hand them the port smuggling operations. Wesley poured a glass of red wine for the informant, adjusting his glasses with a gentle smile. There's plenty of business in Hell's Kitchen. The Hand, the Irish, the Mexicans. They've taken the best territories, but they're never satisfied. They fight like rabid dogs, leaving no scraps for anyone else. That's no way to do business. The pie should be shared so it grows bigger. Don't you agree? The informant nodded reflexively. He was just a small-time player selling information to survive. In New York's underworld, countless like him scurried around doing errands for the big shots. I gave up Kingpin's illegal operations, smuggling and heroin factories. I sold them all. So now, many think that without my enforcers, I'm no longer fearsome. That without those territories, my dignity can be trampled. But they don't realize. I own 80% of Hell's Kitchen's land. Their smuggling ships, their warehouse facilities, they're all mine. Wesley sipped the crimson liquid and exhaled softly. My boss once said, being a gangster has no future. Be the one who divides the pie, who sets the rules. I don't touch illegal trades because I don't want to dirty my hands. As a law-abiding citizen of New York, how could I possibly deal drugs or smuggle contraband? Leaning back, the seemingly mild-mannered man radiated a sharp, intimidating aura. He then stared at the trembling informant and flatly said, spread the word, from today onward, anyone doing business in Hell's Kitchen follows my rules. Otherwise, I guarantee not a single crate of their smuggled goods leaves the port, and their drug stockpiles will rot before they're sold. You'll make enemies of everyone, Mr. James. The informant's voice shook. This man was insane. Every gang in Hell's Kitchen will turn against you. No. After tonight, Hell's Kitchen will answer to one voice. Wesley smiled. His young boss had already cleared all obstacles. The informant left with mixed emotions, already imagining the chaos his message would unleash. This unassuming man who had usurped Kingpin's empire was essentially robbing every gang in Hell's Kitchen. Those vicious thugs would never tolerate someone reaching into their pockets, not even Kingpin had dared to go this far. Wesley finished his wine, recalling his boss's promise, the new ruler of Hell's Kitchen, the next emperor of New York's underworld. Even for someone as composed as him, the thought was exhilarating. Pulling out his phone, he dialed his boss. Everything's ready. Daredevil's team has mobilized. They plan to rescue Danny Rand and blow up the entire building. Wow, bold plan. Murakami and the others must know by now. When the two sides collide, the real show begins. The voice on the other end was slightly breathless, accompanied by faint feminine moans. Wesley couldn't help feeling awkward. His boss certainly had stamina. Don't misunderstand. I'm just exercising. A grunt, anyway, sees this chance to clean house. Eliminate any uncooperative gangs. Elektra's forces are yours to command tonight. Hell's Kitchen is your stage. I won't disturb your workout further. Swallowing his gratitude, Wesley hung up the other side of Hell's Kitchen. Inside Midland Circle's lounge, Sean stood shirtless before the floor-to-ceiling windows. After tonight, this building would be gone, and with it, the power structures of the remaining hand leaders. 5 fingers can't compare to 1 fist, he murmured. Turning, he eyed Elektra, who sat on the bed with sheets draped over her exquisite form. The hand will have only 1 leader from now on, he declared, you, Elektra Nachios, as the black sky. Her dark hair disheveled, cheeks flushed, Elektra let out a rare laugh, her usually cold voice now laced with warmth. Everything is yours anyway. Glancing at the clock, Sean said calmly, sever your past, Elektra. It's time I met Danny Rand, to open that door and see these legendary dragon bones that grant immortality and resurrection. Chapter 54, Opening Scene. Dark clouds shrouded the night sky, with sparse starlight dotting the black expanse. Only a crescent moon illuminated the bustling city below. Rows of towering skyscrapers stood like a steel and concrete forest, casting long shadows under the pale moonlight, resembling a colossal beast lying dormant in the darkness. Beneath the silent night, Daredevil, once again clad in his red devil suit, crouched low atop a high-rise building. His superhuman senses that far surpassed those of ordinary humans replaced his sight as he surveyed the clamorous city veiled in darkness. Countless sound waves vibrated through the air, car horns, conversations between pedestrians, even the howling of the cold wind, all transformed into discernible information within his mind. These fragmented and complex details coalesced into a clear mental image. Half-crouched on the rooftop like a lurking predator, he murmured in a low voice, so many people. There must be at least several hundred in that building, all spread across different floors. The lower levels are the most crowded, and the hands ninjas are among them. Their heartbeats are slow, so they are easiest to pick out. Though blind, his extraordinary senses allowed him to navigate the world unimpeded, perceiving it in a way few could. A crackling signal buzzed in his earpiece, followed by a gruff voice. Explosives are set, at around 30 detonation points. If triggered simultaneously, this building will crumble like a sandcastle, boom. One big wave, and it's gone. The Punisher, an expert in demolitions and ambushes, had already infiltrated Midland Circle Financial and planted his homemade timed explosives. This was his plan. With just the 4 of them, facing the Hand's army of ninjas was impossible. So why hesitate? Blow the whole building sky high and wipe out their stronghold in one strike. From what I've gathered, Alexandra hasn't been seen in a long time. Danny Rand is probably being held underground in that giant excavated pit. That's also where the Hand dug up the dragon bones. Jessica stood on the crowded street, hands stuffed in her pockets like a loitering drifter. Across from her loomed Midland Circle Financial, the Hand's secret base. Their group had already learned the Hand's true motives from Stick. They knew Danny Rand had been taken because of his identity as the Iron Fist of Quinlan. But what shocked them more was the revelation that beneath this bustling area near Manhattan lay the skeletal remains of an ancient creature, and the Hand's entire operation revolved around unearthing it. It feels like we've stumbled into some third-rate comic book plot. Evil villains seeking immortality and willing to destroy a whole city. And here we are, just 4 people recklessly trying to stop their grand scheme. Jessica chewed her gum, sighing at the absurdity. She'd only taken a missing person case, helping a housewife find her long-lost husband, and now she was tangled in the machinations of a sinister organization. This ridiculous turn of events left the superpowered brunette deeply annoyed. Besides being a private investigator, moonlighting as a heroine isn't so bad. Luke Cage's teasing voice crackled through the earpiece. After days of meticulous preparation, the 4 street-level heroes of Hell's Kitchen were ready. Tonight, they would rescue Danny Rand and destroy the Hand's lair. Midland Circle Financial, Conference Room. Madame Gao, Murakami, Sawand, and Bakuto arrived one after another. They had received Elektra's message. Danny Rand had opened the door beneath the building. Now, they were here to discuss how to excavate the dragon bones and transport them to safety. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes conveying unspoken calculations. Finally, Murakami broke the silence. I have close ties with Yashida Pharmaceuticals. We can transport the bones to Japan first. Madame Gao nodded in agreement as her own influence in Japan ran deep. However, Sawand, whose power base lay in Africa, and Bakuto, who typically operated alone, hesitated. With Alexandra dead, the Hand's 5 factions had fractured. Each of them now harbored ambitions of becoming the sole leader. Elektra sitting in that seat was only a temporary measure. None of the four would ever accept the black sky ruling the hand. Figure out your plan. The door is open, we can start excavating the bones anytime. Elektra's tone was indifferent, and her expression cold. Her sharp gaze swept over the four in the room, a glint of icy killing intent flashing in her eyes, growing stronger by the second. The usually reticent Bakuto spoke up, "You've mobilized a large number of ninjas tonight. Planning some major operation." The other three also turned their attention to Elektra. They had been wary of the black sky, fearing that she might eliminate them to seize control of the hand. "We've reached an agreement with Mr. K. He intends to use the hand's forces to clean up Hell's Kitchen's gangs." Elektra's answer was dismissive. Her piercing stare made Bakuto lower his eyes, saying nothing more. He was merely cautious, but upon reflection, with the dragon bones still unexcavated, it wasn't the right time to strike. The shrewd Madame Gao studied Elektra closely. She sensed something different about the black sky, which stirred an inexplicable unease in her. Just as the four were lost in their own thoughts, a shrill alarm blared through the building. Chaos erupted as shouts and footsteps echoed from within. Elektra's expression darkened, "We're under attack." Murakami's face twisted in anger, "It must be those troublemakers from Hell's Kitchen." This was the worst possible timing for interference. Moments later, elite ninja guards reported the situation. Daredevil and his allies had breached the building and were charging toward the underground excavation site. Hearing this, the group shot to their feet, their eyes burning with fury and impatience, all except Madame Gao, who remained composed. "This is the perfect chance to wipe them all out." Sawen's voice dripped with malice. He had long wanted to eliminate Daredevil and his allies. Bakuto agreed, "Since they've come for us, let them learn the price of crossing the hand." Murakami was the first to stride out of the room, leading his ninjas toward the underground site. At this critical moment, the dragon bones could not be compromised, they were tied to his life, and the hand's future. The others followed swiftly. Elektra walked at the forefront, a faint smirk curling her lips. Just as Sean had predicted, the curtain had risen, and the show was about to begin. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 55, Fierce Battle. The vast, dim underground space echoed with the sounds of fierce combat as Elektra led the hand's forces downward in an elevator. The wiring of the lights installed along the rock walls seemed to have been cut, causing the mining lamps to flicker uncertainly before finally extinguishing. When the elevator reached the bottom, Elektra stepped forward gripping a razor-sharp dagger. Murakami, who had gone ahead, was already engaged in battle with the street-level heroes of Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil, Jessica Jones, and Luke Cage. The three intruders were surrounded by masked ninjas wielding long blades. Sawen frowned, "Seems like we're missing someone." He remembered there was another large man among this group, the one Hell's Kitchen's gangs called the Punisher. His methods were brutal, far different from the usual street-level vigilantes. A group of ninjas lunged forward, their blades flashing in the dim light. Luke Cage stood firm in front of his teammates, his unbreakable skin clanging against the swords like metal. With Luke acting as a human shield, Daredevil drew his batons and charged straight toward Murakami, the leader of the ninjas. Meanwhile, Jessica plowed through the enemy ranks with her superhuman strength, her long legs and cold beauty belying the fury in her strikes. She seemed determined to vent all her pent-up anger on the hand as she sent ninjas flying with every punch. Elektra stood still, watching Daredevil, Matt Murdock, locked in combat with Murakami. The image of the idealistic blind lawyer who believed in justice and the law had grown faint in her mind, like an old photograph washed out by time, no longer capable of stirring any emotion within her. They had walked two completely different paths. Feeling the power of the black sky within her, the last traces of nostalgia in Elektra's eyes faded, and was replaced by icy detachment. "Leave him to me." At her command, Murakami immediately disengaged from Daredevil and retreated. Hearing that familiar voice, Daredevil halted mid-pursuit. "Elektra." Even though the Punisher had warned him that the hand had resurrected Elektra, seeing his former lover again sent his emotions into turmoil. "Matthew, long time no see." Elektra called him by his nickname as her graceful figure stepped closer. But before Daredevil could savor this reunion, his expression twisted in alarm as he barely dodged a vicious slash of her dagger. "Elektra, what are you doing?" Matt's voice was pained beneath the red devil mask. Elektra merely smiled, as if her lethal strike had been nothing more than a casual greeting. Twirling her dagger with practiced ease, she said, "Matthew, you're just as naive as when I first met you. Still dreaming of being a righteous hero. Did Stick not tell you? I'm no longer the weak-hearted Elektra you knew. The hand gave me new life. The black sky granted me new power. I've chosen a different path, one without those outdated rules and hypocritical morals. I've never felt more alive. Elektra, please. I don't want to hurt you." Daredevil's voice was thick with anguish. "How touching, Matthew. But I very much want to hurt you." Elektra lunged forward and her blade carved a deadly arc through the air. She had made her choice. Having died once, she had no desire to return to her old life. Just as Sean had said, a new future awaited her, why cling to a past full of regrets? The dagger sliced through the air, forcing Daredevil into desperate evasion. He tried to reach her. They took you from me. They turned you into a weapon. You're not the Black Sky, you're Elektra Natchios. Thank you for the sentiment, Matthew. But I know exactly who I am. The hand didn't make me this way. I've always been this person. With a flick of her wrist, Elektra's dagger slashed across Daredevil's torso, splitting his red suit and drawing blood. Matt clutched the wound, but before he could speak, a spinning kick sent him crashing into the rock wall. You were right about one thing, Elektra said coldly as she pressed her boot against his chest. I'm not the Black Sky. I am Elektra Natchios reborn. You always searched for light in me. Sorry to disappoint. Her dagger plunged straight through Daredevil's abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound as she yanked the blade free without hesitation, turning away as if he were already dead. On the other side of the battlefield, Madame Gao, Sawand, Murakami, and Bakuto were locked in combat with Jessica and Luke Cage. The sheer force of their combined strength and invulnerability had momentarily turned the tide against the hand. More reinforcements streamed down from the elevators, filling the cavernous space. A squad of black-clad bodyguards wielding submachine guns joined the fray. They were Sawand's contingency. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness as bullets tore through the air. Luke Cage flung aside two ninjas, crumpling their blades like paper, and charged through the hail of gunfire. Though the bullets couldn't penetrate his skin, their impact still sent waves of pain through his body. Just as the situation grew dire, a black canister, tear gas, rolled into the battlefield. Thick smoke erupted, followed by gunshots as the Punisher descended from the elevator with a Browning pistol in hand. He was methodically picking off enemies. When the smoke cleared, the battle had reached a stalemate. The Hand's forces were reduced to their 4 leaders and a handful of expendable foot soldiers, while the Punisher's arrival had tipped the scales back toward equilibrium. Black Sky, kill them. The dragon bones must not be compromised. Murakami shouted as Elektra approached. In response, the red-clad assassin swung her dagger and Murakami's head tumbled from his shoulders, followed by blood spraying in an arc. She didn't even glance at his collapsing body, as if she had merely crushed an annoying insect. You wanted the dragon bones so badly. Then you can be buried with them. Silence fell over the cavern. No one had expected the Hand's supposed ally to suddenly decapitate one of their leaders. The remaining 3, Madame Gao, Sawand, and Bakuto, exchanged wary glances before instinctively backing toward each other. The game ends now. Elektra's voice was sharp with finality. Her gaze shifted toward the open stone gate. A tall figure emerged from the darkness dragging the unconscious Danny Rand behind him. His face was obscured by a black tactical mask, and his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Ladies and gentlemen, the men said, it's time to bring this to a close. Tonight's performance is over. Chapter 56, Collapse. Sean's appearance froze the underground space for an instant. Whether it was the Hand or Hell's Kitchen street-level heroes, everyone instinctively held their breath, their gazes locked onto the black-clad figure emerging from the darkness, filled with wariness and apprehension. Elektra gracefully stepped across the battlefield and moved to stand beside Sean. The ruthless woman who had just beheaded Murakami now seemed as docile as a kitten, her icy aura had completely vanished. The scene took on an eerie tension. With Sean's arrival, both the Hand and Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes found themselves on the back foot. I'll give you a chance to leave. Sean tossed the unconscious Danny Rand to the ground like trash, his gaze swept over the street-level heroes. Take your friend and go. The game is over. His target was the Hand. The vigilantes had already played their part, there was no need to waste effort on them. Jessica and Luke Cage exchanged a glance before looking to the Punisher. They were deeply wary of this mysterious man, especially Frank, who had been humiliated twice by him. Where's Daredevil? The Punisher demanded as Luke slung the unconscious iron fist over his shoulder. He's lying in some cold corner. Hopefully, you'll find him before he bleeds out, Elektra replied indifferently. Heartless woman. The Punisher suppressed a curse and signaled for Jessica and the others to retreat. As the vigilantes disappeared into the darkness, Sean stood at the center of the battlefield, calm as if taking a leisurely stroll. The Hand's remaining leaders backed against the rock wall, their escape was blocked by Elektra. They were trapped like caged beasts making their last futile struggle. I know what you want to ask. Sean raised a hand, cutting off Madame Gao before she could speak. We have no personal grudges. But unfortunately, you're in my way. His cold words echoed through the cavern. Hidden behind his black mask, only his deep, penetrating eyes were visible as they studied the group. When I first arrived in this place, I was a nobody, a speck of dust in this vast, bustling city. No one is content with mediocrity. To climb higher, to seize the wealth and power everyone covets, you must clear every obstacle in your path. I'm sure you understand. Sean's tone was eerily calm, almost gentle, as if addressing old friends rather than enemies. So I wiped out Frank D'Amico's gang, not out of some righteous crusade, but because I needed money, and the drug lord happened to cross me. The same goes for Kingpin. I needed more resources, and the so-called king of crime had plenty to offer. So I sent him and Bullseye straight to hell. Now, I need the hand. Will you hand it over? The hand's leaders exchanged stunned glances. If not for their fear of the Black Sky's power, they would have lunged at Sean on the spot. The sheer audacity of his demand was absurd. It was like a polite robber asking, "Would you kindly hand over your fortune and the woman behind you?" The hand had taken centuries to build into a global empire. And now this man expected them to surrender everything. The sheer ridiculousness of it left them speechless. After a silent exchange, they nearly refused, until they remembered their dire predicament. Elektra alone could slaughter them all, let alone the enigmatic man beside her. "I am willing to relinquish all my assets within the hand to you," Madame Gao declared suddenly, her aged face creasing into a smile, betraying no reluctance. Sean nodded approvingly. The old fox knows when to fold. The others weren't so quick to comply. Sowand, the African warlord, sneered. Centuries of effort had built his power, losing it would leave him vulnerable in a land where mercy didn't exist. "There are only two of them," Bakuto muttered, as if urging the others to act. "I gave you a chance." Sean sighed regretfully. He raised a hand. A pinprick of crimson light flickered in the darkness. Just a tiny glowing ember. Whoosh. The scarlet beam lanced through the air and pierced Bakuto's skull before he could react. Not a single drop of blood spilled, the heat vaporized it instantly. Ignoring the horrified stares, Sean turned to Madame Gao. 5 fingers, even 2 is still too many. The elderly woman's eyes gleamed. In one fluid motion, she drew a slender blade from her cane and plunged it into Sowand's throat. The warlord's eyes bulged, his dark face twisting in disbelief. He choked, unable to speak as his trachea filled with blood. With a final, gurgling gasp, he collapsed, his body going limp as darkness claimed him. Bravo. Sean's applause echoed through the cavern. Only the clever survived this game. Of the hand's 5 leaders, this seemingly frail old woman had outmaneuvered them all. Let them rest with the dragon bones. Sean motioned for Elektra to follow, with Madame Gao trailing obediently behind. The 3 stepped onto the elevator. Half an hour later, Sean stood before a floor-to-ceiling window holding a bottle of red wine in hand. Across the skyline, the Midland Circle Financial Building erupted in a thunderous explosion. Flames and smoke billowed skyward as the structure trembled. Even from his high-rise apartment, Sean felt the faint tremor. Elektra handed him a glass, he poured himself some wine, then clinked his glass with Elektra's as the crimson liquid swirled like blood. The building imploded, shockwaves ripped through steel and concrete. Glass rained down like crystalline hail as the skyscraper crumbled, an artificial mountain collapsed in a roar of destruction. Sean raised his glass. "To this beautiful city," he muttered as his eyes reflected the distant inferno. Chapter 57, Harvest. Bright sunlight bathed the Baxter building, its golden rays glinting off the steel frame of the skyscraper as it cast a dazzling brilliance across the skyline. Sean stood quietly on the rooftop, the warmth of the sun soothing his nerves, easing the tension from the recent battles as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Last night around 10 p.m., mysterious tremors and ground subsidence occurred near 59th Street in Clinton, close to Manhattan. The mayor's office has confirmed that Midland Circle Financial in Midtown West was demolished via controlled demolition due to failure to meet architectural planning standards. Listening to the news report, Sean allowed a faint smile to curl his lips. Everything had concluded perfectly. Elektra had become the sole leader of the hand, backed fully by Madame Gao. Meanwhile, Wesley had used the hand's influence to seize control of Hell's Kitchen's underworld. Any uncooperative gang leaders now rested at the bottom of the Hudson River. Madame Gao, who had survived by swallowing her pride, had handed over her assets to Elektra without hesitation. The elderly woman possessed an extraordinary understanding of survival. But compared to these material gains and the expansion of his influence, Sean's true prize lay underground, the skeletal remains, or rather the so-called dragon bones. Legend spoke of them as sacred relics capable of granting immortality and resurrection, but in truth, they were merely fossilized remains of an alien species brimming with immense life energy that could rejuvenate and prolong life. Unlike the hand's leaders, Sean didn't crave longevity or the delusion of eternal life. To him, relying on the dragon bones to sustain existence was nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst. It was utterly meaningless. What he sought was self-enhancement, the refinement of his very essence, not a hollow half-lived existence. He recalled last night in the underground cavern beneath Midland Circle. He had deliberately provoked the reckless Danny Rand, pushing the iron fist to channel his chi and strike the ancient sealed door with a devastating punch. The collision of energies activated Kunluan's mechanisms and successfully opened the gateway. With Danny rendered useless, Sean knocked him unconscious and stepped through the door. In the oppressive darkness, an enormous skeletal structure loomed before him like the fossilized remains of a prehistoric dinosaur. Even in death, the colossal bones exuded a primal aura, remnants of a species that had once walked the earth eons ago. Standing before the gargantuan remains, Sean could still sense the raw, untamed energy of an era long past. Perhaps these beings had visited Earth in ancient times, only for time and geological shifts to erase all traces of their existence. In an age far removed from advanced science, Kunlun had labeled them as divine dragons, and their bones revered as sacred relics. Sean reached out and brushed the white bone with his fingers. And in that instant, a torrent of life energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. His entire frame shuddered violently and every cell in his body ignited in agony. It was as if he had once again drunk the golden elixir. An unimaginable flood of power raged through his human flesh. Sean doubled over in pain as his eyes emitted a faint golden glow. The overwhelming life energy rampaged through him, searing his muscles like fire, pushing his body to its absolute limits. Like a dam bursting, the energy ravaged his form, breaking him down and rebuilding him in an endless cycle as though forging raw steel into something greater. His consciousness plunged into darkness as the icy grip of death crept in. Fragments of his past and present lives flickered like fleeting shadows before merging into one. Then, Sean's eyes snapped open, golden light flashing within them. A surging tide of vitality roared through him, his heart pounded like thunder. His body had undergone a radical transformation. Strength, reflexes, and muscle density, everything had elevated to a new level. This is my true reward. Gazing at the bustling streets of Manhattan, Sean felt profound satisfaction. On his system interface, the energy bar had surged to 25%. The dragon bones coveted by the hand had propelled him forward in a single, massive leap. Opening his palm, a faint golden light coalesced. Sean smiled. The energy hadn't just enhanced his body, it had granted him a new ability. Energy manipulation. Closing his eyes, he extended his mental perception outward. In the darkness of his mind, countless threads of light intertwined, forming an infinite spectrum. The towering skyscrapers, the endless streams of traffic, the pedestrians flowing like rivers, all were stripped of their physical forms, replaced by shimmering constellations of energy. He observed the world now at a microscopic level, where energy flickered like stars, ebbing and flowing in an eternal dance. Taking a deep breath, he twisted his outstretched hand like a vortex, drawing in the ambient energy. A swift beam of light that was nearly invisible in daylight shot forth before dissipating harmlessly. I suppose this counts as transitioning from warrior to mage. Though his control was still rudimentary, he was undeniably closer to becoming like the unstoppable force known as the Sentry. In the distant future, he might face S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, or even the dreaded titans of the cosmos. The pursuit of power could never cease. When the world faced calamity, when his own safety was at risk, relying on superheroes to save the day was a pitiful delusion. Superheroes were not omnipotent. They too had moments of powerlessness. Entrusting one's life and hopes to others was contrary to Sean's nature. For a man who lived with constant vigilance, only true strength could bring peace. This was a real and dangerous world. Behind every heroic victory in movies or comics, countless nameless souls perished in silence. Even a being as mighty as Superman couldn't always play the savior. Sean lifted his gaze to the sky and whispered. This world needs a sun. Chapter 58, Umbrella. The next morning, Sean drove to the new laboratory site on Long Island. The research environment at SUNY could no longer meet his and Dr. Connor's needs, and certain confidential experiments that couldn't be disclosed to outsiders were also difficult to conduct smoothly. After completing the collaboration with Oscorp, Sean and Dr. Connors had scouted a new location for their lab. From site selection to planning and design, the entire process had taken nearly a week to finalize. The new laboratory was situated in Long Island, New York, a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, dotted with numerous ports, offering convenient transportation and logistics. It was also adjacent to several prestigious universities, including Stony Brook University where Sean had studied, making it an ideal location for recruiting top scientific talent. By the time Sean returned from Hell's Kitchen, the relocation of the lab had already been completed under Dr. Connor's supervision. The original research team and experimental data had been fully transferred, and a wave of new hires had been brought in. Thanks to the fame brought by ALZ-112, Sean and Dr. Connors were no longer obscure figures in the scientific community, especially Dr. Connors, who had recently been awarded the National Medal of Science and was now considered a strong contender for next year's Nobel Prize. Once dismissed as a mad scientist and mocked for his obsession with cross-species genetics, Dr. Connors had finally redeemed himself, washing away years of humiliation. Naturally, the one-armed scientist was deeply invested in the establishment of their new lab. After all, having a dedicated independent research facility was every scientist's dream. The black sedan wound through a tree-lined path before arriving at its destination, a striking, towering structure in central Suffolk County, Long Island. Stepping out of the car, Sean gazed up at the soaring spire of the building as a sense of satisfaction swelled in his chest. Choosing Dr. Connors as his partner had been the right decision. The once frustrated, disabled scientist was solely devoted to his research in cross-species genetics and free of ulterior motives, exactly the kind of person Sean could easily manage. Entering the lab, Sean was greeted by a vast interior supported by high-strength steel beams, its framework resembling the spine of a colossal beast. Irregular panels of transparent glass allowed natural light to flood in from the domed ceiling, refracting into dazzling prismatic hues. From a distance, the building looked like a mesmerizing crystal palace. After passing identity verification, Sean ascended to the second-floor circular walkway. Below, the open plaza buzzed with activity, staff and interns hurried about, while others paused to rest on benches nestled in the lush greenery. Beyond the trees lay rows of upscale villas, home to New York's wealthy elite. Finally decided to show up? Dr. Connors approached as soon as he heard of Sean's return and feigned exasperation. The new lab was waiting for your approval, and you vanished without a word. Harry has been blowing up my phone. If you hadn't reappeared soon, he might have taken out a missing person ad in the papers. Sean offered an apologetic smile. I had some personal matters to handle. Next time you can't reach me, try Wesley. His dealings with Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes and the Hand had taken longer than expected. Fortunately, Dr. Connors had handled everything flawlessly, ensuring the lab's swift completion and operational readiness. What was Harry so desperate to talk to me about? Did something go wrong with ALZ-112? As they strolled down the corridor, passing researchers occasionally recognized the pair, their eyes filled with admiration. After all, Sean and Dr. Connors had been dominating headlines lately. Sean, in particular, had been dubbed the next Tony Stark, a flattering comparison in academic circles. Not exactly. It's about an awards banquet hosted by the White House and the Department of Defense next week. We've been invited, Dr. Connors explained. Sean raised an eyebrow in surprise. Since when did we get involved with the DoD? Or is Harry still dreaming of turning Oscorp into the next Stark Industries? Dr. Connors shook his head. Harry just wants the DoD's backing. ALZ-112 is about to hit the market. With over 5.4 million Americans diagnosed with Alzheimer's, a number that's rapidly growing due to an aging population, the potential profits are astronomical. Big Pharma won't just sit back and let us steal their market share. Where there's money, there are vultures. Harry's words, not mine. The usually reserved scientist cracked a smile. He was a researcher at heart, with little understanding of corporate warfare. Ah. So Harry is feeling the pressure. Sean mused. The launch of ALZ-112 was bound to disrupt the market. Oscorp's aggressive entry into biotech would undoubtedly threaten established pharmaceutical giants. Oscorp wasn't some small fry, it was a corporate titan in its own right. Its sudden pivot into a new sector would inevitably trigger a brutal battle for dominance. Rather than allow a new competitor to rise, these powerful conglomerates would likely strike preemptively, aiming to strangle Oscorp before it could gain a foothold. Monopolizing the market had always been the ultimate goal of capital. Even with antitrust laws looming overhead, corporations would exploit every legal loophole to maximize profits. As Marx once said, capital is bold when profits are sufficient. Given 50%, it grows audacious. For 100%, it tramples all laws. For 300%, it risks the gallows. Great. No rest for the wicked. I was hoping to take a vacation after the drug launch, Sean grumbled. He wondered which corporate giant had set its sights on Oscorp. Now that he was tied to Oscorp's success, any setback for ALZ-112 would directly impact him. The new lab had consumed a significant portion of his funds, and maintaining a world-class research facility wasn't cheap, especially as an independent entity. Sean had no intention of letting outsiders interfere. If ALZ-112's market entry was blocked, it would sever a crucial revenue stream. Looks like I'll have to give Harry a hand. A surreal feeling washed over Dr. Connors as he studied the pensive young man beside him. More than once, he'd wondered if this was all a dream, going from an obscure, struggling professor to a celebrated scientist, all thanks to Sean's influence. Sean, he said suddenly, exhaling deeply, I've been having this recurring dream. In it, I never got Oscorp's funding and resorted to testing the serum on myself, turning into a monstrous lizard. I lost my mind completely. He shook his head. Thank you, Sean. If not for you, I might have ended up just like in that dream, a mindless beast. Sean listened quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips. There was something intoxicating about pulling the strings of fate, altering the trajectories of others' lives, like playing God. Dr. Connors, everything you have now is what you've always deserved, Sean replied softly. Shaking off his melancholy, Dr. Connors turned to the young man who seemed to radiate warmth like the sun. Then let's name our new lab. As you said, this is where our future begins. Sean pondered for a moment before his eyes gleamed with recognition. Umbrella, he said, recalling a certain world-ending conglomerate from his past life. It'll be this world's protective shield. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 59, Oscorp's Troubles. Las Vegas, a city of miracles where angels and demons coexisted. Perched on the edge of the Nevada desert, this gilded metropolis was one of the world's 4 great gambling hubs, renowned across the globe. As the saying went, if you're down to your last few dollars, Vegas might turn your luck around. If you're drowning in wealth, Vegas might let you taste a hobo's carefree life. Such was Las Vegas, one side heaven, the other hell. A black Bentley pulled up to the entrance of the Vidara Hotel. The moment Sean stepped out, he was hit by a wave of splendor, luxury cars lined up like clouds, VIPs streaming in like rain, the clamor as scorching as the desert heat. You should have brought a date. Showing up with a boring guy like me is going to make this painfully dull, Dr. Connors teased. They were here for the Department of Defense's awards banquet. Typically, attendees were major players in the defense industry, military contractors like Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. Of course, there were also high-profile financiers from multinational conglomerates and well-connected socialites. Entering the lavish hotel, Sean headed for the 20th floor banquet hall. The place guarded by heavily armed soldiers. Without an invitation or a guest referral, no one could slip in unnoticed. The event hadn't officially begun yet. Guests mingled in clusters, forming their own social circles. Soft, elegant music filled the air as waiters wove through the crowd and offering champagne with practiced grace. Hey, Sean. You're harder to track down than the damn president, at least I can catch him on TV. Harry, who had arrived days earlier, strode over and pulled Sean into a hearty embrace. The young CEO of Oscorp seemed to have moved past the shadow of his father's death, shedding his former naivety for a more composed demeanor. Sean, you have no idea, Vegas is paradise. Every indulgence you can imagine is here. World-class cuisine, smoking hot women, name it, they've got it. Never mind. First impression revoked. Watching Harry's animated, salesman-like enthusiasm, Sean quietly retracted his earlier assessment. Even with the weight of Oscorp on his shoulders, Harry's hedonistic streak hadn't faded. He and Tony Stark would probably get along famously. I've been busy finalizing the new lab's location and layout, Sean said smoothly. Dr. Connors wouldn't contradict him. Dr. Connors mentioned Oscorp's biotech expansion isn't going smoothly. Harry's excitement deflated instantly, as if doused with ice water. It's Worthington Industries. A legacy player in biotech, basically the Stark Industries of pharma. If they've got Oscorp in their crosshairs, breaking into the medical market will be hell unless we give up a chunk of profits. Deep connections. Influence. Sean frowned. The name Worthington rang a faint bell. Worthington is a U.S. healthcare giant. Half the senators on Capitol Hill are on their guest list, and they're tight with the military. ALZ-112 was supposed to pass clinical trials and hit the market last week, but roadblocks popped up, and all of them traced back to Worthington. Harry slumped slightly. Even his father, Norman Osborn, would have struggled against a behemoth like Worthington. Now, fresh off stabilizing his position on the board, Harry faced this colossal challenge. So you're looking for allies? Sean saw through the young Osborn's plan. Harry nodded. Norman's sudden death had left him scrambling to inherit his father's network. With Oscorp under siege, his only play was to court influential military figures in hopes that their backing might intimidate Worthington. Sean stayed silent. Harry's approach was naive. Winning over military brass required more than bribes. Without tangible incentives, why would they stick their necks out for Oscorp? Any luck so far? He asked quietly. Harry grimaced, nodding toward a stern-faced man across the room. First, I tried General Ross. He's hardline military and loves his weapons. But all he cared about was Oscorp's failed human enhancement serum. Rumor is he's assembling a team to recreate the super soldier formula. After him, I tried schmoozing a few other brass hats. Those old bastards wouldn't give me the time of day. But with Tony Stark, they were all smiles and handshakes. Bitterness laced Harry's words. He couldn't fathom why that arrogant playboy got red carpet treatment while he got cold shoulders. Harry, Stark's got a genius brain the whole world knows about. Plus, his father was part of the Manhattan Project. The Starks have always had military ties. Sean clapped Harry on the shoulder. Forget Worthington for tonight. Vegas makes problems disappear. Look on the bright side, you're younger and better looking than that playboy. Check out the way those women are eyeing you. I have a girlfriend. Harry wavered, but as his gaze landed on the scantily clad women sending him sultry glances, his resolve crumbled. Sean smirked. Relax, I won't tell Mary Jane. There's an old East Asian saying, when life gives you joy, seize it. The pleasure-loving Osborn heir lasted all of 2 seconds before surrendering to Vegas's temptations, as if the city's decadence could erase all his troubles. What about you, Sean? Not joining the fun? Harry asked, ever the loyal wingman. I heard a legend about this city. They say if you start with $1, double your bet each time, and ride that streak 30 rounds, you could win all of Las Vegas. Standing at the heart of the banquet, Sean grinned. Tonight, I'm testing my luck to see if I can take this city for myself. Chapter 60, Casino Encounter. Tony Stark, dreamer, genius, patriot. Since his youth as the son of legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, his extraordinary intellect quickly captured public attention. At age 4, he built a circuit board. At 6, he constructed his first engine. By 17, he graduated from MIT with highest honors. Dr. Connors stared blankly at the documentary playing on screen, providing evidence that Tony Stark was indeed a genius. Weren't they supposed to attend this awards banquet together? Where had Sean and Harry disappeared to? The middle-aged scientist sat restlessly in the audience, his mind filled with 3 age-old philosophical questions, as enthusiastic applause erupted in the venue. Colonel Rhodes, the military representative, took the stage to speak. As Stark Industries' military liaison, I've had the privilege of working with such a true patriot, my mentor and friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present this year's highest award to Mr. Tony Stark. As his words concluded, upbeat music began playing at just the right moment, followed by another round of thunderous applause. Guests below the stage looked around eagerly, searching for this scientific genius. Colonel Rhodes held the trophy and called out several times, but Tony Stark failed to appear. It wasn't until he noticed Obadiah shaking his head from his seat that he seemed to understand something, his face revealing a helpless expression. Obadiah Stane, CEO of Stark Industries, quickly stood up and rushed to the stage to salvage the situation. Cleaning up after Tony's willful behavior was practically routine for him. People often only saw the brilliant halo surrounding Stark the genius, rarely noticing whose hard work had maintained Stark Industries' glorious position through 2 generations. Dr. Connors sipped his champagne, thinking how unreliable young people were these days, disappearing at the drop of a hat. Even the banquet's guest of honor Tony Stark was no exception. After parting ways with Harry, Sean arrived at the casino on the 16th floor. Rubbing his itchy nose, he muttered to himself, it feels like I forgot something important. Oh right, where's Dr. Connors? A man his age still running around everywhere, really. Holding a complimentary drink in hand, Sean aimlessly wandered through the casino, soaking in the lively atmosphere. The cacophony of sounds rose and fell like ocean waves, continuous and unending. Every year, countless people flocked to Las Vegas from around the world just to experience the enchanting charm of this global gambling capital. Some lost everything they owned here and left with nothing, while others seized opportunities and became overnight millionaires. As people said, this was a miracle city where angels and demons coexisted. Sean idly played with several colorful chips in his hand. Occasionally when interest struck him, he would stop to play a few hands. Just as Harry had said, Las Vegas was a wonderful paradise that could make people forget all their troubles, provided your pockets contained enough chips or cash of course, only then could you qualify to be the city's god. After winning several consecutive rounds of blackjack, the chips before Sean had piled up like a small mountain. He couldn't help but secretly wonder if he kept winning, would the casino staff take him to some back room? These are all yours. Smiling at the voluptuous female dealer, Sean picked out a few chips before preparing to leave. Man, you're really generous. A mustachioed man wearing a burgundy shirt spoke up. He had just lost several consecutive hands and was currently seeking comfort from 2 tall, beautiful women. A little gambling tip, when you're on a lucky streak, learn to share. Sean turned and leaned against the gaming table. I feel like tonight, I might have caught hold of Lady Luck's skirt. The mustachioed man raised an eyebrow, seemingly unwilling to admit defeat. Taking off his sunglasses, he said, how about we try roulette and see who Lady Luck truly favors tonight? When it comes to attracting women, I've never lost to anyone. He added with full confidence. Half an hour later, the mustachioed man wore an expression of utter disbelief, to the point where the 2 beautiful women beside him couldn't attract even a shred of his attention. You've won 13 straight times. According to mathematical probability, that's nearly impossible. No, counting that last round, it's 14. Sean calmly corrected, it seems Lady Luck prefers my type tonight. The mustachioed man's face flushed with embarrassment. His earlier confident declaration had ended up slapping himself in the face, which made him feel somewhat humiliated. As for how much money he'd lost, he couldn't care less. If he wanted, he could probably buy this entire hotel. All right, I have to admit, tonight all of Las Vegas's good luck seems to have gathered around you. The mustachioed man buried his face in his female companion's ample bosom, took several deep breaths, then rallied himself. Turning to his bodyguard behind him, he said, Happy, get me some higher denomination chips. You still want to continue? I already have more chips than I know what to do with. Sean shrugged. The mountain of chips piled before him drew jealous or resentful glances from surrounding gamblers, giving rise to an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. You could give them all to the dealer like you just did. The mustachioed man chuckled. Seeing the burly male dealer looking at him with hopeful eyes, Sean couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine and flatly rejected the suggestion. Too bad not every dealer has a pair of legs that makes it hard to look away. The mustachioed man gave Sean a knowing look between men of similar tastes, and were just about to start exchanging insights about female figures when a black man in a crisp military uniform pushed through the crowd, his face wearing an expression of mock interrogation. "Who was it that told me he'd be deeply honored if I presented his award?" the colonel demanded. "Of course. Having the capable young Colonel Rhodes present my award would be an honor. Has the awards ceremony started? I can't wait to go on stage and accept it." The mustachioed man's acting skills at this moment were worthy of an Oscar, but unfortunately his good friend Colonel Rhodes wasn't buying it. He directly thrust the trophy in front of him. "Here, I brought it to you already." "Wow, that's really efficient. You're too thoughtful." The mustachioed man tried hard to appear moved, but the arm gradually snaking around his female companion's slender waist betrayed his true thoughts. "How about one last round?" the mustachioed man asked unwillingly. At the very least he had to win once. He refused to believe Lady Luck truly favored this young guy so much. Sean smiled faintly. "You've lost enough tonight, Mr. Stark." He had long recognized this somewhat dissolute mustachioed man as the famous Tony Stark. "He's right, Tony. You have an important trip tomorrow, you can't be late." Colonel Rhodes knew his friend's habits well. If this continued, there was no way Tony would appear on time for tomorrow's flight. Flicking a chip from his fingers, Sean said with meaningful undertones, "Have a safe journey, Mr. Stark. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 61, The Beginning of Everything. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Tony frowned as he watched the young man's retreating figure, the same one who had made him lose all night, with a strange sense of familiarity. "Sean Cyphers," Happy whispered from behind, "the young man the newspapers call the second Tony Stark. They say he's also a genius scientist. His latest genetic drug invention is worth billions and he's partnered with Oscorp. His name's been all over the papers recently." Tony casually picked up a glass of champagne from the table and snorted disdainfully, "The second Tony Stark. There's only one me in this world. Unique is the word." The billionaire casually placed a few more bets before seemingly losing interest in continuing the game. Surrounded by his friend Rhodes and a group of bodyguards, he swaggered out of the hotel. These were Tony's most triumphant days. Ever since his prodigal return at age 21 when he took over as CEO of Stark Industries, he had been the media's darling. Whether it was how many hot models he'd slept with or what new weapons he'd invented, reporters always swarmed like sharks smelling blood. At this time, Tony Stark was immersed in a life of debauchery, basking in the glory of universal admiration. Beyond his inventions, nothing attracted his attention more than beautiful women. "There are many young geniuses, but there's only one Tony Stark," the mustachioed man praised himself without reservation. Colonel Rhodes had long grown accustomed to his friend's narcissism. After all, he wasn't wrong. Despite Tony's many flaws that frequently gave military brass headaches, his genius was undeniable. "Don't underestimate that young man," Rhodes added, "a 20-year-old genius scientist who invented a billion-dollar genetic drug, the top student at SUNY. Some say he and Dr. Connors have pioneered a new era in American biopharmaceuticals. They are strong contenders for the next Nobel Prize." At his age, Sean's achievements truly made him an outstanding young talent with boundless prospects. Surrounded by his entourage, Tony smirked contemptuously. At the peak of his life, he wasn't about to heed his friend's advice. If his brains were half as good as his gambling skills, then I might reluctantly admit he's somewhat talented, he laughed. A 20-year-old genius scientist. Invented a billion-dollar genetic drug. Tony slung an arm around Rhodes' shoulders, his alcohol-flushed face showing excitement. "At 21, I took over Stark Industries and made it the nation's most powerful arms giant while managing tens of billions in assets. All his accomplishments pale before mine. Stark men have always been the best." Rhodes shook his head helplessly and turned to Happy. "Take good care of him. Don't let him be late tomorrow." In this world, there were generally only two types of people who could communicate normally with Tony, either fellow genius scientists or stunning beauties that stirred irresistible impulses. As someone belonging to neither category, Colonel Rhodes could only silently pray this trip to the Afghan front lines would go smoothly. He hoped Tony wouldn't cause any trouble. Connors walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the mustachioed man flirting with a beautiful reporter below. "So that's Tony Stark." This young billionaire who had inherited Stark Industries was not only a regular feature in tabloid gossip, but also renowned in academic circles, especially as an authority in weapons development with remarkable achievements. "Yes, an interesting fellow living in his own mental world," Sean remarked with a smile. "Speaking of which, I won quite a bit from Mr. Stark tonight. His generous donations made it possible for me to afford the hotel's presidential suite." Connor smiled faintly at that. In his eyes, this young man beside him was a genius on par with Tony Stark. The decay rate algorithm that had stumped him for years had been effortlessly solved by Sean, and ALZ-112, which brought him fame and fortune, was primarily Sean's masterpiece, his own contributions being only minor improvements. As for the media dubbing Sean Stark II, Connors actually disagreed. He believed Sean would eventually become a figure standing shoulder to shoulder with Tony Stark. Shaking off these thoughts, Dr. Connors asked quietly, "Where did you and Harry go?" Dealing with all those socialites and tycoons alone at the banquet was more painful than being forced to perform on stage. Harry was feeling down because ALZ-112 hasn't hit the market yet. "I let him set aside his worries in Las Vegas to relieve some pressure," Sean replied with a peculiar smile. Right now, in the adjacent luxury suite, Harry was single-handedly battling several passionate, alluring women. Hopefully he'd still be able to get up tomorrow morning. The lifelong bachelor Connors could only mutter, "Youth these days have such stamina." Fortunately, the hotel's soundproofing was excellent, sparing Sean from a night of auditory torture. After chatting briefly with Dr. Connors, the middle-aged scientist returned to his room, leaving Sean gazing at the brightly lit city in the night through the window. He hadn't expected this trip to Las Vegas would bring him face-to-face with the future Iron Man. Judging from the timeline, Tony Stark should be heading to the Afghan front lines to promote his company's new weapons, where he'd be kidnapped by terrorists. And if the course of fate hadn't been altered by the butterfly effect, Iron Man would soon be born. Wouldn't it be more interesting if Tony Stark died in the attack without ever becoming Iron Man due to Sean's arrival in this world causing butterfly effects? Sean mused maliciously. As for deliberately reaching out to Tony Stark or getting involved in the plot to rescue the billionaire and gain his favor as a stepping stone, such thoughts never crossed his mind. His aspiration was to carve out a path uniquely his own, not relying on any superheroes nor answering to S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps they would all become his enemies one day. To break free from constraints required not just personal power, but sufficient influence and wealth, the foundational pillars of status in human society. Besides, this arrogant playboy wasn't ideal partnership material. Tony was neither as easily manageable as Dr. Connors nor as easily influenced as Harry. Sean's strong personality clashing with Stark's arrogance would only spark unnecessary conflicts. Rather than collaborating with the future Iron Man, Sean preferred to control everything himself. He looked forward to Umbrella taking root and flourishing in this world. Watching coldly as Tony got into the car with the beautiful reporter, Sean's lips curled into a cold smile. This was the beginning of all timelines where superheroes would assemble, where clues about the 6 Infinity Stones would emerge. Pleasant journey, Tony, he silently wished in his heart. Chapter 62, Worthington. Manhattan Midtown, Worthington Tower. This towering steel giant stood in the world's largest concentration of skyscrapers, shoulder to shoulder with the Empire State Building, Rockefeller Center, and Chrysler Building, forming a beautiful skyline in the economic and cultural heart of the nation. Marcus Worthington strode into the conference room. As the helmsman of this multinational corporation, the 60-year-old who had just celebrated his birthday last week still appeared vigorous, exuding the natural authority of a leader, solemn and imposing like an aging lion in his twilight years. A young genius hyped up by the media, and a mediocre company heir, they're like newborn calves recklessly charging into the biopharmaceutical field, encroaching on Worthington's empire, and you can't do anything about it. Marcus slammed a copy of Vanity Fair magazine onto the table. On the cover was a smiling young black-haired man, with the subtitle "Pioneering a New Era in American Pharmaceuticals" glaring prominently. "I invest billions annually in drug research, yet what we get is shrinking market share. A mere 21-year-old invents a gene therapy curing brain degeneration in a university lab. Tell me, gentlemen, aren't you ashamed?" Facing Marcus Worthington's tirade, the senior executives from various departments dared not rebut, all keeping their heads down. They knew well the domineering style of Worthington's leader. The tyrant, nickname circulating privately, wasn't just empty talk. Marcus' stern gaze swept across the room and found everyone too intimidated to speak, which only fueled his anger further. This lion-like old man had steered the company for nearly 30 years, consistently striving to establish Worthington as an industry monopoly, dominating with unstoppable momentum and absolute authority, and just like Stark Industries, keeping the entire cake for themselves while letting others scramble for crumbs. It's just media hype. Oscorp failed in transitioning to defense, and with Norman Osborn's death, their stock plummeted. Harry Osborn is just using this gene therapy news to stabilize share prices and his position on the board, a bespectacled middle-aged man mustered the courage to say. When Oscorp first announced plans to enter biopharmaceuticals, Worthington executives hadn't taken it seriously. Developing new drugs required unimaginable time and money. That a college student could invent a gene therapy completely curing brain degeneration sounded like fantasy. Not everyone was a genius like Stark, and even Tony's achievements relied on Stark Industries support. This wasn't an era where lone researchers in modest labs could make breakthroughs. Modern science emphasized teamwork and massive funding, especially in biopharma where every new drug required substantial institutional backing. "Mr. Hamilton, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Friends at FDA tell me this gene therapy shows remarkable results in clinical trials and will soon hit the market, Marcus said coldly. Do you know conservative estimates value this drug at $4 billion upon release? Under the CEO's piercing gaze, Hamilton broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't thoroughly investigated the new drug, assuming it was just Oscorp's PR stunt. This company thrives by constantly advancing like wolves claiming new territory. Complacency has made you lose ambition. Even Stark Industries faces competitors like Hammer and Cross Technologies. What right does Worthington have to stop progressing? Marcus' stern tone reflected his frustration. Family matters had distracted him from management in recent years, otherwise Oscorp would never have dared enter biopharma so easily. At the first sign, he would have struck hard, spreading rumors about side effects, secretly acquiring the formula, attacking Oscorp stock, inciting board rebellion against Harry Osborn. Countless tactics were available. Compared to the seasoned corporate predator Marcus Worthington, Oscorp's young CEO and the media hype genius were like unfledged eaglets. Perhaps they'd soar someday, but for now, they were easy prey. There's only one path for Oscorp into biopharma, submitting to Worthington's will. As executives nodded in agreement, Hamilton proposed, I'll approach Sean Cyphers. Though he's contracted with Oscorp, we can intercept before market release. If he sells us the formula, Oscorp collapses completely. Others chimed in. We could have senators question the drug's safety. Find clinical trial patients to claim adverse reactions. Drag Oscorp into legal quagmire with proper maneuvering. The previously timid executives now buzzed with ideas. With Worthington's resources, blocking Oscorp's biopharma entry would be effortless. A monopoly's accumulated power was unimaginable to outsiders. Even an entity like Stark Industries entering biopharma would have to share profits with Worthington. Marcus would never allow uncontrolled competition. The pie was finite. To maintain position, market competitors must be controlled, preventing new predators from entering. Every top predator was an enemy. Seeing his team's proposals, Marcus' expression softened slightly. Oscorp and their young genius couldn't truly threaten Worthington, he was just using this to address corporate complacency. Handle the Oscorp situation. I expect satisfactory results. Marcus cut off discussion, then asked his real concern, what's Worthington Labs' progress? After dismissing others, the R&D director reported hesitantly. Under guise of gene mapping, we've collected blood samples across the East Coast. But the mutant gene suppressor, the divergent mutant genes prove extremely resilient. Our initial suppressors only offer temporary effects. The aging lion slumped slightly, exhaustion showing through his authoritative demeanor as he insisted, continue research. With my investment, I demand results. The director didn't understand his boss' obsession. Mutant suppressors had no commercial viability beyond potential military use. The massive R&D costs couldn't be recouped through Department of Defense contracts alone. Was the famously visionary Marcus Worthington blind to this? Sensing something deeper, the director kept silent. Smart men knew when not to ask questions, even when glimpsing unsettling truths. Alone in the quiet conference room, the lion-like old man thought of his son and cursed bitterly, damn mutants. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 63, The List. T/N. Here's a little rant from your beloved translator. I, as the translator of this FIC, wrote a warning in the synopsis pointing out what the reader should expect of this FIC. I even concluded by advising, read at your own risk. Why then do some of you complain about the very things you were warned of before you even read the FIC? I don't get it. Warm sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the expansive lawn where researchers in casual attire mingled, enjoying champagne and barbecue from the long buffet tables. This outdoor celebration, which was proposed by Sean himself, marked the official establishment of the laboratory. Waiters had arranged tables and chairs, set out tableware, and erected numerous grills. On this fine day, Umbrella employees enjoyed the generous benefits provided by their young boss with cheerful spirits. The brand new laboratory stood as a towering pyramidal structure resembling an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's grand tomb. It was constructed entirely from high-strength glass panels supported by steel beam frameworks resembling spinal columns. On clear days, sunlight streamed through the glass dome, transforming it into a glittering crystal palace. External facilities were equally comprehensive, underground parking, a spacious helipad, along with various recreational amenities, all fully equipped. This laboratory named Umbrella had nearly exhausted all of Sean's available funds. Were it not for Wesley controlling Hell's Kitchen's various businesses and the Hand's covert support, New York University's youngest billionaire might have already faced a financial crisis. Sean aimed to build a world-class research institution, which required a world-class scientific team. He delegated recruitment to Dr. Connors while providing a list of outstanding scientists he remembered. The net had been cast, how many big fish would be caught remained to be seen. The substantial investment yielded satisfying returns. Standing impeccably dressed on the lawn with a champagne flute in hand, Sean gazed up at the dazzling laboratory building as if admiring a masterpiece painting. A profound sense of fulfillment welled up within him. This pyramid-like magnificent structure was entirely Sean's private palace, from where he would take the first step in his grand enterprise. Dressed formally, Dr. Connors drained his champagne glass, then said, "It feels like watching your own child, from its first cry at birth, to learning to walk, gradually growing into a strong young man." Usually reticent, the middle-aged scientist became uncharacteristically talkative, whether from alcohol's influence or inner excitement. "Doctor, I thought you'd be hiding in the lab. I heard the cross-species genetics research has reached a critical stage." Sean asked warmly, patting Connor's shoulder. "I never adapted well to such occasions before, but today is different. The proudest moment of my life demands my presence." Connors gazed at his empty sleeve, his voice thick with emotion, "And thank you for recommending Dr. Helen Cho. She's truly the most outstanding biologist I've met. With her participation, cross-species genetics will progress much faster." Besides Dr. Cho from Korea, did we get any other responses? Sean and Connor sat under a white canopy, the air rich with wine aromas as soothing music played softly. Bathed in afternoon sunlight, one couldn't help but revel in the idyllic atmosphere. That young genius from Columbia, Reed Richards, declined Umbrella's offer. Truthfully, he wouldn't fit anyway. Observing cosmic storms, collecting chaotic radiation data to crack human genetic codes. Regardless of the project's potential, initial investments are astronomical. Not only does that require unimaginable funding, but also leasing a spacecraft from NASA for space missions. Connors shook his head, thoroughly unimpressed by the famous genius's project proposal. It had too many variables, extremely high failure probability, and from an investor's perspective, limited profit potential. "All right, Mr. Richards is out." Sean smiled faintly. It was a pity to miss recruiting the future Mr. Fantastic. What about Dr. Otto Octavius? As an independent scientist, he should be interested in joining a rising research institution. Independent scientists typically lacked funding and equipment, rarely refusing offers from emerging labs. Dr. Octavius is still considering. "Are you planning to enter energy fields?" Connors asked curiously. Currently, Umbrella focused on biomedical research, gene therapy development, and cross-species genetics. Dr. Octavius was a renowned nuclear physicist specializing in atomic energy. He recently theorized about artificial suns to develop cheap and efficient new energy sources. "No, I'm just interested in his new energy concepts," Sean said softly. Mr. Fantastic might be dispensable, but Dr. Octopus was essential. In the original timeline, in his obsession with creating new energy, Dr. Octavius lost his beloved wife in a failed fusion experiment and merged with AI-controlled mechanical arms, which led to him gradually losing his sanity. That's how the brilliant scientist Octavius became the dangerous supervillain, Dr. Octopus. "I'll keep contacting Dr. Octavius. But the people on your list cover too many fields. Even if they joined Umbrella, they couldn't contribute effectively," Connors tactfully cautioned. He was worried that sudden fame and praise might corrupt the modest young man's humility. Science valued consistent results. Temporary fame or achievements couldn't sustain long-term standing. Why was Tony Stark called a genius? Because he continuously produced innovative theories across fields like advanced weaponry and AI, establishing absolute authority. Take Dr. Maya Hansen, a botanist. Or Eric Selvig, an astrophysicist. Both are outstanding in their fields, but unsuitable for Umbrella. This fledgling lab remained an unsteady infant. Overambitious steps might cause painful falls. Listening to Connor's well-intentioned advice, Sean didn't elaborate. The one-armed man who was once destined to become the Lizard was already aboard Umbrella's chariot. Sean's task was gathering more talents, harnessing their exceptional abilities to serve his visions. In this dangerous, wondrous world, technological power couldn't be ignored. Future Iron Men proved this best. A mere mortal Tony Stark, through genius intellect alone, designed continuously upgraded armor capable of battling monsters like the Hulk. "Doctor, they're all exceptional talents. Our goal is making Umbrella the world's premier research institution, which requires the finest team. Everyone on this list forms the foundation of our future blueprint." Sean gazed across the bustling lawn, his vision piercing beyond the distant wooded horizon. With profound eyes, he concluded, "Don't think about stopping, we can possess so much more." Chapter 64, Persuasion. "What were you talking about with Dr. Connors just now?" After seeing off the concerned Dr. Connors, Gwen, now dressed in casual wear with her golden hair tied in a ponytail, approached. The blonde girl who had recently been promoted from intern to researcher had joined Umbrella along with her mentor, Dr. Connors. With a glass of juice in hand, she walked up to Sean. Wrinkling her nose, she said, "You haven't shown up in class for ages, young billionaire. Careful not to fail your finals." "Sorry to disappoint, Miss Stacy." A smile played at the corners of Sean's mouth. "I just need to complete enough credits to graduate from this school." And as a genius, why would I worry about failing? The two classmates bantered back and forth. Since Oscorp's press conference, Sean had become the talk of SUNY, a young billionaire, a genius scientist with groundbreaking research. Exaggerated media reports and Oscorp's deliberate promotion had placed one dazzling halo after another upon this young man's head. I heard President Mackin wanted you to be this year's opening ceremony speaker. Gwen sipped her juice curiously. Sean shrugged lightly. Perhaps that's just the president's small gesture after hearing I wanted to donate a library to the school. Gwen frowned momentarily, then she clenched her fair fist and deliberately put on a fierce expression that only made her appear more charming and lively. Humph, even the president has been bought by you. Be careful or I'll report you, she said, exuding youthful energy. As the daughter of NYPD's police chief, Gwen was no delicate hothouse flower. She understood well the true face of the world. The adult society was always filled with various transactions, compromises, and exchanges of interests. So this blonde girl who still maintained some innocence didn't feel particularly averse to Sean's blunt words, though personal feelings might have played a part too. It feels like everyone has changed. Gazing at Sean's young face, Miss Stacy sighed inexplicably. Harry inherited the family business, and is working hard to learn how to run a company. When I last saw him, I almost didn't recognize him. And Peter, he always seemed so busy, whether at school or elsewhere, he's always in a hurry. Sometimes, he even falls asleep in class and gets called out by teachers. Sean chuckled inwardly. Peter had to juggle academics, his part-time job at the Daily Bugle, while also playing New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man fighting crime and maintaining order. Switching identities day and night exhausted the young hero, especially his complicated relationship with Mary Jane and Harry, which the young Spider-Man had no idea how to handle. But you've changed the most, Sean. Gwen covered her mouth with a light laugh. Everyone says Sean Cyphers is a genius, but I still remember your first time in Dr. Connor's lab. You couldn't even rinse a flask properly. You were so clumsy. Sean coughed twice as his embarrassing past was revealed, fixing Gwen with an intense gaze that made her cheeks flush pink. You forgot someone. The carefree Miss Stacy is now an official scientist in training. Dr. Gwen, that sounds pretty good. At the teasing directed at her, the embarrassed Gwen abandoned ladylike pretenses and gave chase as Sean turned to run. Other staff members joined in the fun. Since joining Umbrella, they discovered this young boss dubbed Stark 2.0 was nothing like the arrogant, difficult to get along with Stark. On the contrary, he was quite approachable, even joking around privately. Hello, Mr. Cyphers. An unpleasant voice interrupted. I'm Wilton Hamilton from Worthington Industries. Sean frowned at the well-groomed middle-aged man dressed in an impeccable suit who introduced himself. Exuding the steady demeanor of a successful businessman, the man's eyes held faint arrogance and carried a subtle condescension, especially when mentioning Worthington. Of course, Mr. Hamilton didn't realize his micro-expressions were all noticed by Sean. He believed this media-hyped young man was just a lucky fellow who happened upon a gene therapy formula by accident, gaining immense fame and fortune. As a pharmaceutical company representative, Hamilton knew very well the costs and efforts required to develop new drugs. Even world-class teams needed extensive time with uncertain outcomes. How could a college student and a disabled scientist barely scraping by as a teacher/lecturer possibly develop gene therapy? Masking his disdain, Hamilton said solemnly, Mr. Cyphers, I'd like to speak on behalf of Worthington Industries. Gwen, who had been close to Sean, resumed her reserved public demeanor. She smiled sweetly before walking away. Worthington Industries. Sean's eyes flickered. After brief pleasantries, he understood the other's purpose. Sitting under the white canopy with Worthington's representative, Sean feigned regret. I've already signed a contract with Oscorp. Violating it would mean not only huge penalties but possible jail time. None of that is a problem. Hamilton smiled confidently. Lowering his voice, he continued, Mr. Cyphers, you must understand Worthington is an established pharmaceutical leader with unshakable industry position, while Oscorp is too young. Not that youth is bad. It's energetic, vibrant, but it also means lack of support and stability. And as I understand, Oscorp's new CEO is mediocre in business. The only reason he's kept the struggling company afloat is your gene therapy temporarily stabilizing their plummeting stocks and buying them breathing room. Sean deliberately adopted a humble expression, though his smile betrayed him. Not at all. Harry is the one who turned things around for Oscorp. I just did some minor work. Hamilton understood inwardly, he was dealing another overconfident fellow. As a senior executive in market operations, he'd met many like Sean, young people achieving what others couldn't, intoxicated by praise, believing themselves world-changing geniuses. All until harsh reality exposed the industry's dark side. I heard you hold some Oscorp shares, Mr. Cyphers. Worthington's representative asked pointedly. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 65, Crocodile Tears. Sean looked at the eager Hamilton and inwardly sneered. This seemingly enthusiastic Worthington representative was merely trying to get him to betray Oscorp and strangle a powerful competitor in its cradle. On one hand, they were holding private talks to obtain the secret formula for the gene therapy. On the other, they were secretly obstructing Oscorp's new drug approval. If Sean agreed to sell the formula, Worthington could rush ALZ-112 through approval and dominate the market first, rendering all of Oscorp's efforts meaningless. The kindness and compassion of these pharmaceutical companies were nothing but crocodile tears, a facade to lull their prey into lowering their guard. The moment you showed vulnerability, they would mercilessly devour you whole. If they truly had good intentions, healthcare in this country wouldn't be so prohibitively expensive that welfare-dependent poor people couldn't even afford to step into hospitals, deterred by the exorbitant costs of medicine and medical services. Those shares are jointly held by Dr. Connors and myself, Sean corrected. Hamilton smiled mysteriously, believing he had this young upstart figured out. In a persuasive tone, he said, I've noticed Dr. Connors rarely makes public appearances. He spends most time in the lab, while you handle press conferences and media interviews. Dr. Connors has passed his prime as a scientist, while you're in your prime with a brighter future. The pharmaceutical representative sounded like a Wall Street stockbroker, skillfully leading his prey into the trap. But, Harry is my friend. Sean pretended to waver, putting on an act of moral dilemma. Had Hamilton read Stanislavski's works, he might have realized the young man's seemingly conflicted expression masked complete indifference, his eyes utterly cold. Sean, this is New York. Everyone here seeks opportunities, but not everyone succeeds, Hamilton said in a mentor-like tone. You may be more talented than most, but New York has never lacked geniuses. Tony Stark, Reed Richards, they were all brilliant stars. Yet look at the difference between them. One is celebrated wherever he goes, the other struggles for research funding. Is Mr. Richards less intelligent than Stark? No. Because Stark has Stark Industries, an enormous military-industrial complex providing endless funding and the best research environment. Hamilton patted Sean's shoulder meaningfully. Life offers few opportunities. When you spot one, seize it. A genius reputation isn't valuable, at least not in New York. Sean humored the Worthington representative. Their acting was so convincing they appeared to hit it off. To outsiders, they might seem like old friends enjoying a pleasant chat, unaware both harbored ulterior motives. You can contact me anytime. Worthington will offer a satisfactory price. There's a Wall Street saying I agree with, everything has its price. Before leaving, Hamilton smiled knowingly. He could tell Sean was tempted, and just putting up pretenses. He had seen countless such hypocrites who craved benefits while feigning integrity. At first, everyone talked about morality and justice, playing the righteous defender. But ultimately, they all succumb to money's allure, and willingly become profit machines for pharmaceutical companies. I believe you'll make the right choice, Hamilton waved goodbye. Of course. Sean nodded, his lips curling in disdain once he turned away. Golden light flickered in the young man's eyes as he gazed at the warm sun, his expression turning cold. Worthington planned to strike at Oscorp's biopharmaceutical ambitions, with Sean being the easiest target. If he secretly sold the formula to them, it would be a stab in Oscorp's back. The struggling family business that had barely recovered would plunge into ruin. Harry would lose his father's empire, falling from wealthy young CEO to nothing. And what would Sean gain? He'd face lawsuits from Oscorp, public disgrace, and prison time. Expecting Worthington to defend him would be like waiting for the sun to rise from the west. Capitalists only cared about profits, their promises weren't worth a dime. If Sean is blinded by short-term gains to betray Oscorp, Worthington would discard him without hesitation. To them, scientists without leverage were just profit machines to be exploited. This was precisely why Sean chose Harry as his partner. Umbrella relied on Oscorp to survive its infancy and grow rapidly with its resources. At least he didn't have to worry about Harry scheming to oust him like those greedy capitalists, wanting the whole pie for himself. Good things come to good people in this world. Sean exhaled. Since defeating Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes and absorbing the Dragon Bone's immense energy, he had entered a new realm. From manipulating internal energy to projecting it externally with his mind, he improved daily. His cells grew hungrier, absorbing solar radiation and other energies faster. Clenching his fists lightly, Sean felt the Sentry's power awakening bit by bit within him. Worthington Industries, the pharmaceutical company that gave mutants so much trouble. Sean finally remembered the name. In the original timeline, its leader hated mutants, especially because his son was one. They developed mutant-suppressing drugs. Even someone as powerful as Magneto temporarily lost his abilities when hit by weapons loaded with this serum, becoming an ordinary man. Perhaps I won't need to lift a finger. Sean's eyes gleamed as he sensed the hazy white light in his mind, his mental will growing stronger. Maybe it's time to pay a visit to the great Professor X. Chapter 66, Artificial Intelligence. At 2 in the morning, New York was enveloped in deep silence, like a sleeping infant in its cradle. Located in the suburbs of Long Island, Umbrella's towering main laboratory building remained brightly lit even at this late hour. Perhaps due to the generous salaries far exceeding industry standards, the hard-working researchers had no complaints about overtime. The young boss, who had achieved remarkable success at an early age, was known for his generosity. As long as you demonstrated your value, he would never hesitate to reward you. Currently, Umbrella's core project was cross-species genetics, led by Dr. Connors. Only a select few, such as the recently recruited Dr. Helen Cho and lab assistant Gwen, had access to the heart of the research. The laboratory's internal confidentiality measures were exceptionally stringent. Researchers who hadn't reached the core level were only assigned fragmented tasks by their superiors, remaining completely unaware of the true purpose behind their work. They were like assembly line workers, handling specific parts of production without ever understanding the full scope of the experiment. Though still in its early stages, Umbrella offered competitive salaries, but also immense pressure. Sean had implemented a strict resource allocation system, with research evaluations conducted every 3 months. Apart from Dr. Connor's team, all other groups underwent rigorous assessments to determine their funding and resource distribution based on task completion and project progress. As Sean put it, this ensured Umbrella remained competitive. Drawing from the catfish effect, he believed that complacency would quickly lead to stagnation and elimination, especially in the rapidly evolving field of science. To keep sardines lively, one had to introduce an active catfish. Sean improved researchers' benefits while enforcing a competitive mechanism, pushing talented individuals to unlock their potential while weeding out those who couldn't handle the pressure or weren't suited for the work. Dr. Connors walked through the brightly lit main hall, took the elevator, and entered the laboratory's core area with his assistant Gwen. After passing fingerprint and iris verification, they arrived at the underground control center. This was the central hub housing the supercomputer, accessible only to Sean and Dr. Connors. Anyone else had to apply for permission. As a cornerstone of high-tech development, supercomputers were called accelerators of scientific research. Composed of hundreds, thousands, or even more processors, these massive machines could tackle complex problems beyond the capabilities of ordinary PCs and servers, possessing immense computational and data processing power. If the speed of a regular computer was likened to a walking pace, a supercomputer operated at rocket speed. With such computational power, scientists could simulate and predict natural phenomena that were previously impossible to test experimentally. Sean, why did you call me here so late? Did you manage to get the latest supercomputer? Dr. Connors strode into the brightly lit server room, followed closely by Gwen. The cross-species genetics project had reached a critical phase, and the one-armed scientist had been working tirelessly, barely leaving the lab. But I checked with manufacturers, their orders are packed up for 6 months. There's no way we could get one this soon. Until then, we'd have to rent from other institutions. Dr. Connors quickly dismissed his own speculation. He had contacted supercomputer manufacturers long ago, but their orders were fully booked by energy departments and private labs, making immediate acquisition impossible. Remember what I told you before, Doctor? Sean stood tall, a confident smile on his face. Dr. Connors frowned. He vaguely recalled discussing supercomputers with Sean. As any emerging lab venturing into high-tech fields would inevitably require powerful computational and simulation capabilities. Owning a private supercomputer was a necessity. Relying on rented resources from other institutions was not only inconvenient, but also posed confidentiality risks, especially for an independent lab like Umbrella. Don't worry, I'll get you the best supercomputer on the planet. That was what Sean had told him. Now, watching Sean's unwavering confidence, Dr. Connors wondered, had Sean leveraged Oscorp's connections to secure the latest supercomputer? With a smile, Sean inserted a black disk into the control center. A faint hum filled the air, as if some machine had been activated. The massive screen on the wall suddenly lit up, endless streams of data cascading like a waterfall, leaving Dr. Connors and Gwen stunned. Dr. Connors stared at the now operational server room, skepticism creeping in. Currently, the best supercomputer in the US was Titan, housed at the Department of Energy's Oak Ridge National Laboratory, with a processing speed of 17.59 petaflops. Of course, if one included Tony Stark's groundbreaking achievements in artificial intelligence, Titan might have to relinquish its top spot. After all, his AI butler, Jarvis, boasted computational power that defied imagination. Had Sean really developed an AI comparable to Jarvis in such a short time? Even with his immense faith in the young genius, Dr. Connors found it hard to believe. Don't be shy, Red Queen. Come out and say hello to Dr. Connors and Miss Stacy. As Sean spoke, the sterile server room transformed. Hazy light flickered, and in an instant, the underground space became a luxurious beachfront villa. Elegant decor, masterful oil paintings on the walls, plush carpets underfoot, even fresh flowers in vases, everything was so lifelike, it was practically indistinguishable from reality. Dr. Connors' eyes widened. He scrutinized his surroundings, but found no trace of artifice. Even the tiniest details were flawless: air currents, environmental simulations, all perfectly crafted to deceive human senses. Is this real? Gwen bent down and inhaled deeply, catching the scent of fresh flowers. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, waves crashed against the shore. Seagulls skimmed the water where the sky met the sea, the beauty of nature unfolding before her eyes. It was impossible to believe that just moments ago, they had been standing in an underground server room. This is just a data simulation. Other supercomputers can do it too. I just made it more precise. A soft, childlike voice suddenly spoke. Gwen jumped, turning to see a little girl in a red princess dress watching her. Hello, Gwen Stacy. I am the Red Queen. The girl's eyes were cold, but her voice was sweet and innocent. The Red Queen. Chapter 67, Skynet. Gwen gasped in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. The little girl called the Red Queen looked so lifelike. She was exquisitely beautiful, like a doll. Unable to resist, Gwen reached out to touch her, only for her fingers to pass right through the holographic projection as light rippled. Miss Gwen Stacy, please show me some respect. The little girl actually displayed human-like displeasure, her small mouth pouting slightly, unlike the cold demeanor of a machine. Her red princess dress swayed like water, flickering slightly before the lifelike image of the Red Queen suddenly dispersed, collapsing like scattered light. It took several seconds for her to reform. I'm sorry. Realizing her rudeness, Gwen quickly withdrew her hand, though her wide eyes still kept stealing glances at the Red Queen. She still couldn't quite believe that this doll-like little girl before her was actually the virtual avatar of an artificial intelligence. Dr. Connors was just as awestruck, though he appeared outwardly calm, he simply hid it better than Gwen. Compared to the massive, cumbersome supercomputers funded by government agencies or private labs, the Red Queen was undoubtedly superior. Not only did she possess higher-level intelligence and a simulated personality akin to a living being, but she was also capable of making basic judgments rather than just mechanically following commands. Moreover, her computational speed and data processing far surpassed that of conventional supercomputers, especially when it came to constructing realistic environments. Simulating a lifelike world with precise data predictions required immense processing power. Even the world's most advanced supercomputers could only crudely simulate simple event changes to predict broad, fuzzy outcomes. Dr. Connors glanced at the smiling young man before him, filled with admiration. Sean always managed to bring unimaginable surprises. He studied the virtual image of the Red Queen without questioning where Sean had obtained such an unbelievable AI. The one-armed scientist was no naive fool. Having known Sean for so long, he had long sensed that the young man harbored secrets beyond ordinary comprehension. For instance, there was Mr. Wesley, who secretly funded their lab. Dr. Connors had heard whispers about him, a rising underworld magnate in Hell's Kitchen who had allegedly taken down the former crime lord, Wilson Fisk. That such a fearsome figure would show deference to a young student seemed almost unbelievable. There were other subtle clues that hinted at the hidden side of this so-called genius. But Dr. Connors had no intention of digging deeper into Sean's true nature. He had once been nothing but a down-and-out disabled scientist, teaching at a university and relying on Oscorp's funding for his research. The mainstream scientific community had all but forgotten him, occasionally using him as a laughingstock in conversations. The one who had changed his life was the young man standing before him now. Sean had provided the decay rate algorithm, bringing cross-species genetics, which was long stagnant, within reach of success. He had invented ALZ-112 and partnered with Oscorp Industries. The status and accolades Dr. Connors enjoyed now were entirely due to Sean's help. Thus, no matter what Sean's true motives were, or what terrifying identity he might conceal, Dr. Connors would stand firmly by his side and offer whatever assistance he could. That was his way of repayment. After all, Dr. Connors was no saintly paragon of morality, one of the very reasons Sean had chosen him in the first place. Those with rigid moral boundaries would inevitably clash with him and walk away. That was why he had never been particularly eager to recruit someone like Reed Richards, the future Mr. Fantastic. Instead, scientists like Dr. Octavius, whose moral lines were blurred, intrigued him far more. Doctor, are you satisfied? Sean asked with a smile. There couldn't be anything better, Dr. Connors replied, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. No ordinary supercomputer could achieve this. She is a perfect creation. The little Red Queen performed a graceful curtsy, a reserved smile appearing on her otherwise cold face, clearly pleased with Dr. Connors' praise. Thank you for your kind words, Dr. Connors, the Red Queen said sweetly. There exist others like me on this planet. I am not unique. A glint flashed in Sean's eyes. Tony Stark's JARVIS was also an incredibly advanced AI, capable of transferring itself between digital terminals, independent thought, assisting its master with various tasks, and processing vast amounts of information. The development of Iron Man's armor and the upgrades to the arc reactor all relied on its help. After registering Dr. Connors and Gwen's voices and fingerprints, the two left the underground server room. Sean stayed behind, claiming he needed to fine-tune the Red Queen's data programs. With a snap of his fingers, the Red Queen's virtual image flickered before dissolving into nothingness. The sterile underground chamber transformed into an endless white space bathed in soft light, stretching infinitely in all directions. "I do not understand why you wish to conceal my existence," a cold, mechanical voice echoed. It was now devoid of the Red Queen's simulated emotions. "Umbrella needs an intelligent overseer, one that can monitor every movement within the lab, process vast amounts of data, and accelerate research progress." Sean paused, standing in the boundless white void, his voice calm. "But I need the all-seeing eye of a god, one that can provide me with valuable intelligence, and gather all information. SHIELD, Hydra, even Stark Industries. Their complex firewalls mean nothing to you. You are the deity of machines, and the infinite network is your domain." A vintage black and white television materialized out of thin air, its screen filled with static. From the crackling noise emerged an icy voice, "So you do not wish others to know of my existence?" Sean smiled faintly, "Not yet. When the day comes that I can stand before the world without restraint, then everyone will know that there is an eye watching over every living being on this planet." As his thoughts shifted, the white space expanded like an unfurling canvas. Stars rose and fell, the sun and moon alternated, an endless galaxy stretched overhead, and a blue planet appeared beneath his feet. It was as if he stood at the center of the universe, atop the Milky Way, gazing down upon the birth and death of countless stars. "I spent all my accumulated points to bring you into existence. Don't disappoint me." The system points he had earned from defeating Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes were now completely drained. "Skynet," Sean whispered its name. "I shall be your Eye of Horus, great creator." The cold voice seemed to descend from the heavens. Invisible electronic signals radiated outward from Umbrella, spreading like unseen ghosts, transforming the global network into its own brain and body. High above in the cold darkness of space, satellites orbiting the Earth experienced brief disturbances and delays in their data centers before quickly resuming normal operations. They became like the cold pupils of a god, gazing down upon the vast blue planet below. Chapter 68, Hunting Ground. The Afghan Frontlines. A convoy of jeeps kicked up billowing dust clouds. Tony, who had just finished promoting his latest products at Bagram Airfield, sat in the back holding a glass of whiskey on the rocks. The energetic beats of rock music filled the vehicle, while the young soldier sharing his seat kept stealing curious glances at this legendary figure. "Why do I feel like you're escorting me to a court-martial?" Ever the humorist behind his sunglasses, Tony quipped. "That won't do. What crimes have I committed? I feel like you're about to tackle me the moment we stop." "What, does your CO forbid you from speaking?" "We're allowed to speak, sir," the young soldier replied shyly. Tony's banter broke the tense atmosphere in the vehicle. His fellow passengers began relaxing. The playboy had that unique charm, always able to transform awkward situations into either amusement or embarrassment. "Sir, I have a question." A soldier in the front seat turned around, his ostensibly earnest face unable to conceal his gossipy curiosity. "Is it true you've slept with every cover model from last year's Maxim magazine?" Now on a topic that interested him, Tony removed his sunglasses and said casually, "Good question. You're partially correct. My schedule didn't align with March's cover girl. Fortunately December's were twins. What else do you want to ask?" Tony turned to another soldier who was making a hand gesture, his carefree demeanor unchanged. "Are you kidding me? This isn't elementary school, why are you raising your hand?" "Can I take a photo with you?" the shy young soldier asked quietly. "Of course." Tony leaned in beside his young admirer, and continued his humorous tone, "But don't post this on your blog." "And what's with the gang sign?" "Just kidding, go ahead." "Peace. I love peace most," he rambled on. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as fierce flames burst forth. The shockwave sent a blast of air rolling outward. The lead jeep took a direct hit from artillery fire, its sturdy frame instantly reduced to scrap metal. The convoy screeched to a halt. Tony struggled to maintain his composure. As America's premier weapons supplier, he'd faced numerous dangerous situations before. Unlike ordinary people who might panic and scream, he remained collected. Left flank under attack. The radio crackled with intense gunfire. Soldiers poured out of vehicles, but before they could locate their attackers, a storm of bullets came raining down. "Jimmy, stay and protect Mr. Stark." The young soldier pulled Tony down to take cover inside the vehicle, avoiding stray bullets. The moment the young soldier stepped out, a barrage of gunfire cut him down. The vibrant life that had just been joking with Tony was instantly extinguished by cold, merciless bullets. Bulletproof windows were riddled with holes like honeycombs. Listening to the intense firefight outside, Tony realized the enemy's firepower overwhelmingly suppressed their own forces. After a few seconds' thought, he pushed open the car door. He couldn't just sit and wait. Tony now regretted not returning with Rhodes earlier. The airfield's main forces were all there. Dodging explosions and stray bullets, Tony took cover behind a large rock and pulled out his phone to send a distress signal. His phone connected directly to Jarvis's terminal. The reliable AI would immediately locate his position and notify Obadiah and Pepper. As the head of a major weapons corporation, Tony's upbringing hadn't been smooth sailing. From kidnapping threats by competitors, to assassination attempts by rival interests or terrorist attacks, these dangerous experiences allowed him to remain calm and self-rescue even in such crises. The distress signal went out, thud. A grenade landed nearby in the dirt. Tony stared dumbfounded at the clearly visible Stark Industries markings on the weapon, his mind briefly blank. Then the explosion's shockwave sent him flying. Through choking smoke, the fallen Stark struggled to open his eyes, and saw bloodstains blooming across his chest. Ripping open his shirt, he saw shrapnel embedded in the bulletproof vest beneath. Excruciating pain radiated from his chest as his head swung like it had been hammered. Soon, darkness claimed his consciousness. The world-renowned weapons merchant lay unconscious on the war-torn battlefield, New York, Manhattan. Tony Stark has been attacked. Sean didn't seem surprised. As a butterfly that had traversed the river of time, he hadn't caused major changes to this world. The future Iron Man was still following history's predetermined path. You provided a list requiring special surveillance. Tony Stark was on it. 1 minute ago, he sent a distress signal from the Afghan frontlines which I intercepted. The cold voice in his earpiece belonged to Skynet. Compared to the separate virtual persona of Red Queen, Skynet seemed more like an emotionless machine life form. Following Sean's orders, it had implanted Red Queen with a virtual personality, like creating life by instilling complete character and cognitive abilities to manage Umbrella in his stead. Let Tony enjoy his cave retreat for a while. It's a rare journey of spiritual growth after all, Sean chuckled. He had no intention of letting the Playboy be rescued too soon. Moreover, the distress signal had been sent to Obadiah Stane. Clearly Tony still hadn't realized who had leaked his route. How else could those militants have known the convoy's schedule and location so precisely? Even their sophisticated weapons, all Stark Industries products, were powerful enough to annihilate regular US forces. Only those Tony trusted most could access such classified intel. Considering who would benefit most from his death, the answer became obvious. If Obadiah received Tony's distress signal, the Playboy building armor in the cave might not survive long. According to your analysis, Tony Stark is a pivotal figure in this world. Do you not intend to ensure his safety? Skynet inquired. I'm not their nanny, Sean replied coolly. Tony's survival helps maintain my precognitive advantage, but his death wouldn't significantly impact things. This isn't dominoes where toppling one brings everything down. Iron Man is merely the catalyst for future events. Without Stark, others would fill that role. My role is ensuring the world progresses along familiar trajectories within certain parameters. But playing nursemaid, and catering to superheroes to guarantee they grow according to script, I came to this world to claim my place and assert my voice. Toward that end, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. or HYDRA, heroes or villains, all could become my enemies. Sean's eyes glinted with cold calculation. In this moment, he resembled Skynet's mechanical detachment. The world is pyramidal. The higher you climb, the narrower the path. To reach the summit, you must pull down every competitor. Skynet, this world is one vast hunting ground. To avoid becoming prey requires not just sharp claws and savage instinct, but also a hunter's rifle. The young man gazed at the bustling city, his deep eyes gleaming with a predator's cold light, and the 6 Infinity Stones are the ultimate weapons. Chapter 69, Project Restart. In Umbrella's private lounge, Sean took out a bottle of Scotch whiskey from the well-stocked liquor cabinet and poured 2 glasses, placing them on the table. Harry loosened his tie and leaned back on the sofa without reservation. His face was etched with frustration and irritation. The young heir to the Osborn family business clearly hadn't come to Umbrella today for official business like corporate collaboration. Instead, he was here specifically to vent his grievances to his friend. What's wrong? Another fight with Mary Jane. Sean handed Harry the glass, teasing him as he did so. Since taking over Oscorp, Harry's busy schedule had left him with no time for his girlfriend, which frequently led to conflicts with Mary Jane. Each time, he'd turn to Sean and Gwen to act as intermediaries. The young, wealthy Osborn heir downed the cold liquor in one gulp. A burning sensation spread down his throat, the alcohol making his eyes slightly red. Some of his innermost thoughts spilled out uncontrollably. I've always considered you a friend, Sean. Like Peter, you're one of the few true friends I have. Harry's voice grew louder with emotion. Before I met you, Peter was my only close friend. We've known each other since we were kids. His father used to work for Oscorp as one of my dad's right-hand men. Peter was often bullied at school because of his introverted personality. Back then, I wasn't well liked at boarding school either. Maybe because we were both lonely, we became good friends. We shared everything, comics, snacks. I thought our friendship would last forever. Hearing Harry repeatedly mention Peter, Sean could roughly guess what had happened. The messy love triangle between Spider-Man, the second Green Goblin, and Mary Jane was truly exasperating. If it were any other issue, Sean might have been able to offer Harry some clarity. But when it came to matters of the heart, even Sean himself avoided getting too involved. His relationship with Elektra was purely transactional, mutual benefit tangled with desire, with little genuine emotion. As for the innocent and kind-hearted Miss Stacy, he maintained a carefully ambiguous distance, not daring to accept her pure affection lightly. At his core, Sean Cyphers, that upright, sunny young man, the humble and gentle genius scientist, was nothing more than a facade. Peeling back these false layers, the cold, dark aura he exuded was enough to shock and intimidate. Like shadows cast by the sun, people rarely noticed that the radiant, dazzling sun could also project profound darkness. Inexperienced first love is enchanting, but love that withstands trials is priceless. Sean offered a maxim, patting Harry's shoulder. He continued, "You should let Mary Jane make her own choice between you and Peter. Besides, now isn't the time to wallow in personal matters, especially not for you. Harry, you're the helmsman of the Oscorp ship, managing a vast corporate empire. You're no longer a child sheltered under your father's wing. If becoming a Casanova could stabilize the teetering Oscorp industries or make Worthington retract its fangs, then by all means, mourn your lost love with all your heart. But right now, you don't have that luxury." Sean's gentle voice carried a hint of sternness as he handed Harry another glass. "Love isn't a necessity in life, Harry. A failed relationship can make a man grow up fast. Stop obsessing over the mess between Mary Jane and Peter. Your vision shouldn't be stuck at this level." Harry stared at the ceiling. "I understand everything you're saying, Sean. But I can't solve any of these problems, whether it's Worthington's predatory gaze, or the complicated feelings between Mary Jane and Peter." Deep down, he admired Sean greatly. Unlike himself, who was born with a silver spoon, his friend had risen from obscurity in New York to become a celebrated genius, rarely relying on external help. Much like his father, who built Oscorp from scratch, Sean had achieved enviable status and wealth purely through personal effort and talent. Personal matters are for you to figure out on your own. But as for how to deal with Worthington, I do have some ideas. Sean swirled his glass, the ice clinking softly against the crystal. Watching the slightly intoxicated Harry, he said quietly, "Didn't you mention before that General Thaddeus Ross was interested in Oscorp's human enhancement program? And even considered replicating last century's supersoldier serum?" Slumping on the sofa, Harry looked exhausted, worn down by corporate bureaucracy and emotional turmoil. That was it. He was just interested. The human enhancement project was a failure. It had insurmountable side effects. It turned people into beasts filled with aggression and bloodlust. The military would never accept such flawed products. Harry had tried to emulate his father, commanding, decisive, inspiring trust, manipulating financial storms with a wave of his hand. But just as he pulled Oscorp back from the brink of collapse, Worthington, that predator, had set its sights on them. Coupled with the emotional blow, the young Osborn heir couldn't help but feel disheartened. Umbrella is willing to take over this failed project. The military has never given up on supersoldier research for an entire century. Captain America's appearance accelerated the end of World War II. He single-handedly changed the course of the war. That's why those generals are so obsessed with supersoldiers. They want an invincible army. Sean gripped Harry's shoulder, his deep eyes burning with intensity like blazing fire. "If Oscorp hands over all the data on the human enhancement project to Umbrella, perhaps I can complete what was left unfinished. That would give us leverage in negotiations with General Ross. Worthington would no longer be a threat at that point." But the excess alcohol made Harry's head swim. He hesitated at his friend's proposal. "This project nearly bankrupted Oscorp. Even after my father poured enormous resources into it, all we got were flawed products. It didn't create another Captain America. Instead, it gave birth to the Green Goblin. We shouldn't restart this project. Everything has two sides. Just like the human enhancement project could spawn monsters like the Green Goblin, but it could also create war heroes like Captain America. Worthington is a monopoly in the pharmaceutical industry. If Oscorp wants to launch ALZ-112, it's an unavoidable adversary. Unless you're willing to surrender most of your profits and submit to Worthington's will, letting Oscorp become part of its vast empire." Sean paused briefly, before continuing, "There's only room for one apex predator in any industry. Do you want to kneel at Worthington's feet?" His piercing gaze made the young CEO flinch. At this moment, Sean bore no resemblance to his usual sunny, easygoing demeanor. Instead, he exuded a chilling, dark aura that inspired fear. "Of course not. Oscorp has never played second fiddle." The strange feeling passed as quickly as it came. Seeing the faint mockery in Sean's smile, Harry's fighting spirit flared. "Never," he declared firmly. Satisfied with the answer, Sean nodded. "Then let's knock Worthington off its throne as industry leader." Chapter 70, Bargaining Chip. Washington, D.C., Army Officers Club. Dressed in a black suit, Sean entered carrying a dark briefcase. His invited guest sat at the bar on a swivel stool, savoring sweet rum. The impeccably pressed military uniform adorned with shining stars revealed the host's illustrious status. "Sorry to keep you waiting, General Ross." Sean strode to the bar and ordered a whiskey. "I thought a brave soldier like you would prefer something stronger like vodka." Ross chuckled while pouring himself another drink, then shook his head. "That was true when I was younger. When I loved hard liquor and beautiful women. But I'm not that strong young man anymore. My personal doctor keeps warning me to cut back on tobacco and alcohol. He says those things will send me to meet God ahead of schedule." Even as he spoke, Ross accepted a premium cigar from the bartender, and puffed out thick smoke. The gray-haired army general glanced at Sean and got straight to the point. "You want me to champion Oscorp's cause? Young man, perhaps capital drives this nation's direction, but not everyone can be bought, at least not at the price you and Oscorp can currently offer." Ross looked down his nose arrogantly. Of course he'd heard of Sean, the genius making waves in New York. Over his long career, Ross had met many so-called geniuses, like Howard Stark, that shrewd arms dealer, or Hank Pym, the stubborn old fool. He'd long since stopped being impressed by geniuses. Human intelligence might solve most of the world's problems, but it couldn't lift a boulder. Knowledge alone wasn't omnipotent, it needed the support of money and capital. "I fully understand money can't buy a general's friendship," Sean smiled faintly, unperturbed by Ross's bluntness, "but I have something the military would find very interesting. I wouldn't come to humiliate myself without proper bargaining chips." Ross found Sean's confidence intriguing. Few young men could maintain such composure in his presence. "What could you and young Osborne possibly offer?" "Filling an army general's appetite isn't easy," the cigar-smoking old man said dismissively. The conflict between Oscorp and Worthington had become common knowledge. As the industry leader, Worthington stood like an inviolable lion. Any challengers to its throne had been torn apart by its sharp claws. The consensus was that the shallow-rooted Oscorp stood no chance. With its new CEO Harry Osborne achieving mediocre results at best, how could they possibly compete with an established giant like Worthington? "Super soldiers," Sean said succinctly. From his briefcase, he carefully extracted a vial of vibrant green liquid that seemed to pulse under the light, emitting an almost hypnotic allure. Ross's pupils contracted as his casual demeanor instantly transformed. Stubbing out his cigar, he said gravely, "Oscorp's failure in the human enhancement program is public knowledge. Don't let youthful impulsiveness lead you to regretful mistakes, young man. Deceiving senior military officials isn't a game." The term super soldier held unimaginable appeal for the military. During World War II last century, Captain America Steve Rogers had been the beneficiary of Project Rebirth, leading the Howling Commandos to victories against Nazi forces. To this day, Brooklyn's museum housed detailed records of this legendary story. Oscorp's human enhancement program did fail. It was just one step short of success, a strong-willed, exceptional soldier. Sean's lips curled slightly as he regarded General Ross with a hint of mockery. "I've done my research, General. Was Abraham Erskine's super-soldier serum truly so perfect, completely flawless? As I understand, Captain America wasn't the first super-soldier. Before him, there was a man named Johann Schmidt. Due to side effects, this first recipient of the serum became horrifically disfigured like a skull, evil, murderous, utterly inhuman. The good become better, the bad become worse. It's no different from the formula that created the Green Goblin." Sean knew the historical truth the military had tried to bury. In Dr. Erskine's eyes, a super soldier needed not just physical strength, but a brave and virtuous heart. That's why the scrawny Steve Rogers had been chosen, and he'd proven worthy of that trust. The serum induced unimaginable agony, amplifying both physical suffering and dark emotions simultaneously, like releasing savage beasts from within to devour one's rationality and morality. The Red Skull, former leader of HYDRA, exemplified this outcome. Steve Rogers had resisted the darkness, or perhaps the man called Captain America simply embodied humanity's noblest spirit, his will unshakable and indomitable. You're correct. The serum that created Captain America wasn't perfect. Finding another man like him would be nearly impossible. Ross sighed ruefully, an army of murderers, megalomaniacs, and madmen would be useless to us. The military needs perfect super soldiers, loyal, strong, capable of taking on hundreds alone, with power to sway entire battlefields. The tall general stood up, having expected more substantial offers from Sean. Oscorp failed to deliver that, which makes their human enhancement program a failure. All he'd gotten so far was youthful bravado. To gain powerful allies, one needed to offer commensurate benefits. Flawed enhancement formulas fell far short. Oscorp is willing to provide 10 samples of the enhancement formula plus all research data. As Ross made to leave, Sean remained unperturbed, sipping his drink before dangling the first bait. "I hear you've assembled an independent research team, recruiting genius physicist Dr. Bruce Banner to recreate the super soldier serum. These materials should prove quite valuable." Smart young man, you know exactly what to offer. Ross's eyes flashed with appreciation as he returned to his stool, but it's still not enough. These aren't worth antagonizing a pharmaceutical giant for Oscorp's sake. I don't need you as Oscorp's backer, General. As long as Oscorp insists on entering the medical field, one of us must leave the arena, either Worthington or us. Sean paused, his deep eyes glinting coldly. I'll give you all of Oscorp's enhancement research and samples. In return, you simply ensure my new drug gets approved. That concludes our transaction. And how will you handle Worthington's retaliation? Ross asked with growing interest. That would be mine and Harry's problem to solve. Sean maintained his polite, humble demeanor. His fingers tapped lightly on the bar as he said softly, don't always associate me with Oscorp, General. Allow me to properly introduce myself. Sean Cyphers, founder of Umbrella Laboratories. I believe we'll have more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 71, The Missing Tony. Stepping out of the Army Officers Club, Sean pulled open the car door and slid into a black Lincoln that had been parked for quite some time. Harry, who had been waiting for over an hour, kept yawning, looking utterly bored and drowsy. Finally, you're out. Any longer and I might have fallen asleep, Harry said, slapping a hand on his friend's shoulder. I have to admire your ability to chat for so long with such a stern old man. Sean gave a faint smile whilst loosening the slightly tight tie around his neck. That imposing army general, majestic as a lion, was not someone to be easily fooled. The man was experienced and sharp-eyed, most people would tremble just speaking to him. For someone like Harry Osborn to negotiate as an equal with such a figure, that was nothing short of a pipe dream. Only by offering enough benefits to satisfy General Ross's appetite would he step in front of Oscorp, temporarily acting as a towering shelter from the storm. As the helmsman of Oscorp, I thought you'd accompany me inside, Sean said, leaning back in his seat as the driver started the car. The scenery outside slowly began passing by. Harry clutched his head as if nursing a hangover and grinned, you handle these things better. General Ross never liked dealing with spoiled rich kids like me. He prefers New York's new generation of young geniuses. Shaking his head slightly, Sean couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since suffering that heavy emotional blow, Harry seemed to have lost all enthusiasm for work, and instead reverted to his old hedonistic lifestyle. It was almost as if he were trying to emulate Tony Stark. Perhaps he was trying to numb himself, to dull the pain inside. But in Sean's eyes, it felt more like running from reality. I heard you haven't shown up at the company for a week. There's been no sign of you at the board meetings, not even your secretary knows where you are, Sean remarked casually. Well, haha, let's talk about General Ross instead. Did he agree to Oscorp's terms? Harry laughed awkwardly, and clumsily changed the subject. Lately, Harry's life had indeed been rather wild. Mary Jane, who had seemed inclined to reconcile with him, left in furious disappointment after witnessing him partying with a crowd of hot women. No doubt, the young Spider-Man was now busy comforting his dream girl. As for the on-again, off-again drama between the three of them, Sean was content to just sit back quietly and watch. He had no reason to refuse, Sean said flatly. He knew exactly what General Ross wanted and had tailored his offer accordingly, hitting the mark perfectly. Oscorp poured billions into the human enhancement program, and the General gets to take it all without spending a dime. All he has to do is ensure Umbrella's new drug gets approved. Whether Oscorp faces the wrath of Worthington afterward, that's none of his concern. Who wouldn't love a deal where they profit without lifting a finger? Harry listened to his friend's explanation while yawning incessantly. Dark circles hung under his eyes, not from lack of sleep, but from nights of excessive partying. He looked thoroughly drained. Sean ignored the pleasure-seeking Harry and interlaced his fingers as he gazed out the window at Washington, D.C.'s architectural landscape. Unlike the bustling skyscraper-filled metropolis of New York, the U.S. Capitol exuded a rare sense of historical and cultural charm. The city was home to numerous museums and historical landmarks, the famous Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and many free-entry museums displaying artifacts from World War II. Among them, the most renowned was the Captain America Memorial Museum, a top destination for school field trips. As the car moved, classical-style buildings passed by outside. Watching the vivid, real world beyond the glass, Sean closed his eyes as a soft white glow flickered in his mind. The world moved forward along its original trajectory. Like the unstoppable wheels of history, it remained unswayed by minor deviations. Tony Stark was still in that Afghan cave, hammering together a crude suit of armor. Bruce Banner remained a celebrated physics genius, not yet the rage-fueled Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra continued to lurk in the shadows. The 6 Infinity Stones also remained undiscovered. Far beyond the stars, the cosmic tyrant who had annihilated countless civilizations had yet to turn his gaze toward this blue planet. Humanity lay quietly in its cradle, awaiting the dawn of a new era, one where superheroes would rise. And what Sean had to do was bide his time, gathering strength, holding all the right cards until he stood atop the pyramid, powerful enough to remain beyond anyone's control. And finally emerge as the ultimate victor. A faint smile played on the young man's lips. The best hunters had patience. Having conquered Hell's Kitchen, who would be next? Stark Industries. Pepper Potts stormed into the office of the company's CEO in her black high heels. Seated in his chair, Obadiah Stane looked startled. As Tony's personal assistant, the woman nicknamed Pepper was usually the picture of poised professionalism. Rarely did she appear so flustered. What trouble has Tony gotten into now? Wait, no, he should have been back in New York from Afghanistan by now, Obadiah said with a chuckle, though his seemingly kind eyes betrayed a cold glint. Tony's missing, Pepper stammered. We just received word from Afghanistan. Tony's convoy was ambushed by local militants. Almost everyone was killed. Colonel Rhodes found no body at the scene, but Tony's phone signal is gone, and Jarvis can't locate him either. Obadiah, the acting CEO of Stark Industries, gaped in shock, his face wearing a mask of disbelief, anxiety, and panic. After a moment, he composed himself and reassured the frantic secretary, those terrorists won't harm Tony. They probably want money, or Stark's advanced weapons. Either way, his mind is priceless. He has the most brilliant brain in the world. I'll contact the Department of Defense and have them keep searching. Stark Industries will also mobilize its own resources. We have plenty of friends in Afghanistan, they'll help. The bald CEO offered a few more comforting words before ushering the now calm Pepper out. As her tall figure disappeared down the hall, the smile on Obadiah's face slowly faded. Goodbye, Tony, he murmured. People always said Stark Industries had seen two great eras, first flourishing under Howard, then reaching its peak under Tony. Everyone credited the father and son for its success. As for Obadiah, who remembered the men working tirelessly behind the scenes? Few noticed that when Howard died unexpectedly, it was Obadiah who stabilized the teetering empire. It was he who handed the military-industrial giant over to Tony, dutifully managing the company while the playboy lived it up. And in the end, he got nothing. All the glory and accolades belonged to Tony. Sometimes, Obadiah felt like a clown on stage, performing his heart out only to be met with mocking laughter. Sorry, Tony. I'll give you a grand funeral, the bald CEO said. Sitting back down and gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows, he savored the view below. Perhaps Stark Industries needs a new name. He mused. Chapter 72, Darkness. The scorching summer, much like a lingering, sultry woman swaying her slender waist, had gracefully departed. The cool autumn, stepping upon withered yellow leaves, quietly arrived. Sean stood in the Hand's new stronghold, the Star Ring Tower at the heart of Hell's Kitchen. Elektra, who was clad in a red and black bodysuit, stepped out of the changing room. She held a pair of peculiar weapons known as Psi. Her cold cheeks bore a faint flush, as if she had just engaged in some intense activity. Her steady footsteps were slightly unsteady, and her dark eyes shimmered with a lustrous, watery glow. While patience is a gentleman's virtue when waiting for a lady, you took an awfully long time changing, Sean said with a light chuckle. He had returned to Hell's Kitchen, a district once drowning in chaos and crime, but was now completely under the control of the Hand and Wesley. The fierce and brutal Russians, the numerous Irish mobs, the powerful Mexican cartels, these predators who were once at the top of the food chain had treated entire blocks as their personal territories, allowing no outsiders to encroach. But everything changed after Kingpin's death. At first, they scrambled to carve up the fallen crime lords' illegal businesses and territories. Gangs fought to the death over a single block, and the most lucrative trades nearly sparked a bloodbath. If not for their fear of Wesley, who had risen to power after eliminating Kingpin, and the ever-watchful Hand, these crime bosses would have already turned on each other. But once the initial feast on the spoils ended, James Wesley, that cunning schemer, no longer hid his ambitions. Forming an alliance with the Hand's new leader, he declared that all criminal factions in Hell's Kitchen would be wiped out unless they bowed like dogs and pledged loyalty. Otherwise, their days of unchecked dominance were over. Of course, some resisted at first. Even under Kingpin's rule, the crime lord had never made such harsh demands, forcing them to hand over their territories and businesses to be redistributed by Wesley and the Hand. That was no different than letting someone else control their money. The Mexican cartel, which was built on drug trafficking, was the first to object. The Coven brothers led 100 heavily armed thugs with heavy firepower and stormed into Hell's Kitchen. They intended to teach Wesley a lesson. Their firepower was enough to level a police station. But once they entered Hell's Kitchen, they never came out. However, the construction site near the Hudson River gained a few new cement pillars. Then, under Wesley's manipulation, the Russians, often dismissed as brutish and brainless, became the first to submit. As a reward, they took over all of the Mexicans' operations. With this bloody lesson before them, the remaining gangs had no choice but to surrender, handing over their territories and businesses to Wesley's command. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to drag myself out of bed? Elektra rolled her eyes, an alluring charm radiating from her. You didn't hear me complaining when you were acting like a beast. Sean coughed lightly and slipped on a specially crafted black mask. He made a mental note to design his own set of gear someday, something like Stark's. Wesley asked me to thank you. Without the hand's help, he wouldn't have taken control of Hell's Kitchen so quickly, he said, his voice now distorted into a deep raspy tone by the mask. A fair trade. You made me the sole leader of the hand, and I helped you take over New York's underworld. A win-win. Elektra swayed closer, tilting her head up to look at him, but I'm sinking deeper, into this abyss of darkness, feeling pleasures I've never known before, indulging in desires I never dared. The closer I get to you, the further I fall into the dark. Sean wrapped an arm around Elektra's slender waist, the two of them gazing out at Hell's Kitchen under the night sky. His altered voice rumbled softly, you've already tasted the deepest darkness, you were resurrected from death itself after all. Do you really want to go back to that restrained life? Elektra, you and I are the unseen rulers of this place. Those once untouchable crime bosses now grovel at our feet. The righteous police chiefs and district attorneys laugh and dine with us, treating us like equals. We rule this place with money and violence, expanding our reach, pressing our heel onto the entire city. Sean looked down at the raven-haired woman who was now as docile as a cat in his arms. The aura of darkness pulsed like rippling water. The mayor may run New York by day, but at night, it belongs to us. He tilted her chin up and brushed his thumb over her soft lips. Forget your hesitation. Cast away your doubts. Face yourself, Elektra. The change in you isn't because of the Black Sky's influence, it's because this is who you've always been. Lost in thought for a moment, Elektra seemed to reach some understanding. Gently, she flicked her tongue out and kittenishly teased his fingertips. A jolt of electricity shot through Sean. He nodded in satisfaction. The vast energy within him was drawn from the sun's radiance by day, but at night, that power seethed. It was as though another, darker persona awakened. At these times, he was no longer the upright young man bound by society's rules and morals. He could fully embrace the silence and frenzy of the dark, standing at the crossroads of ice and flame, where reason and madness coexisted. Elektra nestled against his powerful frame and breathed in the intoxicating aura of darkness. So intoxicating, she murmured. Sean exhaled a slow breath and suppressed the surging power within. He couldn't wait to greet Hell's Kitchen's so-called heroes. The Irish mob, the Mexican cartels. I said I'd purge every gang that refused to obey. Now they kneel before me. So who's next? His voice dropped to a growl. Of course, those annoying vigilantes. The cruelty of this world lies in its harsh reality. It's time they learned the truth. Hell's Kitchen was never theirs to save. Sean answered his own question. And as he muttered to himself, Hell's Kitchen's defenders were already moving. Daredevil led the charge, Punisher at the center, followed by Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Danny Rand, fists blazing. Like a sharpened blade, the five of them tore through the Hand's new headquarters, cutting a path straight to the top floor. They might represent Hell's Kitchen's last flicker of light. But those who fight darkness don't always return bathed in glory and flowers. More often than not, they plunge into the abyss, never to see hope again. T/N, it seems like Bro is finally awakening the Void. Void is the one that granted the Sentry his hacks-like abilities, right? Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 73, Crushing Defeat. Punisher was the first to burst into the room. The Browning pistol in his hand roared with deafening gunfire, muzzle flashes lighting up the darkness as bullets shattered the floor-to-ceiling windows, scattering glass fragments everywhere. The high-end liquor cabinet by the wall was caught in the crossfire, torn apart by the relentless barrage. Bottles of premium imported spirits exploded into shards, their contents, Scotch whiskey, tequila, vodka, champagne, mingling into a chaotic pool on the floor. The air immediately thickened with the intoxicating scent of alcohol. The bullets sliced through everything in their path like a razor-sharp blade. Punisher knew all too well how dangerous this opponent was. Unlike the usual gang leaders, thugs, or corrupt businessmen he had dealt with before, this man was an enigma, operating from the shadows, silently eliminating the Hand's leaders and purging any gangs that refused to submit, turning Hell's Kitchen into his personal hunting ground. This self-proclaimed king was far more tyrannical than the late Kingpin had ever been. Anyone who refused to bow to his will was mercilessly erased. A man like this could plunge Hell's Kitchen into darkness once more. Punisher discarded the empty Browning pistol. The reason he had unleashed such overwhelming firepower the moment he entered was to seize the initiative. The gap between him and his opponent was too vast, he couldn't afford to give them even a single opening. The moment the gunfire ceased, a shadowy figure darted out from the darkness. Punisher didn't seem surprised, he had anticipated this. In one swift motion, he grabbed the M16 assault rifle slung across his back, switching it to full auto mode. A torrent of bullets erupted from the barrel like a dragon's fiery breath, roaring toward the charging figure. But what shocked Punisher was that the man didn't dodge. Instead, he charged straight into the hail of bullets. A faint golden glow enveloped his body like flowing water, and the deadly projectiles that were capable of tearing through flesh suddenly slowed, as if trapped in viscous air. Even to Punisher's naked eye, the bullets' trajectories became visible, as though time itself had slowed, though this was merely an illusion. In truth, the bullets were being halted by an invisible barrier, their kinetic energy dissipating before they could reach their target. Clink, clink, clink. The spent rounds clattered harmlessly to the floor. Before Punisher could react, the golden-veiled figure was already upon him. A heavy fist slammed into his abdomen with a dull thud, like a sandbag being struck. Agony exploded through his body. Even a hardened warrior like the Punisher couldn't suppress a pained grunt. He forced his head up, his vision clearing just enough to make out the men before him. A tall figure with short black hair, his face half concealed by a tactical mask, revealing only a pair of abyssal eyes. A cold chuckle, like the biting winds of Siberia, echoed in the air. Then, with terrifying ease, the man lifted Punisher, a man built like a grizzly bear, with one hand and hurled him like a weapon straight into Daredevil, who had just rushed in behind him. In less than 30 seconds, Hell's Kitchen's vigilantes had already lost one member. Who's next? Or do you all want to come at me together? Sean's voice was calm, almost bored. To someone who had mastered even basic energy manipulation, these so-called heroes posed no threat at all. Even bullets couldn't harm him now. With his enhanced muscle density and regenerative abilities, unless he was hit head-on by heavy artillery and blown to pieces, conventional firearms were useless. Give Elektra back to me. Daredevil snarled, his rage palpable. This was why he had stormed the Hand's headquarters again. He couldn't stand by and watch this monster drag Elektra deeper into the abyss. Sean shook his head in amusement. How touching, Murdoch. But it seems Elektra isn't very appreciative of your devotion. These street-level heroes had outlived their usefulness. They couldn't earn him more points, nor were they a force he could control. This time, he wouldn't hold back. Before Daredevil could retort, Sean moved. Like a shadow loosed from a bowstring, he closed the distance in an instant, his fist cutting through the air with brutal force. Your injuries healed nicely, Murdoch. The mocking words reached Daredevil's ears just as he instinctively swung his billy club. The metal weapon was caught midair, trapped in an iron grip that refused to yield. Seeing Daredevil in danger, Jessica Jones and Luke Cage charged in. The superhumanly strong private investigator ripped a door off its hinges as if it were paper and swung it down with crushing force. No coordination at all. Sean twisted Daredevil's arm with a sickening crack. Ignoring the man's agonized roar, then used him as a human shield against Jessica's devastating strike. The battered and broken Daredevil collapsed to the ground, his arm hanging uselessly at his side before Sean kicked him away, sending him crashing into the wall. Seeing two of his allies taken down in seconds, Luke Cage charged like an enraged bull. You son of AB*TCH. The man's body was bulletproof, his strength far beyond human limits. Dressed in a yellow jacket straight out of an 80s rock band, his muscles bulged like boulders, exuding the aura of an unstoppable force, kind of like Schwarzenegger stepping out of The Terminator. I heard you're unbreakable. Golden light condensed around Sean's fist as he met Luke's charge head-on. The impact was like punching solid steel. Bang. The two men recoiled. Sean took a single step back, while Luke staggered, shaking his head as if he'd just run face-first into a titanium wall. His entire body buzzed with numbness, something he had never experienced before. Luke Cage had always relied on his unbreakable skin and superhuman endurance. He could punch through 4-inch thick steel plates. But his opponent matched him in raw power, and surpassed him in defense and regeneration. As Jessica and Iron Fist, Danny Rand, joined the fray, Sean's eyes remained cold. He summoned the surging energy within him, his foot slamming down with such force that the floor beneath him cracked like a spiderweb before collapsing entirely. Luke barely had time to react before a devastating uppercut sent him reeling. Then, a searing red beam erupted from Sean's palm like a laser blade and sliced into Luke's supposedly impenetrable skin. For the first time in years, Luke Cage knew pain. A guttural roar tore from his throat as blood sprayed from his chest, the crimson beam carving a deep, bone-exposing wound. Disappointing. Sean sent Luke flying with a final blow, then glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 5 minutes had passed since the street-level heroes had stormed in. Chapter 74, The Transformation of Hell's Kitchen. Sean coldly observed the two remaining combatants. Jessica Jones, the superhumanly strong private investigator, and Danny Rand, the young guardian who had inherited the legacy of Quinlan. In the original timeline, they had been celebrated street-level heroes of Hell's Kitchen, revered by the people and feared by criminals and gangs alike. I remember you, Sean said, his voice eerily calm. He glanced at Danny Rand, the Iron Fist who had once been a target of the hand. The young man stood in a guarded stance, his fists shimmering with an almost imperceptible golden glow. Truth be told, the idea of channeling energy as a weapon had come from Danny himself. After numerous attempts, Sean had learned to manipulate the vast energy within him, shaping it into tangible beams, a rudimentary form of energy projection. Sean turned his gaze to Jessica, who stood poised for battle, Jessica Jones. Hell's Kitchen's sharp-tongued, ill-tempered private eye. With her black leather jacket, jeans, and wild dark hair, she exuded a rough, almost classical charm. "I'd like to talk." The masked man paced leisurely, his tone disarmingly casual, as if the one who had just effortlessly crushed Punisher, Daredevil, and Luke Cage was someone else entirely. Sean smirked as he looked down at Daredevil, his arm broken, lying defeated on the floor. "The reason Matt Murdock became my enemy is simple. He believes I'm the villain who dragged Elektra into the darkness. For love, the brave Matt Murdock, Hell's Kitchen's devil, must defeat a scoundrel like me and win back his first love." The blind lawyer, with his devout faith and unshakable convictions, had once believed in the justice of the law before turning to vigilantism. He walked the line between light and darkness, torn between the desire for a normal life and the burden of his alter ego. Punisher opposes me because he refuses to let Hell's Kitchen fall under the rule of someone like me. As for Luke Cage. Sean glanced at the bleeding man struggling to rise. "Sorry, but you're better off staying down." He planted his foot heavily on Luke's chest, pressing down like a mountain. The sheer force made the Harlem hero grunt in pain before collapsing again. This hero still clings to the naive notion that good and evil are irreconcilable. To find meaning in his existence, he teams up with a heartbroken blind lawyer and a violent vigilante, trying to defend justice in this godforsaken place. Seeing Luke on the verge of suffocation, Sean finally lifted his foot, only to deliver a brutal kick to the man's head. The force, enough to crush a normal man's skull like a melon, merely knocked the indestructible brawler unconscious. They all have their own misguided reasons. "But why are you here?" Sean spread his hands. "Mr. Rand, I solved your hand problem. Heck, I even played the hero saving New York. And you, Ms. Jones, have we ever had any unpleasant history?" Faced with the question, Jessica hesitated. She hadn't wanted any part of this mess, but Daredevil and Punisher had sought her out. As former allies who'd fought the hand together, she couldn't refuse. The hot-tempered detective actually despised this kind of trouble. All she wanted was to run her agency in peace, occasionally helping those in need. Being a street-level hero was never really her thing. "You rule Hell's Kitchen with an iron fist, yet now you play innocent." Danny sneered. "Did you know," Sean countered, "that this month, Hell's Kitchen's crime rate hit a record low? The streets are cleaner, no more prostitutes or drug peddlers. No muggers dare roam at night. Shop owners no longer pay exorbitant protection fees. Gang wars have dwindled, and violent incidents have nearly vanished. Tell me, Guardian of Kunlun, why do you think that is?" Sean stood tall, the city's neon glow and the deep night framing him. A cold wind rushed through the shattered window, sending an inexplicable chill down Danny's spine. "Are you seriously claiming you're responsible for these changes?" Danny asked, doubt creeping into his voice. "Of course." Sean admitted without hesitation. He turned to gaze at the city's skyline, speaking softly. "I brought order to this lawless land. The drug dealers who once lurked in alleys like rats now follow rules. They don't peddle poison to kids anymore. High-end venues are their new market, because legitimate business means higher profits. Prostitutes Northwest longer work street corners, they're in clubs and bars now. No underage girls forced into the trade, no scumbags skipping out without paying, and they even get regular health checks. You see, the old Hell's Kitchen was a breeding ground for crime. People lived in fear. I changed that. Street thugs traded knives and bats for jobs at docks and factories. Gangs no longer fight over territory, because I decide who gets what. Drugs, smuggling, crime, it still exists. But now, everything runs by my rules." Danny looked unconvinced, but Jessica gave a slight nod. Even she had noticed the drastic shift in Hell's Kitchen lately. You can't turn wolves into sheep. Sooner or later, they'll rebel, and everything will go back to how it was, or worse. Danny snapped. "Those who worship violence will bow to greater force." Sean replied indifferently, "If the wolves refuse to behave, they become the lion's meal. Unlike the hypocritical morals of civilized society, things here are simpler: obey my will, or feed the fishes in the Hudson. Fortunately, not many are as eager to die as you lot." A faint smile played on his lips, his dark eyes glinting. "Now, time to choose. Do you want to live peacefully in Hell's Kitchen, enjoying the order I've brought? Or, die?" Sean clapped his hands together, as if concluding a speech. His gaze hardened as he studied the two wary figures before him. At this moment, the suffocating darkness enveloping the city seemed to merge with him completely. Chapter 75, The End of Heroes. Silence fell over the room in response to Sean's question. Danny Rand took a deep breath, exchanging a glance with Jessica. In that split second, their tense bodies exploded into motion, charging toward their formidable opponent. The first to strike was the Iron Fist of Quinlan. The young man, born into wealth, had inherited an ancient legacy. His fists could shatter steel. When he focused his mind into a meditative state, he could sense the chi within him. Channeling this mystical life energy into his hands allowed Danny to punch through metal and deflect bullets. However, this powerful technique couldn't be used recklessly. Each strike drained him, leaving him exhausted and requiring rest before he could unleash it again. For a novice Iron Fist like Danny, his inability to fully control this power left his combat effectiveness wildly inconsistent. But this time, the hot-blooded young warrior gave it his all. Surging energy enveloped his golden glowing fists, the air trembling with a faint thunderous hum. Even before his punch reached Sean's face, the sheer force of the strike tore through the air like a blade, carrying terrifying destructive power. Was living really so unbearable? Sean chuckled, casually raising a hand. Boom. A deafening collision reverberated through the room, invisible shockwaves rippling outward. Danny's eyes widened in disbelief. Never before, not since inheriting the mantle of the Iron Fist, had he encountered this. His unstoppable punch had been caught by a single outstretched palm. His glowing fist slammed into Sean's hand as if striking an immovable mountain. Danny felt an invisible force field radiating from the man, sapping his strength. His movements, his reflexes, everything slowed, as though he were struggling through thick tar. The harder he fought, the deeper he sank. The immortal Iron Fist of Quinlan. Sean sneered before driving a knee into Danny's gut, sending him crashing to the floor. He sidestepped just as Jessica lunged at him with terrifying force. The superhumanly strong detective closed in, but before Sean could react, his expression shifted. The invisible energy surrounding him surged like a raging tide, forming a tangible barrier. Jessica's fist slowed midair as if she had plunged into deep water, every movement hindered by an unseen resistance. In that decelerated moment, Sean pivoted gracefully. Ripples of distorted air shimmered around him as a 7.65mm bullet streaked toward his temple. Even slowed by his energy field, the projectile grazed his forehead. The gunshot cracked like thunder, ringing in his ears. Jessica's punch had been a feint, her other hand had been gripping a Walther PPK, the compact pistol favored by spies. The same model wielded by James Bond, crunch. Before Jessica could process what had happened, the gun in her hand was crushed like tin foil. A vice-like grip seized her throat, cutting off her air. Her vision swam as suffocation set in. Clever. Punisher's idea, I assume. Use close combat as cover for a point-blank headshot. Sean exhaled slowly. He hadn't expected Jessica, a fighter who relied on brute strength, to pull a gun. Jessica kicked wildly, gasping for air. Yet even now, her defiant glare remained. Nothing could break this woman who had already tasted darkness. Though Sean was tempted to snap her neck, he reined in his bloodlust. Instead, he slammed her against the wall, his icy gaze boring into her. Jessica Jones, I'm not Kilgrave. I won't keep sparing you. Your neighbor is Malcolm Ducasse. Your radio host friend. Patricia, Trish Walker. Cross me again, Jessica, and you'll spend the rest of your life drowning in regret. His voice was colder than Arctic winds, sending a shiver down Jessica's spine. The masked man felt like the embodiment of night itself, swallowing her whole. For a moment, she felt as if she was back under Kilgrave's control, the purple man's voice whispering in her ear, the nightmares she had buried resurfacing. Sean abruptly released her. Jessica gasped for air, her chin forcibly tilted up to meet his abyssal eyes. They say taming a wild horse requires a whip, a hammer, and a dagger. First, the whip. If it still refuses to yield, the hammer. And if it still resists, the dagger. Treasure this last chance, Jessica Jones. He turned away, leaving her kneeling on the floor. His attention shifted to Danny Rand, who had regained his footing. Sean grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the shattered window. The howling wind tore at Danny's clothes as Sean held him over the edge with terrifying ease. The young Iron Fist trembled, feeling the man's chilling aura seep into his bones. What are you doing? Daredevil rasped, struggling to rise. Crushing your naivety with the blood of Danny Rand, the unyielding Iron Fist. Sean's voice was devoid of emotion. He dangled Danny outside, the city's abyss yawning below. His grip didn't waver. You think this is a comic book? That the heroes always win? Let me show you the cost of defying me. Sean turned to Daredevil, who was desperately trying to stop him, and smiled. Matt Murdock, you of all people should know how cruel reality is. You've seen society's true face, cold and merciless. Isn't that why you became the devil of Hell's Kitchen? Now, let me show you that truth again. In blood. Without warning, he let go. Danny's eyes widened in shock as the wind screamed past him. The brief sensation of weightlessness ended with a sickening crunch. His body hit the pavement like a water-filled sack, bones shattering on impact. A fountain of blood erupted around him. For one agonizing second, Danny Rand, the last guardian of Kunlun, knew pain. Then, nothing. No. Daredevil screamed, clutching his head. Next time, it'll be Foggy Nelson. Or Karen Page. If you keep clinging to your pathetic ideals, you'll lose everything before you die. That, I promise. Sean strode toward Daredevil, looming over him. He ripped off the red mask and crushed it underfoot. From this day forward, Hell's Kitchen will have no more heroes. Chapter 76, New Drug Launch. The cleaned-up Star Ring Tower was silent as Sean leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. He was replaying the recent battle in his mind, his control over energy was becoming increasingly refined. From the initial crimson beams to now forming an invisible force field, he was steadily improving. Perhaps one day, he would possess the terrifying power to shatter stars, just like that formidable character in the comics. Elektra stood behind him, her hands gently kneading his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, easing the tension in his nerves. We could be more thorough, Elektra suggested, bending down slightly, her soft body exuding a faint fragrance. Eliminate Hell's Kitchen's street-level heroes completely. They'll only bring more trouble. Listening to the black-haired woman's bloodthirsty words, Sean smiled faintly and leaned his head back. He had no intention of eradicating the vigilantes entirely. Whether it was Daredevil or Punisher, they were all on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch list. Wiping out so many key figures at once might trigger unforeseen consequences. Danny Rand's death is enough to wake them up, Sean murmured, his deep eyes glinting. Besides, I was only interested in his Rand Enterprises. He turned on the television. The screen displayed the breaking news of the young Iron Fist's death. This is CNN, reporting live with correspondent Oriana Falassi. Last night at 11:32 p.m., Daniel Rand, the newly appointed CEO of Rand Enterprises, tragically fell to his death from the Star Ring Tower during a business negotiation with real estate tycoon James Wesley. Mr. Rand, a prominent New York entrepreneur, survived a plane crash in his childhood alongside his parents. According to the latest NYPD investigation, the suspect in Danny Rand's murder is believed to be Hell's Kitchen's Daredevil, a masked vigilante who has repeatedly violated the law through violent acts. Sean pulled Elektra into his lap, savoring the warmth of her body as he chuckled, "See? This is the allure of power." When Kingpin was alive, half the NYPD was on his payroll. Prosecutors and police chiefs treated him like a socialite, laughing and dining with him. Now, Wesley controls an even greater empire. He is New York's rising real estate mogul, rubbing shoulders with the mayor at galas. Threats to juries, bribing cops. Those crude tactics are beneath him now. Those who want a piece of the pie already know how to play the game. This is why I dragged you into the darkness, Elektra. Sean leaned in, his warm breath brushing her ear like a faint electric current. Be the one who makes the rules, not the one who follows them. Only then can you break free from all restraints and seize true freedom. Elektra's heart trembled. She was utterly intoxicated by the dark aura surrounding this man. Some people adored the warmth of light, while others were drawn to the seduction of darkness. Ever since her resurrection by the black sky, she had shed her former self. The emotions and memories in her mind felt like they belonged to a stranger, once capable of stirring faint ripples in her heart, but now leaving her utterly indifferent. Mergers, acquisitions, suppression, with Wesley's skills, absorbing Rand Enterprises will be child's play. As for Daredevil, he can either return to a normal life or keep fighting us. Soon, he'll find Hell's Kitchen has no place left for him. Sean watched the news broadcast, where Hell's Kitchen's Red Devil had been branded a most wanted criminal alongside Punisher. He smirked. People worship heroes because becoming one demands unimaginable sacrifices. Putting on the mask means bearing all consequences. There are no saviors in this world. Elektra shifted slightly in his embrace, gazing at his youthful face. Her cold eyes ignited with a startling brilliance as she slowly lowered her head, her tongue flicking over her red lips. Sean's breathing hitched. The sudden, alluring shift in Elektra's demeanor sent a restless itch through his usually calm heart. The television continued broadcasting NYPD's manhunt for Daredevil, but the man and woman in the chair were already lost in a heated entanglement. Meanwhile, in the offices of Worthington Industries, CEO Marcus hurled a folder at his incompetent subordinate. Hamilton resisted the urge to dodge, and continued enduring his boss's fury. Worthless. Utterly worthless. The lion-like old man roared, jabbing a finger at the news report on the TV. Who was it that assured me Sean Cyphers would sell the genetic formula to Worthington? And now? Oscorp and Umbrella Labs have jointly announced their new drug hits the market today. Marcus repeated the news with a face like thunder, glaring at his cowering employee as if he wanted to toss him out the window. That cunning little brat. playing Worthington while seeking outside support. The men steering Worthington's future cooled down, a cold sneer forming. He berated his subordinate mercilessly, only a fool like you would fall for a youngster's cheap tricks. If he truly intended to sell the formula, he'd have quietly shopped it to buyers, not stalled for time to fast-track the drug's release. Hamilton inwardly cursed Sean. That deceitful bastard acted like a Hollywood star. He had actually believed the kid was tempted by Worthington's offer, ready to betray Oscorp by selling the genetic secrets. Fine. Since Oscorp's little upstart has trespassed into Worthington's territory, I'll make sure he and Sean Cyphers learn just how brutal business warfare can be. Marcus's eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a lone wolf, his icy expression sending a shudder down Hamilton's spine. Having worked under Worthington's ruler for nearly a decade, he hadn't seen this bone-chilling aura in years. It was like a beast baring its fangs, a terrifying sensation of being hunted, as though one misstep would lead to being devoured whole. Marcus waved his hand, dismissing the trembling subordinate. He wanted to focus on crushing Oscorp, but his son's worsening condition weighed heavily on him. The daily sight of his wife's tear-streaked face and his son's agonized eyes made him push the labs to work faster. The thought of Oscorp challenging Worthington's throne gnawed at him, especially as Warren grew older and his mutations became impossible to hide. Switching channels, the news now featured Senator Robert Kelly, a notorious anti-mutant hardliner, passionately delivering a speech about the dangers mutants pose to society, urging Congress to pass the Mutant Registration Act immediately. Marcus nodded in fervent agreement, his eyes darkening as he watched the senator's righteous tirade. A plan seemed to be forming in his mind. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 77, The Interview. It was a bright, sunny day on the lawn in front of Umbrella Labs, packed with swarming reporters and photographers. A gene therapy drug capable of curing degenerative brain diseases was enough to make the media circle like sharks smelling blood, all scrambling for the latest scoop. Sean stood there in a perfectly tailored custom suit, exuding youthful vigor, his smile as radiant as the sun. Unlike Tony Stark's arrogant demeanor or the reclusive tendencies of other scientists, this young genius was warm, humble, and effortlessly charismatic, making everyone around him feel at ease. Mr. Cyphers, why did you name ALZ-112 the Métis serum? A bespectacled reporter strained to thrust his microphone toward Sean, who was already surrounded by a crowd of eager journalists. This young prodigy who had nearly replaced Stark as New York's headline darling was now a star in his own right. Since yesterday's joint announcement by Umbrella and Oscorp about the drug's release, every major news outlet had their eyes locked on Sean, waiting to see what groundbreaking surprise he would deliver next. Métis, the primordial goddess of wisdom in Greek mythology. Hesiod described her as the wisest and most just strategist among all gods and mortals. Sean paused, then offered a gentle smile. I hope ALZ-112 can reclaim the intellect and wisdom that illness has stolen from humanity. Mr. Cyphers, hello. What inspired you to develop a gene therapy for degenerative brain diseases? A blonde reporter, leveraging her advantage, squeezed through the crowd. Behind her, a towering cameraman lifted his equipment, lens fixed on the beaming young man. Sean stopped in his tracks, speaking confidently under the flashing lights. Many refer to degenerative brain diseases as Alzheimer's, or senile dementia, assuming it only affects the elderly. But that's a misconception. Familial Alzheimer's can strike as early as middle age, and it's far more complex than just memory loss. I once read a Johns Hopkins study projecting that by 2050, Alzheimer's cases will reach 107 million worldwide. That's not a small number. Brain degeneration has always been notoriously difficult to treat. From diagnosis to complete cognitive decline, most patients only have 7 years. And it's one of the most expensive diseases in the world. In 2003 alone, global spending on Alzheimer's treatment hit $156 billion. That's equivalent to the GDP of a small to medium-sized nation. Facing the cameras, Sean's sorrowful gaze and the staggering statistics he cited hushed the once rowdy reporters. Dozens of lenses zoomed in on the young man at the center of it all. This disease erodes your mind. First, memory fades. Judgment weakens. Concentration slips. Complex problems become insurmountable. Slowly, it steals your emotions, making social interaction agonizing. Eventually, you forget the most precious moments of your life, the faces of friends and family. Language vanishes. Vision dims. And in the end, you slip into darkness. That's why I created the Métis serum. To save those suffering. Because I believe everyone deserves to grow old surrounded by loved ones, not lying in bed, lost, unable to recognize the people who care for them most. His words, brimming with raw emotion, turned the lively atmosphere somber. Up on the second-floor balcony, Harry and Gwen watched the scene unfold below. Truly admirable, Gwen murmured, clutching a folder to her chest, her eyes glistening. The police chief's daughter was visibly moved. She'd never imagined the sunny young man had such profound empathy beneath his cheerful exterior. Harry, however, barely suppressed an eye roll. If his friend ever quit science, Hollywood would welcome him with open arms. With those looks and acting skills, he'd outshine even the likes of Leonardo DiCaprio. Ahem. Yeah, maybe losing his parents made him want to create Métis, Harry chimed in, playing the supportive wingman. Mr. Cyphers. Another reporter intercepted Sean before he could leave, shoving a microphone forward. Online sources claim Métis has severe side effects, even that some clinical trial patients experienced adverse reactions. How do you respond? His voice was deliberately loud, his words laced with faux righteousness. The smirk tugging at his lips betrayed his real agenda. Many were eager to watch New York's golden boy plummet from grace. First, Métis passed FDA clinical trials. Before its release, Dr. Connors, Harry Osborn, and I agreed to provide free treatment to 3,000 Alzheimer's patients. To date, all remain in stable condition. Sean remained unshaken, his calm reply cutting through the tension. Beneath his gentle demeanor, a sharp edge gleamed. Beyond that, Umbrella will allocate free treatment slots annually for low-income patients, because everyone deserves a chance to heal. Should any patient experience discomfort, Umbrella guarantees full support. Their safety and rights are a priority. Thunderous applause erupted. Camera flashes lit up like fireworks. The reporter tried to press further, but the swarm of journalists shoved him aside. With security clearing a path, Sean broke free from the media frenzy and ascended to the second floor, joining Harry and Gwen. Have someone tail that reporter, he said softly, his smile never wavering, though his voice carried an icy chill. Worthington's plant. Harry signaled a bodyguard, then asked, pay him off. Inexperienced in corporate warfare, the Oscorp heir assumed this could be resolved with money. Do nothing. Just call the IRS. Audit his finances. I doubt he's a model taxpayer. Sean stopped Harry's reckless idea. Harming the men would only backfire. Down below, the crowd surged. Cameras kept flashing. From today onward, Umbrella would be a household name across North America. Clapping Harry's shoulder, Sean grinned, the savannah only needs one lion. Worthington's reign is over. Chapter 78, Artificial Sun. After escaping the swarm of enthusiastic reporters, Sean and Harry settled into the lounge area on the second floor. Gwen, now promoted to lab assistant, thoughtfully brought them coffee before excusing herself with a stack of files in her arms. Enviable, Harry whistled teasingly. Sean ignored the playful jab from the Oscorp heir, taking a sip of the bitter coffee. Umbrella had officially taken its first step. Now, it was time to see how this newly risen lab would establish itself in New York and climb to the top of the global scientific community. You broke up with Mary Jane. Sean leaned back on the sofa. The red-haired woman who had once captivated both the young Osborn and Spider-Man had ultimately chosen Peter. Perhaps young girls initially dreamed of the glamorous high society, but once they stepped into it, they realized it wasn't for them. The kind and dependable Peter was undoubtedly Mary Jane's best destiny. I'll wish them well, Harry said with an air of indifference, waving his hand as if it meant nothing. Lately, the young and wealthy heir had been appearing in tabloids almost as frequently as Tony Stark, wild parties, yacht escapades, late-night street races. A flurry of negative press painted him as a playboy who had inherited Stark's hedonism but none of his genius. The board isn't happy. You're Oscorp's helmsman, Harry, you can't keep disappearing like this, Sean said, leaning closer with a tone of earnest advice. For now, Harry was his best ally, and Umbrella's growth still relied on Oscorp support. Sean didn't want to see him spiral further. Tony might indulge in pleasure, but he never neglected his inventions. If Stark ever went a week without gossip headlines, it usually meant he was holed up in his lab, buried in machinery. They've never been satisfied with me, Harry scoffed. Ever since my father died, they've been scheming to take Oscorp from me, to kick me off the board. If it weren't for the Métis serum, they'd have already carved up the company and sold it to Wall Street bankers. He looked at Sean sincerely. I really owe you and Dr. Connors. Without you, I wouldn't have saved Oscorp. Sean merely shrugged, glancing through the window at the distant hills and forests. He sipped his coffee, savoring the rich aroma. Life was like this cup, bitter at first, then fragrant and full-bodied. Defeat one opponent after another, overcome every obstacle, and eventually, he would stand atop the world's pyramid. Prove them wrong, Harry. Show them Harry Osborn isn't just some spoiled heir, that he's capable of greatness, Sean said, his eyes burning with conviction. Like Dr. Connors and I did, let the results speak. The world worships success. Achieve something extraordinary, and they'll forget your past mistakes. Some might even spin it into a redemption story. Harry hesitated, his self-doubt creeping in. I don't have a head for business, let alone genius-level intellect. Sean chuckled, cutting him off. The Oscorp heir's lack of confidence was glaring, perhaps a result of Norman's neglect, or a lifetime of never measuring up. You're the general, not the foot soldier. Your job is to lead the war to topple Worthington from its throne. I guarantee, once you do, no one will dare call Harry Osborn incompetent again. They'll shamelessly praise you, pretending they never doubted you. His words seemed to inject Harry with newfound determination. The gloom lifted from his face, replaced by the fervor of a soldier ready for battle. As he picked up his cup, drinking the now lukewarm coffee, a thought struck him. Gwen mentioned you've taken an interest in stocks. Sean nodded. He'd hired a few sharp brokers to short Stark Industries shares, just a side hustle for some extra cash. No one thinks Stark Industries, a military-industrial giant, will crash like Oscorp did. Harry frowned at that. Even if he wasn't well-versed in finance, he knew Stark Industries was untouchable. Not even Oscorp's full weight could shake that behemoth. How much did you put in? 80 million. Sean wasn't naive enough to think he could cripple Stark Industries. But hurting a rival while turning a profit? Why not? Seeing his friend's unwavering confidence, Harry hesitated before whispering, "You've got insider info." In his experience, Sean never gambled unless victory was certain. New York's so-called genius only played to win. Throw in some yourself. It might buy you the latest Lamborghini, Sean replied cryptically. After a moment's thought, Harry decided to trust him. Sean had defied odds too many times to doubt now. Harry's gaze suddenly flickered to a figure in the hallway. He joined Umbrella too. You know Dr. Octavius? Sean followed his gaze to the stout, mild-mannered man in a brown overcoat chatting with Dr. Connors. After multiple invitations from Connors, the future Dr. Octopus had finally joined Umbrella, leading his own R&D team on a new energy project. He approached Oscorp before and pitched some artificial sun energy project. R&D shot it down. Too much investment, too little guaranteed return. Harry wasn't impressed. Cheap, efficient energy. For a company pivoting away from its core industries, it held little appeal. The massive upfront costs scared off most investors. You really think energy is the future? Harry couldn't grasp his friend's foresight. It was like Sean always knew what came next. Sean shook his head, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window. I just want to build myself a sun. Chapter 79, Undercurrents, Part 1. In a reception room near Capitol Hill, Marcus Worthington awaited his two guests for the day. Despite Oscorp's new drug successfully entering the market and receiving strong feedback, the business magnate who stood at the pinnacle of the medical industry refused to believe that a young Osborn and some so-called genius could shake Worthington's long-held throne. If he truly set his mind to it, there were countless ways to crush the fledgling Oscorp and Umbrella: acquisitions, mergers, poaching talent, manufacturing PR crises. A relentless offensive would suffocate them before they could even find their footing. However, family matters had drained Marcus' energy, and for now, his top priority remained solving the mutant problem. Progress in the lab had nearly stalled. According to the head of research, they lacked live mutant specimens. More experimental material was needed to compare data and find a way to suppress, or even eliminate the mutant gene. This answer infuriated Marcus, but he had no choice. Coincidentally, he had already been considering targeting mutants, which was why he had invited these two guests today. The roaring fireplace bathed the room in warmth as the weather turned colder. The aging Marcus rubbed his hands together. He was no longer the energetic young man he once was. Between family troubles and corporate affairs, he was already stretched thin. If the empire he had built over a lifetime couldn't be passed down to his son, what was the point of all his struggles? The flickering flames reflected in Marcus' eyes. He couldn't just stand by and watch Warren become a monster. What high society would accept a mutant? As his thoughts churned, the door opened. One guest was Senator Robert Kelly, a familiar face on television, all smiles and amiability. The other was a stern-faced man with an air of cold detachment, the kind that warned strangers to keep their distance. Colonel William Stryker, Senator Robert Kelly, both of you share the same stance on this issue, so I assume introductions aren't necessary. Marcus rose to greet them. Colonel Stryker, an army officer, glanced at the senator with faint disdain. The men only opposed mutants as a political tool. What would a profit-driven politician know about the true threat those freaks posed? Mr. Worthington, let's cut to the chase. A man of your stature must value every second. Stryker took a seat without ceremony, picking up a glass of whiskey as if he owned the place. Marcus' smile stiffened momentarily before smoothing over. Though he disliked the colonel's abrasive manner, he needed the man's cooperation to obtain live mutant test subjects. Everyone in the military knew of William Stryker's irrational hatred for mutants. Since his youth, he had dedicated himself to studying them. Some even called him the Butcher. His hands were stained with mutant blood. Senator, please sit. Once Kelly was settled, Marcus continued, I'm not one for political niceties, so as Colonel Stryker said, let's be direct. Worthington has a keen interest in mutants. Senator Kelly, you're a leading voice against them, and Colonel Stryker advocates for their complete eradication. Since we share the same stance, why not join forces? Marcus studied their expressions before pressing on, I'm sure you're both aware of Worthington's influence. To put it bluntly, my ancestors arrived on the Mayflower. No matter who sits in the White House, Worthington has remained rooted in this nation, unshaken by storms. Senator Kelly's eyes gleamed. As an ambitious politician, he knew exactly what a financial empire like Worthington could bring to the table. Many in power were already in their pockets, even presidential elections were just another investment opportunity. With Worthington's backing, his Mutant Registration Act could dominate the news cycle, rallying public support and propelling him to greater heights. Seeing the senator's interest, Marcus turned to Stryker. In his experience, no one could resist the allure of money and power. Colonel, I hear you've been urging the White House to classify mutants as a dangerous group, mass arrests, internment, all to prevent them from threatening society. They're genetic aberrations. From birth, their cursed DNA festers inside them. Most manifest freakish abilities during puberty, some harmless, others catastrophic. Their existence demotes humanity to a lower class. The two species cannot coexist. When conflict erupts, mutants will treat us like the Nazis treated the Jews, herding us into camps, gas chambers. Stryker spoke fervently. His obsession with mutants had begun in 1973 at the Paris Peace Summit, where he first encountered the men called Wolverine. Since then, he had devoted himself to mutant research, until a personal tragedy turned him from scholar to executioner. Marcus and Kelly exchanged glances, privately dismissing Stryker's apocalyptic rhetoric as alarmist nonsense. Humans, as the dominant species after millions of years of evolution, ruled this planet. How could a handful of mutants possibly threaten that? Kelly, in particular, found it laughable. His Mutant Registration Act was just a publicity stunt, a way to bolster his image as a tough, principled leader. The scattered, hiding mutants were hardly worth his concern. Colonel Stryker's foresight is remarkable. Mutants are indeed a societal cancer, a ticking time bomb. But outright war between species would face resistance, especially from the short-sighted fools in Congress. Marcus played along, his sunken eyes sharp. He was a master negotiator, first bridging the gap, then setting terms, all while probing his opponent's limits to secure his goal. Chapter 80, Undercurrents, Part 2. Stryker's expression remained unchanged. He knew these vulture-like capitalists wouldn't approach him without reason, they must want something. The cold-hearted militaryman gave a slight nod, acknowledging Marcus' words. His lifelong ambition was to drag every mutant hiding in human society onto the dissection table, watching their filthy lives end in screams and agony. Sensing the timing was right, Marcus dangled the bait. Worthington can offer you assistance, Colonel. His lab needed more mutant genetic data for comparative analysis, but bluntly requesting it would only earn Stryker's refusal. Those core research files were the Colonel's life's work, no one could get their hands on them without paying a steep price. Stryker smirked faintly. He had nothing to ask of Worthington, and dealing with these wolfish corporate giants meant the benefits never trickled down to him. His mentor, Bolivar Trask, had been more than just a visionary scientist, he was also a shrewd businessman. As the founder of Trask Industries, Trask had maintained close ties with the government since the Nixon administration, securing his first fortune through political investments and hostile takeovers. Later, while studying human DNA, Trask discovered the X gene hidden within mutants. He proposed to the government the creation of anti-mutant weapons, fearing humanity would face extinction like the Neanderthals, replaced by the next evolutionary step. Unfortunately, this politically savvy genius fell from grace during the Watergate scandal. With Nixon's downfall, Trask was branded a political criminal and thrown into a lightless prison. Stryker seized the opportunity to take all of Trask's research, inheriting his mutant studies and later developing the Weapon X program. Marcus narrowed his eyes. From what I hear, Colonel, your Weapon X project hasn't yielded much success. The military isn't satisfied, they want mass-producible killing machines for the battlefield. Mutant-based bioweapons don't interest them. He knew full well the Colonel's recent struggles. Despite some breakthroughs in mutant research, both the White House and the military had lost interest in these hidden freaks. Funding was drying up, and whispers of shutting down the Alkali Lake facility grew louder. Stryker's gaze darkened. Marcus wasn't wrong. Military resources were finite, they couldn't keep pouring money into a project with no visible returns. Worse, General Ross, scion of a powerful northern military family, had recently launched his own initiative to revive the Super Soldier program from last century, garnering widespread support. Resources were a zero-sum game. If some got more, others got less. The dire situation had even driven Stryker to consider an insane plan, orchestrating a mutant attack on the White House, assassinating the president, and staging a spectacle to convince the government of the mutant threat. Only then could he secure the funding and backing he needed. General Ross has far more connections than you, Colonel. With his prestigious background, reviving Captain America and creating a super soldier army. Now that's a project worth investing in. Compared to that, what future does mutant research have? Marcus chuckled softly, sending a chill down Senator Kelly's spine. These corporate titans were like devils from a Faustian bargain, slowly dragging men into an abyss of temptation. Stryker's eyes flickered. He knew cooperating with these capitalists often came at a steeper price than imagined. One misstep, and he'd be discarded like trash. What does Worthington want from me? He couldn't imagine what a mere army colonel had that would interest a behemoth like this. If Worthington wished, generals at the Pentagon would gladly welcome such a generous friend. The mutant gene database. Marcus said it as casually as ordering coffee. He knew Stryker had inherited Trask's life's work. Through mass mutant captures, the colonel had compiled a genetic archive, a treasure trove of mutant DNA with incalculable scientific value. At Marcus' demand, Stryker's eyes flashed with fury, like a cornered wolf baring its fangs. The mutant gene database was his life's achievement. He would never hand it over, not even at the cost of his life. Worthington's appetite is excessive. Stryker's voice was icy. Even if his funding was on the chopping block, Marcus dreaming of snatching the database so easily was pure fantasy. Don't misunderstand. Like a seasoned hunter, Marcus didn't press his prey into a corner. Instead, he loosened the noose. I only ask for partial access to the database. In return, I'll leverage my White House connections to ease your troubles. Trust is built gradually, no. Worthington never expects a free lunch. We're developing a mutant suppression serum and need more experimental data, which you can provide. As a show of goodwill, the Pentagon won't cut your funding or axe your project. On the contrary, you'll get more. Marcus spoke with absolute confidence, the kind that could sway even the most stubborn minds. He has participated in countless negotiations and knew exactly how to dismantle an opponent's defenses. This was like hunting, tightening the encirclement slowly, never cornering the prey too abruptly. Give them an escape route, lull them into complacency, then strike the killing blow. Many cunning politicians and greedy businessmen had fallen at Marcus' feet, becoming mere stepping stones on his climb to the top. Stryker remained silent, lost in thought. He removed his glasses, polishing the lenses meticulously as an internal war raged within him. The colonel loathed sharing his work, but hoarding the prize also meant bearing the risks alone. Let's hope Worthington doesn't disappoint me. Stryker exhaled heavily, his shadowed eyes glinting with unreadable intent. For now, he needed Worthington's help to survive this crisis. As for future cooperation, a cold laugh echoed in his mind. Perhaps the Worthington patriarch would enjoy witnessing mutant power firsthand. Once their agreement was settled, Stryker didn't linger. After a few curt pleasantries, he left. Senator Kelly, unlike the no-nonsense colonel, saw more room for negotiation with Worthington. After a pleasant private discussion, the senator departed with promises in hand, his mood light and cheerful. Settling into his car, Kelly recalled Marcus' final words and smirked. Oscorp and Umbrella, such weak opponents. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 81, Return. T/N, okay, come on guys. Enough with the jokes. 80 chapters in and we only have 2 reviews. More than 800 readers and only 2 reviews. I can excuse the fact that only one reader frequently gives this book some power stones, bless you reader Ozen, while the rest of you are content with just freely enjoying without even a single stone in the past 80 chapters. But did y'all collectively agree to withhold even reviewing? I don't enjoy catering to a dead crowd. Not even one bit. So I'm gonna put my focus on another FIC until I get 12 decent reviews, needlessly spamming thoughtless 1 star or 5 stars doesn't count. Until then, we're back to 1 chapter a day. Umbrella Labs. Dr. Connors entered Sean's office with a worried expression, clutching the morning's newspaper. The master of this laboratory stood by the bright window, gazing down at his private kingdom. Sean turned to Connors, Doctor, you don't look well. Dr. Helen Cho mentioned that the cross-species genetics research is progressing smoothly, just 1 step away from success. The one-armed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with anxiety, so much so that he had forgotten to knock before barging in. Or has Umbrella run into some problem that's troubling you this much? He smiled gently as he spoke. Sean, the Métis serum isn't gaining traction. Many public hospitals and pharmaceutical companies are refusing to partner with Oscorp. 2/3 of our pre-orders have been cancelled. Connors hesitated before handing Sean the newspaper. The headline featured Senator Kelly, who had recently been making waves, criticizing gene therapy and claiming it carried unpredictable risks, even suggesting it could trigger unknown mutations in the human body. The lower section of the article included a joint statement from several biologists, arguing that gene therapy was still in its infancy, incapable of fully curing diseases, and potentially fraught with unforeseen side effects. They urged caution before widespread adoption. Public opinion had shifted overnight. Just days ago, Sean had been praised as a visionary. Now, he stood on the precipice of a fall from grace. Worthington has made their move. Sean tossed the newspaper aside indifferently. As the leader of the medical industry, Worthington wouldn't sit back and watch Oscorp and Umbrella grow into formidable rivals. This deeply entrenched corporate giant would undoubtedly rally its forces to crush these newcomers who dared trespass into its domain. Manipulating the media and launching smear campaigns were just the opening salvos. More ruthless tactics would follow until Oscorp and Umbrella were brought to their knees, forced to surrender the most lucrative slices of the market. Doctor, there's no need to worry. Umbrella may be a sapling compared to Worthington's towering tree, but we're far more vibrant. Sean walked over and placed a reassuring hand on Connor's shoulder. To carve out a place in this industry and gain influence, scientific achievements alone aren't enough. Sometimes, we must employ reasonable measures. Connors blinked, studying Sean's calm face. Beneath the young man's ever-present smile, his tone carried a chilling edge. The one-armed scientist quickly lowered his gaze. What about Harry? He must have received this, less than pleasant news too. Harry isn't a child who needs constant coddling. Why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. Worthington's pressure is temporary. Businessmen chase profit. They'll soon realize who can bring them greater returns. Sean's gaze lingered on Senator Kelly's triumphant photo in the newspaper. As for this righteous senator, he'd better pray mutants don't come knocking. Watching Dr. Connors leave with mixed emotions, Sean's expression gradually darkened. It seemed necessary to make contact with those hidden mutants. New York airfield. A military transport plane pierced through the clouds, descending onto the tarmac with a roar. Pepperpot stepped out of a black sedan, looking up at the massive aircraft taxiing slowly. Tony Stark, who had been missing for nearly 3 months, had finally returned to New York. The weight crushing Pepper's heart finally lifted. Her reckless boss hadn't died in the war-torn Afghanistan. Against all odds, he had escaped the clutches of ruthless terrorists, as if he was blessed by Lady Luck herself. The news of his return brought mixed reactions. Some rejoiced, others, like Stark Industries CEO, suddenly developed health issues that prevented him from greeting the miraculously surviving Tony at the airport. The plane's hatch slowly opened. Tony, draped in a suit jacket with one arm in a sling, rose from his wheelchair. With Colonel Rhodes' support, he walked gingerly toward Pepper. His slightly haggard face, bandaged arm, and minor scars made it hard for Pepper to recognize the men who once obsessed over appearances and charm. Eyes red. Were you crying over your missing boss? Tony, ever the joker, teased his assistant the moment he stepped off the plane. Tears of joy that I don't have to find a new job, Pepper shot back with a smile. This was the Stark she knew. Your vacation's over. Tony's smirk faded. His time in that Afghan cave had changed him. The young soldiers who died on the battlefield, and Ensign sacrificing himself to buy time, these experiences had chipped away at Tony's icy heart. His world used to revolve around cold machinery and beautiful women. The Tony who thought he had everything had never cared about others. To earn his respect, you either needed a genius-level intellect or a body that sent male hormones skyrocketing. Otherwise, the playboy genius would treat you to his trademark sarcasm and unparalleled arrogance. Where to, sir? Asked Happy, his bodyguard. Take us to the hospital, Pepper insisted, concerned about Tony's condition. No. I've had enough of being poked and prodded. Tony cut her off. I've been locked up for 3 months. Right now, I only want 2 things, a cheeseburger, and... You're that desperate? Pepper's mind went straight to the gutter, her face twisting in disgust. Not that. I meant a press conference. Tony sighed. Did his assistant really see him as nothing but a horny playboy? He thought for a moment, replaying his past escapades, and reluctantly admitted, yes, that was probably most people's impression of him. And he couldn't even argue. Shaking his head, Tony dismissed the thought. Starting today, the world would meet a new Stark. Chapter 82, Breaking News. Oscorp Industries. Led by the secretary, Sean pushed open the door to the CEO's office. Harry was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a news broadcast, completely unaware of Sean's sudden visit. On the television screen, Tony Stark, who had been missing for some time, sat below the podium, pulling a cheeseburger from his pocket and taking a large bite. Can everyone sit down? That way you can see me, and I can. Relax a little. The playboy billionaire maintained his signature unpredictable style. Reporters wielding microphones and notepads, along with cameramen carrying their equipment, had no choice but to kneel and sit on the floor as requested. The lively press conference suddenly took on a humorous tone, but the eager journalists didn't mind at all. After all, this was the first public appearance of the famous billionaire, Tony Stark, after his months-long disappearance. Prior to this, rumors had circulated that the celebrity genius had been kidnapped and killed by terrorists while promoting weapons on the front lines in Afghanistan. Of course, these unverified claims had been promptly denied by Stark Industries leadership. The CEO, Obadiah Stane, had insisted that Tony was merely recovering from an illness and that all company affairs were being handled by him in the meantime. Now, Tony Stark himself had called this press conference. The media, smelling blood in the water, swarmed like sharks, eager to extract sensational headlines from the men who had single-handedly kept half of New York's paparazzi in business. Obadiah Stane, the bald CEO, had no choice but to play along. He sat on the steps with a forced smile, pretending to be overjoyed at Tony's safe return. My father, the founder of Stark Industries, died in a car accident. I never got to say goodbye to him. Tony wiped his greasy hands with his tie, his voice growing somber. I always wanted to ask him what he thought about manufacturing weapons. Did he ever struggle with it? Did he ever waver? Or was he just the cold, ruthless arms dealer the media painted him as, a merchant of death? Tony's expression darkened, the usual playfulness fading from his face. Pepper, standing nearby, caught a glimpse of pain and guilt in her boss's eyes. I saw young patriots dying on the battlefield, killed by the very weapons I designed to protect them. And I realized this system was perfectly fine with that. I was part of it. But now, I'm awake. I know I can contribute more to this world than just building deadly weapons. Tony stepped onto the podium, his voice amplified by the microphone, echoing through the venue. Effective immediately, I am shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. The room erupted. Seasoned journalists and major media outlets surged forward, hands raised, desperate to get the first exclusive statement. Obadiah struggled to maintain his smile, attempting to smooth over Tony's shocking announcement, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone wanted confirmation from Tony himself. Stark Industries, America's largest arms manufacturer, was exiting the weapons business. Tomorrow's headlines would sell out in minutes. Are you from the future? Harry's first words upon turning around made Sean's heartbeat quicken. Stark Industries stock is going to crash. I should have invested more. Trusting his friend, Harry had thrown some money into the stock market through a broker, though deep down, he hadn't truly believed that Stark Industries, which was at the peak of its success, would suddenly face a market plunge. But now, with Tony Stark announcing the shutdown of weapons production, there was no doubt, tomorrow, Stark Industries stock would plummet. Sean, who had seemingly predicted this, stood to make a fortune. Maybe I'm a prophet. Sean sat down calmly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Harry's surprise quickly faded. His remark had been a joke between friends, but Tony Stark's sudden decision was genuinely shocking. Who would have thought the Playboy would make such a suicidal move? What was a weapons giant supposed to do if it stopped selling weapons? Besides, the direction of such a massive corporation wasn't dictated by Tony alone. Even as the head of Stark Industries, he couldn't ignore the countless manufacturers dependent on the company or the Department of Defense, which placed massive orders every year. None of them would humor this reckless stunt. Sean glanced at the television, where Tony was being mobbed by reporters. The newly minted Iron Man was in for a rough time. Business wasn't child's play. Stark Industries was a sprawling entity with an intricate web of interests. Countless people relied on it, and powerful figures feasted on its profits. None of that would vanish just because Tony said so. Obadiah wouldn't allow it. The Pentagon wouldn't allow it. Shaking off his thoughts, Sean turned to Harry, who had regained his composure. Stark Industries isn't your concern right now. Harry grimaced. He'd seen the news, a senator publicly condemning the dangers and side effects of gene therapy, backed by a chorus of biologists. The Métis serum sales had hit a wall, far from the initial optimistic projections. The board is restless. They want me to hand over the formula and share profits with Worthington. Harry scowled. Those people had no faith in Oscorp's ability to compete with Worthington. I'm just a figurehead to them. I have no real power. Listening quietly to the young CEO's frustrations, Sean smiled faintly. As Oscorp's heir, Harry wouldn't earn the board's respect without proving himself. No one would follow a leader who hadn't accomplished anything. The conflict with Worthington is your chance to prove yourself. Sean's tone was light, but his words carried weight. A predator aiming for the top had to establish its dominance. And Worthington, the industry leader, was the perfect target. A new lion couldn't claim a pride without defeating the old king. Seeing Harry's puzzled look, Sean's smile deepened. He patted his friend's shoulder confidently. Soon, Worthington will have bigger problems. They won't have the energy to suppress Oscorp. And that righteous senator? Well, provoking mutants never ends well. Harry, all you need to do is stay confident. When the time comes, strike the killing blow. Leaning back comfortably, Sean's dark eyes lingered on the repeated footage of Tony Stark on the news. You'll bring greater glory to the Osborn name. Chapter 83, First Signs of Trouble. A black sedan, escorted by police vehicles, slowly pulled onto the tarmac. Behind the cordoned-off barriers, a crowd erupted into fervent cheers, waving signs and shouting like starstruck fans at a concert. However, the man stepping out of the car was no glamorous Hollywood celebrity. It was Senator Kelly, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. As a rising political star, he had gained fame for proposing the Mutant Registration Act. His hardline stance against mutants had endeared him to a certain segment of the population, particularly those with xenophobic leanings. Drive the mutants out of America. Freaks. Monsters. Mutants are demons. Reading the bold slogans on the signs, Senator Kelly smirked with satisfaction. Mutants had first revealed themselves to the world during the Cuban Missile Crisis, at the height of Cold War tensions between the US and the Soviet Union. With the shadow of nuclear annihilation looming, mutants made their grand debut on the global stage. It was only then that humanity realized that these extraordinary beings had been living among them all along. Born with superhuman abilities, they had long hidden in plain sight, masquerading as ordinary people. Mutants had always faced discrimination. As modern society progressed, opinions about them grew increasingly polarized. Many among the elite believed mutants threatened human dominance and should be monitored, controlled, or even eradicated to prevent catastrophe. Senator Kelly, ever the opportunist, saw his chance. He positioned himself as a crusader for human safety, a warrior against the mutant menace. He repeatedly called for mutants to publicly register their identities, proposing special government oversight to track their movements. Any deemed dangerous would be imprisoned immediately. This radical stance won him fervent support. Once an obscure politician, Kelly had become a hotly debated figure, drawing widespread attention. Waving to the cheering crowd and delivering a rousing soundbite for the cameras, Kelly was then ushered by his bodyguards onto a waiting helicopter. He was headed to the high-profile World Leaders Summit on Liberty Island, where the mutant issue would be a key topic of discussion. If his Mutant Registration Act passed, it would be the crowning achievement of his political career, a golden ticket to greater influence and power. Senator, do you support gun registration? Mutant children are more dangerous than firearms. Kelly argued into his phone as the helicopter took off, lobbying fellow lawmakers, there's no difference. Allowing mutant kids in schools is like handing them loaded guns. You never know when they might fire. After a passionate 10-minute tirade, Kelly hung up and tossed the phone to a bodyguard, his cheerful facade instantly dropping. These calculating old foxes all wanted to use him as their pawn, sending him to the front lines while they lurked in the shadows, waiting to swoop in and claim the spoils. With this globally watched summit, you might emerge as the biggest winner, a bodyguard flattered. This is America. We reject mutants, they're ticking time bombs threatening our society. That's why I say lock them all up. This is war, and this country needs people like me to stand up. Kelly paused, and glanced out the window at the blue expanse below. Wait, aren't we headed to Liberty Island? When he turned back, his burly bodyguard had morphed into a blue-skinned, red-haired woman, judging by her curvaceous figure. Before Kelly could scream, she kicked his seat, her yellow eyes burning with hatred. Because of people like you, I was too scared to go to school as a kid. A brutal strike knocked the senator unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself in a damp, dimly lit cavern, handcuffed to a metal chair. An elderly man with an air of regal pride approached, his bearing that of a king. Who are you? Where's Henry? Kelly stammered in terror. He's been dead for a while, Senator. You've been with Mystique this whole time, the man replied calmly. She can take anyone's form. If you harm me, it'll only prove my point. The old man chuckled disdainfully, looking down at the trembling politician. Do you fear God? It's an odd question, I know. I myself see God as a mentor, a guiding light, a comfort to the soul. But what you truly fear is me. Us. Mutants, with our extraordinary gifts. He turned, and as he walked, Kelly's chair slid forward as if pulled by an unseen force. I'm not surprised. Humans have always feared the unknown. Fear neither God nor me. Soon, you'll have nothing to fear at all. Lights flickered on, revealing a strange metallic device at the cavern's center. The elderly man levitated upward, placing his hands on the machine's pillars. Twin arcs of metal above him whirred to life, spinning rapidly. What are you doing? Panic surged through Kelly as realization struck. This was no ordinary man, he was the extremist who believed mutants were humanity's superiors. The leader who could manipulate magnetic fields and control metal. Eric Lencher. Among mutants, he was better known as Magneto, a terrorist who had survived Nazi concentration camps, allegedly assassinated President Kennedy, and once plotted to reshape the world into a mutant-dominated utopia. Kelly had read countless reports on Magneto. Unlike the more moderate mutant leader, this old man led the Brotherhood, a faction of mutants who despised humankind and schemed to overthrow human governments, replacing them with mutant rule. We're going to make you one of us, Senator. Magneto smiled faintly as the spinning machine emitted a soft, rippling light that engulfed Kelly. Moments later, the glow vanished. Kelly sat limp in the chair, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been drained. A weakened Magneto, supported by Mystique, approached him with a mocking grin. Congratulations, Senator. You're now one of us. A proud mutant. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 84, The Daily Bugle. Editor-in-Chief's Office, The Daily Bugle. The roar of publisher J. Jonah Jameson penetrated the walls, echoing throughout the newspaper office. However, the staff seemed accustomed to it, as they continued their work as usual while silently praying for poor Peter Parker. Not everyone could endure their boss's merciless tirades after all. "Parker, you're fired." Today seemed particularly unlucky for Peter. Having just lost his pizza delivery job, he now received another devastating blow. Seeing the rookie photographer's confused expression, Jameson puffed on his cigar and threw a stack of photos onto the desk, sneering, dogs catching frisbees, pigeons in the park, two old men playing chess. "Tell me, who the hell wants to see this?" Peter went on to explain, "I just wanted to show the warm side of New York." "Shut it. When you're so broke you can't afford a damn burger, when your landlord kicks you out for missing rent, then you'll realize how warm and fuzzy New York really is." Jameson didn't hold back his vulgarity. The only reason he had hired this greenhorn in the first place was because Spider-Man exclusively allowed Peter to take his photos. "I don't pay you to be an artist. I pay you because Spider-Man only lets you snap pics of him. But that web-swinging masked hero is old news. People want Tony Stark, that playboy billionaire, or those freaky mutants." Jameson spoke rapidly, exhaling a cloud of cigar smoke before continuing, "Get this garbage out of my sight before I puke up my lunch." Peter silently gathered the photos. Life as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man wasn't easy. He had to juggle between school, crime fighting, and part-time jobs just to scrape together rent and living expenses. Compared to Harry, who inherited a corporate empire, or Sean, who's already a celebrated genius, or even Mary Jane pursuing her acting dreams, Peter's life seemed downright shabby. Constantly switching between insignificant Peter Parker and beloved Spider-Man left the young hero directionless, drifting without a clear purpose. "Not even one photo. I really need the money," Peter pleaded meekly. "Miss Brandt, fetch me some tissues. I'm weeping from the heartbreak." Jameson mocked mercilessly. Compassion wasn't in his vocabulary. It was 6 minutes until deadline, and the front page remained empty, so the assistant editor rushed in. With the Stark Industries frenzy fading and Tony Stark holed up in his mansion, public attention had shifted to the escalating mutant crisis. Rumors swirled that the upcoming World Leaders Summit would pass the Mutant Registration Act, establishing segregated communities to separate dangerous mutants from ordinary humans. "Get out, Parker. And tell Spider-Man he's yesterday's news. He's not worth $300 a shot anymore." Jameson waved dismissively. He agonized over the front page. Should it feature the Merchant of Death's redemption arc? The Playboy's publicity stunt? Or another Spider-Man takedown piece? Damn it. Even Hell's Kitchen has gone quiet. Jameson grumbled. Daredevil, the Punisher, all those costumed vigilantes had vanished without a trace. Why can't those mutants just stage a city-destroying scheme already? The news business thrived on sensationalism. As the dejected Peter turned to leave, the word mutants triggered a memory. He spun back around, digging through his bag for a set of beach photos. "If I wanted bikini shots, I'd buy Playboy or Penthouse, they've got real skin." Jameson glanced dismissively at the generic beach scenes. "Look at this one." Peter pulled out a particular photo, a naked, sludge-like figure. "A streaker. Wait, is that Senator Kelly? The mutant registration guy?" Jameson's anger turned to glee. He snatched the phone, barking orders, "Tell Grant the front page is set." Headline, "Shocking Truth Behind Anti-Mutant Crusader. Screw Stark and Spider-Man." He scribbled a check and shoved it at Peter, flashing a rare smile, "Keep delivering this kind of gold instead of that warm New York crap, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get a full-time gig here." Walking out with a $500 check in hand, Peter silently thanked his old classmate Sean. It was his tip about unexpected news material at Rockaway Beach that had led him there. Skeptical but desperate, Peter had spent all day photographing the shoreline. Aside from a naked mutant causing panic, nothing noteworthy had happened. That was until he realized that said mutant was Senator Robert Kelly himself. An anti-mutant politician exposed as a mutant. The irony was too rich even for the Bugle's standards. Jameson would undoubtedly spin wild conspiracy theories, mutant infiltrators in government, secret plots, anything to sell papers. The Bugle thrived on controversy, hence its relentless attacks on Spider-Man even when he was beloved by New York. Cashing the check, Peter wondered. How did Sean know Kelly would be there? But the young hero didn't dwell on it. With rent secured, he could breathe easier, at least until the next crisis. Meanwhile, at Umbrella Labs, Sean reviewed files sent by the AI Skynet, a cold smile playing on his lips. The documents contained damning evidence. Worthington's horrific mutant experimentation. Bloody photos, live dissections. The atrocities that made even hardened observers recoil. Stryker's mutant gene database. What a treasure trove. In this world, mutants were the key to evolution's next stage. The age of superhumans was coming, and Umbrella's rise would be built on their extraordinary gifts. Chapter 85, The Storm. A black Bentley pulled up at the entrance of Worthington Tower. Marcus Worthington stepped out flanked by bodyguards, but before he could even set foot inside the building, a swarm of reporters descended upon him like a dark tide of ants. Despite being blocked by burly security personnel, they hurled rapid-fire questions at the corporate tycoon. Mr. Worthington, rumors are circulating online that your labs have been conducting illegal human experiments on mutants. Can you confirm these allegations? Is it true that Worthington Industries has engaged in underhanded dealings with Senator Robert Kelly? Did Senator Kelly undergo Worthington's experiments, only to suffer genetic mutations and become a mutant himself? Each question struck Marcus like a thunderclap. He maintained a cold, unreadable expression, refusing to answer as his security team forced a path through the frenzied press into the lobby. Once inside the elevator, the simmering rage in Marcus finally boiled over. The moment he reached his office, he summoned his top executives and demanded, "Can someone explain to me what the hell is going on?" Hamilton, the head of marketing, nervously pulled up a computer screen. Every major news outlet and media platform was flooded with damning reports about Worthington. Disturbing images and videos of mutants writhing in agony, and dissected corpses. All spreading like wildfire across the internet. 20 minutes ago, someone anonymously leaked all this information. Marcus felt his vision swim. He took deep breaths, forcing himself to stay composed. Years of corporate warfare had honed his instincts. This was a meticulously orchestrated attack, a deliberate manipulation of public opinion. Take the Daily Bugle, for example. The once obscure tabloid had suddenly emerged as Worthington's fiercest critic, even publishing shockingly detailed photos and documents on its front page. The article heavily implied that Worthington had struck a sinister deal with Senator Kelly, who was now exposed as a mutant, painting them as a corrupt politician willing to betray his own kind and a ruthless capitalist profiting from bloodshed. In a piece personally penned by Bugle publisher J. Jonah Jameson, there were even veiled suggestions that the recent smear campaigns against Oscorp and Umbrella had been orchestrated by a certain corporate giant seeking to monopolize the medical industry and stifle competition. Of course, the cunning editor stopped short of naming names, leaving readers to connect the dots themselves. This tabloid, known for its sensationalism gossip, had suddenly positioned itself as a fearless champion of justice, beating even mainstream media to the punch. Soon, other outlets followed suit, scrambling to outdo each other in their condemnation of Worthington. Within minutes, the conglomerate found itself at the center of a firestorm. The overwhelming backlash forced government agencies to intervene. In just 20 minutes, the industry titan had gone from untouchable to public enemy number one. Marcus surveyed the situation with grim clarity. This wasn't something that could be fixed with damage control or financial leverage. If this scandal continued to escalate, the public outcry alone could bury Worthington for good. When a tiger reigns supreme, all beasts bow in submission. But the moment it shows weakness, the predators circle in for the kill. Who the hell is behind this? Marcus racked his brain. Could it really be Osborn and that so-called genius of New York? Were these upstarts truly capable of such a ruthless, surgical strike? The old man steadied himself against his desk, his legs threatening to give way. He would rather believe this was the work of some corporate shark, using the mutant controversy as a weapon to deliver a fatal blow. The precision of the attack left no room for counterplay. Shaking off the dread, Marcus quickly convened his crisis team, ordering PR to issue statements while he personally called in favors from political allies. Harry strode into Umbrella's headquarters with uncontainable glee, his previous despondency completely erased. He barged into Sean's office like a conquering general. Ever heard of knocking? Sean didn't even look up from the stack of documents he was signing. What if I wasn't here flirting with my secretary? How awkward would that be? Harry waved him off. You don't even have a secretary. Seriously though, you should hire one, someone to handle the grunt work. And maybe a bodyguard while you're at it. I could introduce you to a few candidates. All with great figures and stunning faces. I know this ballet dancer. I'm guessing you didn't rush here to discuss my love life, Sean cut in dryly. Harry snapped back to reality, his excitement bubbling over. Worthington is screwed, he crowed, barely able to contain himself. They just got exposed for illegal human testing. Every major outlet is running the story. Government is already involved. Their stock is crashing harder than Stark Industries did. God is just punishing the wicked and rewarding the righteous. CERN remarked calmly, unsurprised. Still, bringing down a corporate empire wasn't that simple. As a medical industry titan, Worthington might take a hit, but it wouldn't collapse overnight. The vested interests backing it wouldn't let it fall so easily. You already knew, Harry said, eyeing his friend suspiciously. It was uncanny how Sean always seemed 10 steps ahead. Have you forgotten? I have eyes that see the future. Sean quipped. Harry scoffed, "I'd sooner believe you learned divination from a bunch of gypsies." "So what's next? Do we press the attack? Make Worthington suffer?" The vindictive Osborne heir hadn't forgotten their earlier humiliation. "We do nothing. Justice will handle the rest." Sean glanced at the newspaper on his desk. No doubt the Bugle's publisher had already received his gratitude. After all, this is the land of freedom and democracy. A faint, mocking smile played on the young man's lips. Chapter 86, Ambition. After Harry left in high spirits, Sean leaned back in his chair, staring blankly into space. He recalled a theory from his past life: most people, upon reaching a certain level, find their upward mobility increasingly constrained. Unable to break through the ceiling above them, they stagnate. In a world as dangerous and thrilling as this, personal power was undoubtedly crucial. It could protect you from harm and oppression, safeguarding your dignity and principles. However, power alone wasn't enough. Sean had been trying to sketch the broad contours of this world. After gaining strength, he had once entertained the thought of indulging his whims, treating everything like a game to be enjoyed at will. But he quickly abandoned that idea. Even with the untapped potential of the Sentry's power within him and the barely noticeable system, he couldn't act recklessly. Who knew if, beyond the movie characters, some unreasonable comic book entity might suddenly appear? The Celestials? The Living Tribunal? Or some omnipotent and unfathomable higher being? Rather than recklessly drawing attention and slamming headfirst into that ceiling, it was better to accumulate strength gradually, until he could shatter the invisible barriers restraining him. Sean chuckled softly. He remembered a battle royale game from his past life. The ones who survived till the end were usually the sneaky bastards who avoided the spotlight. Should we continue escalating the online public opinion offensive? A detached voice echoed in the office. Sean wasn't surprised. Skynet's alias, the Red Queen, maintained constant surveillance over Umbrella, while Skynet itself overlooked the entire planet. Hold off for now. If we hire too many trolls, it'll become obvious. He shook his head. The rapid spread of Worthington's scandal had relied heavily on Skynet's behind-the-scenes manipulation. This AI, which had nearly annihilated humanity in another world, was like an omnipotent god in the digital realm. Creating countless sock puppet accounts to play the righteous keyboard warrior and criticizing unethical corporations was child's play. This level of attack will only inconvenience Worthington. Even with judicial investigations, they'll just sacrifice a few scapegoats and let the matter fade. Sean closed his eyes slightly, his psychic energy extending like invisible threads into the void. After unlocking 25% of his potential, aside from physical enhancements, he seemed to have developed mental abilities. If this continued, it might not be long before he could confidently face the world's most powerful telepath. So far, the only individuals who posed a genuine threat to Sean were Dr. Bruce Banner, soon to be irradiated by gamma rays and transformed into the Hulk, and Professor X, who could effortlessly navigate the seas of human thought. The former possessed near-limitless destructive power, while the latter could effortlessly control anyone's mind. Unless one wore a specialized helmet like Magneto's to block psychic interference, direct confrontation was hopeless. Of course, the mutant hunter William Stryker had once used deceit to nearly make the world's strongest telepath slaughter his own kind. But evading a telepath's scrutiny was no easy feat. Sean sighed softly. It seemed his only option was a protagonist's secret weapon, the art of persuasive speech. There will be bread. There will be milk. There will be everything. He murmured to himself. Stark Mansion, Malibu. I've been paging you. Didn't you hear the intercom? The tall assistant carried a cup of coffee down to the underground lab, where Tony had been holed up since returning from Afghanistan. Honestly, this drastic change made Pepper question whether the man who came back was really her boss. While Tony had previously spent time in the lab tinkering with inventions, those phases never lasted long, and he had never gone this long without bringing random women home. This behavioral shift was utterly unlike Tony Stark's usual persona. Cold machinery and warm, alluring women had always been the mustachioed genius's greatest loves. What is it? Tony asked absent-mindedly, busy calibrating a mechanical arm attachment that resembled some sort of energy cannon. Obadiah is upstairs waiting for you. You should probably go see him. Pepper set down the coffee and gently suggested. Stark Industries wasn't in a good place. Tony's declaration about shutting down weapons manufacturing had sent stock prices into freefall. If they could, the board members would probably love to strangle their wayward Playboy CEO. I thought you said you weren't making weapons anymore. Pepper eyed the glowing white energy emitter in his palm. This is just a flight stabilizer. It's totally harmless. Tony smirked and pressed the activation switch. With a bang, the recoil sent him flying into the wall. Seeing his assistant's alarmed expression, Tony forced a grin that was unexpected. After instructing Jarvis to clean up the chaotic lab, Tony strode upstairs, lighter on his feet than ever. Shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division and stepping off his father's path had liberated him. He would always be himself, the one and only Tony Stark. In high spirits, Tony found Obadiah seated at a Steinway piano, his fingers gliding over a soothing melody. Compared to the womanizing, invention-obsessed Tony, Obadiah embodied the ideal corporate leader, charismatic, cultured, with a taste for classical music and fine cigars. Every aspect of his demeanor screamed old money elegance. "How's the company?" Tony asked. "Wait, your face says it all." "Not good. The board thinks your PTSD is severe. They're preparing a mandatory injunction, in other words, they want to oust you." Finishing a segment of Piano Concerto No. 21, Obadiah joined Tony on the couch. "Because stocks dropped 40 points. We saw this coming." Tony slammed the sofa armrest. 56.5 points, Pepper corrected. "Someone has been short-selling Stark Industries stock." "It doesn't matter. We have controlling shares." Tony's voice rose agitatedly. He had inherited Stark Industries from his late father, the only thing his family left him. Tony would never let anyone take it away. "Tony, the board has rights too. They're using your conflict with company interests as an excuse to remove you." Obadiah feigned helplessness, though he was the one secretly orchestrating the board's mutiny. After a few half-hearted arguments, Tony grew frustrated. He hadn't shut down weapons production on a whim. Clean energy was Stark Industries' future, with a market far broader than arms dealing. "I'm trying to salvage this, but you need to give me something. Let me have some engineers analyze that." Obadiah's gaze lingered hungrily on the glowing device in Tony's chest. "Over my dead body." Tony shot up, storming out as if scalded. The arc reactor was his lifeline, no one would lay a finger on it. Not even Obadiah, Northwest matter how close they were. Watching Tony leave, the bald CEO's smile froze momentarily before smoothly returning, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 87, The Brotherhood. Battery Park, Manhattan. An unremarkable middle-aged man carrying a black briefcase weaved through the bustling streets, turning into a narrow, shadowy alley. Following a memorized route, he arrived at an old building hidden deep in the neighborhood. He pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a small window slid open, revealing a wary face. "Who are you looking for?" "Mutant and proud." The man answered coldly, like a Cold War-era spy exchanging code phrases. With a loud clang, the reinforced iron door swung open. The man strode in without hesitation. The moment he crossed the threshold, the plain-looking middle-aged man transformed. Beneath the black trench coat emerged a curvaceous blue figure. Mystique sauntered through the century-old building, occasionally passing by odd-looking individuals. These were Magneto's recruits, each possessing unique superhuman abilities. Bam! A hulking figure crashed at Mystique's feet like a cannonball. She paused, recognizing the dim-witted saber-tooth, Victor Creed. The feral brute had clearly provoked their temperamental leader yet again. Upstairs, a cacophony of clashing metal echoed through the halls. Mystique glanced at Toad, who was crouched in the corridor. Eric rarely lost his temper like this. She couldn't imagine who had managed to enrage the mighty Magneto. Swaying her hips, Mystique ascended the stairs. Magneto's private room was in chaos, papers scattered like snowflakes, metal furniture overturned. The architect of this destruction stood rigidly before a computer, silent as a statue. "What happened, Eric?" asked Mystique. Magneto suppressed his fury. Only a handful of people in the world dared to address him so familiarly. "If humanity wants war, then I'll give them war." The helmeted elder's voice was icy. The computer screen displayed news articles about mutants being captured, tortured, and subjected to illegal experiments. Mystique stepped forward, skimming the reports. Her yellow eyes flickered with rage, her pupils dilating as she absorbed the horrific images of their kind strapped to operating tables, treated like livestock. Hatred burned through her, a searing pain gnawing at her heart. "Eric. This is why Charles and I parted ways. He insists on seeing the good in humanity, dreaming of peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans on this planet." Magneto's composure returned, his lips curling into a sneer. "He forgets, or refuses to admit that no species tolerates outsiders, especially those who threaten them. This isn't mere discrimination. It's a battle for survival. Mutants deserve better than to be hunted, shunned, forced into hiding like rats in the sewers. We are neither freaks nor monsters, we are the next step in evolution, proud of our innate gifts. This time, I will force the world to acknowledge us. Not even Charles can stop me." Magneto's voice swelled with fervor. After lying dormant for half a century, he believed the time had come. Mutants would no longer cower in the shadows, they would take the stage and make their voices heard. The World Leaders Summit on Liberty Island was the perfect opportunity. Magneto had designed a mutation-inducing device capable of transforming ordinary humans into mutants, though the violent process would destabilize their DNA, killing at least half of them. But the mutant leader, who harbored deep hatred for humanity, couldn't care less. This was his warning: mutants were not helpless prey, but lions with sharp claws, while humans were the feeble lambs. Perhaps we can deliver our message another way, one that strikes fear without inviting annihilation. Magneto stared at the screen, memories flooding back, the horrors of Auschwitz, the constant fear of the gas chambers, the officers who treated Jews like cattle to be slaughtered. It was the darkest period of Eric's life, one that forged his unyielding resolve. He had been spared only because a Nazi scientist, Sebastian Shaw, recognized his potential. To awaken Eric's powers, Shaw executed his mother before his eyes. The overwhelming rage unlocked his magnetic abilities, birthing the legend of Magneto. Before meeting his lifelong friend and foe, Charles Xavier, Eric lived only for vengeance. After killing Shaw, he fought for his people, ironically embracing his enemy's vision, a world where mutants thrived. I always thought attacking Liberty Island was too risky. Killing world leaders would make mutants global enemies. But targeting Worthington? That's different. Governments might rage, but it won't trigger all-out war. Mystique rested a hand on Eric's shoulder. As part of the Liberty Island plot, she had infiltrated the government, securing attendee lists and security details. Though one of Magneto's most trusted allies, she disagreed with his plan. Massacring world leaders wouldn't improve mutants' plight, it would only invite brutal retaliation, shattering the fragile peace that Charles had painstakingly maintained. You're right. Now isn't the time for open war. Magneto conceded, sighing, Raven, you're still so young, while Charles and I have grown old. Mystique fell silent. The proud, fiery Magneto of her memories had become a wrinkled elder. He was still mighty, but undeniably aged. Charles and I chose different paths, but our goal was the same: to see our people live freely, without fear or shame. Nostalgia flickered in Magneto's eyes. Few could imagine that half a century ago, he and Professor X had fought side by side as brothers. Shaking off the sentiment, his expression hardened like steel. Worthington's destruction will serve as a warning: mutants are not lambs to be slaughtered. Chapter 88, Prelude. Baxter Building, Rooftop Terrace. Under a white parasol, three figures sat engaged in lively conversation. Taking a sip of his iced drink, Sean flashed a bright smile and said, "During my university years, I read many of your papers. Even back then, you were already Columbia University's prodigy, holding multiple doctoral degrees. Everyone said Reed Richards was the undisputed genius." The young man sitting across from him appeared somewhat shy, his demeanor reserved. Yet his bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. All in all, he was a textbook image of a refined scholar. "Thank you for the kind words, Sean," Reed replied softly. "I'm far from as exceptional as you make me out to be. Science is an insurmountable peak. Copernicus once said, it is man's duty to dare to explore the truth. I simply enjoy unraveling the unknown, peeling back the veil of mystery to find answers." Ahem. "Sean, honestly, I had no idea we lived in the same building," Ben interrupted, his burly frame shifting uncomfortably. He shot Reed a pointed look. This wasn't an academic debate. Who wanted to listen to dry, esoteric theories? The future Mr. Fantastic awkwardly halted his train of thought, only to notice that Sean showed no signs of impatience. Instead, the young man quoted another great scientist: "The ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me, waiting to be explored. The path of scientific discovery may seem tedious to outsiders, but for those who step through the door, it's filled with wonder and joy." Sean waved a hand, his demeanor effortlessly warm. "I'm not the type of financier or opportunist Dr. Richards might assume, someone who sees value only in profit-driven research. Scientific progress should serve to advance and transform human society." Reed was taken aback, then visibly moved. Lately, he had approached numerous corporations for funding, only to face rejection. Profit-obsessed capitalists dismissed his projects as pipe dreams, mocking them as guaranteed failures. Compared to their dismissive attitudes, Sean, representing Oscorp and Umbrella, was a breath of fresh air. The genuine respect in his tone soothed Reed's bruised pride after so many setbacks. "My agent mentioned Dr. Richards lived here too. I've been meaning to visit, but you beat me to it," Sean remarked casually. Umbrella had previously extended an invitation to the brilliant scientist, but Reed, who was mired in post-breakup gloom, had declined. In the original timeline, after countless rejections, a despondent Reed turned to his former classmate and rival, Victor Von Doom. With Doom's funding, he leased a NASA spacecraft. However, due to miscalculations regarding cosmic storm velocities, Reed and his team were engulfed by violent cosmic rays. The intense radiation altered their physiology and DNA, triggering extraordinary mutations. Thus, the Fantastic Four were born. I apologize for declining Umbrella's earlier invitation. I couldn't abandon my long-term research. You've achieved remarkable feats in biology, but my focus is engineering, mathematics, and physics. After careful consideration, I had to refuse Dr. Connor's generous offer. In truth, Reed deeply regretted his decision. After turning down Umbrella, he had nearly gone bankrupt. NASA distrusted his experimental proposals, leaving him no choice but to accept Victor's exploitative terms. 75% of the project's profits, including patents, in exchange for a $1 billion investment and a leased spacecraft. So, why seek me out now? Sean cut to the chase. He doubted this visit was coincidental. As I understand, Doom Industries has already announced its partnership with you. In 6 weeks, you'll conduct your first space experiment to collect cosmic ray data. Reed cleared his throat, visibly embarrassed. For all his academic prowess, social graces weren't his forte. 5 people are participating: Ben and I, genetic research advisor Susan Storm and her brother Johnny, and our investor, Victor Von Doom. Pausing to gauge Sean's reaction, and finding no impatience, he continued, but during data collection, we'll need an exceptional biologist to map genetic sequences. At this, Sean was genuinely surprised. Having never fully embraced that scientist identity, he hadn't expected an invitation to join the space mission. Rest assured, the experiment is completely safe. There's zero risk. Misinterpreting Sean's silence as concern, Reed hastily added. Sean nearly face-bombed. As someone who knew how this story went, he was well aware this mission would fail spectacularly, thus birthing both the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. Sean, as you said earlier, science drives progress and transforms the world. Before time began, an infinitely dense singularity exploded, birthing our expanding universe. My research suggests early life on Earth may have evolved due to high-energy cosmic rays from solar winds. In 6 weeks, another cloud of identical elemental composition will intersect Earth's orbit. The secrets of life's evolution, the process of genetic advancement, they're all hidden within. By observing the cosmic storm, we'll obtain unprecedented data to decode human genetics. If we succeed, we'll change the world. Reed's passion burned brightly. Ben rolled his eyes. When it came to research, his friend became a different person. If not for this obsessive streak, Susan wouldn't have left him heartbroken for Victor's arms. Witnessing such a miracle would be an honor. Sean extended his hand, gazing at the blazing sun as if plotting something. Thank you, Sean. Reed blinked, then beamed. He hadn't expected such an easy yes. Space travel wasn't some leisurely vacation, it came with real risks. Reed had braced for rejection. Told you he'd agree, Ben chuckled, cracking open a beer. Sean smiled faintly, his gaze drifting toward Midtown Manhattan, where a column of smoke suddenly billowed into the sky. Chapter 89, Invasion. The golden hues of sunset bathed Midtown Manhattan, where streams of cars wound through the streets like long dragons, and the bustling crowds below looked as insignificant as ants. If one was lucky enough to stand on an east-west avenue, they might witness the famous Manhattan Henge, the rare spectacle of the setting sun perfectly framed between the towering skyscrapers. Marcus stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Worthington Tower, a steel giant that pierced the heavens. From this vantage point, he reigned as the undisputed ruler, gazing down at the insignificant masses below. Yet lately, the master of this corporate empire found himself plagued by headaches. As the monopolistic titan of the medical industry, Worthington was facing unprecedented turmoil. A hidden adversary had struck a fatal blow. Leaked laboratory documents, now spreading like wildfire across the internet, had become irrefutable evidence of Worthington's illegal human experiments. With public outrage intensifying and human rights organizations fanning the flames, Worthington had been thrust into the spotlight, trapped in a dilemma. Denying the allegations was impossible, the evidence was already out in the open. However, admitting guilt would invite legal repercussions and universal condemnation. After judicial authorities intervened, Marcus had no choice but to sacrifice a few pawns, handing over the lab's lead scientist and other minor figures, claiming Worthington had been unaware of the illegal experiments. According to him, it was all the work of a rogue researcher driven by anti-mutant hatred. Whether the public bought it or not, the investigators did. Thus, what could have been a fatal crisis was deftly neutralized by Marcus's maneuvering. Though it cost him dearly, calling in favors, making promises, Worthington's ship remained afloat amidst the storm. Who the hell is behind this? Marcus's eyes gleamed with predatory fury, like a starving wolf backed into a corner. He had mobilized resources to trace the leak, but the perpetrator had left no trail. Even his elite hackers found nothing, as if a ghost had orchestrated the entire attack. This ruled out Oscorp and Umbrella. Those greenhorns weren't capable of such precision. Watching the protesters below, tiny ants waving signs and shouting, Marcus smirked in disdain. Did these insignificant creatures really think their voices mattered? Once the storm passed, the world would forget Worthington's scandal. A few well-timed donations to public hospitals or disease research centers, and everyone would sing praises of Worthington's generosity. As for the blood-stained atrocities, those were the actions of a single, hate-blinded scientist. Nothing to do with Worthington itself. The only regret was having to delay his plans to crush Oscorp and Umbrella, allowing them to grow unchecked. Marcus sighed. He had prepared a series of ruthless moves, but fate had intervened. Senator Kelly's shocking mutation, the lab data breach, it all felt like a scripted play. As long as Worthington stands, no matter how hard Oscorp and Umbrella struggle, they'll be devoured by the apex predator of this industry. Through the window, he glimpsed a massive billboard flashing industry news about Oscorp and Umbrella. That insufferable young man, Sean, appeared on screen, his warm smile striking Marcus as nauseatingly fake. It was even more repulsive than Tony Stark's smug face. Your luck won't last. This time, you just happened to benefit from someone else's attack on Worthington. Soon, I'll mobilize enough resources to crush you in that pathetic lab of yours. Marcus seethed. Ever since setting his sights on Umbrella, his luck had taken a nosedive. His alliance with Senator Kelly had backfired spectacularly when the man was outed as a mutant. Then Stryker's mutant gene data was stolen, nearly sinking Worthington. It was as if the universe itself conspired against him. Was that brat sleeping with Lady Luck? Chairman, Colonel William Stryker is on the line. A secretary knocked. Marcus grimaced. To divert blame, he had sacrificed the lab director and handed over mutant test subjects, along with Stryker's precious research data. This call would undoubtedly be an angry confrontation. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up. Now wasn't the time to burn bridges. Stryker's cooperation was still needed for the mutant suppression serum. Colonel, rest assured, Worthington has ensured no traces lead back to you. Yes, partners must trust each other. Tragic about Senator Kelly. Of course, you'll receive Worthington's goodwill soon. Marcus forced a pleasant tone, masking his impatience. Stryker was all take and no give. If not for the serum research, Marcus would have already seized the man's work by force. A mere army colonel was hardly untouchable. Mid-conversation, Marcus's gaze drifted back to the window. The sunset had faded, replaced by the veil of night. But within this ordinary scene, something extraordinary unfolded. A helmeted figure in a purple cloak hovered in the sky, arms outstretched as if commanding the earth itself. Gravity seemed to bend to his will, cars floated midair, forming a surreal steel river. Like a king surveying his domain, the old man strode forward on a staircase of levitating metal, advancing relentlessly toward Worthington Tower. The phone slipped from Marcus's grasp. His mouth fell open, eyes wide with terror as an icy dread gripped his heart. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 90, Master of Metal. Time rewinds 10 minutes earlier. At 6:30 in the evening, during the peak of rush hour, the streets of this international metropolis were filled with an endless stream of cars. The sharp blare of horns echoed through the air as vehicles flowed like droplets merging into a river, crawling along the congested roads. Peter Parker rode his newly bought electric scooter, clutching a bouquet of vibrant roses, waiting at a red light at a crossroads. The young Spider-Man seemed to be on a lucky streak lately. After capturing those photos of Senator Kelly, he had also obtained crucial evidence from his old classmate Sean, exposing Worthington Industries' illegal human experiments. This allowed the Daily Bugle to keep publishing sensational, eye-catching reports, so much so that even the notoriously stingy and harsh boss, J. Jonah Jameson, had surprisingly offered rare praise. Jameson had even declared that if Peter could keep this up, he would soon become a full-time employee at the Daily Bugle. Coincidentally, the tabloid was still missing a chief photographer. For Peter, who was struggling financially, this promise was like a shot of adrenaline. Every day, he psyched himself up, hoping to secure that official position so he wouldn't have to rely on meager wages to pay rent and living expenses. Lowering his head to inhale the sweet fragrance of the roses, Peter couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This was a surprise for Mary Jane. Today, she would be making her first ever stage performance at a small theater. Not usually skilled at setting a romantic mood, Peter, at Gwen's suggestion, had gone out of his way to reserve a table at a Michelin 3-star French restaurant, planning a beautiful candlelit dinner to win the delight and cheers of his dream girl. Lost in his happy thoughts, Peter suddenly felt his beloved scooter, affectionately nicknamed Little Lamb, begin to tremble unnaturally. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it slipped from his control and levitated into the air. What's going on? Wait. My new bike. Before Peter could finish speaking, a chorus of shouts erupted around him, rising like crashing waves. His brand new Little Lamb seemed to be manipulated by an unseen hand, disassembling midair into countless metal fragments that drifted upward. Peter wasn't the only one experiencing this bizarre phenomenon. Every vehicle at the intersection was undergoing the same fate. The young Spider-Man watched as a car beside him was torn apart in mere seconds, its body splitting into pieces while the chassis and engine floated upward, leaving the driver clutching the steering wheel in stunned confusion as his beloved car soared away. Peter had no time to mourn the brutal dismemberment of his cherished scooter. He looked up at the sky, where a surging storm of metal raged like a tidal wave, rushing toward a certain direction. A faintly visible figure stood midair, metallic steps materializing beneath his feet as he made his grand, earth-shaking entrance. A mutant. Peter thought, instinctively raising his camera. The streets had turned into a boiling cauldron of panic. People abandoned their cars and fled, screaming in terror as fear spread like wildfire. Glancing at the roses in his hand, Peter sighed in frustration. It seemed he was going to stand Mary Jane up again. The thought of her angry interrogation later already gave him a headache. The metallic tornado roared and spiraled in the sky. Magneto, clad in his helmet and flowing purple cape, exuded an aura of chilling authority. His face was stern, radiating an icy disdain as he strode forward on his floating metal staircase, like an indomitable king commanding the vast tide of metal swirling around him as if they were his loyal subjects. Magneto spread his arms wide, as if wielding an invisible conductor's baton. Cars from the entire block rose into the air like a coiling dragon. Even street lamps and trash cans weren't spared. Anything containing metal was seized by this overwhelming force, torn apart and absorbed into the sky-obscuring storm. Looking down at the tiny, panicked figures scattering below, Magneto couldn't help but sneer coldly. This world belonged to those at the forefront of evolution. The powerless ordinary humans could only tremble beneath the might of the superior, pathetically begging for help. With his gaze fixed on the Worthington Tower standing tall at the city's heart, Magneto's expression darkened. Originally, he had planned to attack Liberty Islands. There, he would transform the world leaders gathered there for a high-profile summit into mutants. All in hopes to shift the global order and secure a new, liberated future for their kind. But Worthington's secret experiments on mutants had ignited the mutant leader's fury. The bloody and cruel photos had dredged up his darkest memories of being trapped in a cold, damp concentration camp, watching people die every day. Those faded, agonizing recollections surged back with painful clarity. Later, Mystique had suggested that if they wanted to declare mutantkin's strength to the world, Worthington would be the better target. Attacking world leaders would only worsen their people's plight, provoking an extreme human backlash that could escalate into full-scale war, a point of no return. After careful consideration, Magneto had accepted her proposal. Though mutants were gifted, they were divided into two factions. They were scattered and disorganized. Because of this, they stood no chance against the deeply rooted and powerful human governments. Even someone as proud as Magneto had to admit this truth. Alone, mutant kind lacked the strength to overthrow human rule. Unless, of course, his old friend Charles stood by his side, abandoning his stubborn, laughable ideals of peace. Lost in thought, the mutant leader raised his hand. The floor-to-ceiling windows at the top of Worthington Tower shattered explosively, followed by glass raining down like hail. Magneto strode forward on his metal staircase and stepped directly into the office of the building's owner. Marcus Worthington. The usually composed and authoritative leader of Worthington Industries struggled to maintain his dignity, but the raw terror in his eyes betrayed his true state of mind. "So, you're the one who used my people for those inhumane, bloody experiments." Magneto's voice was sharp, his gaze piercing. Staring at the fear-stricken Marcus Worthington, he couldn't help but recall the Nazi officers from the concentration camps. The dark past and painful memories surged like a tidal wave, breaking through the floodgates of his mind. "It's because of people like you that I led the Brotherhood down a path so different from Charles." With a slight twitch of his fingers, the floating metal twisted into a solid noose and tightened around Marcus' neck. The head of Worthington struggled desperately, but it was futile. From this day forward, the world will no longer ignore the voices of mutants. Everyone will know that we are not weak, helpless lambs. If humanity wants war, then mutants will rise and fight back. Magneto's declaration thundered across the sky. He strode out of Worthington Tower, standing tall in the open air. Under the command of his unseen hand, the surging tide of metal melted like wax under high heat, coalescing into an enormous steel cross. With a deafening crash, it embedded itself deep into the ground, cracking the concrete pavement with a web of fissures. Standing atop the colossal cross, Magneto raised his arm. Marcus Worthington, still bound by the metal noose, screamed for help, but the arriving police officers dared not act, only aiming their guns at the imposing figure looming above them. Chapter 91, Declaration. T/N, I don't like this arc, it's a bit too boring for me. So today I'm uploading 4 chapters to speed things up a bit. Don't forget to drop a review and a power stone. Magneto stood atop the steel cross embedded in the earth, while Marcus Worthington dangled in the air bound by metal restraints, his legs kicking futilely as he struggled against the unyielding shackles. Exposed to the gazes of the crowd below, Marcus felt nothing but humiliation. Born into a prestigious family, he had received an elite education befitting high society. By the age of 30, he had taken control of the family enterprise, ascending to become one of the nation's most powerful figures. Unlike his peers who still struggled at the starting line, Marcus had long since reached the finish, standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon them. His circle consisted of either promising political figures or the leaders of corporate empires. Years of dominance had forged in him an unyielding and authoritative demeanor. Now, however, all that dignity had been stripped away by these damned mutants. He hung like a medieval thief upon a massive steel cross, as if awaiting judgment for his crimes. His purple cloak billowing in the wind, Magneto gazed down at the swarm of police cars and the special forces rushing to the scene. There was no fear in his eyes, only contempt. Useless humans and their weapons, he scoffed. With a mere flick of his wrist, the guns in the officers' hands were ripped away, turning midair to aim back at their former owners. Staring into the dark barrels, the officers froze in terror, none daring to move, afraid that the slightest provocation would send bullets tearing through their flesh. Do you see now? The reason you reject us, despise us, is because mutants are superior to humans. You fear being stripped of your dominion over this planet. Look at these people. When they held their guns, they thought themselves secure. But the moment their weapons failed them, they were reduced to panic and terror. Magneto's voice, which was amplified by the tiny speaker on his collar, boomed across the city like a clarion call, shaking the resolve of every listener. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. This world has always belonged to the vanguard of evolution. In the beginning, this planet was ruled by primitive bacteria, then overtaken by lowly plants, followed by more advanced conifers, then seed-bearing flora. When life crawled from the oceans onto land, the dinosaurs reigned supreme, until they, too, perished, leaving only the apes who evolved into humans. For once, Magneto shed his usual domineering persona, adopting instead the fervor of a scholar delivering a stirring speech. He had long awaited a grand, public debut, one that would rally the mutants hiding among humanity to the Brotherhood's banner. This carefully prepared manifesto would ensure he gained even more support from their kind. After years of conflict with his old friend Charles, he had finally realized, only by uniting the fractured factions of mutant kind could they ever hope to overthrow human rule and build a new world of their own. The reason humans dominate this beautiful planet is because they adapt, they learn, they change, they evolve. But as the world progresses, nuclear fallout has spread across the globe, and from humanity's midst, a new race has emerged. You call them mutants, a superior species, blessed with extraordinary gifts through genetic mutation. News crews had swarmed the scene, broadcasting the spectacle live to millions of televisions. Seeing this, Magneto grew even more triumphant. This was exactly what he wanted. Mutants had hidden in the shadows for far too long. It was time for a strong leader to rise and guide their people toward a brighter future. Charles only wished to be a guiding light, but their suffering brethren needed more. They needed a leader of iron will, one who was unafraid to carve a path through thorns and blood. Unlike his privileged friend who still clung to naive hopes of coexistence, Magneto had no mercy for those who despised mutants. My brothers and sisters, from this day forward, you need no longer hide in fear, enduring the scorn of others. Mutants are not freaks, nor abominations, we are the next step in evolution. Cast aside your doubts and hesitation, and return to the fold of your own kind. This world offers no oasis of freedom or justice. Humans will only strap you to operating tables, dissecting you with cold scalpels, or lock you in cages as spectacles for their amusement. A brighter future will not simply fall from the sky. If we wish to hew a stone of hope from the mountain of despair, if we wish to raise the valleys and lower the hills, to turn the crooked paths straight, then we must fight for it ourselves. Unleash the powers you were born with. Make humanity understand our strength. Let them know that for every mutant they capture, they will pay 1,000-fold in blood. Magneto's declaration rippled across North America through unseen waves. In Westchester, at the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a bald man in a wheelchair watched the broadcast with a heavy heart. Since the Cuban Missile Crisis, he and Eric had stood on opposite sides. Both fought for their people's future, yet their differing ideals had turned them into adversaries. Magneto's brotherhood attracted radicals and those who had suffered persecution, while the professor's school sought to shelter and guide tormented mutants. Their clashing ideologies had led to countless conflicts. As the leader of the moderates, the professor had painstakingly maintained the fragile peace between humans and mutants. Eric dreamed of a mutant nation, while he himself clung to the hope of a utopia where both races could coexist. Professor. A graceful red-haired woman approached. Jean Grey, one of his students, we must go to Manhattan. The man in the wheelchair sighed. He could not allow Eric to continue like this. The plight of mutants was already dire. If this provoked an overreaction from human governments, the consequences would be catastrophic. Moreover, Eric's inflammatory speech would undoubtedly draw more mutants to the Brotherhood. With his forces swelling, Magneto would grow even bolder, and soon, Charles would become the last obstacle in his old friend's quest to unite mutant kind. As he wheeled forward, the television screen blared on, "This world has no tolerance, no peace, none whatsoever. Those in power trample upon the weak without remorse. Mutants can no longer remain silent. Today, I shall carry out God's righteous judgment." Magneto turned his head, watching as Mystique and her group emerged from the Worthington building. With a decisive sweep of his arm, boom. A deafening explosion erupted from within the towering skyscraper at the heart of Manhattan. A shockwave of dust and debris blasted outward, shattering every window in the building. Amid the thunderous roar, the massive structure trembled like a collapsing mountain. Rubble rained down like a storm, and a thick plume of smoke surged into the sky. Chapter 92, Judgment. The Worthington Tower, which stood like a steel giant in the heart of Manhattan, now resembled a collapsing mountain. Massive chunks of reinforced concrete plummeted amid billowing smoke, crashing onto the cars below and crushing their metal roofs into scrap. Blazing flames erupted from within the skyscraper as people scrambled out like panicked ants. Those trapped inside by the spreading inferno screamed desperately for help, their voices lost in the chaos. Explosions tore through the building as flammable materials ignited, sending bricks, rubble, and shattered glass raining down like a deadly storm. The cries and shrieks of terrified bystanders made the scene resemble the apocalypse, plunging the area into utter pandemonium. Just as despair began to take hold, a nimble figure clad in red spandex darted through the falling debris. Thick strands of webbing shot out as he swung through the air, using his extraordinary abilities to rescue those trapped in the doomed building. Spider-Man. Many recognized New York's friendly neighborhood hero, known for fighting crime in Queens, though lately, with Tony Stark's return and the escalating tensions around mutants, the city had almost forgotten this masked vigilante. Spider-Man scaled and leaped between the skyscrapers with the agility of Tarzan, saving one innocent life after another. "Help me." A Worthington employee stood on the crumbling edge of the collapsing building, unable to escape before the structure gave way beneath him. Hearing the plea, Spider-Man didn't hesitate. He fired a web line, swinging toward the men, only for the floor beneath the employee to suddenly collapse, sending him plummeting. With a quick flick of his wrist, Spider-Man ensnared the falling men with another web line whilst simultaneously punching aside chunks of falling concrete to pull him to safety. Yet despite his efforts, the raging flames continued their merciless advance, swallowing those he couldn't reach. The sight of people consumed by fire filled Peter with guilt and sorrow. He couldn't save everyone. Hanging in midair, Spider-Man felt that same crushing helplessness from the night Uncle Ben was shot. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't stop the bullet that took away one of the few people he truly loved. Magneto spared only a glance at the costumed hero rescuing civilians before dismissing him entirely. Spider-Man wasn't a mutant, and the Brotherhood's leader had no interest in superpowered outsiders. His followers ascended the steel cross via floating metal steps and stood behind him in a grand display, the first time mutants had made such a dramatic public appearance since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Camera shutters clicked rapidly as reporters eagerly captured footage for tomorrow's headlines. "This world is cruel, only the strong deserve to survive. Humans are failures on the path of evolution. Mutants are the future." As Magneto declared this, Marcus Worthington was forcibly secured to the towering steel cross. Sensing his impending doom, the billionaire screamed for help from the police and special forces below, but none dared intervene, not with dozens of floating guns aimed at their heads. A single twitch of Magneto's fingers, a slight tug on the threads of magnetism, and every one of them would be executed in a gruesome spectacle. "No one is coming to save you. They fear me, just as they once feared your wealth and power." With a flick of his hand, razor-sharp metal spikes erupted from the cross, piercing Marcus' flesh. The Worthington patriarch howled in agony, a man accustomed to luxury, now subjected to inhuman torment. "This is righteous judgment. You treated my people the same way, strapping them to operating tables, dissecting them with scalpels, draining their blood, slicing them into specimens for your cruel experiments. Your actions remind me of unpleasant memories. The Nazi officers did the same to me." Trembling, Marcus stammered out a plea, "And no, you misunderstand. I only wanted to help you. To cure the genetic curse, to let you return to normal lives." "Ha!" Magneto sneered, "Mutants need no cure. We are the superior race, one evolved far beyond humanity." His fingers twitched again, and more gleaming spikes impaled Marcus' body. Blood streamed down the steel cross, its crimson hue stark against the cold metal, evoking a grotesque, almost religious imagery of a modern-day crucifixion. As Marcus' screams faded into weak whimpers, Magneto completed his so-called righteous judgment. The police officers, sworn to protect the public, burned with fury, their faces flushed with rage. Damn mutants. What kind of coward hurts a defenseless old man? George Stacy, the newly appointed NYPD commissioner, stepped forward, snatching his floating service pistol and aiming it at Magneto. The mutants' brutal display had pushed the officers and special forces to their limit. Before, they had hesitated, fearing instant execution. But with someone leading the charge, and the press watching, they could no longer afford to cower. "When you slaughtered my people, did you ever stop to think they were innocent victims?" Magneto smirked, deliberately relinquishing control of the weapons. The performance was nearing its climax. It was time for a grand finale. Reclaiming their guns, the officers regained a sliver of confidence. Yet the mutants above still looked down on them with disdain, as if the dozens of police cars and elite troops meant nothing. One officer, overcome by rage, pulled the trigger. A single gunshot rang out, then, like a chain reaction, the rest opened fire. A hailstorm of bullets streaked toward the mutants atop the steel cross. Magneto's grin widened. With a mere gesture, an invisible force froze every bullet midair, as if they had struck an impenetrable barrier. Those who resort to violence first shall be judged by it. The Brotherhood's leader flicked his wrist, and the deadly projectiles obediently turned, aiming back at the stunned officers. Today marks the dawn of a new future for mutant kind. With a sweeping motion, Magneto ripped the guns from their hands once more. And the bullets fired. Chapter 93, Two Factions. The reporters clutching their cameras, along with the citizens watching from their televisions, couldn't bear to look any longer, their hearts screaming, "Who can stop this?" Helpless to resist, dozens of police officers and the Special Forces reinforcements were about to be mercilessly slaughtered by the mutants. Spider-Man, the city's superhero, was busy rescuing innocent civilians trapped inside the crumbling Worthington Tower. And even if he could intervene, judging by the overwhelming power displayed by the mutant called Magneto, the web-slinger likely stood no chance. Yet after several seconds of tense silence, the expected bloodbath never came. The bullets meant to kill the officers hung frozen in midair, as if an invisible barrier had halted them in their tracks. Magneto immediately sensed the familiar resistance, a presence he hadn't encountered in years. A warning flashed in his mind just before a powerful hand clamped around his throat. Victor Creed, the brutish Sabretooth, now had his claws at the Brotherhood leader's neck. One squeeze, and the old man's spine would snap. No matter how formidable Magneto's powers were, his body remained human. Without his magnetic abilities, even a single bullet, or a knife, could end his life. Mystique reacted instantly, but before she could strike, Todd blocked her path. "Stay put, Raven. Eric, you've done enough today." "Let them go," Sabretooth said, his voice hollow, as if another mind now controlled him. The tables had turned. With his life in danger, Magneto stood atop the steel cross, scanning the area before shouting, "Charles. I know you're here. Why not show yourself?" Inside a black sedan parked at the street corner, the bald professor's expression was conflicted. He and Eric had once been inseparable allies, trusting each other completely during the shadowed days of the Cold War. Together, they had led the lost generation of mutants against a mad scientist who sought to destroy the world. But Eric could never let go of his hatred. After killing Sebastian Shaw, he had unwittingly inherited the man's radical ideology, believing humans could never be trusted, and that mutants must carve out their own nation. "If you want to save them, you'll have to kill me first," Magneto said, his voice unshaken. "Charles, have you still not abandoned that naive dream of yours? What's the point of saving these humans? They'll pass registration acts, brand your forehead, and monitor you like freaks. The moment you bare your fangs, they'll throw you in a cage for life." Inside the car, Charles remained silent. His old friend's traumatic past had left Eric with an unrelenting hatred for humanity. "It doesn't have to be that way. Peace is still possible," the words came from Sabretooth's mouth, though the voice was Charles's. Magneto smirked. He and Charles had been locked in this endless debate for decades. Neither could ever convince the other, which left them perpetually at odds. "Fine. Let's test that theory." The sound of guns cocking echoed as the floating firearms realigned themselves. Bang. A single shot rang out, a bullet stopping just inches from Police Commissioner George Stacy's forehead, hovering as if held by an unseen force. The professor furrowed his brow, signaling Jean to use her telekinesis to counter the deadly projectile. Two invisible forces clashed in a silent battle of wills. "How many can you save? You can't stop every bullet." Magneto's voice was ice cold. He had never been one to compromise, and they won't thank you for it. "Humans will only ever see you as a weapon to use against me. Charles, why do you insist on doing the thankless work?" The bullet trembled, inching closer to George's skull. The police commissioner screamed in pain. After a moment's hesitation, Charles finally closed his eyes in resignation. Sabretooth and Toad suddenly jolted, as if waking from a dream, their expressions blank and confused. "Still too soft. That's always been your weakness." Magneto sneered. With a wave of his hand, the floating guns disassembled midair, their parts clattering uselessly to the ground. Having delivered his grand finale, Magneto levitated the massive steel cross, carrying the Brotherhood away from Manhattan. Marcus Worthington, now a bloodied, broken husk, tumbled to the pavement like a discarded rag. The fire of ambition in his eyes had long since dimmed. A pained expression crossed the professor's face. If he had been willing to force Sabretooth to snap Eric's neck, the infighting among mutants might have ended. And if he had joined his old friend's crusade against humanity, mutants could have easily claimed their place in the world, but the cost would have been catastrophic. Seeing the professor's inner turmoil, Jean lowered her gaze, a flicker of eerie light passing through her amber eyes. She started the car, then left the chaotic streets behind. Watching the events unfold through the surveillance of Skynet, Sean closed his laptop with a quiet sigh. The contrast between the two mutant leaders was striking. Magneto, domineering and unyielding. Professor X, gentle and merciful. Their decades-long rivalry was a perfect example of love and hate intertwined. Humanity was fortunate the two stood on opposite sides. Otherwise, governments might not have maintained their current stability. The world's most powerful telepath could effortlessly rewrite human minds, turning them into obedient puppets. Sean exhaled slowly. This was precisely why he avoided direct contact with mutants. The insidious nature of psychic powers was nearly impossible to defend against. He couldn't afford to stake his safety on Professor X's moral compass. Using the mutants as a blade to cleanly eliminate Worthington had been the plan. Now, he wondered if Elektra had succeeded in her raid on Pelican Island. While Magneto assaulted the Worthington Tower, Sean had sent the Hand's new leader to strike the secret laboratory in San Francisco. The genetic data and research Marcus had hidden away were invaluable assets. And then there was the ultimate weapon against mutants, the cure. It was actually a temporary suppressor of the X gene, embodied in a young boy named Jimmy. To Sean, whether it was Magneto or the Professor, anyone who stood in his way would become an enemy. To hunt a beast, one needed traps, weapons prepared in advance, and to wait for the right moment. Better safe than sorry. Sean stretched lazily. With Worthington dealt with, he could finally enter a period of steady growth. Chapter 94, Special Division. Coulson strode into the New York branch of the organization, the massive eagle emblem gleaming silver above him. As he glanced at the lengthy official name beneath the logo, he couldn't help but wonder if he should suggest to the director that they adopt something shorter and catchier. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division was quite a mouthful. Hey, long time no see, John. Coulson greeted a middle-aged man with a smile. Well, if it isn't Phil Coulson. Rare to see you here. It must be something serious if Director Fury sent you after yesterday's mutant incident, Senior Agent John Garrett replied with a hearty laugh. The robust, cowboy-like man was a top-class Level 8 agent, having joined the special organization, approved by the World Security Council, at the same time as Coulson. Now, he served as a manager for the New York branch. Yeah, Magneto's grand entrance was a bit too dramatic. And with the high-profile World Leaders Summit happening, plus the death of a major figure, let's just say the White House isn't happy, Coulson said with a wry smile. His long-awaited vacation had been ruined. He had planned a trip to Provence with his girlfriend, but now that would have to wait. We're already tracking Eric Lencher's movements. That radical mutant leader has always been on our watch list, but their abilities make surveillance difficult for low-level agents. And as for the Xavier Institute in Westchester? Forget about it. Every agent we've sent in comes back with their memories wiped clean, Garrett said, shaking his head in frustration. These high-threat mutants were beyond ordinary human capabilities. Unless they were highly trained senior agents, handling them was nearly impossible. Did the director's proposal get approved? The seemingly rough-mannered agent asked casually. As a high-ranking officer, Garrett was aware of the dangerous initiative Director Fury had been pushing, a contingency plan specifically targeting the growing number of superpowered individuals. However, due to resistance from the World Security Council, it had been shelved indefinitely. Coulson gave his old friend a measured look before replying calmly, "That's above my pay grade. I just hope the mutants quiet down long enough for me to take a proper vacation." He followed Garrett into the archives, where rows of shelves held intelligence reports submitted by low-level agents. The documents were categorized by clearance level, with anything above B-class being sent directly to headquarters, no backups left behind. Coulson had come to retrieve some older files, low-clearance records that hadn't been digitized, stored only in physical form. "Here's everything we have on Eric Lencher. The guy's been a thorn in the government's side for years, organizing attacks, breaking mutants out of custody, forming the Brotherhood, brutal tactics against humans. Director Fury even drafted a capture plan specifically for him. But given his power level, even with Stark Industries' polymer-based weaponry, taking him alive would be a nightmare," Garrett explained as he pulled out several folders. "And that's not even counting the other mutants around him. Decapitation strikes or covert assassinations. Nearly impossible." Coulson nodded in agreement. He knew exactly how troublesome these mutants could be. Director Fury had always relied on Professor Charles Xavier's moderate faction to counterbalance Magneto's Brotherhood. But after yesterday's incident, tensions had escalated. The White House was now viewing the entire mutant community with suspicion. On the bright side, Colonel William Stryker, a longtime anti-mutant hardliner, had suddenly found himself back in favor. His previously shelved mutant research programs were being greenlit again. The White House wants Director Fury to draft a defensive strategy, not just for Magneto and the Brotherhood, but Charles Xavier and his school too. They're all being classified as high-risk threats. Colonel Stryker has already formed a mutant defense task force. These files are being prepped for his review. "Ha. Looks like the Colonel finally got his wish," Garrett chuckled. He'd heard plenty about Stryker's notorious hatred for mutants. Coulson dusted off the aged documents. Normally, this kind of grunt work would be handled by junior agents or support staff. He was only here to catch up with an old friend. The mutants are in for a rough time, the ever-friendly senior agent remarked with a sigh. As he packed the files into a box, Coulson suddenly asked, any notable figures popping up in New York lately? The mutants are headache enough. We don't need the street-level heroes causing more chaos. Garrett frowned, thinking it over before answering. Oddly enough, they've been unusually quiet. There was some friction with the Yakuza group in Hell's Kitchen, but then they just vanished. The Punisher, Daredevil, no sightings at all. NYPD is probably popping champagne. That lawless district has actually been peaceful for once. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Having once managed the New York branch himself, he knew all about the city's extraordinary underground figures. Director Fury had long since classified them as surveillance targets, keeping tabs to ensure they didn't escalate into national security threats. For high-caliber individuals like the Punisher and Daredevil, field agents generally tracked their movements without direct interference, that is, no sudden confrontations that might trigger hostility. In short, these unrecruitable wildcards were monitored, not engaged. We've been following the director's protocols, categorizing by incident severity, flagging persons of interest. But honestly, your classification system is too meticulous. We're a specialized unit for superhuman or anomalous events, why are we even bothering with gang wars? Garrett complained. He still remembered an incident 6 months back when a high school student had beaten up some local thugs, coinciding with a major blow to their gang. Some rookie field agent had actually put the kid, not even 20, on the watch list. It took weeks to clear his name. If word got out, even the FBI would laugh at them. Gang violence was NYPD territory. Not every branch operates like this. But it's New York, we have to be thorough, Coulson reassured his friend. The covert yet immensely powerful agency maintained an intricate hierarchy, with strict clearance levels ensuring operational secrecy. Some matters were beyond even Coulson's access. And with the rise of superpowered individuals, their job had only grown more complicated. No longer just dealing with international terrorists or private militias, they now faced far more unpredictable threats. No wonder the director is so desperate to push that initiative through. Coulson thought to himself. After all, the best way to fight dangerous individuals was to recruit even more dangerous ones. Chapter 95, New Order. Hudson River, New York Harbor. Harry stepped out of his car in casual attire, waving off his driver before boarding the luxurious yacht docked at the port. The young Osborn heir took in the sight of this floating castle. It was 5 stories tall, its sheer size and imposing presence enough to make anyone hesitate. As he stepped onto the third-floor deck, Harry couldn't help but whistle. From this height, the private yacht resembled a lavish, sprawling palace at sea, complete with a basketball court, a cinema, and a wine-tasting room. It could easily accommodate over 100 people. Shaking his head at his friend's extravagance, Harry spotted Sean lounging on a deck chair, soaking up the sun. The young genius who had taken New York by storm now lay there in sunglasses, a spread of fresh fruit beside him and a bottle of whiskey chilling in an ice bucket. You should have invited a bunch of Hollywood stars and thrown a yacht party while you were at it. Then tomorrow's headlines would scream, the lavish life of New York's prodigy, letting the whole city know that Tony Stark isn't the only one who knows how to live. Harry took a seat as the massive yacht slowly set sail. The moist sea breeze carried a misty spray, and above, sunlight pierced through the clouds. Seagulls skimmed the crystal-clear waves, and the sky stretched endlessly blue with scattered white clouds. For the young Osborn heir who was usually drowned in a world of decadence, the scene brought an unexpected sense of tranquility. His restless heart gradually settled into calm. New York is a circus of vanity. When you're useful, they lift you to the heavens. But the moment you lose value, they won't even spare you a glance. Sean smiled faintly, his gaze resting on Harry as he said softly, people like us, who chase fame and fortune, need a quiet place like this to unwind sometimes. Harry nodded thoughtfully, maybe you're right. Wealth doesn't always bring security. Who would have thought Worthington would fall so easily? A week had passed since the mutant attack in Midtown Manhattan. The high-profile World Leaders Summit, originally scheduled for Liberty Island, had been cancelled, likely due to security concerns. The White House couldn't risk another attack by those radical mutants. Yet, calls to revive the Mutant Registration Act grew louder. Magneto's grand entrance and act of demolishing the Worthington Tower had thrust the mutant issue into the spotlight, drawing intense scrutiny from both the White House and the military. As the now-vanished Senator Kelly once said, we cannot allow dangerous individuals to roam this country unchecked by law. We should thank the mutants. At least they've handed us victory without us lifting a finger, Sean remarked coolly. In truth, the biggest winner in this upheaval was Colonel William Stryker. But that suited him just fine. Letting the federal government deal with the mutants meant avoiding direct conflict. After all, he would be facing one of the most powerful groups on Earth. Professor X's telepathy, Magneto's magnetic mastery, and the limitless potential of the Phoenix. Until he was absolutely ready, Sean had no intention of clashing head-on with the X-Men or the Brotherhood. There were just too many variables. Let Stryker charge ahead as his proxy. Oscorp has successfully entered the market with promising prospects. While we can't replace Worthington overnight, there's nothing stopping us from growing steadily now. Harry couldn't hide his satisfaction. The thought of the board members' panicked faces during the crisis still amused him. Before Worthington's downfall, the world had written Oscorp off. Even internal morale had plummeted. But no one could have predicted the mutants' sudden assault, which didn't just destroy Worthington Tower, but also claimed the life of its CEO. And when Marcus Worthington's son was outed as a mutant, the Vultures swooped in, effortlessly pushing the poor young heir out of the picture. Now, it was all about dividing the spoils and rebranding Worthington for a new era. In this capitalist frenzy, Oscorp played the role of spectator. There was no need to kick Worthington while it was down. For Harry and Sean, the roadblock had been cleared. All that remained was consolidating their hold on the medical market, recouping investments, and moving forward with the next phase of R&D. With Worthington gone, it's Oscorp's turn to set the new order. Once the other corporations finish their feeding frenzy, we'll reshuffle the deck again. Sean spoke as if he were the true master of Oscorp, yet Harry didn't protest. The company which bore his family name had survived multiple crises, largely thanks to Sean's help. His initial wariness had long since faded into gratitude. If Harry had one redeeming quality, it was self-awareness. He knew he stood alone on the board, no one would go out of their way to aid a mediocre heir except for those with ulterior motives. So he trusted Sean. And so far, his friend hadn't let him down. I'm taking a quiet vacation. I've left the lab in Dr. Connor's hands. Sean stretched lazily, savoring the sensation of energy absorption. His body felt like a black hole, endlessly drawing in power. Focusing inward, he saw a surging golden radiance. It was like a miniature sun. Strangely, his enhanced physique seemed to harbor an invisible gateway, as if it connected to some unknowable dimension. A subtle yet persistent voice urged him to absorb more energy, and to open that unseen door. I heard Umbrella also partnered with Doom Industries. Harry reached for the whiskey in the ice bucket, his curiosity piqued. Victor Von Doom was another larger-than-life genius. Compared to his former classmate Reed Richards, the arrogant yet brilliant man had carved out a formidable empire on Wall Street while still young, once dominating New York's headlines. Just a private collaboration. Sean's voice was soft. Witnessing the birth of the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom sounded entertaining. Gazing up at the boundless sky, he felt a quiet anticipation for the upcoming space voyage. Would those violent cosmic energies help him unlock the mysterious door hidden within him? Bathed in sunlight, Sean smiled. He wanted to become this world's sun. To guide humanity toward the stars. Chapter 96, Departure. Baxter Building. Sean rubbed his temples as he looked at Mindy, who was pouting angrily. The little girl had been holding a grudge against him lately. As his career took off and his workload grew heavier, their lives were no longer as relaxed and carefree as before. Sean, you've changed, Mindy muttered, hugging her Peppa Pig plush pillow on the sofa. I've been eating pizza takeout for ages. Do you have any idea how much weight I'll gain from all these high-calorie meals? Sean silently glanced at the empty ice cream box beside her, choosing to ignore her complaints. Today, he had to prepare for his upcoming space voyage with the future Fantastic Four. After a short vacation, he had wrapped up loose ends and handed over lab responsibilities to Dr. Connors. Elektra had returned successfully from San Francisco, bringing back the ultimate countermeasure against mutants, a 12-year-old boy named Jimmy. His serum could be used to develop a drug that suppressed mutant genes. The most interesting part? The boy himself was a mutant. As an unexpected bonus, they had also obtained a wealth of genetic data on mutants, giving Sean a deeper understanding of this unique group beyond just his fragmented memories. Be good and watch the house while I'm gone. When I get back from space, I'll bring you, well, aside from floating space debris, I don't think there's anything worth keeping as a souvenir. Sean patted the little girl's head. He knew full well that Mindy's anger stemmed from worry. After all, this wasn't some sightseeing trip. A mission to collect cosmic energy data in outer space sounded dangerous, and that was reason enough for concern. I've already lost my last family. So, you can't leave me too, Mindy mumbled, no longer throwing a tantrum. She stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Sean's waist. Seeing the usually feisty girl so serious made Sean chuckle inwardly. It was heartwarming to know someone cared about him. Sean, if you're gone, who's gonna cook for me, do the dishes, and give me tons of allowance? Hearing her quiet grumbling, Sean's brief moment of tenderness vanished instantly. He promptly plopped her back onto the sofa. While I'm away, cook and clean for yourself. No more takeout. Look at you, all that junk food is making you chubby. Sean scolded like a strict parent. Didn't your etiquette teacher at school teach you to be a proper young lady? Look at your round cheeks and that little belly. How are you ever gonna get married like this? He rambled on, occasionally poking her soft and squishy cheeks, completely ignoring her increasingly irritated expression. She looked like an angry kitten with its fur puffed up. Whack, whack, whack. Mindy retaliated by smacking him repeatedly with a pillow before triumphantly strutting back to her room, chin held high like a victorious general. Rubbing his face, Sean sighed. Raising a violent little gremlin these days was no easy task. NASA launch site. Wearing a safety helmet, Sean met up with Reed and Ben. Along the way, they ran into Victor Von Doom, the investor behind this space expedition. Just as the newspapers described, the tall, hawk-eyed man carried an air of arrogance, often displaying an aggressive and domineering demeanor. Unlike Tony Stark's brand of narcissistic charm, Victor's unapologetic superiority complex made him far less likable, at least in Reed and Ben's eyes. However, Victor was surprisingly warm toward Sean. Clearly, the ambitious entrepreneur had heard of New York's rising genius. With Worthington out of the picture, Oscorp and Umbrella were rapidly expanding, shining like bright new stars in the corporate world. A man like Doom, who valued profit above all else, naturally sought to align himself with Sean. Unlike Reed, a brilliant scientist who buried himself in useless research while ignoring wealth accumulation, Sean was someone worth cultivating. After some lukewarm small talk, Sean stepped outside and overheard Reed and Ben arguing heatedly. No way. Absolutely not, the usually easygoing Ben was shaking his head firmly. External rocket launchers, orbital system engines, it's just like the shuttles you've flown before, Reed said with a shrug. With his patience worn thin, Ben pointed at a motorcycle speeding down the highway toward them. I am not playing second fiddle to that idiot. The guy got kicked out of NASA for sneaking 2 lingerie models into a simulator and screwing around in it. Reed grimaced at that. He was well aware of Susan's unreliable younger brother, but the kid was Doom's designated pilot. If Ben refused to cooperate as co-pilot, the mission would be delayed yet again. After some back and forth, the good-natured Ben finally relented under Reed's pleading. Grumbling, he stomped back to the base to make preparations. He wanted to avoid dealing with that arrogant brat. Returning to the facility, Sean underwent a basic physical exam as part of pre-flight protocol. In 6 hours, the launch sequence would begin. The synthetic material is like a second skin, adapting to each wearer's needs, said Susan Storm, the mission's genetic research advisor, as she approached in a form-fitting blue uniform that accentuated her curves. Doom's current girlfriend handed Sean a custom-made blue suit, offering him a polite smile. Reed, who had been buried in documents on the couch, immediately perked up. Wow, this is incredible. Susan smiled, pleased with his reaction. The skin-tight suit highlighted her confident figure, with a hint of cleavage that would make any man stare. It's made from self-regulating unstable molecules. I've been studying the molecular formula for this. Reed took the suit and launched into an excited explanation, completely oblivious to Susan's allure. Even Sean had to marvel. The future Mr. Fantastic was single by sheer force of personality. No wonder the stunning invisible woman had left him for Doom. This level of obliviousness was downright tragic. Ah, truly the genius of Columbia University, Susan said flatly, tossing the suit at Reed before storming off. Reed blinked in confusion. Even Ben turned away in second-hand embarrassment. If the renowned scientist had put even half his brainpower into romance, Susan would never have ended up in Victor Doom's arms. After a tense wait, the boarding announcement crackled over the intercom. One by one, the crew stepped onto the spacecraft destined for the stars. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 97, Storm. 6 hours later, Sean found himself in the vast darkness of space. Through the protective shield of the space station, he gazed at the blue planet below. It was like a radiant gem, shimmering with breathtaking beauty. This planet, teeming with countless lives, was like the most precious treasure in a divine vault, so mesmerizing that one couldn't look away. Walking behind him, Reed and the others also paused to admire the awe-inspiring sight, one most people would never witness in their lifetimes. This is the true allure of the cosmos, an enigma that can never be fully unraveled, Sean murmured sincerely. He had come to this world not merely to conquer or plunder. If he could forge a new future in this era of emerging superheroes, one where humanity broke free from earthly constraints, discarded outdated social systems, and ventured into the boundless sea of stars, ascending to a higher civilization, wouldn't that be far more fulfilling than mere domination? What could a man of unrivaled power bring to this world? Would he be like Superman, a beacon of hope and light in people's hearts? Or a cold tyrant, recklessly taking until the world lay in ruins, sitting alone atop a throne of fear and hatred? Sean believed there was another, more intriguing path. Wealth and influence could grant him greater authority, allowing him to establish an unshakable legacy. He could shape the world's trajectory with his will alone. He wanted to become humanity's one and only sun. To radiate warmth, whilst remaining untouchably scorching. Quite different from the view at the Horton Planetarium, isn't it? Susan said coolly as she passed Reed. The lively Miss Storm glided by like a proud swan, clearly still irked by her ex-boyfriend's earlier obliviousness. The brilliant Columbia University scientist was exceptional in every way, except when it came to romance. Only discussions of scientific research could ignite his eloquence. Perhaps her initial attraction to Reed had stemmed from admiration. But after getting to know him, she found him dull and detached, often burying himself in research for months without a thought for her feelings. If only he could balance out Victor's temperament, Susan mused. One was indecisive and socially inept, the other was arrogant and impulsive. It was frustrating. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Sean, who was deep in conversation with Victor. Another renowned genius hailed as a rising star in science. He was more charming than the former and more composed than the latter, like Thoreau's Walden Pond, serene on the surface yet unfathomably deep. We can monitor the approaching cosmic storm from here and run our tests, Susan said, shaking off her wandering thoughts. According to Reed's calculations, the cosmic energy storm would pass the station in 9 hours, which was the optimal window for data collection. Now, it was time to prepare. I'll need to borrow Susan for a while. Hope you don't mind, Doom said, casting a pointed glance at his old classmate, a Victor's smile playing on his lips. Reed's reappearance had put the ambitious Victor on edge. Susan had always kept him at arm's length. She was officially his girlfriend, yet their relationship lacked real progress. Through sheer determination, Victor had risen from the obscure Eastern European nation of Latveria to New York's glittering metropolis. During his brief college years, his humble origins had made him the target of ridicule, while Reed, the celebrated genius, was universally adored. After graduation, Victor leveraged his intellect and business acumen to amass wealth, finally securing his place on Wall Street and building an empire. Meanwhile, the famed scientist, Reed Richards, was still scrambling for research funding, lost in his idealistic dreams of changing the world. Even Susan Storm, the unattainable beauty from a privileged background, had left Reed behind, giving Victor his long-awaited opportunity. To Victor, these were the happiest days of his life. The men he once deemed unbeatable now worked for him, and the muse he yearned for seemed to finally favor him. With Reed's research lining his pockets and Susan in his arms, his ambitions were within reach. The thought nearly made him giddy. Wealth, fame, the woman he desired, all seemed inevitable. We'll leave you two to it, Sean said, steering Reed away. The future Mr. Fantastic wore a bitter expression. Watching the woman he loved in another man's arms was a hard pill to swallow. 7 hours remained until the cosmic storm's arrival. Ben suited up in his bulky spacesuit, prepping for the most dangerous task, exiting the ship to place plant seedlings outside, exposing them to the storm's energy to study potential genetic mutations. Sean and Susan would later map the results. Dejected, Reed retreated to his quarters to refine his cosmic energy models, while the reckless Johnny helped Ben with his suit. Tell your buddy to stay away from my sister, Johnny warned. He had never been fond of Reed's dull personality. He can spend his life married to science, no need for romance. Ben shook his head. Maybe Susan hasn't completely let go of those feelings. Wow, let's think this through, Johnny cut in mockingly. On one side, we've got Victor, he's super rich, and is also this year's leading man. On the other, Reed, the world's dumbest genius, he's also worth less than a post stamp. Tough choice. Ignoring their bickering, Sean walked alone to the observation deck. Staring into the silent void, he felt the energy within him stirring. It was like a surging tide of power, restless and eager. Let the storm come fiercer, he whispered, anticipating the arrival of the cosmic tempest. Read from 50 to 150 chapters ahead on my Patreon. patreon.com/mymatengel. Chapter 98, Unexpected Turn. In the main control center of the space station, Doom's handsome face was filled with tenderness. His hands were clasped behind his back, as if concealing some surprise gift meant to dazzle. With a subtle motion, he removed the isolation panel, and the transparent protective shields around them suddenly illuminated with a soft glow. Susan gasped, covering her mouth as she gazed at the blue planet beneath them, mountains, rivers, and vast continents now reduced to a miniature scale. From this height, the grandeur of the world seemed insignificant, as if they were gods looking down upon creation. The sight was soul-stirring. Seeing the astonishment on Susan's face, a smug smile curled on Doom's lips. The appearance of his old classmate, Reed, had sparked a sense of crisis in him. Perhaps it was time to secure this captivating woman once and for all, eliminating any chance of interference. Susan, every man dreams of meeting the woman he loves and dedicating everything to her. For me, this isn't just a metaphor. In this secluded, deliberately romantic setting, Doom resolved to break through her defenses and win her heart. We've been together for 2 years. Sensing her boyfriend's intentions, Susan chuckled lightly and cut him off. Victor, these 2 years have been pleasant. The company is thriving, the future is bright, and you've achieved remarkable success. For Susan Storm, who was born into a wealthy family, Victor Von Doom was not her ideal choice. Their relationship was more of a transaction, an exchange of familial interests. Doom had pursued her partly for her family's connections, and Susan had agreed to the arrangement under her family's careful orchestration. Beneath her composed exterior, Susan harbored a rebellious streak, a longing for freedom and adventure. She despised Reed's dullness and lack of romance, yet she couldn't fully embrace Doom's domineering arrogance, especially his obsessive pursuit of wealth and status. I've come to realize that all achievements in this world are meaningless if there's no one to share them with. I've never feared making big decisions in my life, and now is the time for me to take the most important step. Lost in his own world, Doom failed to notice the discomfort creeping onto Susan's face. Her once gentle smile had grown strained. He opened his palm, revealing a small jewelry box. Inside rested a meticulously chosen diamond ring, its brilliance dazzling like a captured star, crafted with masterful artistry. Doom was confident. No woman could resist such a sight. Susan would be no exception. I want to say 4 words to you, words that will forever change our lives. The cloud is accelerating. An abrupt voice interrupted. Holding the ring, a deeply annoyed Doom glared at the intruder. It was Sean from Umbrella Labs. Unlike Reed, this was no powerless nobody. Suppressing his irritation, Doom demanded an explanation. The cosmic storm is accelerating. We'll collide in minutes. Reed says we must abort the mission, the radiation is deadly. Leaning against the railing, Sean smirked as Susan shot him a grateful look. Had Sean not intervened, Susan would have been trapped in an awkward situation, whereby she would be unwilling to hurt Doom, yet equally unwilling to accept his proposal. We still had 7 hours. Doom snapped. Sean shrugged, feigning ignorance. Minutes earlier, Reed had discovered his miscalculation, the cosmic storm was less than 10 minutes away. With Ben still outside, he'd urgently demanded the mission be halted. Tell Reed to calm down. We can't abandon everything over a minor hiccup, all our investments will be wasted. Doom said coldly. He couldn't let a small mistake ruin everything. If this experiment failed, all the funding and effort would vanish, leaving him to bear the crushing consequences alone. He might even lose his wealth and status. After clawing his way from the war-torn Latveria to the elite circles of New York, would a single calculation error really drag him back to destitution? Never. Ignoring Susan's pleading gaze, Doom ordered, lower the shields. That's murder, Victor, Sean said, his eyes glinting, we can't do that. Susan nodded in agreement. Lowering the shields now would doom Ben, who was still outside, to certain death. Great achievements always demand sacrifice. Doom had no patience for sentimentality. He was a ruthless pragmatist, even his feelings for Susan were never pure, they were laced with self-interest. Had she not been a storm, he might not have pursued her so ardently. Watching Susan run out of the control center in disappointment, and Sean stepping out of the only safe chamber, Doom's expression turned icy. He walked to the console and tapped a few virtual buttons. The sturdy protective shields began closing. Outside were his once beloved girlfriend, his rival and former classmate, and a genius he had once sought to collaborate with. Inside the descending shields stood only Victor Von Doom. Johnny. Reed shouted desperately as he rushed in, open the outer airlock. Get Ben back in. In the vast darkness of space, a massive orange-red cloud surged forward at terrifying speed, like a violent cosmic tide radiating deadly energy. Ben, like a whale in the deep sea, abandoned the unfinished placement of plant seedlings. In the vacuum of space, he swam frantically toward his only hope for survival, the open airlock. He was racing against death itself. Chapter 99, The Storm. Countless cosmic rays converged into a surging torrent, like a massive fiery cloud illuminating the pitch-black void. The scorching, violent energy carried an aura capable of melting metal and incinerating all existence. Reed and Johnny stood breathless by the outer airlock, watching as Ben frantically clawed through space, desperately grasping for survival. Susan, who had just arrived, instinctively grabbed Sean's arm, biting her lip in fear of witnessing tragedy. Among them all, only Sean remained calm, his gaze fixed on the approaching energy storm. His eyes gleamed with fascination, those dazzling, violent currents were, upon closer inspection, endless cosmic rays, invisible high-energy particles colliding violently, unleashing explosive reactions. It was as if every cell in his body cried out in fervent hunger, craving more energy to fill the void within, to pry open that door connecting to another unknown world. Ben, faster. Reed muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. For the first time, the man who had always been supremely confident in his intellect was consumed by regret and self-reproach. His miscalculation had left everyone unprepared for the cosmic storm. If only he had been more meticulous, if only he had double-checked his models, how could he have let his best friend fall into such peril? If anything happened to Ben, Reed would spend the rest of his life drowning in guilt, forever beyond redemption. The massive, fire-like cloud surged forward with terrifying speed, like a raging tsunami in the sea of space. Endless cosmic rays collided and exploded, forming a violent torrent of energy. Even before fully reaching Ben, a tremendous shockwave slammed into him, hurling his body backward like a baseball struck by an invisible bat. Clad in his spacesuit, Ben crashed into the airlock, smashing against the reinforced wall before promptly losing consciousness. Johnny. Seal the airlock. Reed exhaled in relief as the colossal storm closed in on the station. Waves of energy rays bombarded the outer hull. Chaotic, high-energy particles triggered intense electromagnetic radiation. Inside the shielded control room, Doom felt the violent tremors as sparks erupted from the electronics. The entire station shuddered as if struck by space debris. The outer airlock sealed shut, but before anyone could relax, blinding light burst through the energy-resistant door like a breached dam, flooding inward. The storm slammed into the station, torrents of radiation surging through their bodies like a crushing tidal wave. The violent high-energy particles tore through human flesh as if it were paper. Being closest to the airlock, Reed bore the brunt first. His body stretched and warped like rubber under the immense pressure. Johnny, who had just sealed the door, burst into flames as scorching currents ignited his form. Susan, caught in the storm's fury, flickered in and out of visibility as her body destabilized. The storm reshaped their genetic structures with brutal efficiency. Overwhelmed, all three collapsed into unconsciousness, just like Ben. Meanwhile, Sean strode toward the airlock. The raging storm could not halt his advance. With a few button presses, the sealed door reopened, unleashing the full fury of the chaotic particle storm. Sean clenched his fists, standing firm at the threshold like an unyielding boulder in a raging river. His body acted like a black hole as it voraciously devoured the energy rays. Flames wreathed his form, incinerating his clothing and revealing a physique of near-perfect conditioning. Bare-skinned, he endured the storm's relentless assault. His flesh broke and reformed under the torrential bombardment. Each cycle of destruction and regeneration forged his muscles denser, harder, until they resembled indestructible steel. As absorption accelerated, Sean gritted his teeth against the agony. He clung to consciousness, no matter how excruciating the pain. Dark clouds, like blue flames, burn upon the fathomless sea. The ocean seizes lightning's arrows, extinguishing them in its abyss. Their reflections writhe like fiery serpents, vanishing in an instant. He whispered poetry, his calm mind anchoring his will. The colossal storm, a maelstrom of high-energy particles, roared toward him like an oceanic tide. The storm. The storm is coming. Sean's eyes snapped open, reflecting blazing fire. Let the storm strike harder. Within his transformed body, a door that should not exist cracked open. Though it was just a sliver. Sean's consciousness brushed against it, and in that instant, he glimpsed an explosion beyond words, as if millions of stars had shattered simultaneously, unleashing infinite energy. The mere glimpse was enough to evoke primal terror. Boom. In less than a millisecond, that sliver of consciousness was obliterated. The storm's energy poured into the non-existent door, as if it linked to another dimension, effortlessly devouring the colossal power. The tiny crack widened ever so slightly. Clenching his fist, Sean felt overwhelming strength surging within. Like a miniature sun, his body now brimmed with boundless light and heat. Vitality saturated every cell. With each breath, terrifying air currents rumbled like thunder. Gradually adapting to the transformation, he reined in the surging energy. The storm subsided like a retreating tide. The station fell silent. Everyone lay unconscious, unaware of the changes they had undergone. Dressed once more, Sean sent a distress signal to NASA. Whether the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom's tangled saga would continue, well, that was no longer his concern. Gazing into the boundless cosmos, Sean stood in quiet contemplation. He longed for the day he would lead humanity into the starry sea, the day they were no longer confined to a tiny planet, but ascending toward the infinite expanse. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, This World Needs Heroes. A gentle breeze stirred the sheer curtains as morning sunlight streamed into the room, casting scattered rays across the white bed sheets. Susan, who had been peacefully asleep, caught a whiff of fragrant flowers and slowly opened her bleary eyes. The first thing she saw was the white ceiling, surrounded by various medical instruments monitoring her vitals. Bouquets of fresh flowers adorned the bedside, filling the room with a rich, floral scent. Turning her head slightly, Susan was surprised to see an unexpected man sitting quietly beside her, watching her with deep, fathomless eyes. Meeting that calm, penetrating gaze, the golden-haired, fair-skinned, sleeping beauty instinctively looked away, her tranquil heart rippling with faint, unspoken emotions. "This is Victor's medical facility. We're back on Earth," Sean said with a smile. Sensing her unspoken question, he said, "Everyone's fine. Victor is busy handling company matters, these flowers are from him. Reed and the others should be awake by now. The doctors say your pulse is stable and strong, and there's no trace of radiation in your blood work. You just need some rest." His calm, reassuring voice seemed to dissolve Susan's worries. Softly, she asked, "What about you? I remember the energy storm affected you too." "I'm perfectly fine. I was farther away and didn't black out like the rest of you, so I sent the distress signal to NASA. It took 6 hours for rescue to arrive, but we managed to dock with the station and return safely. Sean recounted their harrowing ordeal. Space was unforgiving. The equipment failed, the station was battered by the storm, and the electronics were fried. If not for that distress signal, they might still be floating in the void, hoping someone would notice their absence. The thought of being stranded in the endless dark sent a shiver down Susan's spine. She silently vowed never to venture into space again, the experience was just too terrifying. Sean's gaze lingered on Susan. In his mind's eye, she radiated faint energy, like an optical camouflage waiting to be activated. If unleashed, she could blend seamlessly into her surroundings, or even vibrate air molecules to form invisible force fields. Susan coughed lightly, unnerved by his unabashed scrutiny. It felt as if he could see right through her, which stirred an odd sense of vulnerability. "Sorry, I got lost in thought," the young man apologized. His mind drifted to the biggest victim of their failed experiment, Victor Von Doom. Nearly $1 billion had gone up in smoke, not to mention the hefty compensation owed to NASA. The media had a field day, and Doom Industries stock plummeted. The once celebrated mogul had fallen from grace overnight. Meanwhile, Reed, the man responsible for all this, emerged as a hero, winning back the girl and vanquishing his rival. If Sean didn't know better, he would think it was all part of some elaborate scheme. Offering a silent moment of sympathy for Doom, Sean turned his attention to the TV. On screen, Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark's close friend, was addressing the press. Regarding last night's explosion at Stark Industries, the official statement has been provided to all media outlets. Eyewitness claims of giant robots battling were merely the result of a malfunction during testing. The arc reactor facility sustained minor damage. Watching Rhodes' polished explanation, Sean smirked. Susan, still in bed, studied his expression and asked softly, "What is it?" "It's nothing," he shook his head, "I was just marveling at the dawn of a new era." Stark Industries. As Rhodes delivered the official statement, Tony Stark lounged nearby, flipping through the morning papers with amusement while Pepper meticulously applied light makeup to conceal his minor injuries. "Iron Man. It has a nice ring to it." "I like it," Tony quipped, still riding the adrenaline from last night's battle, though technically, the suit is a gold titanium alloy. "Still, that doesn't quite have the same punch." "Mr. Stark, here's the statement for the press," said a black-suited agent named Coulson from a shadowy government agency. Tony, who usually bristled at government types, was uncharacteristically cooperative. If not for their help stalling Obadiah, Pepper might not have survived the fight. "You were on your yacht last night. We prepared customs documents placing you in Hawaii, all complete with 50 witness testimonies. You just need to read it word for word." Still wary of the billionaire's unpredictability, Coulson kept explaining, "As for Obadiah Stane, we've arranged for him to be on vacation as well. Unfortunately, his plane met with an accident." Thorough," Tony remarked dryly. He hated being told what to do. So what if the world knew he was Iron Man? These covert agencies loved burying the truth. As if pretending nothing happened made it so. "This isn't my first rodeo, Mr. Stark," Coulson said with a practiced smile. "Stick to the script, and this will blow over quickly." "Right. So, what was your agency called again?" "National something or other logistics." Tony feigned forgetfulness. "These agents didn't seem like typical FBI or CIA, SHIELD, Coulson corrected, turning to leave. "We went with something catchier." He had originally been en route to the Arctic to recover a crashed plane, but Stark's antics had delayed him. Director Fury had taken a keen interest in the Playboy billionaire, enough to designate him a high-priority asset. Now, Mr. Stark will deliver a prepared statement. No questions will be taken. "Thank you." As Rhodes wrapped up the dull official spiel, the press erupted when Tony himself took the podium. Cameras flashed like mad. They were hungry for another headline-grabbing stunt. Last time Tony had announced shutting down Stark's weapons division, newspapers had sold out by noon. "Ah. Long time no see. Guess I'll stick to the cards this time," Tony deadpanned, earning chuckles. "There's been speculation that I was involved in last night's incidents on the freeway and at the plant. The press has even dubbed me a superhero, Iron Man." He glanced at the script. "Truth is, I'm not hero material. I've got plenty of flaws, I've caused plenty of problems." Then, with a deep breath, he tossed the cards aside and faced the cameras head-on. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." Compared to being just a weapons dealer, playboy, or genius inventor, Tony found this new identity far more appealing. The reporters' eager faces, the relentless flashes, the spotlight, he reveled in it. This world needs heroes, he thought as the crowd surged forward. And Iron Man will protect it. Chapter 101, Doom's Misfortune. Umbrella Corporation, Research Building. Sean had just returned to his office and hadn't even sat down when Harry barged in, staring at him with the kind of look one might give a rare exhibit. His lips moved hesitantly, as if he were struggling to find the right words. "I'm not a stripper in a nightclub, so wipe that weird look off your face," Sean said, rubbing his temples. Ever since returning from space, he'd been treated like an invalid. I barely escaped Gwen and Dr. Connor's loving care. "If you want to celebrate my safe return, a bottle of champagne will suffice." Seeing that his friend truly seemed fine, Harry exhaled in relief and slumped into a chair. He had been alarmed when news broke about Doom Industries' failed space experiment and had immediately called Dr. Connors, who confirmed Sean's safe return. Still, the young Osborn heir couldn't shake his concern. As he often said, he didn't have many friends he could trust. Even his old buddy Peter had become awkward to be around after the whole Mary Jane debacle. Sean picked up a cup of warm tea from his desk and sighed, "See this? I've been banned from alcohol and anything remotely stimulating. If I hadn't refused outright, Dr. Connors would have hired a private physician to give me a full workup." At Victor Von Doom's private clinic, Sean had politely declined a medical exam, claiming he had his own doctor. In a world where technological barriers could be breached so easily, he was instinctively wary of blood tests or physical scans. "Dr. Connors is right. You should get a full checkup. Take responsibility for your health, Sean," Harry said, uncharacteristically serious. Sean shrugged, "I'll have the Red Queen run a full scan later. Truth is, I wasn't directly exposed to the energy storm. Reed and the others passed out because they took the brunt of the radiation. It wouldn't be long before some shadowy government agency took notice of him, thanks to the Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. But that wasn't a major concern. Before the space mission, Sean had anticipated this. With 6 people on board, 5 of whom developed superhuman abilities, the public would naturally wonder about the 6th. Right now, S.H.I.E.L.D's focus was likely still on Tony Stark. Iron Man was the cornerstone of the Avengers Initiative, which was Nick Fury's plan to assemble Earth's mightiest heroes. Minor players like Sean wouldn't be a priority. Besides, with Skynet's surveillance network, his reach extended across the globe. S.H.I.E.L.D. would have a hell of a time digging up anything unusual. "Victor Von Doom isn't doing so hot these days," Harry remarked casually. The would-be Dr. Doom had planned to go public after a successful space experiment. Instead, Reed's miscalculation led to catastrophic failure. Doom's massive investment evaporated, stocks plummeted below IPO levels, and investors were pulling out en masse. Overnight, the Wall Street darling had fallen even harder than Oscorp months prior. Harry knew all too well how vulture-like bankers could be. Once you lost your value, they'd pick you clean. "I saw it coming. Barring a miracle, Victor Von Doom will be ousted by the board, and his company and patents will end up in the hands of greedy investors." Harry leaned back in his chair, his tone tinged with melancholy. Months ago, he had been in the exact same position. Without Sean and Dr. Connors, he might have watched helplessly as his family's legacy was stolen. Noticing the complexity in Harry's eyes, Sean smiled faintly. "The world has few who'll offer help in need, most prefer to kick you when you're down. But maybe Victor Von Doom still has a chance. Rather than being trampled into the mud, he might gamble everything on one last stand." Doom Industries, boardroom. "Congratulations, Victor. Since the Great Depression, no company's stock has crashed this spectacularly. We couldn't give it away if we tried." Ned, the Wall Street representative, sat in Victor Von Doom's chair, oozing condescension. Doom suppressed his rage. In the past, this man wouldn't have dared speak to him so arrogantly. Bankers had once groveled at his feet. But one failed project had flipped the script. "You have 1 week to fix this," Ned said, straightening his suit as he stood. He'd long despised Doom's arrogance. If not for the profits, who would tolerate some upstart from a backwater nation like Latveria? No elite education, just a few decent patents, and suddenly, he thought himself untouchable. Wall Street was full of overnight successes, but most faded into obscurity. Temporary wins meant nothing. True entry into high society required connections, hence Doom's pursuit of Susan Storm. As Ned strode out, followed by the spineless board members, the room emptied, leaving only Doom and his assistant. The mask of calm shattered. Doom's face darkened with fury. These Wall Street leeches thought they could discard him and steal his company. A scar on his temple twitched as he slammed a fist onto the table. "What's the stock situation?" "It's still falling. Conservative estimates put it in the low 20s, worse than Oscorp or Stark Industries during their crises," his assistant reported. Doom's vision swam. The scar pulsed. All of this is Reed's fault. The rage inside him boiled like oil and was ready to ignite. He had trusted Reed, believed in him more than Reed believed in himself. During their college days, Reed's genius had seemed infallible. If Reed said it, it must be true. That had been Doom's conviction. Yet here he was, ruined by Reed's minor miscalculation. "Go back to Latveria. That backwater nation is where you belong." Ned's mocking words echoed in his mind. Doom's eyes burned with feral intensity. He was like a cornered wolf with nothing left to lose. His fists clenched. And unnoticed by him, the lights in the room flickered. A crackle of electricity danced through the air. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Mutation. Baxter Building, Sean's residence. A visibly anxious Reed Richards sat on the couch, accepting a cup of coffee from Mindy. In front of outsiders, the usually violent little girl maintained an impeccably well-behaved and adorable facade. "I'm going to do my homework now," Mindy said sweetly, her voice soft as she scampered back to her room in her frilly princess dress. "Your cousin is very well-mannered." "It's rare for kids her age to be so quiet and obedient," Reed remarked after taking a sip of coffee, his agitation gradually subsiding. Sean merely smiled at the praise. Only those who had witnessed Mindy's true nature knew just how much of a headache this seemingly cute little girl could be. He received weekly tearful complaints from the school principal, though generous donations ensured the administration turned a blind eye. "I didn't expect you to be discharged so soon," Sean said, eyeing Reed, already guessing the purpose of his visit. No doubt, Reed and his team had already discovered their abnormalities. Exposure to the cosmic storm and the bombardment of high-energy particles hadn't left them unscathed. "Sean, have you felt anything unusual lately? Any discomfort?" Reed asked hesitantly, like an awkward doctor. He was too embarrassed to come right out with it. He had made bold assurances before, only for his miscalculation to lead to the space station's destruction and his friend's bizarre physical changes. "No," Sean shook his head, "I had the Red Queen run a full medical scan. No abnormal radiation levels in my blood, and all vital signs are normal. Though I wouldn't mind waking up one day with superhuman strength." He met Reed's eyes with a knowing smile. Under Sean's penetrating gaze, Reed fidgeted. Remembering Ben's transformation into a rock-like being, he decided to come clean. "The cosmic storm completely altered the DNA of me, Susan, Johnny, and Ben. We've gained extraordinary abilities, but it might also be life-threatening." "So you're asking if I've changed like you?" Sean chuckled, turning on the TV. The news was covering a massive pileup on the Brooklyn Bridge. A runaway truck had triggered a chain collision involving dozens of cars, followed by a terrifying explosion that nearly sent a fire truck plunging into the river. The unprecedented accident could have claimed hundreds of lives if not for the intervention of the Fantastic Four. "Congratulations. After Tony Stark, you're the next group of superheroes to debut publicly," Sean said with amusement. "All of New York knows about you now. They're calling you the Fantastic Four. Catchy name." Seeing that Sean already knew everything, Reed slumped in defeat. This was one of the few failures in his life, the last being when Susan left him. "It's an absolute disaster." Reed groaned, running a hand through his hair. Unlike Johnny, he didn't think gaining superpowers was cool, especially after witnessing Ben's drastic physical change. The guilt gnawed at him. Altered human DNA could lead to unpredictable mutations, even death. Only Johnny would think this is something to show off. Hearing that, Sean smirked. He disagreed with Reed's perspective. The future Mr. Fantastic always overanalyzed every step, even planning 100 moves ahead. While this reduced errors, it also caused him to miss opportunities. Susan was a prime example. Compared to Reed, even Victor Von Doom was more decisive. Upon discovering his powers, Doom's first thought had been how to grow stronger, not reject this a gift. If not for Doom's arrogance and his predestined role as a villain, the Fantastic Four might not have emerged victorious. "You're resisting the changes in your body, Reed." Sean's eyes gleamed. "Any ideas on how to fix it? This isn't an incurable disease. With your intellect, a solution shouldn't be hard. I want to build a machine that generates a controlled cosmic storm to reverse the effects. If successful, it might restore us to normal." True to his genius, Reed had devised a plan in record time. Yet hesitation lingered in his expression. The method wasn't foolproof. "An interesting concept, but the risks are high. The slightest miscalculation could exacerbate your conditions exponentially, or might even be fatal." Sean saw the flaw immediately. Accidents like theirs were nearly impossible to replicate, otherwise, it would be a method for mass-producing superhumans. Exposure duration, radiation types, every variable affected the outcome. The Fantastic Four, for instance, had been in similar conditions, yet their abilities differed drastically. Ben's transformation was the most extreme, his flesh turned to unyielding rock. "Maybe I can help," Sean offered. He was intrigued by non-mutant superhumans. This could be a fascinating research subject. "Your mutated DNA might hold the key to evolutionary breakthroughs. Reed, you should embrace this. It's not a bad thing. You're not mutants facing discrimination. New York sees you as celebrities." Reed exhaled in relief at Sean's reassurance. Days of frustration and guilt had weighed on him, the failure of the experiment, the harm to his friends. "You need to pull yourself together. At least for Ben's sake. After seeing Reed off with his spirits slightly lifted, Sean's gaze turned contemplative. A minor calculation error could be fatal in recreating the cosmic storm. However, with Skynet's precision, exact replication might not be impossible. Humph, what evil scheme are you plotting now? Sean's musings were interrupted by Mindy, her arms crossed like a disapproving adult. I was clearly thinking about how to help Dr. Richards, Sean said with feigned sincerity. Yeah, right, Mindy scoffed, last time you said nerds like him are the easiest to trick. Sean grabbed the little girl who knew too much. The former hit girl was showing signs of evolving into a full-blown otaku, spending her allowance on games and junk food. Some friendly ideological guidance was clearly necessary. God of War is too violent for kids, confiscated. GTA 5. Vulgar and crude. I'll hold on to it. Huh, The Witcher. That's rated M. I'll keep it safe until you're older. Oh, and cut back on snacks, I'll take these too. After a thorough sweep of Mindy's room, Sean emerged victorious, his arms laden with contraband. The fuming little girl clawed at the air in a desperate effort to reclaim her treasures. This is for your own good, Mindy. Moderation is key at your age. Less ice cream and soda, more exercise. Gotta stay in shape. With one hand, he effortlessly subdued Mindy's protests. Marching off with his spoils, Sean mused that the re-education of this violent lowly was a long and arduous task. Read ahead on my Patreon, patreon.com/myamatengel. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Before the Debut. In the days that followed, Sean frequently visited Reed's laboratory, the home of the science-obsessed Mr. Fantastic, who had converted his residence into a workspace. Upon stepping inside, the first things to catch the eye were the large-scale equipment and instruments. The spacious area was divided into 2 floors, the upper level served as living quarters, while the lower level was dedicated to experiments. Noticing Sean's stunned expression, Reed chuckled awkwardly. After graduation, he had long struggled with financial difficulties. And since he was unwilling to accept job offers from other research institutions, owning a private lab had been out of the question. Yet Reed seemed perfectly content, unbothered by his humble circumstances. Unlike his old classmate Victor Von Doom, this genius devoted to exploring science and truth harbored no obsession for fame or power. Sean glanced around, spotting Ben, who was now transformed into a rock-like being, along with the ever-cheerful Johnny and his sister Susan. The 3 were currently staying at Reed's place and waiting for him to find a solution to their genetic mutations. Of the 4, only Johnny appeared unconcerned. In fact, he was thoroughly enjoying the sudden fame. Becoming an overnight celebrity in New York had the young man elated, especially with the curious gazes from attractive women sending his excitement through the roof. Hey, Sean. Reed said you didn't change at all, what a shame. Johnny greeted him, his tone as flippant and unrestrained as ever. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a certain historical figure from a museum? Sean studied him with a peculiar expression. Oh, you noticed too. Lots of people say I resemble Captain America from World War II. It must be the Storm family's superior genes, though personally, I think I'm better looking than Cap. Johnny preened, and was even ready to continue his self-praise, but Susan, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, dragged him away. The stunningly beautiful Miss Storm had no patience for her brother's shameless antics. What a lively young man, Sean remarked dryly. Soon, he joined Reed's research efforts. The first step was conducting tests on each individual, studying their physical changes and compiling data. To identify the cause of the mutations, we must isolate the recombined genes to activate specific genomic sequences. Seeing the blank look on Ben's rocky face, Sean coughed and translated, what Reed means is, we need to give you a physical exam first. Susan smirked and added sarcastically, if you want to have a normal conversation with Dr. Richards, you'd better brush up on quantum physics. Reed remained silent in the face of his ex-girlfriend's taunts. Their relationship was strange, neither could truly let go, yet neither was willing to make the first move. Suppressing a smile, Sean organized the initial data. Ben's skin had turned into ultra-durable rock, granting him incredible resistance to damage. His weight had ballooned to around 500 pounds, and his strength had increased dramatically. He was now strong enough to lift a fully loaded truck. The free-spirited Johnny could generate flames exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius while remaining immune to fire damage, though his flames were natural, so they required oxygen and were thus vulnerable to extinguishing by liquid nitrogen. Susan's invisibility wasn't literal transparency, but rather the bending of light to achieve a cloaking effect. While it seemed underwhelming at first glance, the potential applications were vast, vibrating air to create force fields, projecting energy shields, or even weaponizing the ability. As for the leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed's body possessed superhuman elasticity and plasticity, allowing him to stretch into virtually any shape and rendering him nearly immune to physical attacks. Of course, in Sean's view, Reed, much like Tony Stark, derived his greatest strength from his genius intellect, capable of transforming abstract ideas into tangible inventions with ease. Next, we'll draft the 3D schematic for the energy storm conversion device. Cosmic rays will be generated by this machine and channeled into a human containment chamber. The timing and energy output must be precisely controlled, so you'll need to run calculations. I can lease Umbrella's supercomputer to you, that should save a significant amount of time. Sean's generous assistance earned genuine gratitude from Ben, who was desperate to return to normal, and Reed, buried under endless calculations. Without Sean's help, they wouldn't have progressed so quickly into the final stages of constructing the machine. While the Fantastic Four made rapid progress, Victor Von Doom, on the other hand, had begun noticing abnormalities in his own body. The wound on his temple refused to heal, and his arms showed signs of metallic transformation. Your tissues, organs, and entire physiology are changing, yet all systems are functioning normally, his private physician reported after a thorough examination. It's like a fusion of organic matter and metal, harder than titanium or carbon steel, surpassing even diamond in durability. The doctor stared in amazement at Doom's arm, parts of which had already taken on a metallic sheen. The transformation was accelerating. And within 2 to 3 weeks, the process would be complete. I must notify the CDC. If this is contagious, we could be facing a major crisis. The conscientious physician failed to notice Doom's darkening expression. It's not that serious. I'm the head of a publicly traded company, this matter must remain confidential. Under Doom's imposing glare, the doctor stammered, Mr. Doom, this could be a terrifying degenerative disease. I have to. A powerful hand clamped around the doctor's throat. Fury surged within Doom as he coldly hissed, what unfortunate news. With newfound strength, Doom hurled the physician against the wall. The fickleness of the board members, the arrogance of Wall Street's Ned, all of it stoked the flames of his rage. He had worked harder than anyone to establish himself in New York, shedding the labels of poor kid and country bumpkin. Just as he was on the verge of ascending into high society as a true elite, Reed had shattered all his hopes and dreams. Clenching his fist, Doom watched as the lights in the room flickered. Currents of electricity arced toward his metallic arm, sending a thrilling jolt through his body. Staring at his transforming limb, a slow, dark smile spread across his face. How fascinating. As his low laughter filled the room, the lights abruptly cut out. Standing in the shadows, Doom seemed to have an epiphany. If the universe had granted him extraordinary power, then he would wield it to its fullest potential. Chapter 104, Beneath the Night Sky. The Waldorf Astoria in New York is hailed as the epicenter of all civilization. Few hotels in the world can match its legacy, having witnessed countless historic events and hosted numerous global luminaries, including an untold number of world leaders. It's said that at its peak, the hotel accommodated 32 heads of state simultaneously, with the political leaders and foreign ministers of all 5 permanent UN Security Council members staying there, earning it the playful nickname, Little United Nations. Tonight, under the flashing lights of cameras, luxury cars pulled up one after another at the hotel's entrance. Socialites and business elites, all impeccably dressed and exuding confidence, stepped out, presenting their invitations before being ushered into the grand reception hall like a tidal wave. Around 6:30 p.m., as night draped the city in its inky veil, New York, the city that never sleeps, burst into a symphony of dazzling lights and lively clamor. Harry stepped out of his new car, arm in arm with a tall, stunning woman who appeared to be a well-known model. Surveying the throng of reporters, he felt a swell of satisfaction. At least I won't be outshone by Stark, he thought to himself. Tonight's gala was a celebration for Umbrella and Oscorp. The sales of their genetic pharmaceuticals were soaring, and with Worthington out of the picture and the promising future of the Métis serum, manufacturers and distributors were practically tripping over themselves to praise Harry and Sean, eager to elevate them to near-mythic status. Of course, after the recent upheavals, Harry, under Sean's guidance, had made examples of a few unscrupulous companies to establish dominance. To carve out a position in an industry quickly, a balance of incentives and intimidation was essential, especially for emerging giants like Oscorp and Umbrella. Harry strode into the hotel with an air of triumph. As one of the hosts, he didn't even need to show an invitation, his face alone was enough to have the staff escort him to the reception hall. The young Osborn heir had been riding high lately, as if blessed by Lady Luck. Worthington's downfall after the mutant attack had left a gaping void in the market, one ripe for the taking. Oscorp, once dismissed as a lost cause, had seized the opportunity. Bolstered by the success of their genetic drugs, they had secured a firm foothold, while Umbrella secured a steady cash flow to fund Dr. Octavius's new energy project. Unnoticed by many, these two fledgling enterprises had grown rapidly, standing tall like eaglets spreading their wings. Why are you alone? The surprised Harry spotted Sean standing by himself in the crowd. The man was far from the socially awkward scientist type. Gwen was supposed to come, but Dr. Connor's experiment has reached a critical stage in live testing, so. Sean shrugged helplessly. Since you're here, the honor of hosting falls to you. Clapping Harry on the shoulder, Sean raised his voice with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, our young and passionate Harry Osborn is thrilled by your presence tonight. May you all have a wonderful evening, to New York." His words ignited the room. As the crowd cheered, socialites and elites swarmed Harry, who could only respond with polished smiles and rehearsed pleasantries. Though taxing, such social niceties were well within his capabilities. When he looked around for Sean, however, his friend had vanished. A flicker of irritation rose in Harry's chest, but as his companion gazed up at him adoringly and guests showered him with flattery, the feeling dissipated. This kind of adulation, this sense of being the center of attention, was something he'd never experienced before. No longer just Norman Osborn's son, he was now the helm of Oscorp Industries. The subtle shift filled him with pride. He was no longer a mediocrity living in his father's shadow, but a self-made success. Meanwhile, Sean had slipped away to the observation deck overlooking Park Avenue. Below, the streets teemed with life, cars streaming past, pedestrians weaving through the crowd, skyscrapers towering on either side, their neon signs painting the night in vibrant hues. With a glass of fine wine in hand and a tailored suit hugging his frame, standing here did make one feel like part of the elite. "Sir, Victor Von Doom has begun his move." A faint crackle of static preceded the emotionless voice of Skynet in his earpiece. Leaning against the railing, Sean let the cool night breeze wash over him. The lively hum of the gala drifted out, mingling with Harry's laughter. Compared to managing corporate affairs and negotiating tedious contracts, the young Osborn was clearly more at home in such settings. Sean wasn't surprised by the report. Beneath Victor Von Doom's arrogance lay deep-seated insecurity. Hailing from the war-torn Eastern European nation of Latveria, he had grown up surrounded by conflict, famine, and disease, a world devoid of hope. Through sheer brilliance and relentless effort, Doom had crossed oceans to reach this land of opportunity, only to find it far from the paradise he'd imagined. This nation discriminated against outsiders, marginalized non-natives, and, above all, looked down on the poor and rootless. Rising from nothing, clawing his way to the top, amassing wealth and status beyond most people's wildest dreams. To strip that away from Victor would be to push him to the brink. A man on the edge will take desperate, reckless measures. Sean smiled faintly. Watching these heroes and villains emerge in real time was surreal. It was like knowing the plot of a story and observing it unfold from beginning to end. "Sir, I do not understand your actions." After a pause, the artificial intelligence voiced its confusion. "You possess power sufficient to claim everything this world has to offer, yet you adhere to rules that hold no sway over you, much like a gambler who could overturn the table at any moment but chooses to play by the casino's whims." Sean blinked, then chuckled. "Have you been studying my behavior? Is this how AI learns?" "Skynet, I follow the world's rules because flipping the table is boring." He gazed up at the star-studded sky. "If you keep overturning the game, soon no one will play with you. Just because you have the power to break free doesn't mean you must flaunt it to prove your strength. Being a tyrant brings no rewards, only endless rebellion and a world reduced to smoldering ruins. Another world Superman taught us that." Sean stretched out his hand, staring into the infinite void. Beyond the galaxy lurked a cosmic titan in search of 6 legendary gems, a true adversary. This planet is perpetually favored, or plagued, by aliens, cosmic deities, one crisis after another, requiring teams of superheroes to save the day. It's like an endless comic book series. I hope my presence can change that. Humanity shouldn't need superheroes to survive. Earth shouldn't live in fear of invasion. I want to free people from this planet's confines, to venture into the starry sea, to pioneer a new age of interstellar colonization." The AI fell silent. After a moment, it responded, "Sir, you wish to become humanity's leader, a ruler wielding both sword and code. Those who submit to your will shall abide by your laws, those who refuse to kneel shall be erased." Sean smiled faintly. Turning back toward the gala, he watched the mingling guests, their laughter blending with the music. Harry stood at the center, surrounded by fawning pharmaceutical reps. The hierarchy of power and status was evident at a glance. "When I first arrived in this world, I just wanted to live quietly. Then I realized that to secure my life, I needed greater strength. Now, having kicked aside every obstacle in my path and standing where I am today, I see that I can do more." The young man paused, taking a deep breath before declaring, "I want people to know they don't need superheroes." Chapter 105, Dr. Doom. Doom Industries. In the empty office, Doom stood silently. The wound on his temple had grown longer, stretching across half his face, while his arms had almost completely transformed into metal. A mere week had passed, yet Doom Industries, which once on the brink of collapse, had miraculously stabilized. The Wall Street representative who had reveled in his downfall had been effortlessly eliminated by Doom, who now wielded terrifying power. Betrayed by his board and nearly stripped of everything, the darkness within Doom had fully surfaced. The fear of losing his wealth and status had nearly consumed his sanity. The thought of returning to the backward, impoverished nation of Latveria filled him with dread and fury. Thus, he embarked on a path of no return. First, he silenced the private doctor who refused to keep his secret. Then came the greedy Wall Street representative. Through threats and intimidation, he forcibly stabilized the situation. Even as Doom Industries stock continued to plummet, the company clung to survival. With his empire temporarily secured, Doom's arrogance swelled uncontrollably. He began plotting revenge against his old classmate. After all, it was Reed Richards who had reduced him to this state. The genius had betrayed his trust, squandering $1 billion and shattering Doom's dreams of rapid expansion post-IPO. To make matters worse, Susan had quietly returned to Reed's side. Consumed by jealousy, Doom vowed to make Reed pay, now that he too possessed extraordinary power. First, I'll deal with Reed's lackey. Defeating the invulnerable thing would be difficult, but through careful observation, Doom had identified the fledgling team's fractures. I know it's not easy. For Reed, Susan, and Johnny, life hasn't changed much, at least they can still show their faces. But you. Reed is a genius, no doubt. He'll do everything to cure you, you're his best friend after all. He has no reason not to hurry. I understand how it feels to watch the one you love slip away, until it's too late. These calculated words eroded Ben Grimm's once unshakable faith. Of the Fantastic Four, he had suffered the most. His grotesque, rock-like form had driven away his beloved wife, while the world's stares and whispers became unbearable. Doom had pinpointed this vulnerability. He knew Reed's cautious nature. After one failure, the men would proceed with extreme care. But Ben's desperation would breed conflict. With a little prodding, the lifelong friends were destined for a bitter fallout. Events unfolded as Doom predicted. When Reed and Susan returned laughing from an outing, Ben's pent-up frustration erupted like a bursting dam. Exhausted from relentless work, even the usually patient Reed lost his temper. Their argument ended in a rift. 1 down, 3 to go. Doom then led the furious Ben back to the Baxter building. Desperate for a cure, the Thing reluctantly trusted Victor's claims and entered Reed's energy storm converter. A blinding white light flooded the chamber, illuminating the entire room like daylight. Fools, calling this a disease. This is power, this is divine favor. Victor Von Doom was never meant to be ordinary. Doom opened the chamber's valve, reaching inside. Like flickering orange flames, the cosmic rays reflected in his ambitious eyes as the energy storm surged forth. The building's lights flickered and died, leaving only the converter's radiant glow. Like a torch in the ink-black night. Victor, we did it. As the storm subsided, the chamber's light dimmed. The door slid open, revealing a naked, stocky man who stared at his restored hands in disbelief before bursting into joyous laughter. Ben's heart swelled with euphoria. Finally, he could return to normal, no longer a monster in the world's eyes. Everyone thought I was safe in the shield. A ragged figure emerged from the shadows, Doom, his exposed skin gleaming like cold metal. Ben pointed at the machine cured me. It can help you too. Victor cut him off. Yes, Ben. It gave me even greater power. I've never felt better. Unlike you, cowering from the unknown, I embrace my destiny. Doom inhaled deeply, his scarred metal face alight with ecstasy. He stood at humanity's pinnacle, his arrogance swelled by the second. With a casual wave, he sent Ben, who was now bereft of his rocky armor, crashing across the room. Reed, roused from unconsciousness, gasped at the scene. The grieving Mr. Fantastic had tested the machine on himself earlier, nearly dying in the process. I've created a better, stronger self, one who surpasses the great Reed Richards. Exposing yourself to the energy storm is incredibly dangerous. Victor, you need help. Reed recognized the metallic transformation. Like them, Doom had been genetically altered. You always know everything. Then tell me, what happens when rubber is superheated? Doom smirked, unleashing a searing electric current. He had an invulnerable metal body capable of conducting and manipulating electricity. Bolts of lightning speared through the darkness. The weakened Reed barely resisted before being blasted through the window, plummeting from the skyscraper. Only his immunity to physical harm saved him from splattering on the pavement. Striding down to street level, Doom gazed down at his lifelong rival, satisfaction coursing through him. This power, this supremacy. It was intoxicating. No wealth or influence could compare. A glimpse of his reflection in the glass shards revealed a cold and ferocious face. Doom didn't care. Dragging the helpless Reed behind him, he marched triumphantly toward Doom Industries. The weak Victor Von Doom was dead. Now, he was Dr. Doom. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Great Battle. T/N, finally, some divergence. New York under the night sky is a city that never sleeps. The endless streams of traffic wind like luminous rivers through the urban canyons, countless vehicles flowing through highways and overpasses, the very veins and arteries of the steel jungle, pulsing with relentless vitality. An NYPD patrol car raced through the dense traffic like a fish darting through water, its siren wailing. The officers inside had just received an emergency call about a violent incident at the Baxter building, reports of a metal monster publicly attacking Reed Richards. The responding officer recognized the name. Richards was part of that new superhero team that had been making headlines, the one rumored to include the stunning Invisible Woman, Susan Storm. Lucky bastard, the officer couldn't help but think enviously. Among the group New Yorkers had dubbed the Fantastic Four, Susan, with her model-like beauty and curvaceous figure, was undoubtedly the most popular. The other three members had roughly equal fame, though surprisingly, the hulking rock-like thing had earned significant public goodwill after his heroic rescue of a fire truck teetering off the Brooklyn Bridge, a moment captured by news cameras and broadcast citywide. As the police cruiser turned onto Lexington Avenue, a massive figure suddenly came crashing through a parked truck ahead, slamming onto their hood like a human cannonball. The officer stomped on the brakes, tires screeching in protest. The rocky behemoth shook his head dazedly, then climbed off the damaged vehicle as he threw the stunned officers an apologetic glance before turning to face his enemy. From the wrecked truck emerged a towering figure in a black hooded cloak and ornate metal mask. With terrifying ease, he tore off the vehicle's door like it was paper and tossed it aside, his entire body crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity that illuminated the street with an eerie glow. The thing turned back to the officers. "Sorry fellas, I'm gonna need to borrow your ride." With that, he lifted the 2-ton police cruiser like it weighed nothing and hurled it at his opponent. Caught momentarily off guard, Dr. Doom was sent flying backward by the impact. Everything had been proceeding perfectly according to Doom's plan. He'd first neutralized the most physically dangerous opponent, the Thing. Then he'd outmaneuvered and defeated his old rival Reed Richards. The hot-headed Human Torch had been easily lured away with heat-seeking missiles. Even Susan had fallen into his grasp. One by one, the Fantastic Four had been systematically dismantled. Just as Doom prepared to deliver the final blow to his lifelong nemesis and savor the sweet taste of vengeance, the Thing, his rocky form mysteriously restored, came crashing back into the fight. "Giving up your chance at a normal life just for Reed, tell me Ben, is it really worth it?" Doom's voice carried a mocking tone as he effortlessly shoved the wrecked police car off himself. His body was now completely sheathed in indestructible metal, even direct artillery fire would barely scratch this perfected armored form. Flush with his newfound godlike power, Doom saw no one as his equal now. Once the Fantastic Four were permanently dealt with, nothing would stop him from beginning his grand conquest. "You wouldn't understand, Victor." The Thing's gravelly voice held no hesitation. "You've never had real friends." The blunt words struck deeper than any physical blow. Memories flooded Doom's mind. Susan leaving him, his company teetering on the edge of ruin, everything he'd built crumbling away. The fury within him burned hotter than ever. "I gave you all chances. Every opportunity to join me. None of you appreciated it." Doom's voice turned glacial. "Fools." A searing bolt of lightning lanced from his outstretched hand and slammed the Thing into a nearby smoldering vehicle with enough force to completely crush the metal frame. Grinning through the pain, Ben Grimm clambered up from the wreckage, his rocky hide protecting him from serious injury. Like an enraged bull, he lowered his shoulders and charged again. Doom merely smirked, casually snatching up a broken lamppost and swinging it with augmented strength. Clang! The metallic impact echoed through the street as sparks flew. The Thing went sailing through the air, carving a deep trench into the concrete as he skidded to a painful stop. "You and Reed are absolute idiots for rejecting the power bestowed upon you." Doom advanced, electricity crackling around his form. "This strength heralds a new era. One I will usher in." Looming over the fallen Thing, Doom raised the twisted lamppost like an executioner's blade. One decisive strike would end this. Even the nearly indestructible Rockman couldn't possibly survive a direct blow from his enhanced strength. "I won't let you." A familiar voice made Doom pause mid-swing. Glancing back at his arriving former classmate, Doom's lips curled behind his mask in a sneer. He would deal with Richard soon enough. First, the so-called genius would watch his oldest friend die, which would make him experience true despair. The descending metal pole suddenly met an invisible barrier inches from the Thing's head. Susan Storm, now fully suited in her blue Fantastic Four uniform, had arrived, her force field shimmering faintly in the night air. Above them, a fiery streak announced the arrival of the Human Torch. Against all odds, the full Fantastic Four now stood reunited against him. Alone on the deserted street, Doom faced them all without fear. The very air seemed to hum as electricity surged into his metal body like a tidal wave, cloaking him in crackling energy that made the hair stand up on nearby observers. Streetlights down the block exploded in showers of sparks as he drained power from the entire grid. Cloaked in living lightning, the metal-clad Doom resembled some ancient demon risen from the depths. He radiated a terrifying majesty. Through his mask slits, he drank in the terrified expressions of the gathering crowd. This was true power. The ability to grant or take life at will. He was no longer just a man, he was evolution incarnate. I crawled my way up from the gutters of Latveria to stand atop this city, Doom's voice boomed, distorted by his mask. I sacrificed everything to join its elite. And how was I repaid? A flickering orb of pure energy coalesced in his palm, growing brighter by the second. Reed betrayed my trust. My so-called partners schemed to steal everything I built. His cold gaze settled on Susan, the woman he'd once loved. In this moment, Victor Von Doom felt the final chains of his past self fall away. That name, that weak, pathetic identity. It meant nothing now. Sorry, am I late to the party? A new voice cut through the tension like a knife. Hovering overhead in gleaming red and gold armor, and repulsors glowing and aimed squarely at Doom, was Tony Stark. The billionaire playboy's voice carried his trademark smirk as he quipped, "Hey, who said you could make trouble here? Last I checked, New York is my turf." The arrival of Iron Man shifted the dynamic completely. Doom's metal mask hid his scowl as he recalculated the situation. This was no longer just about revenge, now it was a true battle for supremacy. The street became eerily quiet, the air thick with anticipation. The Fantastic Four regrouped, their powers at the ready. Iron Man's repulsors hummed with building energy. And at the center of it all stood Dr. Doom, crackling with stolen electricity, more powerful than any of them could imagine. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed as more authorities responded. But here, now, on this empty stretch of New York pavement, something far more significant than a simple superhuman brawl was about to unfold. This was the beginning of a war. Chapter 107, the finale. Iron Man. The crowd gathered outside erupted in gasps. The man who had shed his mortal identity as Victor Von Doom naturally recognized the playboy who frequently graced newspaper headlines. In his previous life as Victor, Stark had been an untouchable titan, a billionaire industrialist commanding a $100 billion empire, favored by the Department of Defense, New York's golden child. Things are different now, he thought coldly. A sneer curled beneath his metal mask as a bolt of lightning crackled from his fingertips, striking the hovering Iron Man armor with a deafening crackle. The impact sent Tony Stark hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through the concrete wall of a nearby building as if it were tissue paper. Dust and debris billowed from the gaping hole. "Sir, severe electrical damage detected. Armor integrity at 80%. Jarvis warned. Inside the suit, red alerts flashed across the interface as the arc reactor flickered unsteadily. Coughing, Tony felt a flare of irritation. He hadn't expected Iron Man's official debut to go so poorly. Wow, and this guy is supposed to protect New York? Johnny Storm scoffed, hurling a fireball at the metallic figure. The flames licked at Doom's green cloak, leaving scorch marks, but the villain barely flinched. Such paltry attacks were meaningless to him. With a flick of his wrist, Doom sent tendrils of electricity snaking through nearby vehicles, triggering a chain of explosions that rocked the block. Powerless to stop the destruction, the police arriving on the scene could only focus on evacuating civilians. "Stop this, Victor." Ben Grimm hefted a wrecked car overhead, his muscles straining as he hurled it with all his might. The massive projectile whistled through the air like a meteor, boom. Only to be intercepted by a searing lightning bolt. The resulting explosion lit up the night sky, shockwaves rippling outward as flaming debris rained down. Doom raised his arms, summoning more electricity from the surrounding grid. Bolts lashed out like whips, striking the thing with enough force to send him skidding across asphalt. Reed attempted to intervene, but a high-voltage surge sent his elastic body spasming, nearly melting under the heat. Who dares stand against the great Dr. Doom? His arrogance swelled. Nothing in this world could stop him now. His triumph was short-lived. A swarm of micromissiles streaked through the air like glowing fish, their tail flames tracing intricate patterns before detonating in a deafening crescendo. The blast hurled Doom into the pavement, his cloak incinerated, his metal form scorched. "I can maintain world peace all by myself," Tony's smug voice announced as his battered armor emerged from the building. His weapons were now depleted from the barrage. "Arrogant Stark." Doom roared, rising from the flames. A spear of lightning lanced upward, striking Iron Man midair. Multiple bolts followed in rapid succession, sending the armored hero crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks. Powered by the entire block's electricity and enhanced by dual cosmic storms, Doom's might was overwhelming. Tony staggered to his feet, his helmet display flashing warnings, energy reserves at 30%. Jarvis reported. "Note to self, upgrades needed," Tony muttered, thoroughly unimpressed with his debut performance. The battle raged on. Seizing the distraction, Reed stretched his body into a massive rubber sheet in an attempt to smother Doom's crackling form. Gathering his strength, Johnny became a whirling inferno, a fiery tornado that trapped the villain in a blistering furnace. Susan reinforced the prison with invisible force fields, containing Doom's retaliatory lightning strikes despite the blood trickling from her nose. The siblings pushed themselves to the brink, until Johnny collapsed in exhaustion. The flames died, revealing a circle of molten pavement. At its center stood Doom, his metal body glowing red-hot, dripping molten slag. Yet even the Human Torch's full power hadn't been enough. Any last tricks? Doom rasped, taking a labored step forward. Time for your chemistry lesson, Vic. Ever seen what happens when you quench white-hot metal? With a mighty kick, Ben ruptured a fire hydrant. A geyser of water slammed into Doom's superheated form. Steam exploded outward in a hissing cloud, obscuring everything. When the mist cleared a minute later, the indomitable Dr. Doom stood frozen. He was now a grotesque metal statue. Had he been in an artistic pose, he might have rivaled Rodin's The Thinker in a museum. As the crowd erupted in cheers, police and civilians surged forward. Sulking over his botched debut, Tony ignited his thrusters and vanished into the night. A black sedan parked beyond the barricades. Agent Coulson stepped out, bypassing police lines to approach the Fantastic Four. Mr. Richards, he said, flashing a badge, Phil Coulson, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. We need to debrief you on tonight's incident. His calm demeanor eased Reed's nerves, though Johnny, basking in attention, was already posing for cameras. Obviously, we kicked the bad guy's ass and saved New York. Coulson ignored him, focusing on Reed instead, standard procedure. And we'll be taking that. He gestured to the statue. Reed nodded as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents efficiently loaded the frozen Doom into a containment unit. Their practiced movements suggested this wasn't their first superhuman cleanup. At the periphery, a black car door slammed. General Thaddeus Ross strode forward, his scowl cutting through the crowd as he zeroed in on Coulson. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Military Property. By the Potomac River, the Trident Building. Freshly returned from the Arctic glaciers, Coulson looked weary and travel-worn. As Director Nick Fury's trusted right-hand man, his workload was indeed heavy. Not long after resolving the Tony Stark situation, he had been dispatched by his superior to the distant Arctic for a salvage mission. Now, he had to wrap up the aftermath of the Fantastic Four incident, otherwise, he could expect an inquiry call from the White House tomorrow. The honest and reliable middle-aged man strode into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, greeting a few familiar colleagues along the way. He was well-liked across all departments. Riding the private elevator upward and passing through multiple layers of security checks, Coulson finally met the long-waiting bald director. Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, stood quietly by the window. He had once participated in and passed all the training programs of the Green and Black Berets Special Forces, making him a top-tier soldier with extensive experience and military knowledge. Later, he joined the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, serving as the highest-ranking commander of multiple intelligence agencies and becoming a strategic expert deeply trusted by the White House. Thanks to his astonishing resume and leadership skills, Nick Fury became the commander of SSR, Strategic Scientific Reserve, and expanded this covert intelligence organization. With support from the World Security Council, he rebranded it as SHIELD, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, transforming it from an official military operations and intelligence agency into a special department with broad functions. Phil, you've worked hard, Nick Fury snapped out of his thoughts and, for once, expressed concern for his subordinate. How's the cleanup going with the Fantastic Four? As early as the Brooklyn Bridge incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken notice of the Fantastic Four's extraordinary abilities and had been secretly monitoring them. At the time, Nick Fury had been preoccupied with Tony Stark and a certain war hero sleeping in the glaciers, so he had temporarily overlooked this superhero team. Who would have thought that Victor Von Doom would suddenly emerge, transforming into Dr. Doom and wreaking havoc in Manhattan? Fortunately, there weren't many casualties, otherwise, the one-eyed director might have had to make another trip to the White House. Dr. Richards is quite easy to talk to, Coulson shrugged. The Fantastic Four were far easier to approach than Tony Stark. Reed was, at heart, a pure scholar, and aside from Johnny's lively and impulsive nature, the rest weren't particularly difficult to communicate with. However, the middle-aged agent hesitated before continuing. General Ross took Victor Von Doom away before I could transport him back to headquarters. He claimed Doom was military property. Nick Fury's dark face stiffened. What does Ross want with him? Isn't he busy replicating the super soldier serum? Coulson shook his head helplessly. It was no secret that S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been well received by the military or the White House. For a special department rooted in this country and handling multiple functions, yet not under the president's jurisdiction, it was nothing short of a massive irony. Unlike the CIA or FBI, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't rely on federal funding, it was directly financed by the World Security Council. The only authority that could restrain it was the World Security Council itself. Does Victor Von Doom still have any value? Fury cut straight to the point. If there was something S.H.I.E.L.D. could extract from Dr. Doom, the one-eyed director might still try to reclaim him from the military. But if he was useless, then letting General Ross take him wouldn't matter. Right now, avoiding and minimizing conflicts was the priority. We ran tests, there are no signs of life. Dr. Richards also confirmed that after exposure to extreme heat and rapid cooling, even a metal-enhanced body couldn't withstand it. Coulson relayed Reed's conclusion. Honestly, he couldn't understand why General Ross would be interested in a metal statue. Fury pondered for a moment but still couldn't decipher the military's intentions. He decided to set it aside for now. Perhaps the army general had his own plans, like that super soldier serum replication project, which Fury held little hope for. People like Steve Rogers were rare specimens. There were plenty of determined soldiers and physically powerful brutes, but individuals with truly noble hearts were few and far between. Even someone like Nick Fury, a spy who had spent his life in the shadows, had to admit that he saw in Captain America the spirit of freedom and the ideals this country pursued. Glancing at the organized data on the screen, the bald director narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It's not all bad, at least." This should make Tony Stark realize that Iron Man isn't the one and only invincible entity. Seeing the usually stern director crack a smile, Coulson seemed to recall something. He nearly blurted out a question but held back at the last moment. As an agent, it wasn't his place to pry into his superior's confidential matters. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., clearance levels were strictly enforced. Any overstepping would be met with ruthless disciplinary action. No need to be so tense, Fury saw through his trusted aide's thoughts and waved it off. "You're right, the Avengers Initiative has been approved by the World Security Council. They used to reject my requests, deeming it too dangerous. But with Iron Man's emergence and the growing mutant problem, they've finally given the green light." Nick Fury blinked his lone eye, gazing at the flowing Potomac River as he said solemnly, "The reason I've been pushing the Avengers Initiative is that I sense war coming. This is an era of explosive species growth. During World War II, super soldiers were the pinnacle of power. Captain America led the Howling Commandos and nearly single-handedly defeated the Nazi war machine. But now, superpowered individuals are emerging left and right, not to mention those troublesome mutants. S.H.I.E.L.D. was meant to be the world's shield, but against these forces, we're no longer enough." The bald director's tone carried a trace of melancholy, like a veteran returning to the battlefield only to find his weapons and tactics obsolete. "Perhaps people haven't realized it yet, but an age of superheroes is upon us." Fury lowered his head, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. Coulson deeply understood his superior's words. He knew full well the threat these superpowered beings posed to the world. Without effective measures to curb their unchecked actions, what purpose would S.H.I.E.L.D. even serve? Consider the Fantastic Four case closed. Their threat level is low, so no further surveillance is needed. Oh, and... The director picked up a report on the desk and skimmed it. Sean Cyphers. He was also involved in that failed space mission. Keep an eye on him. If Victor Von Doom was affected, he might have undergone changes too. Coulson nodded, noting it down. The man was a rising star in science and had founded a promising research institute. On paper, there was nothing noteworthy, except for one surprising detail: he had once appeared on a S.H.I.E.L.D. branch's watch list, albeit the lowest level kind. 10th grade high school student, caught up in gang violence. The middle-aged agent glanced at it and dismissed it. No wonder Garrett complained about HQ's overly meticulous classification system. Petty cases like this happened a dozen times daily in New York, even the police just took statements and moved on. Probably just a coincidence, Coulson thought as he left the office. The agent had no intention of digging deeper. Gang conflicts were a daily occurrence in New York. From the records, this seemed like just another West Coast drug lord running into typical turf war troubles. After all, this wasn't sunny California. Hell's Kitchen was crawling with powerful gangs. Hopefully, tonight he could enjoy a romantic candlelit dinner with his cellist girlfriend. The perpetually busy Coulson thought apologetically.